Chapter 241. The vest fell off gorgeously. Little sister. You are here. Where are grandma and mother? Sumibao touched his face unconsciously. Hey. But when she looked in the mirror, her face was painted like this. She teleported over just now, killed a lone escort, and came over in disguise. She originally thought that even if her own mother came, she wouldn't be able to recognize her. Unexpectedly, the eldest brother recognized him at a glance. Brother, your eyes are too poisonous. After coming out of Mujiapu, I arranged them in a cave, where they were very safe. After saving you, we can leave after we meet up. Su Qingyi's body was shaken. What did he hear? Familiar? The little milky voice of his precious daughter? Baby girl. Is that you? Are you here to save Dad? Oops. It is my daughter who loves her father the most. I knew you wouldn't leave Dad alone. Su Qingyi's heartfelt voice was hot and sweet. The powder on Sumibao's face almost fell off in shock. Oh my god. How could she forget such an important thing? What she taught along the way was two-way mind reading for the whole family. It was over all at once. And her vest fell off gorgeously. Sumibao looked at Butler Su, and then at Su San. Butler Su looked calm, while Su San looked shocked. Well, ginger is still spicy. For such a big matter, Butler Su could remain calm and expressionless, as expected of the man who followed his grandparents. He is an old man capable of great things. If it falls, let it fall. Sumibao was simply ruined. Anyway, among these people, except for her father, they all have a very strict mouth. There is no difference between knowing and not knowing. But her father is a big trouble. Alas, let my eldest brother and mother deal with Dad when we get back. These two people are the people that her father is most afraid of. With her eldest brother and mother here, I believe that her father must be strict even if he is not strict. Father! Sure enough, Su Jinbei said the word Dad coldly, and the smile on Su Qingyi's face immediately disappeared. And he turned his head and stopped looking at Sumibao. He didn't even look at Su Jinbei, only looking down at his belly and feet. Huh. During these days of exile, Dad's belly has become much smaller, and he can finally see his feet smoothly. All the exiled prisoners and officials are here, except for the 200 criminal prisoners. Come to think of it, it's either still in Mujiapu, or it was transported elsewhere. Sumibao just walked along and took a rough look at the situation. 300 exiled prisoners, more than 100 men, as well as officials, imperial guards, and Jiaowei are all here. About 200 people. Obviously Jitai and Lu Zhan are both here. But the 200 prisoners are missing. Those 200 criminal prisoners. The left prime minister will not let them appear alive in front of people. The left prime minister will not break up with Gu Tai before the time is right. Su Jinbei believed that although the 200 criminal prisoners were not with them, they should be deep in the mine. There is no way that someone as cunning as Wuxiang would let these 200 criminal prisoners stay in Mujiapu. If Gu Tai finds traces, it will be a big trouble for him. But this was between Wuxiang and Gu Tai. He would not be so kind as to take his little sister to rescue the 200 prisoners. Ji Tai and Lu Zhan took the 200 prisoners with them to attack the Su family on the road. He would not be so kind as to save his opponent. Use the hands of Wuxiang to kill Gu Tai's men. For him, this is definitely good news. There are about 50 people escorting the guards, each with a sword in his hand and a bow and arrow on his shoulder. This was a bit troublesome. Sumibao thought. It would be easy for her to take her eldest brother and father away. She could just take them into the space and teleport away. However, if we want to rescue all these officials and these exiles, it's a very troublesome thing. I took a look and found that there were only about 20 prisoners and officers who were awake. Sumibao lowered his head and walked beside Su Jinbei. Outsiders didn't know, but they only saw a small man escorting the guards, closely following Su Jinbei's team. I would only think that the guards were extremely strict. How many of them came? It was hard for Wang Changlin to ask the man who was escorting and dressing up. I could only ask Su Jinbei in a low voice. He looked around a few times and only saw this little man escorting him. Didn't you see other people coming to the rescue? Are they all hidden on the roadside or in the ravine? Did you send a little guard to join us? In fact, Wang Changlin wanted to get closer and personally inquire about the little guard. But after all, he has been an official in the court for many years, so his eyesight is still valuable. He had a feeling that even if he asked, the little guard wouldn't pay attention to him. Su Jinbei ignored Wang Changlin and was still discussing with Sumibao from the bottom of his heart. Su Qingyi was frustrated by his precious children. When he heard Wang Changlin say this, He immediately glared at him. Why are you asking so many questions? She is here to save us. You are just here to help us. It depends on whether we are happy or not. Wang Chanlin suddenly blushed. No matter how timid he is still a civil servant. And he also has integrity. The second master of the Su family is a shameless loser. Fighting with him will make you angry to death in vain. If you argue with him, even if you win, you will lose your identity. Wang Chanlin opened his mouth several times. But in the end, he didn't say anything to refute. He glanced at his father and eldest brother. The men of the Wang family are all scholars. Without the help of the Su family, they really wouldn't be able to escape. Don't move on this road for now. We will be sent down to the cave in batches later. I will take Su San and Butler Su to deal with the guards in the cave directly. Go and check how many guards there are in the entire mine, and how many workers there are. Sumi Bao had to admit that her eldest brother was a powerful general who led troops in battles and arranged everything carefully. Just like when they went on missions before. Every time, the captain would be like a big brother, thinking everything through and making careful arrangements before setting off. I kind of miss the boss Guangdongmei. What should I do? Rabbit, quickly use your mental power to explore. How many guards and workers are there in this entire mine? Where are they? What weapons are there? She had the rabbit as a big searchlight, so she didn't have to run around to check it out herself. Brother, there are 1,000 guards in the entire mine. More than 80 craftsmen. More than 400 workers. Weapons of all kinds, long and short, are stored in 3 large warehouses. The number is huge. About 100,000 pieces. More than 1,000 guards? Not only Su Jinbei frowned. Su Mibao was also startled. Are you kidding me? There are more than 1,000 defenders. But weapons are still used casually. Just these few of them. Kill these people, and then leave with 200 people. He also wanted to avoid alerting the Jin King's army in the east. Impossible. This is an absolutely impossible task. Brother. Also, the terrain here, to the north is. Suma Bao immediately explained the situation in the southeast, northwest, and northwest of the mine to Su Jinbei, especially when he heard that the army of King Jin was in the east. The expression on Su Jinbei's face became even more solemn. If you want to take the officials and servants with you, you can take as many exiled prisoners as you can. If you can't take them with you, forget it. And Ji Tai. I will take advantage of the chaos to kill Ji Tai and all the forbidden troops later. Chapter 242. Take them all away. 800 guards and more than 80 craftsmen have all left and are currently in a ravine camp 50 miles away from the mine. There are only 200 guards and more than 400 workers left in the mine. Sumi Bao listened to Rabbit and then reported the situation. The laborers are distributed in the mines below. There are guards and checkpoints, so they can't escape. The rabbit jumps lively. Master, the 200 criminals have also been found. They were in a very deep underground cave. After they were knocked unconscious by T Old Man, the owner of the wooden castle gave them Huagong powder. They are all unconscious now. In a few days when you wake up, you will lose all your energy and become an ordinary person. Gee, the fate of these criminals is really miserable. I am determined to die here. Sumi Bao also told his eldest brother about the crime. Su Jinbei thought for a while. The left prime minister is really an old fox. He knew that the third prince was passing here with his troops, and he was afraid that his secret would be exposed. So he notified people in advance and moved the guards and craftsmen. Only 200 guards were left to watch over the 400 workers. There is absolutely no chance for these 200 criminal prisoners to get out alive. We don't care about that. We just need to take away the exiled prisoners and officials, and that's it. The Forbidden Army and Jiao Wei did not take them, but took advantage of the chaos to kill them. Kill all the Forbidden Army and Jiao Wei? Sumi Bao remembered that there seemed to be people from Big Brother here. Right? For example, Lu Zhan is one of our own. I'll handle this. Little sister, don't worry about it. Take everyone away. It's definitely not possible with just a few of us. People must be woken up. Sumi Bao thought about it. Rabbit, do you have any way to wake up both the exiled prisoners and the officials? Master, I'm just a beautiful and cute little rabbit. I'm not a god. I can't handle it. How powerful are the poisons in Mujiabeo? Even my little heart is scared. Just die. I'll beat you unconscious again. Sumi Bao really couldn't stand it. Is it a space rabbit or the steward of the fighting spirit system? What kind of tune is this? Go to the ghost doctor. He will be able to help. Ouch. How could she forget such a powerful person? The ghost doctor is the master of Yaowang Valley. And Yawang Valley is an existence that is superior to Mujibeo. Treating a mere drug addict in Mujibeo is not a trivial matter. I'm going to see the ghost doctor. Well, be careful. It's best to wait until everyone has entered the mine before looking for the ghost doctor. Brother, I found a ghost doctor. Took care of the poison. And then went to find you. Sumibeo roared at the rabbit in space again. Rabbit, show me quickly. Where's the ghost doctor? Go forward. Yes. Continue. Rabbit pointed the way. And Sumibao walked through groups of exiles. And finally found the group of ghost doctors in front of the escort team. Huh? What a coincidence. Bai Suzy is also in this group. There are also the one-eyed Qing Guanshan, Fat Guansha, and Yufeng. This old ghost doctor is very ghostly. Sumibao could tell at a glance that all 10 people in this group were awake. This was definitely done by the old ghost doctor. A group of 10 people. Hurry up. The first 3 groups go directly into this mine. The next 3 groups go into that mine. And then, a tall and thin escort. At first glance, he was escorting a small boss. Waving his whip, he drove everyone into the mine quickly. Thump. Sumibao turned around and saw that the people in the third group had been squeezed down. The next group of people squeezed over and lined up in the third group. Zhou Fuan? Sumibao is happy. The group of people who crowded over was headed by Zhou Fuan. In addition to Zhou Fuan, she also saw several familiar faces in this group of people. Wu Hai, Qian Tong, Zhang Jing. These people actually didn't suffer from dementia. It seemed that Zhou Fuan squeezed in for the ghost doctor. Also, in such an environment, it is always much safer to be with a ghost doctor who has excellent medical skills. Why are you squeezing? You are seeking death in a hurry. The mini-boss doesn't care which group is ranked. They are all entering the mine anyway. Sumibao took the opportunity to follow the ghost doctor and his group of 30 people into the first mine. There were only 2 guards who followed. The mine passage is very narrow, and there is an air outlet at a very far distance, letting in a little daylight. Ghost doctor, I'm from Suzhenbei. He asked me to save you. Sumibao took the opportunity to walk to the ghost doctor. Go to the front. I'll kill the guards. And you wake everyone up. Then I'll take you to find Suzhenbei. The ghost doctor said nothing. Sumibao didn't wait for him to speak. Take 2 steps forward and approach the guard. You send them in. I'll take a rest. I'm exhausted. The guard saw that Sumibao was young and wanted him to work more. So he sat here and waited. It was too dark down there. There were dead people. And the air was dirty and breathless. Good. Sumibao said a good word and struck the guard on the neck with his palm. The guard fainted. Sumibao reached out and pulled out the knife on his body. Oh! Cut off the head of the guard. He picked up the bow and arrow on the ground and threw it to Bai Suzy. And threw the big knife in his hand to Yufeng. Walk. After finishing speaking, he said to the ghost doctor, Follow me. Hurry up. She turned and walked away very quickly. She didn't look back. But she knew that the ghost doctor was following her. The author of the original book described the ghost doctor as having both medical skills and lightness of breath skills. Of course, she wasn't running or walking. She was teleporting. And she also had an extra trick. The distance of each teleport was set at 10 meters. In the eyes of the ghost doctor at this time, the girl's Qigong is very high. Girl, who did you learn Qigong from? The ghost doctor followed Sumibao like a shadow. The words girl startled Sumibao. I'm a man. What do you? An old man? Look like? Ghost doctor. Hey. My old man is a ghost doctor. And he has the most poisonous and accurate eyes in the world. How can you? Girl. Talk to this old man? The ghost doctor looked at the girl in front of him. Became angry. And moved 10 meters away in seconds. Girl. Do you want me to be your teacher? I'll teach you medical skills. Otherwise, you can accept me as your disciple. You teach me Qigong. I promise to take good care of you and make you mini beauty pills so that you can live longer and better. How about Young? In addition to his excellent medical skills and lightness skills, this ghost doctor also has a unique brain circuit. You want to become my teacher? Well, then let's do one thing first. What's up? We just entered 4 mines in total. You go to each mine and detoxify them. Come back to me. Okay, master. The old ghost doctor turned around and ran to another mine. After floating for more than 10 meters, he suddenly remembered something. Huh? This girl entered the mine together with him. And they were the first to enter. How did this girl know there were 3 mines behind her? Sumibao ran away. Hee hee. Of course, it was the rabbit who said it. Sumibao's full attention is now focused on one big thing. 100,000 weapons. I want to go shopping for 0 yuan. No one can stop me from moving forward. Collect. 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 Chapter 243, All Weapons. Gold and silver collected. Rabbit. Where are the weapons? Take me to collect them quickly. Sumibao rubbed his little hands happily. Go forward. Go forward. The rabbit showed the way. And Sumibao was wearing the clothes of an escort. So it was naturally smooth. If you kill, you will live. If you stay, you will die. Suddenly there was a cry of death from behind. Sumibao looked back and said, Hee hee. The little old man who is the ghost doctor is quite fast. Mujiabao's drug addiction was solved in such a short time. The exiled prisoners are all awake. So naturally they have to fight for their freedom. Especially those officials. How could they be willing to stay and work as laborers until death? Her elder brother was in charge of the rest. So Sumibao wasn't worried. She quickly moved forward and teleported upwards. Wow. So many weapons. Under the guidance of the rabbit, Sumibao quickly found the cave where the weapons were kept. This is a huge underground cave with many checkpoints along the way. There are 2 guards every 5 meters. And every 50 meters there is a large iron gate blocking the way. It truly is an iron ore mine. There is so much iron that it doesn't hurt to install so many large iron gates. Sumibao directly took a mask from when his team was performing the mission. Put it on. And immediately changed his appearance. There is no need for her to hide alone. Taking out her silenced gun from space and using teleportation, she effortlessly killed all the guards along the way. The large iron door was simpler. She didn't even need to open it. She could just wave her hand and retract it into the space. That's it. Moving forward, we soon entered the innermost part of the cave. Wow. Are there too many weapons? Sumibao looked at the mountain of weapons piled in front of him from the ground to the top of the cave, which was more than 10 meters high. The little face was stunned for a moment, and the whole person went crazy with joy. Long iron spears, broadswords, swords, bows and arrows. In the cold weapon age, all the powerful weapons are available here. No wonder the second prince is so confident. His grandfather is so emotional. When Sumibao thought about it, if these 100,000 weapons were really delivered to the hands of the third prince, it would not be impossible for the left prime minister to recruit more troops and seize the power of the dog emperor. Although Gu Tai's crazy criticism is already very powerful, compared with Zhuxiang, an old fox who is calm and holding back his big moves, Gu Tai is still not good enough. Collect, collect, collect. Even a second of hesitation is disrespectful to these weapons. In the blink of an eye, all these weapons disappeared, and the cave immediately became empty. Where does that lead? As soon as the weapons were put away, Sumibao immediately saw a passage leading to the other side of the cave. The forge. Sumibao understands what Rabbit said. It's just like the weapons manufacturing factory she collected in the capital. Go and take them in. If you don't take them in, you'll be sorry for the left prime minister, who asked him to collude with Mujiabayo to seize the exiled prisoners in this mine. After passing through the not too long walkway, a more spacious cave suddenly opened up in front of us. All the tools and stoves inside were collected, including the iron ore dug out and prepared for forging weapons. All were collected. Hey. Thinking about it, this was enough to make the left prime minister cry a few times. Last time he was in the capital, he collected the grain he had hidden in Zhuangzi. Now he has collected his iron mines and weapons again. Still missing the same point. Sumibao thought that if the left prime minister wanted to raise troops to help the second emperor seize the throne, he would not only need weapons and food, but also a lot of money. Rabbit. Look. Is there any gold or silver hidden here? Yes. Over there. Under the guidance of Rabbit, Sumibao turned into another secret passage and used the same method. As soon as the silenced pistol was released, the guards fell down before they could figure out the situation. Oh my god. It turns out that the world of rich people is completely beyond the imagination of poor people. As soon as he entered the cave, he was surprised by the densely packed large iron boxes piled more than 10 meters high. Open a chest. Wow. The golden light was shining, and it almost blinded Sumibao's puppy eyes. Gold. So much gold. Collect. 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 This time, Sumibao kept smiling. The corners of his mouth were raised, and he couldn't hold them back. No way. There are really too many good things. It's taken too much time. Go out and see how Big Brother and the others are doing. Just as Sumabeo was about to go out, the rabbit barked. Someone. Why are you shouting so loudly? I'm scared to death. If there is someone, just kill him. Sumabeo knocked the rabbit on the head. I said there was someone in the cave over there. Not a guard, but someone who was hung up. Caught? Workers who are unwilling to cooperate. Sumabeo didn't hesitate. She received so many good things today, and she was in a good mood. If you can save someone, just do it. Teleport into the small cave next to it. This cave is really too small compared to the 2 caves where things were stored just now. It was so small that in addition to the various torture instruments hanging on the cave walls, there was an iron basin placed on an earthen stove in the middle of the floor. And there were red-hot iron blocks in the iron basin. There were only a few people hanging above the cave ceiling. He couldn't be called alive anymore. His clothes were all torn to pieces and stuck to his skin and flesh. He was completely disfigured and bloody. Which of you is still alive? I rescued you. Can you leave on your own? Sumibao looked at these people. She could save them, but she didn't want to use space to save them. After all, she hasn't even seen the Virgin yet. And she's exposing her biggest secret for a few strangers. Stop playing these useless tricks. I don't have what you want. Just kill me. The bearded man opened his mouth, and blood spilled from his mouth. Thing? To be trapped here by someone like Zhuxiang and tortured in such cruel ways. This person is definitely not an ordinary person. Is there anything in him that the left prime minister wants? Seeing the various instruments of torture nearby made Sumibao's eyes twitch. Kill me. Chop me into pieces. Come on. If Grandpa screams in pain, it will embarrass our Su family army. Big Beard, Prime Minister Zhua. You collaborated with the enemy and treason, killing the princess and the generals of the old country. I, Su Qi, took the old man's mission to escape and came to see the young general. I didn't expect to be caught by you. And you tortured all my brothers to death in front of me. You leave me alone alive. You want to get the Su family army tiger talisman. You never dreamed that the tiger talisman is on my body. Su Jiajun? Su Qi? The next second, she raised her head. You are the Su family army. Sumibao didn't expect that this person turned out to be the secret guard of the Su family. After running thousands of miles and coming here with a mission from northern Xinjiang, he was caught by the left prime minister and died in this dark cave. Only Su Qi was still alive. She could see that Su Qi's internal organs were all damaged, and he was at the end of his strength and could not hold on any longer. I belong to the Major General. The Major General and Su San are both outside. Major General? Su San? Su Qi was startled. Can I finally meet the Major General? Before my death, I, Su Qi, was finally able to complete the task of representing the old national bus. The Duke of Xingguo's house was confiscated and exiled. We walked to Mijiabao and were drugged and sent here. The Major General led us and killed the guards. Chapter 244 Respect the Fate of Others. Sumibao really wanted to dig out something that was a symbol of the Su family's identity. But after touching it, there was nothing there. I'll take you out to see the Major General. Thank you, brother. Sumibao swished a few times and cut off all the ropes hanging people on. Falling down, there were 6 people in total. Let's go! The bearded Su Qi looked sadly at his dead brother on the ground. Sorry, guys. I will go and give the tiger talisman to the Major General first. If I am still alive, I will definitely come back. Take the brothers out and bury them in a sunny place outside. I will not leave the brothers to rot in the dark underground. Walk. Sumibao didn't say much. He held the bearded man's sleeve with one hand and teleported out of the cave. Let's go to the ravine over there and walk faster. Sumibao was about to ask Rabbit where his eldest brother was and go find someone. I heard the sound of footsteps, and a group of people ran towards the ravine not far away. The leader was Su Jinbei, Major General. Su Qi also saw that familiar face. Major General Su Jinbei. Puff. A stream of black blood spurted out. Su Qi's vision became increasingly blurry, and he stared at Su Jinbei, who was getting closer and closer. Rabbit, do you still have that pill? There's no way he can be saved. His internal organs are all rotten, and he can only hold on with one breath. Sumibao is calling Rabbit to find a way to save Su Qi. I can't do it anymore. Give this to the young general. The old man asked me to send a message to the young general. The Su family is loyal, protecting the people and defending the Qi dynasty. The Su family does not let the world down, and the Yin family really does not let the Su family down. From now on, the Su family's army will return to private arms, and will forever belong to the descendants of the Su family. Su Chi stretched out her hand and used her last strength to tear open her thigh, took out a piece of oil paper wrapped in it, opened her mouth without making a sound. Su Chi's voice, Su family army tiger talisman. He wanted to hand it to Sumi Bao, but when he tilted his head, he was gone. His hand dropped, and the oil paper bag fell to the ground, and something rolled out. The Su family army tiger talisman. Sumi Bao picked it up and put it in the space. No wonders Xiang tried his best to torture Su Chi and the others. The Su family's tiger talisman was something that the Emperor, Gu Tai, and Zhou fought over. Su Chi and the others are all secret guards of the Su family. They died for the Su family, but we couldn't let them stay in this dark place. Sumi Bao waved his hand and took Su Chi into the space. Then he teleported back to the cave and collected the bodies of several other secret guards into the space. It takes points to bring in living things into her space, and it takes no points to bring in dead things. Just like collecting things, put them in the space first, and when you have time, find a good place and bury them properly. Sumi Bao turned around to find his elder brother. After meeting, the group quickly left the mine along the ravine. Under Su Jinbei's arrangement, their group did not escape north, but turned southwest and walked until they were 2 or 3 miles away from Mujiapu. They found a hidden cave and hid in it. Stand up. The guards did not chase him out as expected. General Su, you are right. After entering the cave, we arranged for everyone to rest first. Su Jinbei and others sat aside to discuss the next action. For the first time, Wang Chonglin looked at Su Jinbei eagerly with admiring eyes. And instead of calling Su Jinbei directly, he called him Major General Su sincerely. That's natural. My son never misses what he says. Su Chenyi glanced at Wang Chonglin proudly, then turned to look at his eldest son, his eyes full of love and pride. We killed 100 of the more than 200 guards, and there were less than 100 left, which was about the same number as us. They wanted to protect the mine, and were afraid of alerting the third prince. So they naturally did not dare to pursue us anymore. At this time, they must close the door. While guarding the mine, I sent someone to inform the superiors. The boss, Wang Chongling, finished analyzing the situation and looked at Taifu Wang. Dad, they went to notify the left prime minister. Will the left prime minister send an army to hunt us down? Sumi Bao was happy in his heart. Hunting for nothing. The earth dragon in the capital is overturning, and the left prime minister cannot save himself. Now the weapons, silver and food are all lost. If he continues to pursue us with great fanfare, it will definitely attract the attention of the emperor and Gu Tai. The emperor was so suspicious and sick, and the prince was his own son, so he wouldn't even blink an eye when he killed him. Killing the left prime minister is just a matter of saying a word. Not yet. Taifu Wang sat there panting. His clothes were torn and stained with blood. He was in a very embarrassed state, and he lacked the majesty of the former emperor Qingya. But that old fox, Zhuxiang, will not come out to hunt us down. He will reveal our situation to the third prince and the emperor. Next, the emperor and the third prince will send troops to hunt us down. Sumi Bao was speechless. Oh, this is not over yet. We, the Su family, have not dug up their ancestral graves. So why are we still chasing after them one by one? Otherwise, I'd better let Rabbit search and see where they are, and kill the old emperor, Gu Tai, the third prince, the left prime minister, and the second prince. As soon as the idea comes up, the rabbit barks in my head. No, master, don't have such dangerous ideas. If these people are all dead, the author will magically reconstruct the structure of the novel. By then, the story will completely change, and you will be in even more trouble. The rabbit's voice became extremely gentle. Master, let's follow the rhythm of the original book. Be obedient. Let's move the plot of the original book. By bringing the story to a successful conclusion, we will have successfully completed the mission. Do you want to stay in this book or leave? I'll help you all. Isn't it just to let the eldest brother and King Yin assist the emperor's grandson to ascend to the throne? Let me kill all those who stand in the way and directly send the emperor's grandson to the throne. Isn't that the end? No, master. If you do this, the characters that should appear in the book will not appear. The book will collapse. We are not willful. Obedient. The rabbit gently gave Sumi Bao a mantra. Respect other people's fate, and don't touch other people's karma. TSK TSK. Sumi Bao remembered the second half of the sentence that had been modified by the devil. Respect the fate of others. Let go of the need to help others. And enjoy a wicked life. Major General Su. Please find a way to save people as soon as possible. Tai Fu Wang did not say his name, but stared at Su Jinbei deeply with his old eyes. Su Jinbei naturally knew that he wanted to save the Emperor's grandson. I'll go with you. After all, it's my duty to bring the exiled prisoners to the northern Xinjiang penal colony. Zhou Fuan looked at Su Jinbei with complicated expressions. You still want to escort us to the penal colony in northern Xinjiang? Wang Chanlin looked at Zhou Fuan and several officials sitting not far behind him. The melee just now. Ji Tai and the Imperial Army were all dead. Only Lu Zan, One-Eyed Qing Guanshan, and Fat Guancha were left in Jiaowei. Zhou Fuan was the one with the most escort officials left. In addition to Zhou Fuan, there were also Wu Hai, Qian Tong, Yu Feng, and Zhang Jing. Zhou Fuan glanced at the exiled prisoners scattered in the cave, plus a few workers who ran out of the iron mine. There were more than 90 people. Their 8 officers had to escort more than 90 people to northern Xinjiang, not including the women and children in Mujiapu. Zhou Fuan's back was dripping with cold sweat, and the scene before Ji Tai's death appeared in front of his eyes. He saw it with his own eyes. Ji Tai's eyes were wide open in disbelief, and his whole body was split in half. Behind him, a familiar face, Su Jinbei, appeared. It was Su Jinbei who split Ji Tai with one sword. Chapter 245. Everyone must follow Su Jinbei to save people. Sumi Bao listened to Zhou Fuan's thoughts. If Su Jinbei wants to kill 8 of our officials, it will not take a minute. Ouch. My mother. I have to think carefully about the way forward. Who should I consult with? Sumi Bao, as expected. Eldest brother killed Ji Tai and the Imperial Army. He just split Ji Tai in half. It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes. Ji Tai belongs to the Emperor and Gu Tai and should be killed. Zhou Fuan, I'm going to discuss it with Yu Feng. I remembered. It was Yu Feng who told me about Earth Dragon's transformation. Now it seems that I was blind at first. The master behind Yu Feng is probably related to the Su family. Zhou Fuan pulled Yu Feng aside and muttered carefully. Major General Su. Mujiabeo is very dangerous. I will go with you. Sumi Bao looked at the speaker. Wu Hai. The man said by the Queen Mother to protect his eldest brother. By the way, she remembered that the Queen Mother sent 2 people. Who was the other person? Sumi Bao's eyes swept over the faces of several officials. You come with me. Su Jinbei suddenly called her. And Sumi Bao was startled for a moment before realizing that she was still her original self and took advantage of the chaos to follow him into the cave. When she sneaked in just now, she took out the escort and guard clothes she was wearing and changed into ordinary servant clothes from the space. The exiles and officials regarded her as a laborer who had escaped from the iron mines. And the laborers regarded her as an exile. No one noticed her before. But now when Su Jinbei called her, everyone's eyes were focused on her. I'll go too. The ghost doctor, with his messy white hair, looked at Sumi Bao with a smile. Ghost doctor, wherever my master goes, I will go. There are so many poisonous insects and weeds in Mujiabeo. I have to protect my master. Well, you are the doctor, responsible for detoxifying and deworming. Su Jinbei nodded. And I. A cool voice. Sumi Bao looked in great surprise at the handsome young official, who had always had no sense of presence, and suddenly spoke up. Qian Tong, when I left the palace, the Queen Mother told me very clearly that after leaving the palace, I would no longer be the Queen Mother's personal eunuch. From now on, my life and death will be decided by my own master. Mujiabeo is so dangerous. If the new master dies, I will have to be buried with him. Sumi Bao's eyes widened instantly. Wow! What did she hear? Brother, I finally found the second person sent by the Queen Mother to protect you. It's Qian Tong. He is actually a eunuch. Sumi Bao's heart was in shock. And he was embarrassed. Whether it was Qian Tong or Sujio, among the secret guards around eldest brother, the most handsome ones are all eunuchs. Right? Alas. No. Sujio is no longer the eldest brother's. And the eldest brother has assigned Sujio to her. Hey. The secret guards around the 2 brothers and sisters are all handsome eunuchs. They are truly brothers and sisters. I will also go with the Major General. Lu Zan will also follow. Okay. Lu Zan. Qian Tong. You 2 should follow. The rest of the people should not go. Stay and Captain Zhou will lead these people and wait for us. At this time Yu Feng and Zhou Fuan came back. And Su Jinbei arranged the tasks very naturally. Yu Feng was his eldest uncle, so he naturally regarded Su Jinbei as his master from the bottom of his heart. Nod immediately. Zhou Fuan also nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay. Listen to General Su. Zhou Fuan, I have discussed this with Yu Feng just now. He was really someone sent by Song Huangsheng. Yu Feng is also a real person, and did not hide anything from me. He also gave me some thoughtful suggestions. Now, I neither have the ability to escort prisoners to the place of exile, nor do I have the ability to return to the capital to resume their lives. Not to mention that the dragon in the capital has turned around. I may not be able to return to the capital safely. Even though he returned to the capital safely, he lost so many prisoners and Mrs. Ji was still dead. Neither the Emperor nor Master Ji will spare me. Zhou Fuan thought bitterly. Yu Feng was right. There was no turning back for him. You can only listen to Su Jinbei and follow him forward. See if you can find Chu Mingyang in front of you. As long as Chu Mingyang hid and survived the Earth Dragon, everything would be fine. He could still escape this disaster by relying on the big tree of his right minister. If something happened to Chu Mingyang and Zhou Fuan broke out in cold sweat on his back, he would really be doomed. Everyone was waiting in the cave, and Su Jinbei led a group of people to quickly sneak towards Mujiabao. Let's split up. You go rescue people, and I'll take care of the poisons. As soon as he entered Mujiabao, Sumi Bao didn't wait for Su Jinbei's answer. Turned around and left, separated from Su Jinbei. Master, wait for me. The ghost doctor is most afraid that his little master will throw him away. He quickly clung to Sumi Bao like a follower. Sumi Bao, I don't want to bring this big trouble. There are so many elixirs and poisonous insects in Mujiabao. There are also many medicinal herbs, and those rare pills. I have to find a way to find them, and take them all away. It would be too much of a delay for such a big old man with a white beard to follow me. Mujiabao is so big and there are few of us, so it's best to split up. Sumabao pointed at Muxiangju. I'll go over there to rescue people. My dear disciple, Master has given you a mission. Go and clear away all the harmful things in this Mujia fort. Don't accidentally hurt any of your own people. But, Master, I'm worried about you being alone. Sumi Bao, why should I be worried? Even if something happens, I can run faster than you. She finally figured out that the little old man, the ghost doctor, had a bad temper and a childlike mind. Don't try to reason with him. It's useless. You just need to deal with him directly the same way you deal with children. And that's it. Hurry up. The faster you clear it, the sooner we can finish it. Go back quickly, Sumi Bao urged. And the ghost doctor reluctantly went to deal with the poisonous insects and weeds in Mujiabao. The blood spirit grass has 3 holes, and I destroyed one of them. I have to collect the blood spirit grass from the other 2 holes first. Sumabao called the rabbit out and quickly showed her the way. The rabbit squatted on her shoulder, guiding her along the way. Sumi Bao quickly collected the blood spirit grass from the other 2 holes. This time she learned from her experience last time. She collected the blood spirit grass first, and then dealt with those who used it as fertilizer. This time, she did not save anyone, because all the fertilizer in the 2 holes was gone. Sending them away early is their best relief. Glowstone. Where is the glowstone? Sumi Bao teleported to the first blood spirit grass cave and took the glowstone on the cave wall into the space. No more. But there are quite a few herbs, jade and the like. That's great. Rabbit, hurry up and lead the way and take me to collect it. The rise of Sumi treasure harvest. By the way, Rabbit, where is the place where the medicinal materials are stored in Mujiabao? There are also those pills made by the owner of Mujiabao. Please show the way quickly, and we will collect them all. This will prevent them from taking them out to harm others. Master, there are a lot of them. In front of you, there are 2 large caves filled with all kinds of medicinal materials and finished pills. Go faster. Collect it all. The rabbit led the way, twisting and turning. After a while, Sumi Bao had collected the 2 caves. All the medicinal materials, including the gold and silver collected by the owner of the wooden castle, were collected into the space by Sumi Bao under the guidance of the rabbit. She felt contented as never before. By the way, Rabbit, please search and see where Mu Xiang and Lu Lao are. I have to go find them and repay their friendship for bringing us into Mujiabao. Chapter 246 turns into a baby on the bones. Snort. Dead stuff. If you dare to harm me, I must pay back double the amount. Let you little bitches remember this for a long time. Lu Lao is in Muxiangju, and Mu Xiang is in the towering palace where the owner of Mu Fort lives. As for Zhao Shuqi, he is not here. He left with Widow Lu. That is really cheap for Zhao Shuqi. Master, let's collect things first. I saw a lot of good things. Sumi Bao also understands that it is most important to collect things first. After putting her things away, she would go find these scum to settle the score. Wow. It is indeed second only to Yaowang Valley. Under the guidance of the rabbit, Sumi Bao quickly saw the good things in that hole. 18 holes. Exactly 18 holes. The mountains of medicinal materials. Especially those such as ginseng, deer antler, Ganoderma lucidum, Polygonum multiflorum and so on, made Sumi Bao feel weak. There are also mountains of gold and silver. The owner of the wooden castle is really a bitch who can do any dirty work. I've made a lot of dirty money over the years. Food, cloth, mules, cattle, horses. Receive what you see. Sumi Bao and Rabbit were swept away like locusts crossing the border. What the hell are these? In the last cave, Sumi Bao saw many incredible things. Various jars and containers contained a lot of suspicious liquids. The things soaked in them contained animal parts that she recognized. And there were also some very suspicious ones that were definitely not animal parts. This is the castle owner's secret research cave. This place is full of new and harmful things he researched. There was a faint sound coming from deeper inside the cave. Sumi Bao continued walking forward, holding a flashlight to light the way. It turns out that this is a series of holes within holes. Going further inside, there are small caves with iron gates. As expected of the cooperation with the iron mine, they actually used iron fences to lock people in. You must know that iron in the ancient world was a government exclusive, and no private person would use iron to make gates. Each one has bright eyes. It looks particularly scary in the dark cave. Sumi Bao flashlight shined over. A yellowish-colored face. A pair of numb eyes. When I think of those suspicious bottles and jars I just saw in the cave. Oh my god. Sumi Bao almost vomited. The bad guy has been captured by the government. You should run away. Sumi Bao walked all the way, retracting the iron lock on the iron fence into the space, and reached out to open the fence door. At first, these people didn't make any move. They were dumbfounded. It wasn't until Sumi Bao drove to the third iron gate that the people in the first hole ran out. Someone from the government came to save us. Everyone. Run away. Hurry up. Hold me. I can't run. Please. Help me hold my baby. I have no arms, and I can't hold my baby. Let's help each other, and get out of the cave first. The government is here, and they will definitely help us get down from the mountain. Let's get out of the cave first. There was a noise behind him, and then the sound of chaotic footsteps. Sumi Bao drove to the end in one go. There were 13 small caves in total. There were about 100 people detained inside. Mostly women and children. There were also some old men, and almost no young and middle-aged men. It seems that the owner of the wooden castle and the steward who manages the iron mine have always had a cooperative relationship. Most of the young and middle-aged men were sent to the bottom of the mines. The women, children and old men stayed here and became experimental materials for the castle owner. Pooh. This wooden castle owner is really not a human being. Sumi Bao saw that everyone had finished walking and the cave was empty. Rabbit. Destroy them all. These are meant to be dead. Master. You won't let me dig a hole and bury them all. Right? Rabbit, Master. Don't think that I am omnipotent. I'm just a cute system bunny. If you want to enslave others and use them as free labor, just say that. Why don't you just dig a hole? Sumi Bao. It seems that she was wrong. If these things were alive, the rabbit could indeed kill them in an instant, which was better than her. But like this, the physical work of digging holes and burying them is not as good as that of rabbits. Only, after thinking about it, Sumi Bao didn't care anymore. Anyway, she had already planned to destroy this Mujiabeo. If the noise is big, make it louder, and then run away when it's done. Thinking of this, he reached out and took out a few packets of explosives from the space. After lighting it, she teleported out. Boom! The ground shook and the cave collapsed. Let's go to that heavenly palace and find the lord of the wooden fortress. Master, this is the towering palace. The name of the owner of the wooden castle is. In the short time of walking on the road, Rabbit had completely uncovered the origin and family history of the owner of the wooden castle. Rabbit is so nagging. Sumi Bao now knows exactly how many concubines the lord of the wood castle has, how many children he has given birth to, and even which concubine has given birth to a child that is not his. Master, don't blame me for nagging. This is all caused by the melon eating program. Don't forget that you must eat a melon every day. Oh! If Rabbit hadn't mentioned it, Sumibao would have almost forgotten about it. The main reason is that there have been a lot of things at home these 2 days. And she is not in the mood to eat. White gauze everywhere. It deserves to be called Towering Hall. As soon as he entered, Sumibao was stunned by the corridors and the white gauze curtains in the main hall. Pretend to be mysterious and mysterious. Along the way, Sumibao tore all the way. Pull and tug. Hissing is particularly refreshing. However, the outside of this towering palace is heavily guarded, with a post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. Once inside, there wasn't even a maid or a boy. Even quiet. Master, this is what I'm telling you. The third major hobby of the Wood Castle Master. He likes to cause trouble in his world alone. Okay. You all stand still for me. Stand in the position I drew. If you stand wrong, you will end up like what you just did. After turning around a corridor, Sumibao saw a large square, which was the large square in front of the towering palace. 20 or so women stood there, forming the shape of a flower. Each woman was accompanied by a child of several years old. The women, without exception, were all pregnant women with huge bellies. A middle-aged man in red clothes and a pale face stood there, speaking in a high voice. You all obey the lord of the castle. If you don't obey me, my sword will not be perfect. Such a familiar voice. Woody? Sumibao saw the woman standing aside, holding a long sword with blood dripping from the sword. It was Muxiang. Ah! My stomach hurts. A young woman, obviously frightened, fell to the ground holding her stomach. But those who follow the rules will die. The sword flashed, and the woman's stomach was cut open, and she twitched and died on the ground. 23 medicinal fetuses and 38 boys. Sumibao suddenly understood what she was seeing. You don't need to think deeply. You all know that this is Muxiang's gift to the owner of the wooden castle this time. It was these gifts that made Muxiang make such a big mistake and still stand here talking now. Go out and take a look. In which cave was there such a big movement just now? The guy doing the experiment had no eyesight and ruined my medicine. The owner of the wooden castle had a shrill voice without any warmth, like an evil ghost crawling up from the ground. Damn it. Both the owner of the wooden castle and Muxiang deserved to die. Sumibao was about to reach out and take out a pistol from the space to kill these 2 demons. Huh. She looked up and saw the blue sky and the earth beneath her, but she actually turned back into a baby at this juncture, seeing Muxiang walking towards this side. The sword in her hand was still dripping. Chapter 247 Sincerely Accepting Disciples. She spent points with the system and bought half an hour. Unexpectedly, she was so excited to collect things that she actually forgot the time. It has become its original shape. Rabbit. Rabbit. Hurry up. Muxiang was about to come over. Sumibao was so anxious that she called Rabbit. And she had to buy it for half an hour. A big withered hand grabbed her swaddling clothes. Who? Muxiang saw a figure flashing in front of the moon gate and ran over immediately. A swaddled child lay on the ground. The patterning color of this small quilt looked particularly familiar to her, and she felt like she had seen it before somewhere. Come here. Catch the assassin. As soon as Muxiang shouted, the guards of the towering palace rushed over immediately. Didn't you see anyone just now? No. The 4 guards standing not far from the door were startled when they saw the swaddling clothes on the ground. And their expression suddenly changed. What does a swaddle mean? Explain that a woman has just arrived, holding a baby. A woman holding a baby could actually come and go freely under their noses. And they hadn't noticed yet. The 4 guards fell to their knees on the ground. Master Mu. Please spare my life. Please don't. Master Mu. Who? The guards begging for mercy was interrupted by the guard shouts in the distance. Follow me quickly and chase. Muxiang waved her hand, and the 4 of them followed her towards the place where the sound came from, looking at the group of people behind them. More and more people are chasing after them. Ghost Doctor. The swaddling clothes were ripped off by the Ghost Doctor. But luckily, she was wearing a baby onesie bought from the supermarket. He looked at the Ghost Doctor, who was holding her in both hands and running forward with his legs inverted. Sumibao was speechless. She really understood the meaning of that sentence now. Get carried away. She was so excited about putting things away that she was so carried away that she didn't realize that the Ghost Doctor had been quietly following her. Rabbit, didn't you notice that someone was following me? Didn't you awaken to the 5th level of spiritual power and be able to sense the situation 50 miles away and predict good or bad luck for 5 days? When Sumibao thought about it, she suddenly changed from a big heroine to a little baby. Such a weird thing was actually noticed by the ghost doctor. She was going crazy. Master, you can't blame me. You were collecting things along the way, and there were many people around you. I didn't find anyone doing harm to you. If someone was doing harm to you, I would have told you. The old ghost doctor has been following you. He is filled with endless love and respect for you. And I swear, I am not wrong at all. Well, why is she arguing with a guy who is not a human being? Her and this rabbit's brain circuits were not in the same time and space at all. Now she has a huge headache. Now that the ghost doctor has discovered his identity, there are only two ways to deal with it. Or, she accepted the ghost doctor as one of her own, holding his hand so that he would never tell anyone else his secret. Or, she simply makes the ghost doctor disappear. In this world, only the dead can truly keep secrets. Poochie, you actually played this trick with my old man and wanted to kill my old man with a poisonous arrow. It's really a trick in front of Gong Gong. The people chasing after him were not weak in martial arts. But the ghost doctor was so good at lightness kung fu that those people were increasingly unable to catch up. He started shooting arrows, and the hidden weapons were all fired up. And they were poured out towards the two of them, as if they were free of money. Master, this disciple is disrespectful. Please take an antidote first. The ghost doctor held the Sumibao with one hand, reached out to his back with the other hand, flicked the arrow, then took out an antidote pill and ate it. Disciple's life is not valuable. But if I don't take the antidote in time, I will have to wear my hair. I'm so old, so I might as well hang my hair. I'm not afraid of death, but I am afraid. If my disciple dies, Master, you will fall into the hands of that bad guy. Here, even if the disciple dies, he will not feel at ease. The ghost doctor chattered on and on as he ran. Sumibao just wanted to buy another half hour for the system, transform into his original body, kill the ghost doctor directly with a pistol, and then use a machine gun to kill the pursuers behind him. Listen to the ghost doctor. She retracted her little hand. Her new cheap old apprentice, despite her age and nagging, really respects her as her master. As their master, she hasn't taught them anything yet. She was called master so many times in vain. But she didn't say anything. She saved her. But she also killed them. This is too untrue. Then he thought about it. The ghost doctor was from King Yin, and he was sent by King Yin to treat his elder brother. There is also Uncle Ba's poison, which also needs the help of a ghost doctor to cure. What's more, the ghost doctor is also the master of the Medicine King Valley. If she killed the ghost doctor, not only would it be detrimental to the Su family, but she would also create a powerful enemy in Yaowang Valley. There is no airtight wall under the sky. She doesn't think that no one will know that she killed the ghost doctor. After thinking about it, I decided that it would be best to accept the ghost doctor as his apprentice. Didn't the ancients emphasize, once a teacher, always a father? Looking at the behavior of the old ghost doctor, it is not difficult to understand this sentence. She even lost her vest in front of the ghost doctor and turned into a helpless little baby. The ghost doctor could still respect her so much, holding her in both hands and running away. They didn't dare to hold her in their arms, because doing so would be disrespectful to the master as a disciple. Ghost doctor, have you seen everything? Sumibao opened his mind-reading skills with the ghost doctor. The ghost doctor suddenly heard a little voice calling him. He immediately understood that this was the master in front of him talking to him. Master, I know that my master is the most powerful person in this world. Of course, anyone who is not powerful is not worthy of being my master. Master, you are a god, right? Ghost doctor, you can make so many things disappear with a wave of your hand. And you can also change between adults and babies. Isn't this a fairy? What is it? Sumibao, oh, it seems I asked in vain. The ghost doctor has read everything. Master, did you use the immortal method just now to exhaust your immortal power? So you turned into a baby? Master, don't be afraid. No one can hurt you as long as your apprentice is here. I am very good at Qigong. I have never seen anyone in the world who can run faster than me. Sumibao, hee. It is written in the original book that ghost doctors have two special skills. One is medical skills, and the other is Qigong. Indeed, as he said, there is no one else in this world. Sumibao felt that unless she flew a plane, otherwise, even if she drives a car, she will have to drive a long distance to exceed the speed of the ghost doctor. In a short period of time, the car could not outrun the ghost doctor's legs. Sumibao, no way. Hee. This is a world in a book. Everything is decided by the crazy author. Totally unreasonable. The author's setting of the ghost doctor is a combination of medical skills and lightness that no one can match. My dear disciple, let me try my master's immortal speed. Sumibao pinched the ghost doctor's sleeve with his little hand and teleported 10 miles away. He appeared in a forest outside Mujiabao. Master, you are indeed a god. Standing in the grove. Standing with hands behind her back. Sumibao, who had been shopping with the system for another half an hour, transformed into a young Sailor Moon. Standing with hands behind her back in a pretentious manner. The ghost doctor fell to his knees on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Sumibao. Chapter 248 Master is here. Now that I have accepted you as my disciple, I have to be responsible for you in the future. Tell me, what do you want? I will give you a meeting gift as a master. Gold and silver? Gauman compound? Medicinal mine? What do you want as a teacher? For the first time, Sumibao experienced what it means to live a heroic life. Well, it's just one word. Cool. Think about it. She accepted an old man like the ghost doctor as her apprentice. There are quite a few benefits. The ghost doctor is the master of Yaowang Valley. And she is the master of the master. Doesn't that mean that all the things and people in Yaowang Valley belong to her? She only took in a little old man. But she had as many disciples as the entire Yaowang Valley. These people are all doctors with peerless medical skills. How can people not get sick if they eat whole grains? Think about it. When the time comes, when she has betrayed all the young men in Yaowang Valley, there will be no noble people in the world who will not owe her a favor. Hee hee. It's super cool just thinking about it. Their family arrived at the Exile in northern Xinjiang. It was bitterly cold there. So how could they not get sick? She is a good military doctor. But she is better at surgery, such as internal medicine, gynecology, and pediatrics. So she is not good at it. She is not good at Chinese medicine. So she carries a lot of medicinal materials in vain. When the time comes, she can only act as a medicinal material dealer and sell these medicinal materials to make a profit, which will be a bit of a loss. And when we get to northern Xinjiang, the eldest brother still has to find his uncle, rescue his second uncle and others. It won't work without the doctor following me. She can't do anything on her own. Master, you are willing to accept a stupid person like me as your apprentice. Naturally, the apprentice must pay filial piety to the master. How dare you accept the master's things? The ghost doctor blushed with embarrassment and looked coy. Ghost doctor, in my dreams, I want the small 6-year medicine cauldron in Mujiabao medicine house. It is made of the best black iron. It absorbs all the elixirs of heaven and earth and has excellent elixir effects. However, how could I ask master for such a good thing? The ghost doctor's mind was filled with excitement. There is also the wooden castle master's small medicine box, which contains a full set of small pharmaceutical tools. It's so small that I can put it in a bag and hang it on my waist. I can carry it with me wherever I go. I'm really craving it. I have decided that I will follow my master every step of the way. My master is like a walking mountain of medicine. There are all kinds of good medicinal materials. Rabbit, what is the 6-eared medicine cauldron? Do I accept it? She collected so many things that she couldn't even remember whether she had collected such a thing. Come on. Take the bad guy's private apothecary house clean. There's that little medicinal cauldron inside. Take it out and give it to me. Sumibao waved her hand, and a small medicinal cauldron appeared out of thin air on the ground in front of her. It had 6 ears, was black and shiny, and exuded a medicinal fragrance. This is a greeting gift from my master. Then a small medicine box and a bulging small cloth bag also appeared next to the small medicine cauldron. 6-eared tripod. Small medicine box. What is this? The ghost doctor opened the small cloth bag and saw that it was full of medicinal materials, and each one was rarer than the last. Master, you are really kind to your disciples. Your disciples will definitely respect you in the future. Sumibao, my old man? Ghost doctor, my master has to practice for thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. Before he can become a god. Look, now I want to be a young man. A young man? And a baby. A baby? Master, I don't want to be an old man. I also want to be a baby. Sumibao listened to the ghost doctor's cries and howls in her heart. Well, she had to admit that her old disciple's mind was a bit big and his thinking was too fast. The ghost doctor can accept her change between an adult and a baby. And he can also make up such a reasonable reason for her in his heart. She didn't need to think of any more explanations. This apprentice was so considerate. But This was not the time for her to chat with her good apprentice. She had cleaned up the things in Mujibeo, blew up their cave, and let go of their raw materials. At this moment, the wooden castle master, who was alarmed, was probably going crazy. Her eldest brother only led a few people, and he was not afraid of being beaten. But the owner of the wooden castle is poisonous. He is such a despicable person. What if he uses some shameful poison on his elder brother and the others? Not to mention that this is still on his territory. Thinking of this, Sumibao couldn't sit still. Let's go, good disciple, and follow your master to save people. Master, don't worry. If that scoundrel master of the wooden castle dares to use his scoundrel methods to harm my uncle, I will definitely let him eat all the poisonous things he poured out. Uncle? Sumibao was startled for a moment before she realized that the ghost doctor would naturally call her eldest brother Uncle when he called her master. Well, she was really not used to it, taking on such an old apprentice all of a sudden. Master, what kind of sect is ours? Who are the other brothers in our sect? How can I introduce my origins to the outside world when I travel in the world? The ghost doctor walked all the way again, nagging all the way. There is no sect. It's just the two of us. It's just a coincidence that I accepted you as a disciple. I don't need to say much to the outside world in the future. I also said that you are from Yaowang Valley. Also, I only have one rule, and that is to be obedient and loyal. Ghost doctor, oh my god! Look at it! No wonder my old friend, Master Gi, said that with good luck. The blessed land is in the northwest of the capital. No, I really met my master here. My master is a god, and never accepts disciples in the human world. I was really lucky to be accepted by master. Be obedient. I will do whatever master tells me to do. I will be absolutely obedient. Loyalty. I have been alone in this world since I was a child. Unintentionally. We took over Yaowang Valley and promoted it widely. Now I finally meet my mentor and have a relative in the world. If I am not loyal to master, who can I be loyal to? Sumibao, oh! Medicine King Valley is famous all over the world. And it was actually created by a ghost doctor. I didn't notice this detail when I was reading. Do you still think that the master of the ghost doctor is the previous master of the Medicine King Valley? Be loyal, obedient, and keep master secrets. Do not tell anyone about master. Ah, master. Then me. The ghost doctor felt wronged. Ghost doctor, it's not easy for me to have a master. And I am an old baby who is loved by others. However, master is actually unwilling to let me mention her to outsiders. Then how can I show off to that old bald man in Gi? Sumibao, what kind of apprentice has she accepted? She looks 70 or 80 on the outside, but she is still a baby on the inside. Master, I will be loyal and obedient. But, master, you can't drive me away. You can't stop me from calling you master. You are my master. If I don't call you master, what would I call? Nagging. Nagging again and again. Sumibao was finally defeated. Okay, you can yell if you want, but as a teacher, I still say the same thing. Be loyal and obedient. And keep the master's secrets. Okay, I will listen to master. Master, you are so kind. The ghost doctor's old face smiled like a child, full of happiness. Okay, just stay with me and don't talk nonsense. Wait until I help my eldest brother solve the problem in Mujiapu. I will turn back into a baby, and you can carry me back and give me to my mother. That's it. Sumibao thought that it wouldn't be a bad thing if someone knew her secret. If there is any inconvenience in the future, just ask the ghost doctor to come forward. Well, listen to master. Male protagonist. There is the male protagonist's breath in the cave ahead. The male protagonist is in danger. Master, please save people quickly. The rabbit's voice suddenly sounded in my head. Sumibao looked at the cave in front, which was blocked by a clump of plants. Is there Emperor Taisun Yenchengji in there? No way. Wasn't Yenchengji in Muxiangju locked up with the Wang family? How come you were imprisoned here? From this point of view, the eldest brother entered Mujiabeo mainly to save the emperor's grandson. If he could not find the emperor's grandson, he would not come out. Trouble. The eldest brother can't find the emperor's grandson and is trapped in Mujiabeo. Chapter 249. I really don't want to save him. I don't want to save the hero. Not at all. When I think about the original book, when the original owner grows up, he will marry her, then cut her into pieces and execute her Ling Chi. Sumibao felt unwell all over. Stop dragging your feet. Master, if you don't save me, The hero will die and the book will collapse. Rabbit is really anxious this time. Master, didn't we agree a long time ago? The male lead, the second male, and the third male. Nothing can happen to these three people. We must try our best to follow the plot of the original book. There was worry in Rabbit's anxious voice. The male protagonist died. The book collapsed. I'm gone. And you are gone too. I know the seriousness. And I won't be petty and not save the male protagonist. Sumibao sighed. His head was big. Let me think about it. Is this plot in the original book? In the original book, the Su family did not enter Mujiapa, but lost their 2 children, and then continued to go north into exile. As for the male protagonist, it was not at this time that he met the Su family. Naturally, there is no longer this section, without the original plot to refer to. Sumibao has no idea where things are going. Rescue people. Rush in directly. Force it on? Let's go and follow my master to rescue a big shot. Sumibao waved. The ghost doctor followed closely behind her, and the master and apprentice walked into the cave. There isn't even a guard. Don't hurt Brother G. A clear girl's voice sounded. Delicate and frail, yet carrying an inexplicable aura. Well, this little girl is not bad. She is good-looking. Like a snowball. I sold you to Yangzhou to be a skinny horse. When you grow up, you will be fine. TSK. TSK. You are worth much more than this brat. Such a familiar voice. Sumibao stopped, took the ghost doctor and hid behind a boulder, and saw clearly what was going on deep in the cave. 5 girls and 2 boys. Hey, they are all children of the Wang family. No adults are here. 7 children were tied in a string with thick ropes. Lu Lauer was swinging his whip, sitting on a stone, and chewing a piece of cake. Lu Lauer, I originally finished this batch of transactions and left Mujiapu. I will never do business with Mujiapu again. Mujiabeo is too black-hearted. Who knows? God has eyes. I don't know which master came to take away Mujiabeo. I happened to take advantage of the chaos to take away the Wang family in the cell. It's not easy for adults to take care of them. I only took 7 children with me. As long as I can leave, I will resell Mujiabeo again. If I have enough money on hand, I can quickly transfer it back to the capital. Lu Lauer sighed. Who knew there was a fight outside? He didn't dare to take his 7 children out, so he quickly hid in the cave. I want to wait until things outside are over before leaving secretly. It's hard for you to leave with the 7 of us. Whether you are discovered by the officials who came to attack Mujiapa or by the people of Mujiapa, you will be in trouble. The cold voice did not show any panic, but instead helped Lu Lauer analyze the situation in front of him with reasonable evidence. On the contrary, if you go on your own, you have a small goal, and it is easier to leave. At this time, you think life is more important than money. What's more, we have 7 children, and you can't sell them for much money in such a disaster year. TSK. He is worthy of being a wise emperor in the future. With his mind and aura, Sumibao's eyes fell on the little boy who spoke. Yanqing Ji, the original author of the book. The author's favorite. At the age of 4 or 5, he has a straight and upright posture, bright brows, and flowing eyes, with the brightness of the early sun. When people look at the eyes, they can't help but be attracted and purified. So they can't help but follow and yearn for him. TSK. When I was attacked by a wolf in the woods, I didn't have time to take a closer look at this little guy. Unexpectedly, Yanqingji looked so good-looking. A perfect little puppy with the temperament of a little wolf dog. It would be strange if he doesn't charm thousands of girls when he grows up. You only seek wealth, not life. I'll give you this piece of jade. Let us go. After Lu Lauer finished eating the cake, he patted the crumbs on his hands and smiled. You 2 kids are quite brave. As expected of the Wang family, he reached out and pulled off the jade pendant hanging on Yanqingji's body, then bent down and picked up 4-year-old Wang Xiaoxi. For the sake of this jade pendant, I will spare your lives. With that said, he hugged Wang Xiaoxi and turned around to leave. His legs tightened, and when he looked down, he saw that the little boy he was talking to just now had his hands tied with a rope. But he blocked him with his whole body and bit his trouser leg with his teeth. You can't take my sister away. My sister will be the queen in the future. If you take my sister away, my grandfather will not let you go. Wang Chenglin's eldest son, 9-year-old Wang Mingqi, glared at Lu Lauer with thick eyebrows. Queen? Lu Lauer gave a bad laugh and reached out to touch Wang Xiaoxi's little face. It's so slippery. She is indeed the embryo of the future little queen. Don't worry. I will take her away and sell her to the best house in Yangzhou. She will be educated by the best nuns. You reminded me. I will take her tell my mother about her life experience. And you can rest assured that when she grows up, she will definitely become the queen of Yangzhou Shirley Flower Field. You can't take her away. If you dare to take her away today, I will let you live in pursuit for the rest of your life. Yan Qingji opened his mouth, raised his head, and glared at Lu Lauer fiercely. Inexplicably, that extremely majestic look made Lu Lauer's back tingle. This little boy, if he remembered correctly, should be the 6-year-old Wang Mingjing, the concubine of Wang Chonglin, the second eldest son of the Wang family, the son of a concubine. How could he have such a strong aura and such a terrifying gaze? Yes, you take my sister away. Our grandfather will not let you go either. Several children shouted at Lu Lauer together. Lu Lauer's face changed again and again. First white, then red, then green. He is a dignified escort officer. What kind of person I have never seen before. The Wang family is the home of the Taifu, the emperor's master. That was all in the past. And now they are just a group of exiled prisoners. How dare you threaten him? Lu Lauer was angry. Put Wang Xiaoxi on the ground. Reach out and pull out the sword from behind. Then I will first chop this little kid alive in front of you. Then I will kill all of you. And finally leave with this little girl in my arms. I want to see who can save you today. Who can stop me? The sword flashed with cold light and slashed directly towards Yan Qingji's arm. Don't kill Brother Ji. No one thought that the delicate and frail little girl would risk her life and death and hit Lu Lauer's arm with her small body. With a clang, the sword fell to the ground. Wang Xiaoxi fell to the ground. She didn't know where she was injured. Blood flowed out from under her small body. The reflection of her white brocade clothes and snow-like skin was even more shocking. Sister Xiaoxi? Like an enraged little tiger, Yan Qingji suddenly jumped up from the ground and rushed straight towards Lu Lauer. In his little hand, a small dagger shone coldly. I'm going to kill you to avenge Sister Xiaoxi. I want to see if you kill me or I kill you. The incident was so sudden that Lu Lauer did not expect that this brat would hide a dagger, cut the rope, and suddenly rushed towards him. When he saw a flash of cold light in front of him, he subconsciously moved away. Xiao Shangjian, are you the emperor's grandson? Chapter 250 Su Qiuqia's Big Secret. Although Lu Lauer is an ordinary official, he is still an official in the capital. No one in the world knows that the prince has a Xiaoshang sword, which can be retracted and retracted freely. It can reach 3 feet when it is long, and it is only as long as an ordinary dagger when it is short. But the sword light has its own purple energy, and when it is unsheathed, it condenses the surrounding air, and everyone around it is frozen and moves slowly. Since you have recognized His Highness, I will make a deal with you. You take me to the capital to claim credit for letting these people in the cave go. Taking credit? For a moment, Lu Lauer almost went crazy with joy. But just for a moment. Bang. He slapped himself hard. I want to be an official. I want money. I want to go crazy. If he really brought the emperor's grandson to the capital, not only would he not survive, but all 9 of his clans would be wiped out. But he was asked to let the emperor's grandson go. Nope either. Because he knew the identity of the emperor's grandson. He wanted to let them go and run away. It is estimated that he will be hunted down by the emperor's grandson's people soon. No drug, no husband. Now, he can only kill everyone in the cave, and then leave quickly, pretending that none of this happened. Well, was recognized. Sumi Bao sighed, and watched Lu Lauer desperately charging at Yan Qingji with a long sword in his hand. She knew that it wouldn't be okay if she didn't take action. Sure enough, the male protagonist and the female protagonist are official couples. No, the heroine gets hurt for the hero, and the hero exposes his identity for the heroine. But it was she, the little cannon fodder, who put out the fire for Mao. Don't kill Brother Ji. An accident happened. Sumi Bao stopped suddenly. She couldn't believe her eyes. From the small cave next to it, a little girl suddenly rushed out. He rushed over and hugged Lu Lauer's thigh. Qiao Qiao. Be good. Let go of your Uncle Lu's legs and follow your mother. Xiao Pinger? Su Qiao Qiao? Sumi Bao didn't understand. Why did these 2 people appear here? All in all, the people in the 3rd room of the Su family should be in Mujiapu along with all the exile prisoners. Women and children. Well, counting the time, it's possible that they could all be rescued by Big Brother and the others. Eat melon. Eat melon. This melon is really interesting. Rabbit's excited voice sounded in his head. Sumi Bao was startled. The male protagonist is about to die. Isn't her main task to save the male protagonist's life quickly? Don't save me. I sense that the male protagonist's crisis has been resolved. We are all here to eat melons, and earn a little money by eating melons. Rabbit's voice sounds very unbeatable. Apprentice, let's sit down and rest for a while. Sumi Bao stretched out his hand, and a stone stool appeared on the ground. The ghost doctor felt that this stone stool looked familiar, but I couldn't remember where I had seen it. Master asked him to save people, so he saved people. Now the master asked him to sit down, and he naturally followed suit. Uncle Lu, I am willing to be your daughter and follow you with my mother. I will be filial to you from now on. Please let Brother Ji go. Okay. Su Qiaoqiao raised her tear-stained face. Su Qiaoqiao, this Lu Lauer is a man who fails to succeed but fails to succeed. He really thought that our mother and daughter would follow him. I encouraged my mother to follow him and hide here because I knew I would meet Yan Qingji here. Qiaoqiao, be good. Uncle Lu will treat you as his own daughter in the future. But now Uncle Lu must kill him. He has a special status. If we don't kill him, we will all die. Lu Lauer, before I left Mujiapa, I finally brought Xia Pinger and her daughter to this cave to hide in advance. I just wanted to take Xia Pinger with me, in case I couldn't pay the job and the situation went bad when I arrived in the capital. My son, mother and daughter left and went to my hometown. For the rest of my life, I lived the life of my wife and children. I am no longer tainted with things here in the capital. With the money I sent to my hometown over the years, my mother also bought land and a house. Qiaoqiao, if you continue to disobey me, will your mother abandon you? Have you always been an obedient child? Xia Pinger was anxious. Just now, she took her daughter and hid in a small cave nearby. Lu Lauer had discussed it with her in advance. The mother and daughter hid here first. Now it's too chaotic outside. If she ran out, she would accidentally die. You will lose your life. After Lu Lauer left with these children, he went outside to handle the matter, and then waited until everything in Mujiapa was settled. Lu Lauer will come quietly tomorrow night to pick up their mother and daughter. Lu Lauer also promised that when the Mujiapa incident happened, their mother and daughter would be officially dead. Lu Lauer went back to find a way to give their mother and daughter a new identity. Take them back to their hometown and marry her as their head wife. From now on, mother and daughter can be upright and live a good life. Mom, I must save him. Su Qiaoqiao stood in front of Lu Lauer. Su Qiaoqiao, I owe him a life. And of course, I can't watch him die in front of me. What's more, Yan Qingji is the future emperor. He died? What should I do? Su Qiaoqiao owes Yan Qingji his life? Sumi Bao really couldn't remember. In the original book, it was written that Yan Qingji's favorite by Yue Guang was Wang Xiaoxi. After killing him, he immediately made Wang Xiaoxi the queen. As for Su Qiaoqiao, she can be regarded as the most favored concubine in Yan Qingji's harem, besides the queen. As for how the new queen Wang Xiaoxi and the noble concubine Su Qiaoqiao fought after her death, the original book is a man's power-seeking article. It writes that the second male lead, Su Zhenbei, was forced to death by the male lead, Yan Qingji. The third male lead, King Yan, also died, and the new king of Yan Qingji took over the power. In the following decades, he went on an expedition with internal governance. The people are happy and prosperous, ushering in the prosperous era of Great Qi. This is the end of such a simple paragraph. The concubines in the harem all appear as supporting roles. Naturally, I didn't write any more scenes about palace fights. Sister Cici, wake up. Su Qiaoqiao stopped Lu Lauer, and Yan Qingji walked over, hugging Wang Xiaoxi who was bleeding and unconscious, and called her name anxiously. TSK. Listen. Sister Cici? Brother Ji? Oh my god. I really deserve to be the male and female protagonist of the original book. This relationship is extraordinary. Yan Qingji's body froze, and he actually heard the familiar child's voice. Sumi Bao, the younger sister of the Su family, is his future wife. Yan Qingji turned around suddenly and looked towards the entrance of the cave. There was no one at the entrance of the cave, so the sound he heard clearly came from the entrance of the cave. No, the Su family's little sister is only a few months old. It's impossible for her to climb here alone? Brother Ji, please stop shaking Sister Xiaoxi. She just fainted from fright, and the wound is not deep. Can you step aside and let me bandage her wound? Su Qiaoqiao walked towards Yan Qingji and Wang Xiaoxi step by step. Su Qiaoqiao, if Wang Xiaoxi died in this cave, I would never fight her again. However, if she dies, the Wang family will send another girl to the palace. Even worse for me. After all, it is easier to deal with a familiar person than a stranger. Sumi Bao frowned. Why did she feel weird hearing Su Qiaoqiao's words? Doesn't that sound like something a 6-year-old would say? Also, there are too many profound meanings in Su Qiaoqiao's words. She intuitively felt that there was a particularly big melon inside. Su Qiaoqiao hides a big secret. Chapter 251 It's all fake. There was also Su Qiaoqiao's eyes. The position where Sumi Bao sat was perfect for eating. People in the cave couldn't see her, but she could just see the behavior and expressions of everyone in the cave. The jealous and resentful look that flashed in Su Qiaoqiao's eyes just now surprised her. Would a 6-year-old girl be jealous? Isn't this ancient man too precocious? No. I'll bandage her. Yan Chengji didn't look back. His sisters were all tied up, and he had to bandage Xiaoxi's sister quickly. You are a boy. The sharp iron piece was stuck in her abdomen. Are you sure you won't let me bandage her? Injured in the abdomen? Iron sheets? How did Su Qiaoqiao figure it out? Sumi Bao immediately grasped the key point. No wonder she felt that Su Qiaoqiao was a little strange just now. Wang Xiaoxi was knocked away. It must have been bad luck. When she landed, a sharp piece of iron on the ground pierced her abdomen, which is why she bled so much. This explanation is very reasonable. But, how did Su Qiaoqiao see it? How do you know it's an iron piece? It's still injured in the abdomen. Yan Qingji looked up at Su Qiaoqiao with a cold gaze, completely unlike a child of several years old. Sumi Bao, good question. I have this question too. Su Qiaoqiao said it as if she had seen the wound with her own eyes. The iron piece, the abdomen, is not deep yet? Yan Qingji raised his eyebrows quietly, and he heard the familiar little milky voice again. He was sure that Sima Bao was near the entrance of the cave. But why can he hear Sumi Bao's heart? Well, just now Su Qiaoqiao oops. Why did I forget that Yan Qingji has always been unsympathetic and suspicious? I didn't expect that he was only 4 years old and had the same personality as when he was 20. Su Qiaoqiao. What does she mean? Sumi Bao's brain felt like it was struck by lightning for a moment. It couldn't be what she suspected. Right? Master. Rebirth? Su Qiaoqiao is reborn. She died in the cold palace in her previous life at the age of 38, and gave birth to a son and a daughter. The prince never reached adulthood, and the princess married northern Xinjiang at the age of 10, and died at the age of 12. Huolala. There was a sound of gold coins arriving. 1,000 points have arrived. Please check it with the host. You are welcome to continue eating melons. I am the busiest on the way to eating melons. The host is going to get rich. Oh my god. This Su Qiaoqiao is actually reborn. She lived to be 38 and died in the cold palace. After all, is it because the dog emperor is so heartless that he forgets his old love when he has a new love, and abandons her? Or was she fighting with the queen and being killed by the queen? Sima Bao went crazy. This part of the plot was not written in the original book. Rabbit, show me how long that Wang Xiaoxi can live. Sumi Bao knew that in the original book, his death was because the emperor killed Wang Xiaoxi for Baiyu Guang. Of course, the emperor wanted to get rid of Su Zhenbei, a powerful official, after he took office. Naturally, he could no longer keep Su Zhenbei's sister to continue to be the queen beside his pillow. So getting rid of her, the half-faced queen, was both for Wang Xiaoxi and Su Zhenbei. After she was executed by Ling Qi, Wang Xiaoxi became queen. Then what? Su Qiaoqiao became a concubine. And she knew it. What will happen to these two women later? She wanted to know so much. Master, I am a system rabbit. I am not a fortune teller. How can I know when Wang Xiaoxi will die? Well, why don't you say it? You are useless. The chain will fall off at critical moments. Sumi Bao's disdain for rabbits reached its peak at this time. Eat melon. Master, don't worry. Let's continue to eat melon. No. The 3 parties involved are here. We just eat melon. The truth will be revealed soon. The annoyance in Sumi Bao's heart subsided. Rabbit was right. She continued to eat the melon. If Su Qiaoqiao said more, wouldn't she know? Sumi Bao, what am I worried about? Wang Xiaoxi was Wang Yi's unofficial queen. In order to let the Wang family support her son to win that position, she had already agreed with Taifu Wang that the imperial court of the Yan family would be the emperor, and the inner palace of the Wang family would be the queen. I'm just a little cannon fodder. A substitute. Even without my transition, Wang Xiaoxi would still be the queen. Su Qiaoqiao wanted to fight Wang Xiaoxi, but she found the wrong person. The person she was fighting with was not Wang Xiaoxi alone, but the entire Wang family, including the queen mother in the palace. She is the descendant of a wine cellar. How can she fight with others? Yin Qingji was in a mess in the wind at this time. What did he hear? That little milky voice is the voice of the little girl from the Su family. The last time he overheard it, he went back and was puzzled. He thought he was sick and had a fever that made him confused. Now, he was very sure that he could hear the thoughts of the little sister of the Su family. Hee. Our baby me doesn't know that the author is so dishonest that he thinks she went to other people's books and randomly changed clues, causing the author to collapse the book. In anger, the author laid a surprise for her. That is, she didn't need Sumi. The male protagonist can hear Sumibao's thoughts. And Sumibao still doesn't know. The author chuckles. Asking you to find something for me. And I will find something for you to do as a courtesy. Su Qiaoqiao is reborn. What is rebirth? Although he was young, as the crown prince, his father had high hopes for him and invited great scholars from various countries to teach him. He was involved in all aspects of politics, military, and economics. Regarding the magical magic, Master Yi often goes to the East Palace. He also knew something. Everyone in the royal family pursues immortality. What does rebirth mean? Wang Xiaoxi is the queen privately chosen by her mother and her grandfather. What a good thing. The former dynasty of the Yin family is the emperor, and the inner palace of the Wang family is the queen. In an instant, Yin Qingji looked at Wang Xiaoxi, who was still unconscious in Su Qiaoqiao's arms, and his eyes changed. Since ancient times, the royal family has no kindness. A strong bitterness surged into Yin Qingji's heart, making his little body tremble. For that seat, the grandfather killed his biological son and his prince father. Now it's still for that position. My grandfather and my mother plotted against each other. He and Wang Xiaoxi, little people, were both victims of that position. It seems like this. Sister Xiaoxi was often brought to the East Palace by her aunt. And in the past few days, Sister Xiaoxi showed her love and dependence on him. It's all fake. Yes. No one knows the inside story better than him. He was trained as a prince since childhood and was taught every move he made. The same goes for Sister Xiaoxi. She was trained as a queen since she was a child. So her every move and smile must not be true to her intentions. Thinking of this, Yin Qingji's face regained its indifference, as if his whole body was covered with a thick layer of armor. Lu Guancha, I won't let my subordinates chase you. Just leave. He put his hands behind his back and didn't look at the people in the cave. His small body exuded a momentum and majesty that made people surrender. You? Lu Lauer took a step back. He has been working as an escort for exiles for so many years, and has experienced too many people and things. It has been practiced for a long time. Lu Lauer knew that despite his young age, what he said was his best way out. Lu Guancha, you can't really think that there is no one to protect His Highness. Right? The cold eyes and cold voice made Lu Lauer's legs weak, and he almost lost control. Right. How could he forget? The day they encountered wolves and wild boars in the grove was the day the Emperor's grandson appeared in their exile team. The Emperor's grandson was accompanied by a ghost doctor, a middle-aged counselor, and 2 young. Secret guard? The dragon guard of the Prince's East Palace, who is extremely skilled in martial arts. Lu Lauer finally realized belatedly, and thought of the 2 young men who had been following the Emperor's grandson. Looking back now, they were obviously 2 masters. They are. Get out. Lu Lauer didn't dare to say another word anymore. He turned around and took Xia Pinger and ran out. Let's go quickly. Chapter 252 The Natal Pearl. You go. I can't go with you. Xia Pinger retracted her hand. Her expression was cold, completely devoid of the charming enthusiasm she used to have in front of him. Pinger, you promised me to go with me. We both agreed that when I return to the capital, I will find someone to change your identity for you. I will marry you and treat Xiao Qiao like my own daughter. Lu Lauer stopped and looked at Xia Pinger in disbelief. Lu Guancha, you can't talk nonsense and tarnish my reputation. It's hard enough for me, as a widow with a daughter. Lu Lauer's expression changed. Xia Pinger, are you kidding me? Xia Pinger, I won't leave quickly with you. Just go and dream about your spring and autumn dreams. My daughter is the future imperial concubine. And someone like you is worthy of being with me. Lu Guancha, you are an official. We are mother and daughter, and we are exiles. We have to make a living under your hands. No matter how you treat me. For the sake of my daughter, I can only listen to you in everything. But I never thought I want to remarry. My husband is a hero who died fighting for our country. Xiao Pinger, I'm so stupid. I almost ruined my daughter's future. My daughter has told me a long time ago that this little grandson of the emperor will become an emperor in the future. And my daughter will become a noble concubine. I've never really believed it. I just saw this kid's aura. And there was a dragon guard beside him. TSK. Both Wang Taifu and Su Jinbei are here now. With the help of these two people, it is possible for this kid to ascend to that high position in the future. The smile on Xiao Pinger's face got bigger and bigger, and her eyes could shed honey when she looked at Yan Qingji. Xiao Pinger. You? Lu Guancha. I'm a widow. Don't call me by my name casually anymore. My husband is the 4th general of the Su family. You should call me the general's wife. Xiao Pinger. I have to clear my name in front of the little emperor quickly. No matter what I just said or did wrong. For the sake of my daughter and my husband. The little emperor won't find trouble with me even if he doesn't like me. Right? Thinking about it again. Xiao Pinger became even happier. My daughter is the imperial concubine. Then I will be the proper mother-in-law of the emperor from now on. If I become the emperor's mother-in-law in the future, I will first ask my daughter to buy me a big house and then give me a lot of money. Then I will open the largest restaurant in Beijing. Then what? Hee. I don't have a man to take care of me. From now on, I can be beautiful alone and don't want to live with my parents-in-law. In this way, I can raise many beautiful little brothers. At that time, I will use this today and tomorrow. Sumi Bao. She also told her mother about Su Qiaoqi's rebirth. It seemed that Xiao Pinger didn't quite believe what her daughter said at first. He obviously wanted to follow Lu Guancai just now, so he didn't take Yan Qingji seriously. Now, when I saw how powerful Yan Qingji was in Long Wei, I immediately believed my daughter's words. At this moment, she actually thought about how she would enjoy life after becoming the emperor's mother-in-law. TSK. Sumi Bao is happy. This Xiao Pinger is really a talent. As expected of a wine girl, she has become the emperor's mother-in-law. And her dream is to open a restaurant as big as the capital. Then I raise many beautiful little brothers and use one every day. Haha. What should I do? It sounds like this Xiao Pinger is really someone who knows how to enjoy herself. In fact, if I become the emperor's mother-in-law and my husband dies, I also want to raise many beautiful little brothers. I won't use one every day. I will change one every time. Haha. The color on Yan Qingji's little face is really lively right now. It's like opening a dye vat. It's green for a while, purple for a while, and green again. He will be emperor in the future. Wang Xiaoxi is his queen, and Su Qiaoqiao is his concubine. And the little girl from the Su family in front of her actually wanted to be like Su Qiaoqiao's mother, who had a lot of money to kill a man, and then change her to a beautiful younger brother in an hour. Yan Qingji raised his head, calmly, but with sharp eyes, staring straight at the woman who was smiling heartlessly. The Su family's little girl is only a few months old, and she looks fair, tender and cute. People can't help but want to pinch it when they see it. The woman in front of her was about 20 years old, with handsome, bright features. Right. It's such a strange feeling. Her stature and facial features are much more heroic than those of ordinary women. And she has a murderous aura that comes from her bones. Just standing there without saying anything can make people feel like a snake fairy Shura. Asphyxia. But that smile, the water in the eyes, the bright red lips, and the slightly exposed teeth are extremely bright, like poppies in full bloom, but exude the scent of poison that causes poison. Wrong. Yan Qingji's eyes dimmed. My head hurts a little. He shook his head. He's crazy. He's just a 4-year-old kid. How could he feel that the woman in front of him was bright and lovely? His neck felt hot, and there was something burning on his skin like fire. Yan Qingji was shocked. He subconsciously reached out through his clothes and pressed the heated thing. That is a Buddhist bead. Shen Yan's Buddhist beads are stained with Shen Yan's blood. The Buddhist beads were given to him as a birthday gift by Master Gi. This is the natal bead. The emperor's grandson is destined to die. This bead can save his life if his building collapses. The two beads share the same fate as the emperor's star. The birth bead has been worn around his neck since he was 1 year old. He didn't understand this at a young age. He only knew that his father, queen, mother and concubine warned him not to leave at any time. When the fire broke out in the East Palace, the last words his father said to him were, "The building collapsed, leaving only one life." And the two pearls share the same destiny. Now, when he saw the little girl from the Su family who had grown up, his natal pearl suddenly became hot. The little sister of the Su family is the one who can save him from death. Yan Qingji stood there in a daze, thinking for a moment. Okay. Xiaoping, you're awesome. You're ruthless. We'll see. Lu Lao is not stupid, although his mind is in confusion now. And he is dizzy by Xiaopinger's mother-daughter anger. This Xiaopinger relies on her good looks and a bit of amorous feelings to hook up with Tianer. And her little daughter, with a pretty face. Jiao Didi called him Uncle Lu and said she wanted him to be her father, which made his heart melt. Did not expect? This seemingly weak and harmless mother and daughter are actually a pair of beautiful snakes. Sweet-talking and ruthless. Let's go. Let's go quickly. Don't taint the eyes of our young master. Xiaopinger always knew how to look and knew that this was an extraordinary period. Yan Qingji changed his identity as the grandson of the Wang family and stayed in the Exile team. Naturally, the identity cannot be revealed. So I called him young master in a flattering way. Watching Lu Lao turn around and leave in embarrassment in the background. Xiaopinger spit on the ground. Bah! After seeing through the identity of the emperor's grandson, he actually wanted to leave alive. What a fool. When he leaves, the emperor's grandson will definitely send someone to kill him and silence him. He was about to die, and he wanted to harm their mother and daughter. Phew. What the HL? Chapter 253. Am I the only one who can hear your voice? Seeing Lu Lao leave, Sumi Bao narrowed his eyes. Sumi Bao, what did the pair of dragon guards from Yanqingji do? The situation was so critical just now, and they didn't even come out. Yanqingji looked at Sumi Bao steadily, listening to her thoughts. The corners of his lips raised, and he was in a good mood. The little sister of the Su family was actually worried about him, and was happy. Yin Chengji, my family. Long Yi took the tiger talisman and went to find the 100,000 dragon guards left by his father. Although Longair was good at martial arts, he was short-sighted and accidentally inhaled the incense. He was taken to the iron mines. The male protagonist's crisis has been resolved, and there is no point in her staying here. When Sumi Bao looked at the children in the cave, he felt his head was big. How could she take so many children back? You stay in this cave. Don't make any noise. And don't go out. I'll have someone come and take you out in a while. It's chaotic outside right now. It's dangerous to go out. After Sumi Bao finished speaking, he winked at the ghost doctor, turned around and left. Sumi Bao, I really can't see these people. All of them are either love brains or conspirators. Can't afford it. As soon as Sumi Bao turned around, he heard a sweet tea talk coming from behind him. Su Qiao. Brother Ji, are you okay? I will be by your side. I will always be by your side. Su Qiao, I have to take this opportunity to deal with Yanqingji. After he becomes the emperor, he will favor me alone. Sumi Bao heard Su Qiao's thoughts, and the expression on his face immediately cracked. I'm dizzy. I'm really reborn. You know how to chase men at such a young age. I have to leave quickly and stay away from these idiots, so as not to get caught and become stupid. After taking 2 steps, he couldn't help but turn his head and take a look. With just one glance, she caught sight of Yanqingji's handsome little face, and those big eyes staring straight at her. What are you looking at? Don't look at me with that disgusting look. It's disgusting. I have to leave quickly before this troublesome guy gets caught. Sumi Bao glared back at Yanqingji. Oh! I get angry just looking at this little face. It looks like a human and a dog. When I grew up, he was so handsome that people and gods were outraged. And I was so fascinated that I was dizzy. As a result, he ended up being executed in Lingqi. TSK. Love brain is indeed the scariest thing. Digging wild vegetables is easy, but cutting them into slices of meat for hot pot is even more terrifying. Yanqingji. What did he hear? He heard the thoughts of the big sister in front of him. This eldest sister is indeed the younger sister of the Su family, his future queen. And listening to her thoughts, he not only married the younger sister of the Su family as his queen, but also killed her. Execution in Lingqi? No way. If we follow the truth as told by the little sister of the Su family, Grandpa, Uncle Yin Wang, and Su Zhenbei all assisted him in ascending to the throne. The Su family is his in-law family. He is grateful to the Su family and relies on the Su family. Why would he be so cruel to the Su family and even execute his bedmate, Queen Lingqi? Impossible? He, Yanqingji, had been with his father since he was a child and learned all the imperial arts. It is true that he is unkind and unjust, but it is impossible to darken his conscience so much. The natal pearl hanging around his neck became even hotter. His head hurt even more. The building collapsed, leaving only one life. And the two pearls share the same destiny. His father's voice and Master Gi's voice were intertwined in his mind. And he had a splitting headache, as if there was a black fog in his mind. And there was something inside that wanted to break through. Pooh! Sumi Bao looked at Yan Qingji standing there. He was small and handsome, staring at her. But he didn't look like a 4-year-old child at all. It gave her an illusion. It was as if there was the soul of an adult man in that small body, staring at her across time and space. Staring at her made her back suddenly feel cold. Let's go. Let's go quickly. This little evil wolf is poisonous. Just looking at him makes me want to puke. Leave quickly. This time, Sumi Bao raised his legs and walked away. There was no hesitation. Looking at Sumi Bao's back, Yan Qingji suddenly felt an urgent desire in his heart to follow her. He had to follow her. Don't go. Sister. I'm afraid. Yan Qingji suddenly ran over and hugged Sumi Bao's thigh. Well, is this what his future wife smells like? So comfortable. Sumi Bao was startled. What are you doing? Intuitively, she kicked Yan Qingji away. And Yan Qingji fell to the ground. Sumi Bao, this little evil wolf is really a scumbag. So small. So scumbag. On the eve of his execution, he sent a young eunuch to tell her that he had only loved one woman in his life. And that was Wang Xiaoxi. A half-faced ugly girl actually occupied Wang Xiaoxi's position as queen. When Sumi Bao thought of the description of the cold palace in the original book, he wanted to spit out a mouthful of old blood at this pretty little face. This dogman has loved Wang Xiaoxi all his life. Little does he know that he was actually brainwashed by his mother and grandfather. Wang Xiaoxi was also forced by his family to have fun with him. In fact, before Wang Xiaoxi entered the palace, he already had someone he loved. He is her personal bodyguard. In order to stay with her for the rest of his life, the guard actually invited himself into the palace, became the chief eunuch in her palace. Ah, Yan Qingji is really numb this time. What is all this about? He killed Sumi Bao, and then made Wang Xiaoxi his queen. Wang Xiaoxi cuckolded him. The majestic queen of a country actually had an affair with an eunuch. Right under his nose. Want to vomit blood? Why does he want to vomit blood? Go away. You little evil wolf. Don't pick me up again, or I'll throw you into a pile. Sumi Bao glared at him fiercely. Yan Qingji was so depressed. How much his wife must be afraid of him, and hate him to do something to him at such a young age. But this is all his fault. He had to cherish her from now on. He doesn't know the truth about what will happen in the future. What is it? He doesn't understand either. Why is Su Qiaoqiao reborn? Will Suma Bao become a big sister? None of this matters anymore. As a child who was raised as a prince from birth, although he is only over 4 years old, his mind is already different from that of ordinary children. He shouldn't think about these incomprehensible things. He only knew that the most important thing at the moment was that he had to follow Sumi Bao. Whether she is a baby or a big sister, he must follow her. Only in this way can he be like the fate assigned to him by Master Gi. If the building collapses, only one life will be saved, and the two pearls will share the same fate as the Emperor's star. Beautiful sister, don't leave. He is still a little baby now, and he has to grab Sumi Bao's thigh quickly. Beautiful sister, if you want to leave, take me with you. Wherever you go, I will follow. Okay, let's just rely on her. Little brother, you can follow me if you want. Sumi Bao originally didn't want to pay attention to this little guy. But when I think of the tragic ending of the original owner, it's all thanks to this little guy in front of me. He immediately started to play pranks. I'm going to fight outside. Do you want to go? This Mujibao is full of poisonous insects. And there are also scary puppet medicine boys. You have to follow me out. Sister, I can't guarantee that I can protect you. Having said this, he smiled. I heard that the owner of the wooden castle likes pretty little dolls like you the most. Let's get some worms in your body and make you into a soul boy puppet. What do you think? Do you still want to follow me out? Sumi Bao, you brat. Don't look at the human-like appearance you have now. When he grew up, he was a complete scumbag. Chen Shimmy. See if I scare you to death. Chapter 254. The little sister of the Su family can't hear my voice. Yan Qingji, I'm not afraid. I just want to follow my sister. I am the Emperor's grandson, Yan Qingji. Just take me to General Su Jinbei. He will protect me. Sumi Bao's face turned dark immediately. He is indeed a sinister guy. Are you warning me? I am the grandson of the Emperor, and the god of war of Daki is my protector. If you want to go against me, you have to consider whether you can beat Su Jinbei. Is that what you mean? This little evil wolf is not that big. But he is very clever. Luckily he didn't know who I really was. Yanqingji, hey. I know. Of course I know who you are. You are my future queen. Hey. Yanqingji's face suddenly froze. He has been listening to Sumibao's heart. What about his thoughts? Can Sumibao also hear his voice? Besides, why could he only hear Sumibao's voice when there were so many people in the cave? But he could clearly hear the voices in Sumibao's heart. And Sumibao could hear the voices of other people in the cave. For example, Sumibao can hear the voices of Su Qiaoqiao, Wang Xiaoxi, and Xia Pinger. If Sumibao could also hear his voice, didn't Sumibao hear all the thoughts he had about her just now? Sister Beauty, I have to follow you. My Longyi is not here. There is no one to protect me. Yanqingji, if the Su family's little sister can hear my thoughts. I just said clearly that Longyi took the tiger talisman to find the Longwei army. You just threatened Lu Laoer and said you have someone protecting you. Where have they gone? Yanqingji, the little sister of the Su family really can't hear my voice. Great. I can hear the Su family's little sister's voice. But she can't hear mine. Couldn't I use this in the future to slowly capture her heart? Yanqingji raised his bright little face. Sister Beauty, I am very pitiful. I have no father and no mother. All my relatives are gone. I will follow you from now on. You are as beautiful as my mother. Okay? Puff. Sumibao almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Wang Yi is obviously alive and well. But this little evil wolf can even tell lies like this in order to follow her. It's so inhumane. Go away. I'm warning you. Little evil wolf. Stay away from me in the future. Otherwise, even if you are a child, I will still hit you. Also, don't look at me with such disgusting eyes. Otherwise, I dug it up for you and made you blind. Yanqingji's face fell. Well, I'm a little kid now. I'm so cute now. And the little girl from the Su family can bear to push me away like this. It seems that he is very disgusted with me. But, no matter what, I just wanted to follow her. Without her, I would not have been able to become emperor with the help of King Yin and Su Jinbei. Without her by my side, I might not have grown up at all. Sister Beauty, listen to me. You? Sumibao really didn't want to listen to this little evil wolf's lies anymore. Anyway, she is her original self now. And no one except the Su family will know her true identity. There is no need to hide it. Ghost Doctor. Let's go! Teleporting out of the cave. The Ghost Doctor also used Qigong to leave. There is an emperor's grandson in this cave. The Ghost Doctor came out of the cave and quickly brought some branches nearby to block the entrance. He quickly went after his master. Watching the cave entrance suddenly darken, Yanqingji slumped his shoulders, turned around, and sat silently on a stone. No one pays attention to anyone. No one looks at it. Sister Xiaoxi, wake up quickly. Several children from the Wang family gathered around and hugged Wang Xiaoxi. Su Qiaoqiao glanced at Yanqingji, who was sitting silently, and then at Wang Xiaoxi, who was still awake. I was thinking, should she go to flatter Yanqingji first? Or should she kill Wang Xiaoxi first while she wasn't awake? Su Qiaoqiao, no. I'd better take the opportunity to kill Wang Xiaoxi first. In this way, she will not occupy my position as queen later. Su Qiaoqiao is a man of action. Thinking of this, he ran over immediately. Is Sister Xiaoxi still awake? Will she be okay? Su Qiaoqiao looked worried and reached out to touch Wang Xiaoxi's face. Wang Xiaoxi woke up and looked at Su Qiaoqiao with his big, watery eyes. Sister, you are so beautiful. Su Qiaoqiao frowned. What is going on? She remembered that she and Wang Xiaoxi had never met like this in her previous life. She didn't do this to herself either, because of her humble background. When they were both concubines, Wang Xiaoxi relied on his status as a noble daughter to suppress her overtly and covertly. He always teases her because she doesn't have a good background. Why? After rebirth, the situation has changed. Is Wang Xiaoxi taking the innocent route? Sister Xiaoxi, just wake up. Su Qiaoqiao smiled and reached out to touch Wang Xiaoxi's forehead. Let me see. How is the wound on your forehead? Su Qiaoqiao, fortunately, when my mother and Wang Guancai came out, Wang Guancai had some medicine given to him by the owner of the wooden castle. No matter what kind of poison this is, as long as it is applied to the wound on Wang Xiaoxi's forehead, she will not die, but will be disfigured. When the time comes, let's see how she competes with me for the position of queen. Su Qiaoqiao. Suddenly a cold child's voice sounded, and Su Qiaoqiao's hand shook in fright. My sister's forehead is badly injured. Don't touch her. It will hurt her. Wang Mingqi pushed Su Qiaoqiao away. Su Qiaoqiao turned her head and saw Yan Qingji staring at her with a cold expression. Su Qiaoqiao, what a pity. This bitch Wang Jiaoxi is lucky. She has so many brothers and sisters protecting her. Pity me. There is only one person. Except for my mother. No one in this world will protect me. Well, not this time. Maybe next time. She won't be so lucky to avoid it next time. He immediately stood up and walked over with a pure and lovely smile on his face. Brother Ji. Did you call me? Don't call me Brother Ji. Yan Qingji's face turned cold. He had just seen Su Qiaoqiao's actions, especially the look in her eyes, and the mystery in her hands. He has lived in the palace since he was a child, and he has seen a lot of vicious fights between women. In addition, I just listened to the voice of the little sister of the Su family and heard the inside story of Su Qiaoqiao's mother and daughter. It was immediately clear that Su Qiaoqiao wanted to harm Wang Jiaoxi. Although, he just listened to the Su family's little sister's voice. Already know Wang Jiaoxi's sincerity. Now Wang Jiaoxi is a 4-year-old child, and being with him is like a playmate. Besides, the two of them are cousins. Playing together since childhood is just a relationship between children. When Wang Jiaoxi grew up, she fell in love with the guards around her. Now that he knows the truth, he and Wang Jiaoxi will not have a future. But now that Wang Jiaoxi regards him as his cousin, he has always cared about him very much. He couldn't just watch her being harmed and disfigured. That's why he called out to Su Qiaoqiao and saved Wang Jiaoxi once. This time, let's forget about the childhood sweetheart relationship between them. Brother Ji, you are cruel to others. Su Qiaoqiao came over. Her face turned pale, and tears fell down her face. And she looked at Yan Qingji aggrievedly. Qiaoqiao has no father. You clearly told Qiaoqiao that we are all children without a father. We are more obedient and sensible than others. We will love each other. Brother Ji, you are actually cruel to me now. Me? Su Qiaoqiao cried so hard. You, the daughter of a drunkard, dare to call me Brother Ji. Who gave you the courage? Yan Qingji's words were like thunder, blasting Su Qiaoqiao to the point where she forgot to even pretend to cry. He just listened to the voice of the little girl of the Su family and already knew that Wang Jiaoxi had no feelings for him when he grew up. Chapter 255. Mother and son are separated. Jeer. Suddenly, a woman's anxious voice came from the door of the cave. Yan Qingji's body froze. Master, are you in there? With a rough male voice. The branches at the entrance of the cave were pushed aside, and a group of people walked in. The leader was Wang Yi, followed by 6 tall men, with long hair at the front. Exist, Yan Qingji replied. Long hair ran over like the wind and circled Yan Qingji several times, his voice trembling. Madam, the master is inside. The master is fine. Wang Yi walked in quickly. The veil on his face was removed. His face was pimpled, and he looked very scary. But it was precisely because of this that Wang Yi dared to lift the veil and walk in front of people. After all, the extremely beautiful crown princess was so disfigured that even if the crown prince were alive, he would not recognize her face to face. You're really fine. You aren't hurt anywhere? As soon as Wang Yi walked in, he hugged Yan Qingji and read it inside and out. The prince's palace was gone. Her husband died. Her appearance was ruined, and she only had this son left. If Jir had any shortcomings, she wouldn't be alive. Since entering Mujiapa, several children were taken away by officials, and Wang Yi went crazy. She regretted it very much and regretted that she should not have hidden it from her son. Han Shizhong brought his son to Su Zhenbei. She made a deal with her grandfather, and his grandfather arranged this drama. But she never recognized her son. She felt that as a palace maid, staying in the Wang family and silently guarding her son would be good for her son. It is more conducive to protecting his son. Unexpectedly, Long Yi left, and Long Air, who was so heartless, had been secretly protecting his son. He was actually able to fall into trouble in this Mujiabeo. He was drugged and even sent to the iron mine. Fortunately, he is the most powerful dragon guard after all. He quickly found a way to get rid of the drug, and then came back to rescue them. As long as she was around, the Wang family had not been drugged. But there was only a group of old, weak women and children, and there was no way they could go out to save their son as the fight was going on outside. Until Long Air came over. She asked Long Air to contact the 4 secret guards she had left outside. And a group of 6 people searched all the way and found the cave. God bless. My son is fine. Holding his son in his arms, Wang Yi cried and laughed. Yan Qingji stood stiffly at first, feeling the body temperature of this ugly woman holding him. So familiar. So warm. Mother! Is my mother not dead? Yan Qingji thought about it again. Just now, the younger sister of the Su family said that her mother and her grandfather's family had reached an agreement that the Yin family would be the emperor in the court and the Wang family would have a queen in the inner palace. That sentence implies that the mother is still alive. However, when he heard it, he didn't think much about it. Now, when he saw this woman holding him and crying, she also had burned scars on her face. There's something else he doesn't understand. The child has seen his mother. Yan Qingji's voice was calm, and there was no excitement on his face. It's okay that my son is not hurt. Wang Yi's racing heart suddenly cooled down after meeting his son's cold gaze. Is his son blaming him? My son? The situation at that time was my mother's fault. Wang Yi couldn't speak anymore. How is she going to explain it to her son? A fire broke out in the East Palace, and her husband walked towards the sea of fire. He initially wanted her to leave with her son, but she shook her head and refused. She looked at her son, who was taken away, and walked towards the sea of fire step by step. She clearly saw the fear and despair in her son's eyes. She changed her name to Wang Yi. After seeing her son lose his parents, he became sensitive and broken, and had nightmares every night. She stood guard outside her son's tent, listening to his dreams. She secretly sat next to her son at night, and watched him still struggling in his sleep. But she didn't recognize him. Especially that time, when she was by the river. Her son quietly approached her, and asked her in a low voice, "You look like my mother." She only gave her son a cold look. "I am Wang Yi, a female official in the palace. If I remember correctly, your name is Wang Mengjing. Your mother is a concubine, right?" At that moment, she clearly saw the sadness in her son's eyes, which turned into ice bit by bit. "Mom, please calm down. My name is Wang Mengjing, the bastard born of a concubine." When Yan Qingji said these words, a child of only 4 years old had a cold and decisive look on his face. "Lady," Long Air shouted from the side. Wang Yi was suddenly brought back to reality by his wife's shout. Originally, Long Yi and Long Air called her the crown princess. But in order to avoid being recognized, she asked the secret guards and dragon guards to call her madam. "Call your son young master. My son is still young. Although this place is hundreds of miles away from the capital. But after all, there are still spies like the emperor and Gu Tai." She still couldn't take it lightly. Everything she does now is to protect her son. "Are you an aunt?" Although the children of the Wang family are young, their youngest brother Wang Mengjing, who lives together, will naturally not recognize the wrong person. Therefore, when Yan Qingji and Wang Mengjing were exchanged, the first thing they discovered was the children of the Wang family. The children are young and the matter is serious. So the Wang family will naturally not tell them the truth. The children also didn't understand why their younger brother disappeared. But his cousin Yan Qingji was called Wang Mengjing instead? But everyone at home warned them not to talk nonsense. No matter who asked, they would all insist that this was their younger brother Wang Mengjing. Now, I saw a scarred-faced woman hugging Wang Mengjing and calling her son. The older children immediately knew that the person in front of them was their aunt. Their aunt is the crown princess, the most beautiful woman in the world. How could she become an ugly woman with a scarred face? And she was the vicious palace maid next to little Aunt Yinyu. Little Aunt Yinyu is annoyed by this royal maid the most. The children did not understand what was happening in front of them. "Okay, kids, let's get out of here." Wang Yi signaled the secret guards to take the children and leave. She walked up to Xia Pinger and looked at her coldly. If she hadn't looked at the scar on her face, her aura would have been that of a princess. "Are you the concubine from the third room of the Su family?" "Xia Pinger, listen. What are you saying? It doesn't matter that you are the crown princess. Your face is now burned like this, and you still dare to pick on my origin. I thought so in my heart, but I didn't dare to say it in my mouth. The slave family belongs to the family of General Su Si. This is the little girl Su Qiaoqiao. Just now, my Qiaoqiao rescued me from Lu Guancha." Xia Pinger was smart. At this time, she knew that she couldn't call her the grandson of the Emperor Yanqing. But calling him anything else was not appropriate either. She simply stopped talking in the middle of her words. "We are all smart people." Wang Yi looked back at his son and immediately understood that the woman was telling the truth. Since this woman's daughter saved Jier's life just now, she had to express her gratitude. Since the two children are destined to play together, let's play together more in the future. Xia Pinger felt happy. Well, the future Queen Mother has spoken. This statement couldn't be more clear. If the grandson of the emperor can really become the emperor in the future, it is a certainty that her Qiao Qiao will enter the palace and become his concubine. The children born to two concubines play together. They are indeed a good match. Yin Qingji's face was stern and he snorted coldly, not even looking at Xiao Pinger and Su Qiao. With short legs, he walked straight past Wang Yi and walked towards the entrance of the cave. He didn't even notice Wang Yi's face changing again and again. Long Air. Let's go. Here we come. Master. Long Air was a careless iron fool. So he immediately followed after his master shouted. He had already made a big mistake today and almost had his master killed by a bad guy. When Long Yi comes back, he will definitely not be spared. Long Air vowed that from now on, he would follow his master every step of the way. Chapter 256 Burning Mujiapu. Run quickly. Everyone run to the east. There is a lake in the east. When the poisonous insects arrive at the lake, everyone can be saved if they can't go into the water. Huh? As soon as Sumi Bao and the ghost doctor came out of the cave, they saw a group of people running towards them not far away. The leader was none other than her eldest brother Su Zhenbei. What is that? A ghost doctor? Sumi Bao looked at countless bugs chasing behind everyone, including centipedes, scorpions, and the poisonous insects are all poisonous insects from Mujiabao. Can you handle it? Sumi Bao thought. Poisonous insects are simple. Wouldn't it be enough to burn them to death? The fire attack of poisonous insects is the best. But there are so many of them, and they are so fast. We don't have that much fire. The ghost doctor frowned. My bone powder can only be used the fastest. However, it has to be spread over such a large area. I don't even have enough bone powder in my hand. The ghost doctor hasn't found a good solution yet, and only hears miserable screams from the crowd. Su Zhenbei led the officials, and led everyone to clear the way ahead. There were dozens of weird people blocking them in front. Su Zhenbei had tried his best to send 2 people to protect him behind the crowd. After all, the dozens in front are too difficult to kill. But the exiled prisoners were all women, children and the elderly, and they couldn't escape the poisonous insects at all. The plaintiff Sumi Bao was released from the cave, and the refugees captured by Mujiapa were even worse. They were injured and skinny, so they couldn't run anywhere, being caught up by the poisonous insects coming from behind. Some people immediately fell down, their bodies covered with insects, and died screaming. Aren't those normal people? Sumi Bao looked at the person in front of him, who intercepted and killed his elder brother. His whole body was wrapped tightly, and his movements were stiff, as if he didn't know the pain. Puppet soldiers. The ghost doctor pointed into the distance. Look! Master! The master of the wooden fortress is there. Did you see it? The little cauldron he is holding contains the mother goo. Each puppet has a child cup in its head. Only by killing the mother goo can we kill those puppet. Otherwise, even if the wooden castle master dies, as long as the mother cup is still alive, the puppet soldiers will not die. You mean, as long as we kill the mother cup, these puppets will die? Yes. I'm going to kill those puppet soldiers and poisonous insects. You go and kill that mother cup. Can you do it? Without getting hurt? Hee. Master, my disciple is not very good at fighting. But when it comes to escaping and curing poison, no one is as good as my disciple. I can't beat the wooden castle master, but snatching a bug from him and killing him is a trivial matter. You don't have to fight him. Leave the castle master to me and kill him directly. The ghost doctor's eyes glowed with excitement. Yeah. His master is amazing. Just open your mouth and you will be killed. Whether it is poisonous insects, puppet soldiers or wooden castle masters. In the eyes of the master, they can all be killed in minutes. Master is indeed a fairy. Little did Sumi Bao know that her old apprentice would come up with another big drama at this moment. Brother, get out of the way. Sumi Bao suddenly rushed out from behind the rocks, stretched out his hand, and took out a machine gun from the space. Su Zhenbei was entangled with the puppet soldiers. Considering his kung fu, it was not difficult to kill these puppet soldiers. But even if his hand is cut off, these puppet soldiers will not die, and they will not know the pain, and will still stand up to stop him again. There are so many poisonous insects behind us. No matter how skilled he was, he still couldn't lead these nearly 100 people away safely. He was worried when he suddenly heard a familiar little milk sound. Looking up, he saw his little sister's original form, holding an iron monster in her hand. He immediately shouted to Qian Tong and the others beside him. Get out of the way. Chug tug tug. As soon as Su Zhenbei and others got out of the way, Sumi Bao carried a machine gun and hit the puppet soldiers. Her marksmanship was excellent, and she shot all of them in the head. In the blink of an eye, dozens of puppet soldiers fell to the ground. She put away the machine gun, reached back and took out her small pistol, raised her hand, snapped. The owner of the wooden castle saw that all of his dozens of puppet soldiers were killed by a person who suddenly appeared. Just as he was about to activate the mother cup in his hand, the puppet soldiers stood up again and surrounded the girl in black who suddenly appeared. Suddenly he saw the girl, her hand pointing towards him, from such a long distance away. In an instant, he felt a numbness on his head, and when he reached out to touch her, he fell to the ground. Until his death, the owner of the wooden fort did not understand that in the impregnable Mujia fort where he opened the door, he was actually killed by a girl in black who appeared out of nowhere and used an unknown hidden weapon. The puppet soldiers were twisting and struggling on the ground. Before they could stand up, the ghost doctor had already taken away the cauldron and sprinkled some powder into it. Soon the mother cup turned into water. The puppet soldiers were completely dead. Master! Oh! There are too many poisonous insects. We can't kill them all. We really can't kill them all. Let's run away. The ghost doctor took out a gourd from his pocket, put a handful of medicinal powder in it, shook it, and sprinkled it as he ran. As he spilled the wine, a passage appeared among the black poisonous insects. The ghost doctor ran towards Sumi Bao quickly from that passage. Come on! Master! I can't handle it. There are too many. There are many more behind. Let's go. Let's go quickly. Su Jinbei took several official servants with him and shouted for everyone to leave quickly. They ran behind the crowd, and there was a flash of swords and swords. Countless poisonous insects died, and black blood spattered. But there were too many to kill them all. Some poisonous insect juices splashed on the body, and some people were immediately poisoned. The ghost doctor hurried up and gave everyone a pill. You take everyone and leave quickly. I will come to the rear. Su Jinbei's sword energy flashed, and a deep trench appeared on the ground, about 1 meter wide and half a meter deep. The dust rising all over the sky was eye-catching. Wow! Is this the kind of kung fu in martial arts TV movies? Sword chi. What a powerful sword chi. Come on! You guys. Su Jinbei looked at Sumi Bao. Little sister, please take everyone away quickly. I can make a dozen furrows at most, but I can't block them for long. Su Jinbei looked at the poisonous insects. The leading troops had fallen into the ditch and started to climb up. Brother, take everyone with you. The ghost doctor and I stayed behind. I can deal with these poisonous insects. Su Jinbei thought for a moment. He knew about his little sister's magical powers. If the little sister says yes, it will be okay. If they stay here, not only will they not be able to help the little sister, they will also become a stumbling block for the little sister. Come on. Follow me. You two stay behind. Su Jinbei waved to Qian Tong and the others, and the officials immediately took everyone away. Brother, take this. Follow that and run north. With that said, Sumi Bao took out the smoke bomb from the space. She didn't want so many people to see what she did next. Everyone, go away quickly and cover your mouth and nose. Mujiabeo is releasing poisonous smoke. Sumi Bao roared. Then took out a red flashlight from the space, opened it, and handed it to Su Jinbei. Take this as a guide and follow the direction above your head. She took out the infrared drone and navigated directly to the north, which was the way out of Mujiapu. Ghost Doctor, this is for you. She took out 2 more gas masks, and she and the Ghost Doctor put them on. Bang bang bang. She threw a series of Molotov cocktails. Then he took out the rocket and hit the poisonous insects. A fire broke out. Black smoke rose, and the smell of barbecue filled the air. Grasshoppers. TSK. TSK. These things are quite fragrant when grilled. If you sprinkle some cumin, chili powder, etc., it will be delicious. Unfortunately, it's poisonous. Let's go. Ghost Doctor, follow Master and blow up all his dog holes. Next, Sumi Bao took the Ghost Doctor, the Master and the disciple along the way, blowing up all the ugly caves in Mujiabeo where medicinal materials were grown and poisons were cultivated. In the end, the entire Mujiapa was caught in a fire. Chapter 257 Yinqing Jika's Wife. Ahead is an endless stretch of lush grass. A group of 100 or so exiled prisoners walked slowly on the dirt road. With every step they took, a cloud of dust rose up. Everyone is in rags and has shabby eyebrows and dirty eyes. It's been more than 2 months since we walked here. The further north we go, the less green we see. But there are more and more victims on the road. Qin Guanshan had a package on his back, a plain knife on his waist, and the shoes under his feet were worn out. He glanced at the team of more than 100 people behind him, squeezed in next to Zhou Fuan, and reminded him in a low voice, "Captain Zhou, you have to think of a way. When we first started, we shouldn't have listened to Su Jinbei and chose this road to avoid the official road going north. This road is getting more and more deviated, and we can't see the mountains or mountains. Every village is covered with endless lush, without even a single wild vegetable." Zhou Fuan's face was dull, and his expression could not be seen. But he was also cursing in his heart. During the battle at Mujiabao, Su Jinbei and his men rescued many people. As soon as De Liuzhuang and the people rescued by Mujiabao left Mujiabao, they met with the people rescued from the iron mine, thanked Su Jinbei, and left. The Imperial Guards and Mrs. G were dead, and the 200 prisoners were gone. There were only 3 people left in Jiaowei: Lu Zan, Qin Guanshan, and Pang Guancai. Originally there were 5 people left on Zhou Fuan's escort side, but later Zhang Jiang died, leaving only 4 people. The more than 300 exiles he escorted were the ones who could hold on the most. There were still more than 50 men, more than 60 women and children left, and together there were more than 110 people. "We are official servants. How can we follow the exiled prisoners?" Qin Guanshan tried his best to attack Zhou Fuan. Speaking of which, he was filled with anger. Qin Guanshan felt that he was really a loser on this business trip to his grandma's house. Before Mujiabao, their officials were still masters. After Mujiapa, several of their officials became grandsons. They were 70 or 80 official officers, part Imperial Army and part Jiaowei. It's better now. There were only 7 of them left, and the supplies, horses, and equipment were all gone. After coming out of Mujiapa, each of them only had a simple knife, a small package containing some dry food, and a change of clothes. All the gold and silver are gone, not to mention giving out black steamed buns to the prisoners. They still have to ask the Su family for a bite of food. He is more cowardly, because I became poor and useless. Jean Lian hasn't kissed him this month, always giving him various excuses. Then tell me, if we don't listen to them, how can we control them? Zhou Fuan rolled his eyes at Qin Guanshan and glanced at several officials in the crowd. Qin Guanshan also looked at the officials and immediately became frustrated. They only have 7 official posts left and are not yet united. Wu Hai and Qian Tong made their identities immediately clear. They were sent by the Queen Mother to protect Su Jinbei. It's not their business. Where is Yu Feng? He is a villain. Once he saw that Wu Hai and Qian Tong had revealed their identities, he quickly followed suit and showed his loyalty. He said that he was from Song Huangshan, and he was here to protect the Su family. Come on. 3 of the 7 officials ran away with Su Jinbei. There was also Lu Zan, who was the most surprising. He ran directly to the Wang family and followed a palace maid named Wang Yi. He said that he was Dao Wei. Tai Wei Gu was from the emperor, and the palace maid was also from the emperor. So he had to be with the royal maid. I will go back to the palace to meet the Holy Spirit later, so that I can talk easily. This is good, as there are only 3 officials left: Qin Guanshan, Pang Guancha, and Zhou Fuan. Look, there are more than 30 people in Su Wang's family alone. There are also a few official servants who are following him. You asked me to challenge Su Jinbei. What should I do? They can slap us to death. 3. How do you think Luzon will report it to the police? In a word, we will all die in Mujiabao and the iron mines. The sun hung in the sky, and Qin Guanshan's back was chilled by Zhou Fuan's words. Isn't it because this change is so sudden that I can't accept it? Qin Guanshan immediately became cowardly. Team Zhou, if we go up and express our determination, like Wu Hai and others, become our own people, then Su Jinbei won't kill us? You really have no brains. They can follow Su Jinbei because they are people sent by the Queen Mother to protect Su Jinbei. In a word, they have a good reputation. What do we have? We rushed to curry favor. They were just government officials at the beginning, and they were exiled prisoners. We also caused trouble for others. Do you think it's okay to go up now? What should we do? Team Zhou, how about we leave the team and sneak back? Why do you think people as smart as Su Jinbei and Wan Taifu would leave a few of us alive? Zhou Fuan really didn't want to deal with this idiot. That's because they are exiles. They don't want to be refugees, and they don't want to rebel. They want to arrive at the exile safely and be resettled normally. That's why they need us official officers to go with them. I have with the official documents. If it weren't for northern Xinjiang, where the third prince was going to get married again, if Su Junbei didn't want to cause trouble, our lives would have been lost. Qin Guanshan's whole body went numb. Along the way, all the accumulated anger and grievances disappeared. What else could he choose? If you listen to Captain Zhou, you can save this dog's life and go to the exile in northern Xinjiang for a mission. This is his greatest luck. You know, the dozens of brothers who came together lost their lives on the way. Mom, are your arms numb when you hold Qibao? Come on. Let me hold you for a while. There were more than 100 people in the exile team, half of whom were old, weak, women and children. The team was extremely long. The Su and Wang families were walking in front. The Su family was pulling a cart and a wheelbarrow. There were some grains, bedding and the like randomly placed on it. Mujiapa burned down. When everyone ran out of Mujiapa, they had nothing but injuries and tattered clothes. The iron mines are too close. Su Junbei discussed it with everyone and decided to lead the exile team and leave there quickly. The official road cannot leave, because the guards at the iron mine had gone to move reinforcements. And among other things, the 800 guards were chasing after them. They, the more than 100 old, weak, sick and disabled, couldn't escape at all. What's more, there is the third prince's army nearby. Therefore, as soon as they left Mujiabao, Su Junbei led the exile team to change the route and turn to the northwest, focusing on the trails. Along the way, in addition to encountering villages, they supplied some food and water. Just kept going. After walking for a whole month, I finally got rid of the danger of being hunted. Whether they were exile prisoners or officials, everyone only survived one life. All the things he originally carried were left in Mujiapu and burned down. Along the way, I relied on the Su and Wang families to get some money. When you encounter those remote small villages, buy some food, water, bedding and clothes from the villagers. In drought years, the people are short of food and clothing, and there is no surplus food to sell to them. Everyone knows that if it weren't for Su Junbei and Wang Taifu, the two most capable people in Qi, even the official officers in their team would have died of cold and starvation along with everyone else. Qibao is eating his fingers again. Is Qibao hungry again? Yi Ranqing is already out of confinement. She is a martial arts practitioner, although she has been traveling on the road for a whole month. Her health is good, and she has recovered. At that time, I was given Huagong powder and treated by a ghost doctor, and I was cured. At this time, she was walking beside the unicycle and reached out to take her son from her mother-in-law's arms. It's just 1 month old, and I'm still fighting for food with me Bao Bao. Mrs. Su was sitting on the unicycle, originally holding 2 babies in her arms. As soon as Qibao left, she directly held me Bao Bao in her arms and adjusted her into a comfortable position. Oh, I'm so annoyed. I want to sit like a Buddha. It makes me so angry that as long as I catch him, I will bite him a few times. Me Bao Bao, who was sitting in Mrs. Su's arms, had an angry little face and was babbling. But I was vomiting blood in my heart. I don't want to be a child all the time. Damn Yanqing Ji. It's all his fault. He is the broom star. He is the person specially sent by God to defeat me. It's all because of him that I can no longer become an adult. I want to die. Chapter 258 Weird Village. Stop barking. Master. And eat the melon quickly? Have you eaten the melon today? The rabbit jumped up and down in space. You? As soon as he talked about this, Sumi Bao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. I wish I could bite that bad guy Yanqingji to death. No. If I could do it again, she would definitely choose to turn around and leave before entering the cave. I don't care about the life or death of that bitch Yanqingji. Yes, she was tricked by Yanqingji. And it was a huge trick, because Yanqingji is a guy who suppresses his wife. And she happens to be his main wife and half-faced queen in the original book. Sumi Bao raised his little hand and stared at the string of beads given to him by Master Gi on his little wrist. Now there is only a semicircular mark left, just like a birthmark. The beads disappeared. It turned into half a birthmark. And what about her? Was sealed. She will never be an adult again. She can only be a baby. My machine gun. My plane. My motorcycle. Sumabeo was about to cry. But she could no longer take it out. So she drove away by herself. Master, please stop staring. Even if you see a hole in your wrist, you won't become an adult. It's better to eat it quickly, earn enough points, and keep your abilities. Then slowly upgrade your space. In this way, my ability will only increase. And I can help you when you are in danger. When Sumibao heard this, his face turned even darker. This guy Yan Qingji was too tough. And he was able to defeat her to death. She can no longer become an adult. But the rabbit can still enter and exit the space freely. And after more than 2 months, she discovered that not only did the rabbit still have the ability to sense and predict, but it could also change its size. She is the only one who suffers the most. All her abilities are limited. There is a village ahead. Let's stop first and send someone to investigate. If there is no problem, we will rest here tonight. Steward Su received Su Jinbei's instructions and waved the team to stop. If there are still people in the village, let's see if we can buy them some food or thicker clothes. We walked forward for more than 2 months without a drop of rain falling. There are less and less green along the road. And everything is yellow. Most of the villages I encountered were empty. And most of them had fled. Because I can endure without food, but I can't survive without water. From summer to early autumn, it's hot as L during the day and freezing cold at night. In addition to food and water, everyone also needs thick clothes. After all, they were going all the way north. And the farther north they got, the colder they got. As the sun sets, the village is painted with gentle colors. The Exile team came closer and saw that the village was not big. Only about 20 or 30 households. The huts in the courtyard are somewhat dilapidated. And the village is very quiet. From the outside, it looks like there is no human habitation. Everyone felt disappointed. It seems that this is another deserted village abandoned by the villagers. In such a village, no one has access to water or food, which is better than living in the wild. Come closer. Suddenly the door to the courtyard at the end of the village opened, and an old woman came out. She squinted and saw the large group of exiles getting closer and closer. Soon, another young woman walked out behind her and looked at the approaching army. The woman turned around and entered the courtyard. After a while, another middle-aged man walked out. Maybe these people were frightened by so many people coming. The man knocked on the doors of several nearby houses. Several doors opened and several young women came out. Baby me, let me hold you and take a look. Yi Ranqing handed his son to her mother-in-law and took away Mi Bao Bao from her mother-in-law's arms. I always feel that this Shuangzi is a bit strange. Yi Ranqing saw Butler Su taking several people to negotiate with others. Well, Aunt 7. Hold me, and let's go take a look together. Sumi Bao lay in Yi Ranqing's arms, and talked to her very quietly. In the cave in Mujiabao, she was tricked by Yan Qingji. Not only could she not become an adult, her teleportation distance was also shortened. What's even worse is that her ability to read minds has also broken down. She lost control of her mind-reading abilities. Options can no longer be set. Now, she can still read other people's thoughts, but only from close range. The worst thing is that after she lost control of the settings, everyone could hear her voice without distinction. Fortunately, I had to be relatively close to her to hear it. What's even more annoying is that she can't hear the voice of the instigator Yan Qingji at all. When you encounter Yan Qingji, there are pitfalls everywhere. The only advantage is that the average child can talk and walk as early as 10 months old. She was only 6 months old and could already speak fluently. But she did not dare to speak in front of others for fear of being discovered and caught and burned as a monster. She can also waddle a few steps, but crawl super fast. Well, let's go check on those women. If there's any problem, tell Auntie quietly. Be careful not to let anyone find out. Over the past 2 months, Sumi Bao himself could not accept his changes. But the Su family accepted them very well. Everyone dotes on her more and more, and protects her everywhere. Basically, she won't let her get involved in anything that can be solved by herself outside. Yi Ranqing's body recovered and her skills were so natural that ordinary bad guys couldn't hurt her. Nature can protect baby rice well. Where did you come from? What are you doing in our village? Yi Ranqing just walked over holding Sumi Bao in her arms. I saw the old woman asking the leader. Butler Su. Very politely. The old woman's voice, well, it's indeed here. But, why is this wrong with the news posted above? There were too many people here. It looked like there were over 100 people. There were 40 or 50 men in their prime. How many of them have been on the list? And how many are on the official list? Why isn't the official job done yet? Huh? Sumi Bao raised his little eyebrows. And 7 was right. It was a bit strange. This old woman is indeed no ordinary country woman. Sumi Bao's heartfelt voice. This old woman is cheating. She took over the order and specially waited for our Exile team here. Upon hearing Sumibao's voice, Butler Su and Yi Ranqing were shocked, but their expressions remained unchanged. Are you also a refugee? Are you from the town? Look, it's so pitiful along the way. Adults can bear it, but how can children endure this kind of suffering? The young woman next to the old woman came over and reached out to touch Sumibao's head. Mom, look, this little baby is so beautiful. At first glance, he doesn't look like a child from our country. He's so fair, like a lucky doll. The young woman's voice, oh, this little girl is so white and tender, and looks delicious. Ah, vomit. Sumibao almost vomited on the woman's face. In the past few days, her teeth have been replaced and her mouth has been drooling. Sumibao, oh, this poisonous woman wants to eat me. When everyone heard this, they subconsciously took a step back. Doubts flashed across the faces of the old woman and the other women. They seemed to have heard the voice of a little milk baby just now. But the voice was not loud, and the words were vague. They didn't hear clearly what was said? But this feeling is very unsettling. The old woman winked at the woman next to her, and the woman immediately stepped forward. Uncle, let's start with the dirty talk. No matter where you are from, you want to live in our village. That's fine. But you have to pay for accommodation. And you have to pay for food and drink. But the price is higher than in your city. It's more expensive. The two women next to them went straight to the sleeves of Butler Su. But don't worry. Our house is also clean. You men have to pay a man's price for living there. Women have another price for living there. Children don't need to be counted as your money. But food, whether adults or children, has to be paid. Pay for it. The young woman's voice, hey, this man is too old. It's not easy to use. Even when it's cooked and eaten. The meat is too woody. It is better for young men. It is easy to use and chewy. Oh my god. Who are these people? Sumibao had an epiphany. No wonder she found this village weird. She now finally knew where the weirdness was. After several years of severe drought, another earth dragon turned over. Even if the villagers did not flee the famine and stayed in the village, lacking food and water, they would all suffer from sallow complexion and thin skin. But these people, whether they were mothers-in-law, young women, or the man who only showed his face before entering the hospital, all of them have dull looks on their faces. And they all walk with energy. Especially the man who only showed his face just now. He is actually a fat man. Right. Sumibao was sure there was nothing wrong with his eyes. The man just now was a fat man, with his belly sticking out, as if he had been pregnant for 3 months. Chapter 259 Flower Lady. Eat melon. This melon is a bit strange. The rabbit barked. This old woman is actually pretending to be a man. Ah! Hear the surprised sound of the rabbit. The expression on Sumibao's face was a little cracked. She looked carefully at the old woman in front of her. Sure enough, the expression on the old woman's face was a little stiff. And she seemed to be disguised. Also, although her neckline was tight, her Adam's apple was unintentionally exposed when she turned her head to speak. He is indeed a man. Sumibao, ouch. It's so explosive. It's a man. Man? The expressions of Butler Su and others were almost unbearable. The old woman frowned in confusion. What man did the little voice she heard say? This time, the old lady was sure that he had no auditory hallucinations, and that he really heard the voice of a little milk baby. But I didn't understand what the little baby said about a man. The rabbit shouted again. These women are the wives of this old man. What? Sumibao opened his mouth wide. This melon was a bit big, and the taste was a bit strong. No. These are not women. These are men too. No. Please speak slower. You guys are not fools. Are you? Why does it sound like a retard talking? Sumibao was confused by Rabbit's words. Well, if you don't believe it, look at it. They are indeed men. Each man is more handsome than the other. Well, what I just said is indeed true. These men are all under the control of the old woman. And they have all served the old woman. They do call the old woman husband. Why can't I understand? Sumibao was a little dumbfounded. Is this the case in the original book? Why doesn't she remember? But this does not stop her from eating melon. After all, eating melon is very important to her now. She owes too many space points. If she doesn't pay them within 3 months, all her abilities will disappear. 2 months have passed, and there is less than 1 month left. Therefore, for her now, earning points by eating melons is the most important thing for her. Sister, our family is made up of women. You can live in our house, and take this little baby with you. Our third sister-in-law just gave birth to a baby a few months ago. So she can help you feed the baby. The woman pulled Yuranqing's sleeve and smiled sweetly. A woman's voice. This woman is so beautiful. She looks like a rose with thorns at first glance. After I had a taste of it, I pinched off her thorns and sent her to the Red Mansion. You should never be rewarded by your husband. Well, I've thought about it. This time, I want this little girl doll as a reward. After a few years of good training, he will definitely be a good thing. Sumi Bao, oh my god. They are all men. Sumi Bao really laughed angrily. The forest is really big and there are all kinds of birds. Being exiled would allow her to meet this kind of guy who is neither male nor female. Butler Su and Yuranqing, who were close to Sumi Bao, finally lost their expressions. They all understood Sumi Bao's thoughts. The expressions of the old woman and several other women also changed a bit. And they couldn't help but look at the little baby Yuranqing was holding. There is only one little child here. It's just that the kid didn't open his mouth to speak. Oh, young master. Where are you from? You are so handsome. Unlike us country folk, my old lady has never seen such a handsome boy in her life. The mother-in-law suddenly laughed so hard that all the wrinkles on her face spread out. Sumi Bao turned her little head and saw her elder brother's beautiful face. We are just passing by and don't want to disturb you if we don't enter the village. Su Jinbei's cold voice did not answer the old woman's words. He said this to Butler Su and glanced at Sumi Bao. Ant 7. Take baby me back. Su Jinbei is the actual leader of this exile team. But he never comes forward directly. After all, he knew he was too eye-catching. For more than 2 months, he has been issuing orders from behind. And Butler Su has been executing them from the front. So, it's the same this time. Butler Su went to the front to negotiate with the villagers. He was always in the back with his family. But he has strong internal energy, and his hearing is more sensitive than ordinary people. Just now when he was resting on the cart, he suddenly heard his little sister's voice. Then he came over. Things have changed. So they had better leave quickly and find another place to stay. Su Jinbei believed that there were many people in the exile team. And even if these people had bad intentions, they would not dare to act easily. They insisted on leaving. These people couldn't just stop their team and rob them in broad daylight. Right? I just heard me Bao Bao say that these people are all men disguised as women. Su Jinbei thought about it and thought that this was a disaster year. With refugees and bandits running rampant. These men are either refugees or bandits. They just occupy a deserted village as a stronghold, snatching food from people passing by, and even cannibalizing them. If it were the past, he would definitely eliminate harm for the country and kill these scum. But now, Su Jinbei sneered. He was a traitor who was abandoned by the court. And he became an exile. As long as he protects his family, he also protects the people in this team who are willing to follow him. The affairs of the imperial court are naturally handled by the people of the imperial court. Let's go! Su Jinbei turned around and strode away. He had to lead his team to leave the village quickly. Avoid trouble. After all, no matter how powerful he is, he may not be able to protect the safety of more than 100 people if something happens to him. The old woman looked at Su Jinbei's back, with a fleeting look of cruelty on her face. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the young war god of the Dachi dynasty. He can tell something is wrong with us at a glance. Unfortunately, it's too late. The young god of war from the Dachi dynasty? Does this old woman know the identity of her eldest brother? Thinking about it again. My wife just said she received news from above. Sumi Bao's heart was shocked. And she finally thought of why she felt that this scene was familiar. Nanfeng Pavilion. This old woman and these women are actually from Nanfeng Pavilion. It was written in the original book that their whole family died tragically on the way to exile, leaving only her and her eldest brother. The eldest brother was even sold to the Nanfeng Pavilion. In order to save her life, he suffered all kinds of humiliation and completely turned into a black man. Now, because of her passing through the book, many things and the fate of many people were changed. Their family did not die tragically, and things at Nanfeng Pavilion were actually advanced. Let me think about it. Think about it quickly. How did my eldest brother and I fall into the hands of the Nanfeng Pavilion people? I remembered. Flower Lady. This old woman is the owner of Nanfeng Pavilion, and her stage name is Huan Yangzi. Sumi Bao's pupils were shocked. Flower Lady? He is definitely the enemy of our Jingwa Palace. When Huan Yangzi was young, she was a famous general's son in northern Xinjiang. When Lao Jingguagong was still young, he fought with Huan Yangzi's father. That battle made Lao Jingguagong famous. But it also caused the king of northern Xinjiang to be furious and beheaded Huan Yangzi's father. And the entire clan was deprived of slavery. Come to think of it, it was at that time that Huan Yangzi changed from a general's son to an official slave. Because although he was born as a general, he only liked reading, and did not like martial arts. He was handsome, and as weak as a woman. He was sold to the Nanfeng Pavilion, and became the top brand in the Nanfeng Pavilion. Finally climbed to the position of the owner. In the original book, the eldest brother suffered a lot of torture under his hands. After all, his whole family was in decline, because of his grandfather. And his eldest brother was a young war god, who made people in northern Xinjiang fearful. Sumi Bao wailed in his heart, "My eldest brother is in danger." And Lady Hua brought my eldest brother into the Nanfeng Pavilion. My poor eldest brother. He will soon become the most beautiful restaurant in Nanfeng Pavilion. For a moment, Sumi Bao couldn't remember how the eldest brother ended up in the Nanfeng Pavilion in the original book. She forgot the details. But she knew that it would never be like what she saw now. In the original book, before she and her eldest brother arrived at the Nanfeng Pavilion, they had never seen Huan Yangzi. The plot has changed, but the ending has not changed. Seventh Aunt. Hurry up. Sumi Bao didn't know for a moment. Should he let Aunt 7 catch Huan Yangzi first? Is it better to go to the elder brother first? Teleport. Teleport quickly. Sumi Bao didn't care so much anymore, and grabbed Yi Ranqing. Let's go find Big Brother. Her teleportation was no longer good, and she could only move more than 10 meters at a time. Therefore, to outsiders, it was Yi Ranqing who suddenly hugged the child, and rushed toward Su Jinbei using Qigong. I want to leave. But it's too late. The flower lady laughed softly. With a wave of his hand, a handful of silver needles were scattered on Yi Ranqing's back. Although she didn't fully understand what Xiao Nian said, she heard everything Xiao Nian said about Huan Yangzi and Nanfeng Pavilion. And she was also sure that it was the little milk baby in front of her who was speaking. Close the net. With the shout of the flower lady, Su Jinbei turned his head suddenly, and saw Yi Ranqing holding his little sister, surrounded by several women. He immediately turned around and pounced. A net? A huge net suddenly fell from the sky, and caught Su Jinbei, who was rushing over. Chapter 260 Big Brother Arrested. Struggle. Su Jinbei. The more you struggle, the worse you will be. Old woman. No. She is a flower lady. And he no longer pretends to be a dying country lady. With a wave of his hand, dozens of young people poured out of the nearby courtyard. Surround everyone. Soldier? Su Jinbei's eyes turned cold. Although these young people are wearing villagers' clothes, but he could tell at a glance the walking postures, expressions of these people, and the scimitars in their hands. These are clearly soldiers from northern Xinjiang. Su Jinbei's heart felt like a cold wind blowing through his heart. Their Su family army guarded the border, and fought against the northern Xinjiang army for decades. He is the mortal enemy in the eyes of the soldiers in northern Xinjiang. This place is still 1,000 miles away from northern Xinjiang. The people from northern Xinjiang actually set up an ambush here, waiting for him to come. And the route he took with his Exile team had long been changed. And it was completely different from the route originally planned by the government. How do these northern Xinjiang people know that they will pass through this village? Are there spies in their ranks? Not to mention that Su Jinbei was frightened. It's just that Huan Yangzi was ecstatic when she saw Su Jinbei being arrested. They had calculated everything. But they never expected that they could catch Su Jinbei so easily. He led the women through the crowd like willows swayed by the wind, and moved directly to the big net. No one in the crowd could stop them. The flower girl smiled. This is 1,000 silks specially made for you. The internet is toxic! Su Jinbei suddenly felt as if his body was being bitten by thousands of ants. And a hot feeling came over him. The internal energy suddenly drained away like water. Huagong powder. Yi Ranqing jumped over the person with Sumi Bao in his arms, and was about to wave his hand to cut off the net to save the person. When he heard this, he stepped back a few steps away. She was someone who had been hit by Huagong powder once, so she knew how terrifying this thing was. She was still holding Baby Me, so she couldn't get involved in danger. She had to send Baby Me to a safe place quickly, and she would come to save Su Jinbei. Sumi Bao's face turned dark. It's over. My eldest brother has been tricked. No wonder he was taken to the Nanfeng Pavilion. Could it be because he was poisoned by the Huagong powder? Sumi Bao regretted one thing extremely. She should have taken out the weapons in the space earlier, and taught her elder brother how to use them. It's good now. The eldest brother was hit, and even a little baby like her couldn't use the weapon. Steward Su. What's wrong with you? Yi Ranqing looked at Butler Su, who rushed over to save Su Jinbei. His face turned red. His eyes changed, and his steps swayed. After being exposed to the Yihongxiang from our Nafeng pavilion, naturally my whole body becomes weak, and I can only be a delicate girl who is allowed to be picked by others. The women suddenly laughed. Sumi Bao's mentality collapsed. This really subverts the three views. Her little head was like a rattle, shaking and looking around. The 20 or 30 men that Steward Su led into the village now all turned into little men with red faces, watery eyes, and limp feet. Only Yi Ranqing, who was holding her, was normal. It seems that this so-called Yihongxiang is for men rather than women. Huan Yangzi and the girls had nothing to do, so they naturally took the antidote in advance. Ouch! I lost my sight. Sumi Bao looked at Su Zhenbei on the internet again. Her hair was scattered. Her clothes were in a mess. Her lips were red, and her eyes were watery. Her long hair was entangled in 1,000 silk nets. Su Zhenbei was fighting against his body's instincts. But, God knows, this is simply more terrifying than the soul-suppressing nail being penetrated into the body. Aunt 7. Leave quickly. Sumi Bao knew that she and Aunt 7 could not save her eldest brother and Butler Su at this time. If they didn't leave, they would have to stay here. Yi Ranqing, like everyone in the Su family, would never object to Sumi Bao's words. He immediately hugged Sumi Bao and ran away. It's not that easy to run away. If you stop her, you will survive. Be careful not to hurt the doll she is holding. Huan Yangzi gave an order, and the dozen women and dozens of men rushed towards Yi Ranqing and her. 40 or 50 people, including Aunt Chi. Aunt 7 was still holding a little baby like her. Looking at it again, Butler Su and the others had lost their minds and started tearing their own clothes. Some even tore the clothes of their companions next to them. It's crazy. Huan Yangzi. Nafeng Pavilion. This method is really surprising. Sumi Bao is now unable to complain about the unrestrained behavior of Huan Yangzi and others. Rabbit. Damn guy. Is there an antidote in space? There are so many medicines. There are all kinds of medicines. Then why don't you take it out quickly and help everyone solve it? Master. Don't worry. You have a lot of space medicine, Chinese medicine, Western medicine, all of them. But there is no antidote like you want. Ah. Then think of a solution quickly. How can we solve it? What can I do? Master. Can you ask me to solve these bloody things at every turn? There are only 2 ways to do this. Hurry up. Hurry up. If it's too late, you'll have to collect the body for me. You're here again, threatening me with these words at every turn. Rabbit was wronged. Stop being pretentious and say it quickly. Method 1 is to ask the flower lady for the antidote. What you said means you didn't say it. It's complete nonsense. Then we can only use method 2. Let them relieve themselves and detoxify. And they will be sober by tomorrow. I'm dizzy. There is still such a way. Sumi Bao was speechless and didn't know what to say about the rabbit. Aunt Chi. Hurry up and take me to the ghost doctor. Sumi Bao felt that she was simply making herself unhappy by looking for a rabbit at this time. It would be better to turn to her old apprentice. The ghost doctor? Anyway, whether it's poison or fragrance, the ghost doctor should have a way. Even if it can't cure it immediately, it can alleviate it, as expected of the young god of war. He is ruthless to his enemies and also ruthless to himself. The flower lady smiled charmingly and looked at her with cold eyes. In order to keep himself awake, Su Zhenbei actually took out a small dagger and scratched his arm directly. The pain made him wake up for a while. After a while, he became a bloody man. The plain white face, the moist eyes, and the charming peach blossoms in the corners of the eyes. The long and messy hair was entangled, making the angular profile look less sharp and more soft, then dyed with the bright red blood. It actually added many charming colors. It's so beautiful. You are so beautiful that I can't bear to leave you. Huan Yangzi stood in front of the internet, watching every subtle expression of Su Zhenbei on the internet. You said, I want to take you to the Nafeng Pavilion in Yanqing first, and let our northern Xinjiang warriors teach you. Then I will send you to the Nafeng Pavilion in the capital of Daqi, so that the princes and ministers of Daqi can enjoy themselves. Isn't it the happiest thing in the world to fully appreciate your beautiful appearance? Come here. Put him in my carriage and leave immediately. Huan Yangzi's face darkened. She turned around and left. Kill all the remaining people, leaving no one alive. Su Zhenbei made another cut, and blood flowed out. But there was no pain or consciousness. He only smelled the rich fragrance in the blood. His body went completely limp, and the dagger fell to the ground. Chapter 261. The Totters from northern Xinjiang are coming. Mom, something happened. Yi Ranqing ran back holding Sumi Bao. What's wrong? Something happened. Young master? Su Sang came over immediately, met Yi Ranqing's eyes, and ran towards the village without even asking questions. Before Yi Ranqing and Sumi Bao could react, two more figures passed by them and headed straight towards the village. It's Wu Hai and Qian Tong. Since they revealed their identities, they have been following Su Jinbei and have become Su Jinbei's bodyguards. These two people are diligent and smart, especially Qian Tong, who was born as a eunuch and always knows how to act based on people's looks. For more than 2 months, Qian Tong could get things done with just a look from Su Jinbei. This made Su San even have objections. I feel that as the young master's most trusted #1 personal guard, he will soon be taken away by Qian Tong, that pretty boy who knows how to flatter people. What's wrong with the village? Zhou Fuan and Lu Zan also came over at this time. Zhou Fuan, a village north of Suzhen. How could something happen? The 7th lady's skills are so high that she can't even handle it. And we are even more useless. What happened to Su Jinbei? Is anyone injured? Qin Guanshan ran over, followed closely by the fat official, with a face that could not hide his excitement. Fat official, something happened to Su Jinbei. Great. It's finally our turn to take charge of this team. He pulled Qin Guanshan and gave Qin Guanshan a look. Where's Su San? Something happened to Su Jinbei. Why don't you guys go rescue him quickly? The fat official could hardly suppress the laughter in his heart. As long as these guys with good martial arts go to rescue Su Jinbei, they will be taken care of by those people. They and Team Zhou can handle the rest of the exiled team. At the thought, he would be able to return to his previous happy life in no time. The fat official screamed excitedly. I never want to walk again. I want to sit on a cart and ask the male prisoners to hold me. I want to take everyone's food to the trolley, so that only the 3 of us can eat. There are so many official wives, all of them good-looking, and the 3 of us take turns serving them every day. Huh. For a moment, the fat official felt that the air around him had become colder. He looked around and saw everyone looking at him with disgust. Yi Ranqing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The fat official didn't know it yet, but Sumi Bao had already publicized his thoughts. The fat official had made shameless remarks, especially about the good-looking ladies of various families. Everyone looked at the fat official, especially the women. They wanted to rush up to him and take off his clothes to see what kind of evil heart he had. We have been together for more than 2 months, helping each other and becoming a unit. Even Lu Zan and Zhou Fuan were kind to everyone along the way. Sometimes they would help hold the child for a while when they saw a woman unable to walk with her child. More than 2 months have passed. The exiled prisoners were initially afraid of official officials, and their hostility to official officials was basically gone. On the road, their team often encounters groups fleeing famine, most of them fleeing famine as a unit in a village. Everyone felt that they were a unit just like those fleeing famine teams. Now that the fat official mentioned this, many people once again realized that they were villagers fleeing from famine. They were all good people, and they were prisoners. Everyone's mood became depressed. You are an official. How can you know the law and break it? Zhou Fuan looked at the fat official with sadness. These were the only 2 people around him. He really didn't want to see anything happen to Qin Guanshan and fat official Chai. But how could this guy still have such dirty thoughts in his heart despite being so happy? Snap, snap, snap. 3 slaps in a row on the fat official's face. The fat official covered his swollen face and looked at Zhou Fuan in disbelief. 2. Why did you hit me? Fat official. Obviously we are official and they are exiled prisoners. You are a bitch yourself. So forget it. They also treat me like a dog, which I don't deserve. Criminals are criminals. They're all hacking bitches. Prisoners are prisoners. They are all hacking bitches. The clear little voice conveyed the fat official's original words word by word to everyone's ears. Snort. Sumi Bao stared at the fat official. Since she couldn't control her mind-reading ability, she was afraid that she said something she shouldn't have said. I have always tried to speak as little as possible in my heart. Now, I heard the fat officer being so insulting in his heart. She was so angry that her head was smoking. If the matter wasn't urgent now, she would definitely teach this guy a lesson. Kill everyone and leave no one behind. A group of farmers emerged from the village, but the scimitar in his hand looked too familiar. Everyone's pupils were shaken when they saw it. Most of the exiled prisoners were demoted officials and their families. The Daqi dynasty has been at war with northern Xinjiang in recent years. The war is not only on the battlefield, but both sides have also sent people to sneak into the other country in recent years. Not to mention the officials and family members of Daqi. Even the ordinary people of Daki have a deep understanding of the people of northern Xinjiang. Especially for a family of military commanders, like the Su family. They hated the people of northern Xinjiang to the core. As a nomadic people, the people of northern Xinjiang have deeper eyebrows than the people of Daki. They grew up on horseback. And their walking postures are also different from those of Daki people in the Central Plains country. There is also the smell on their bodies. And they eat food all year round. The environment of meat makes their body smell obviously heavier than that of the people of Daki. A country in the Central Plains. The Tatars from northern Xinjiang are coming. Run. The people of the Central Plains are deeply afraid of the nomads in northern Xinjiang. And the civil servants and their families are afraid of the soldiers. As soon as he saw the people from northern Xinjiang rushing towards him with machetes, he turned around and ran away in fright. It's over. Brother is not here, and there is no one to take the lead. Sumi Bao turned around and saw that the Wang family was right next to their Su family. Except for the Su and Wang families who were not moving. The exiled prisoners, regardless of age or sex, were all running. Some running back, and some running to the side where they could hide. Children cry and adults scream. Arrows. They all carried bows and arrows on their backs. Wang Chunling's face turned pale. As a civil servant, he was good at planning in the court. But he was not good at killing enemies on the battlefield. But as the eldest son of the Wang family, he had to take care of the Wang family's face even if he died. Sumi Bao frowned and saw the northern Xinjiang Tatars coming like locusts, holding simple knives in their hands and carrying quivers behind them. In the TV series, she felt very excited when she watched the war scenes in the ancient cold weapon era, with machetes slashing and arrows flying. But when it really happens to me, this feeling is definitely very sour. Sumi Bao felt that if there was another horse, this would be a proper way to fight on the battlefield in northern Xinjiang. It may be that he has sneaked into the land of Daki thousands of miles away, and the people in northern Xinjiang dare not ride horses for fear of exposing their identity. Let's go. The Tatars from northern Xinjiang are coming. Boss, let's run quickly. The fat official also forgot about the beating at this time. Looking at Zhou Fuan, his calf cramped nervously. Mom, my legs are shaking, and I can't run. A familiar cry came. Sumi Bao turned around and looked. Huh? The third room of the Su family actually didn't run away. It turned out that they had been among the prisoners, far away from the Su and Wang family. Now when the prisoners run away, they stay in place, which is very dazzling to see. Wan, we won't run. Grandma Lu stared hard at the eldest daughter Lu Huifan, who turned around and wanted to run away. Huifan, pull the cart over and stay with the people in the second room. After all, you are all the Su family. The Su family fights against the Tatars. Even if the whole family dies together, we can't lose you Su family. S face. Lu Huifan was dumbfounded. Chapter 262. The little fairy boy is still a little monster. I don't know what her mother meant when she said this. Seeing the northern Xinjiang Tatars getting closer and closer, she was almost scared to pee. Grandma Lu, a group of gentlemen, ladies and young ladies, who usually carry nobility, look like they are worse than us. All the Tatars are young and middle-aged, and they fight all year round. We prisoners were all yellow and thin, and we couldn't walk far. There are so many women and children. Can you outrun the Tatar soldiers? At this time, the safest place is the second room of the Su family. Their family has been at war with people from northern Xinjiang all year round. The old lady and the seventh lady are all people who have been on the battlefield. Only by following such people can you survive. Grandma Lu squinted her old eyes. Huifan, hurry up. And Xianglian, don't waste time. Hurry up. Mom, Grandma is right. Let's go there quickly. If it's later, it'll be too late. Xia Pinger is a particularly shrewd person. I immediately understood what Grandma Lu meant. She bent down and carried her daughter Su Qiao on her back, and ran to where Yi Ranqing, the second roommate of the Su family, was standing. Xia Pinger, as people mature with age, Grandma Lu is still smarter. At this time, we must follow the second room of the Su family. I just couldn't beat him and got caught. The second roommate of the Su family is the enemy of the general in northern Xinjiang. The order these soldiers from northern Xinjiang received was to capture them alive and escort them back to northern Xinjiang, instead of killing them on the spot. As long as they save their lives now, with the abilities of Su Jinbei and Sumi Bao, they will definitely get out of trouble. Instead, those who fled in all directions angered the northern Xinjiang Tatars, and were simply shot to death. After listening to the voices of Grandma Lu and Xia Pinger, Sumi Bao had to admit that these two women, one old and one young, were really annoying. But they were also really smart. Mrs. Su. Mrs. Wang. My subordinates' moral failings are due to my poor teachings by Zhou Fuan. But these are extraordinary times. Please make it easier for both of you. Zhou Fuan slapped the fat official 3 times. With a smile on his face, he bent down towards Mrs. Su and Mrs. Wang and apologized. Sumi Bao sneered. Zhou Fuan's handling of this was really too light. The fat officials all thought this way. If there were still people like this, they would be invisible bombs in the Exile team. When fighting against foreigners, we must first make peace at home. If we are in prison, we must use extraordinary measures in extraordinary times. Mrs. Su smiled coldly, straightened her back, and her white hair was flying in the wind. Qing, you are here to be the vanguard. Take Zhou Dianzhou's 2 men to join Wu Hai, and the others to meet the enemy. Do you see it? Be sure to drag the Tatters to the bridge at the exit of the village. If you can, drag them as long as possible. It will be a while. Yes, mother. Yi Ranqing glanced at the fat official and Qing Guanshan with cold eyes. Uncle official, you are not even as good as a woman like me. Are you? Sumi Bao's face turned dark when he saw Qing Guanshan. And the fat official was so frightened that his legs were shaking and he couldn't walk. The admiration for her grandma and 7th aunt in my heart was like a torrential river. She is truly worthy of being a female general of the Su family who has been on the battlefield. She is amazing, and her grandma is really good at using soldiers. And she, as one of the top 3 female generals in the book with the most powerful force, turned out to be the vanguard general of the Su family army on the battlefield in northern Xinjiang. With her taking the lead, plus masters like Lu Zan and Wu Hai, she could see it clearly when she left the village just now. This village is a common village in the northern plains. There is a river surrounding the village on both sides, a road out of the village, and a small stone bridge. The river has long since dried up, and the original villagers set up barriers in the river, presumably to prevent refugees from breaking into the village. The soldiers from northern Xinjiang killed people and seized the village, so they moved into the village. The obstacle in the river now became an obstacle preventing them from coming out. With 7th aunt and the others guarding there, it would be difficult for the northern Xinjiang Tatters to rush over. If they circled out of the village from another direction and pursued them again, the exiled team would gain more time to escape. However, she had to prepare some handy weapons for Aunt 7. 7th aunt. Cart. She leaned over Yi Ranqing's ear and whispered, following Sumi Bao's gaze. Yi Ranqing understood immediately. For more than 2 months, Mrs. Su had been holding her 2 children on a wheelbarrow. The wheelbarrow had been pulled by Butler Su, and their things were placed on it. Along the way, whenever they needed food, they would carry me Bao Bao to the trolley to get it. As long as you hold me Bao Bao and take whatever you want, there will be something on the cart. This is the tacit secret of the Su family. The situation was urgent. Yi Ranqing did not show any pretense, and strode to the cart with Sumi Bao in his arms. At this time, Gu Yuyan was standing in front of the cart and exchanged glances with Yi Ranqing. Yi Ranqing put Sumi Bao on the cart, and Gu Yuyan immediately blocked everyone's view with her body. Yi Ranqing reached under the quilt and touched a familiar scabbard. Took it out. His eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. Full moon scimitar. As a vanguard general, she was on horseback, and her weapon was a long silver spear. But there were 2 things stuck in her back. Quiver on the left, scabbard on the right. Pulling it out, there are 2 extremely sharp full moon scimitars made of black iron. She remembered that because she was pregnant. She said goodbye to her husband and returned to the Xinghua Palace from the battlefield in northern Xinjiang. Her weapons are placed in the back hall of her room. She and her husband are both generals, and there are many weapons displayed in the back hall. It seems that Mi Bao Bao not only received food, clothing, and supplies from the Duke's mansion. This is to move the entire town government palace. Yi Ranqing had a clear understanding and reached into the quilt again. And sure enough, she took out her quiver and the hard bow. Now, all she lacks is her maroon war horse. But at this time, it was obviously not suitable for her horse to appear. I also know some kung fu, and I will go with you to defend against the enemy. A little girl's voice sounded. Yi Ranqing turned around and saw a 15 or 16-year-old girl coming from the Wang family's team. She knew this little girl. The eldest concubine queen of the Wang family smiled. Sumi Bao, hey. The Wang family is a civil servant. In fact, no one knows that the eldest concubine, Aunt Feng, runs an escort agency. Aunt Feng looks soft and beautiful, but she actually knows some kung fu. It's just that she married someone, and she married into a civil servant's family as a concubine. So it's not convenient for others to know. That's why I have been hiding for so many years. The daughter she gave birth to, Wang Xiaoxiao, inherited her grandfather's genes, but secretly learned kung fu from the nursing school. It's just that the official lady usually pays attention to being polite and quiet. If she hadn't been exiled, she wouldn't have exposed her skills. Su Mibao thought about a detail in the original book when she wrote about Taifu Wang's family, but she remembered it clearly. On the road of exile of the Wang family, the reason why Taifu Wang was able to survive until the end was to assist the young emperor in ascending to power, and finally kill his eldest brother. All because he has such a good granddaughter, Wang Xiaoxiao. In the original book, the Su family died on the way to exile, and only 2 brothers and sisters, Su Jinbei and Su Mibao, were left as civil servants. The Wang family has more people left than the Su family. The main reason is that Mrs. Wang has a good brain, many ideas, and knows how to solve problems. In addition to having good relations with the officials, she relies on the protection of Wang Xiaoxiao and her daughter. Only then did he arrive at the place of exile safely. Wang Xiaoxiao heard the familiar little milky voice in his ears, and the smile on his face froze. For more than 2 months, she heard this little milky sound more than once. She knew that this was the voice of the direct daughter of the Su family. She and her mother also discussed it, and they found that there were many people in the team who could hear the voice of the direct daughter of the Su family. But you can only hear it when you are close. And no one told each other. But everyone followed the Su family and listened to the Su family's words. In addition to Su Jinbei's greatness, there is another reason. That is, the legitimate daughter of the Su family is great, whether it's a little fairy boy or a little monster. Anyway, the presence of this little baby enabled their exile team to escape many life and death crises. Everyone gradually changed from the original fear to the current obedience and awe. After all, this is a little kid who can reveal all the details of 8 generations of your ancestors. Who cannot be afraid? Especially those who have always been greedy and treacherous. Naturally, they are very afraid of baby me. Chapter 263, It Can't Be Bandits. Right, Miss Wang. Can you shoot an arrow? This bow is for you. Yi Ranqing is bold and bold by nature. And since Wang Xiaoxiao is willing to take the initiative to fight, she will naturally not refuse to play coy. Su Mibao, my 7th aunt is so cute and silly. Wang Xixie's weapon is a soft whip, which is wrapped around her waist. Whether she can shoot an arrow or not, I don't know. But her flying needle hidden weapon is still very powerful. I just don't know where she hid the flying needle. Hearing Mi Baobao's voice, Yi Ranqing and Wang Xiaoxiao had different expressions. Yi Ranqing glanced at Wang Xixia's waist unconsciously. After nearly 2 or 3 months of exile, this girl's skin was no longer fair, and her girlish charm and shyness had faded away. Her head was wrapped in a tattered cloth handkerchief, and her clothes were also in tatters. In particular, there is a rag-woven belt tied around the waist. Did not expect. This rag belt is actually a soft whip. After being reminded by Mi Baobao, Yi Ranqing was an expert and immediately understood that this was a soft whip, and the rags outside were for cover-up. Cannot tell. This girl is quite scheming. Wang Xiaoxiao was even more shocked. The eyes looking at Su Mibao became more and more awe-inspiring. She and her mother's secret had been hidden in the Wang family for so many years, and no one knew about it. This daughter-in-law of the Su family, at such a young age, actually revealed everyone's secrets so completely. At this time, Wang Xiaoxiao became more and more determined that her mother had done the right thing. It was her mother who asked her to come and fight with Yi Ranqing just now, when they were in Mijibao. It was the first time that she and her mother showed off their kung fu skills in front of the Wang family. That's because all the men in the Wang family were caught in the iron mines. The women and children were left behind in Mujiapu. Thanks to Aunt Wang Yi's medicine, they were not poisoned and remained conscious. Later, the child was taken away alone by Lu Guanxia. Mu Xiang and others wanted to make the women of the Wang family into charming puppets. In desperation, she killed Mu Xiang with a flying needle. He hid with the Wang family woman. Finally, he was rescued by the Su family. Later, after the family was reunited, her mother immediately took her and knelt down in front of her grandparents to apologize. Wang Xiaoxiao will never forget that her mother knelt down and said humbly, "My mother-in-law ran a bodyguard agency in her hometown, and she learned some kung fu from her father and brother since she was a child. Since I entered the house as a concubine, I was afraid that my parents-in-law would think that I was shallow. So I was careful in everything. For fear of making a mistake, I devoted myself to helping my husband and educating my children. But I didn't dare showing vulgar skills. And Feng kowtowed to her husband Wang Chongling and his eldest wife Xiao Wenqian to plead guilty. I am grateful to Madam for being so tolerant, and allowed the little girl to smile and keep her by my side. Because the little girl was frail and sick at a young age, I secretly taught her some bodybuilding moves in the room. Unexpectedly, this child is a martial arts practitioner. I have learned a lot over time, but I have always kept my wife's teachings in mind and did not dare to humiliate the Wang family with my behavior. So I have never been seen or spoken to. The Wang family is a scholarly family, the head of civil servants, and a pure and righteous family. The young lady in the family has always been proud of studying, and practicing martial arts does seem vulgar and unworthy of publicity. If this matter happened in normal times, Taifu Wang would definitely criticize him harshly. But these are extraordinary times, and a family of weak women and children actually has 2 female dependents who are skilled at work. What a surprise! Taifu Wang smiled happily and praised the generosity of the wife of the first wife, and also praised her for her good smiling skills and that she was a filial child. Since then, the status of Wang Xiaoxiao and Aunt Feng in the Wang family has also increased. This time, it was Aunt Feng's suggestion and Mrs. Wang's approval that made Wang Xiaoxiao come to help fight the enemy. Taifu Wang's main idea is that although the Wang family are civil servants, they will not only cause trouble to the Su family. What's more, the Wang family is protected by Aunt Feng. They are with the Su family. As long as the Su family is here, nothing will happen to the Wang family. Where is your flying needle hidden? Yi Ranqing asked bluntly. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Sumi Bao. It's here. He reached directly and took out a small cloth bag from his pocket, opened it, and took out a spool filled with dense needles. Miss Wang is not only highly skilled in martial arts, but her mind is also incomparable. Gu Yuan, who had been standing next to the cart, suddenly spoke to Wang Xiaoxiao. Then he reached out and picked up Sumi Bao. Let's hide quickly. Don't delay Aunt Qi from fighting the enemy. Xiaoxiao will follow Madame 7 from now on. Wang Xiaoxiao followed Yi Ranqing closely and left, and the 2 of them talked as they walked. Why are you following me? You are a girl from the Wang family. As they walked farther away, Yi Ranqing's voice could still clearly reach their ears. I envy the 7th lady, and I also want to be like the 7th lady. But you are a girl from Taitu's residence. There is no Taifu mansion anymore. I am just a girl named Wang. I just want to follow the 7th lady. I heard that the desert in northern Xinjiang is boundless, and the people are fierce. The 7th lady. Gu Yuyan looked at Sumi Bao in her arms with a knowing expression. It seems that this girl from the Wang family wants to follow Aunt 7. Sumi Bao is happy. Do you want to follow Aunt Qi to join the military camp or join the world? Gu Yuyan felt heavy. Is not that right? Their 7th aunt is both a female general and a female bandit. If she hadn't been worrying about her husband now, she would have laughed when she heard me Bao Bao's words. Sumi Bao watched Wang Xiaoxiao follow Aunt 7, leading the people to the small bridge at the entrance of the village, where Lu Zan, Qian Tong and others had already fought with the people from northern Xinjiang. Once at the bridge, the 2 joined the battle. Needless to say, Yi Ranqing's skills are. The most surprising thing was Wang Xiaoxiao. Wherever a soft whip went, it hit the enemy's eyes. The soldiers from northern Xinjiang who were blinded by the whip covered their faces and howled. In addition to reading, I know that Taifu Wang is the person who will kill his eldest brother in the future. That's why I am disgusted with Taifu Wang's family. Sumi Bao still liked Wang Xiaoxiao from the bottom of his heart. She felt that the Wang family was too conceited, Wang Yanyu was too pretentious, and Wang Chonlin was too weak. The whole Wang family is pretty good. Whether it is the open-minded Queen Mother or the united Wang family. Even Wang Mingjing, who was replaced and left, is a very good person. Yenner. Me Bao Bao. Let's go! Mrs. Su strode over with her family and asked the children to sit on the cart. The Su family woman pulled up the cart. Come on. Let's go to the woods. Old Mrs. Su shouted. And the Wang family and the 3rd room Su family members, carrying packages and children, pulled a cart, followed the 2nd room Su family members, and quickly ran to a forest not far away. In front of the forest is a wide threshing floor. The forest is filled with various miscellaneous trees. There are many stacks of wheat straw, cotton poles, and firewood stacks underneath. Each family chooses a larger and thicker wheat straw pile to hide in. Everyone quickly scattered and hid. Haven't hid yet. Whoosh. A few scattered arrows shot into the woods. Sumibao, my grandma is indeed a woman who has been on the battlefield. She knows how to find a place like this to avoid the arrows of soldiers from weak frontiers. Ah! In the distance, among the exiles fleeing in all directions, some people let out pitiful screams. Sumibao raised his little head and looked desperately towards the place where the cry came from. On the plains, in the fields, the exiles who fled in all directions were shot down by arrows. In the distance, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Who is here again? Did the northern Xinjiang soldiers in the village come out from another exit? But the soldiers in northern Xinjiang have no horses? If attacked from both sides, would it be safe for them to hide next to the wheat straw? Oh my gosh! Isn't it a bandit? Sumibao was speechless. They wouldn't be so unlucky. Right? Chapter 264 Killing and Seizing Property. A group of 50 or 60 people, all riding horses, wearing fancy clothes and holding torches, lit up the evening sky red. They came at high speed, and Sumibao discovered that the main target of their arrows was men. Except for manslaughter, he does not shoot women. Women screamed. Children cried, mixed with men's wails. It was chaos. In the blink of an eye, the cavalry drove into the woods and got closer. Everyone could clearly feel the murderous aura in these people. No, it's a bandit. Mrs. Su lowered her voice and said to everyone, their horses are too fast for us to run. Quick! Get in quickly. Su Qingyi stood behind everyone until he entered the forest, and no one paid attention to him. Unexpectedly, after a while, he actually pulled out a grass hole in the haystack. Put the children at home in first. Mom, madam, please come in quickly. Everyone squeezes in. I'll cover you outside. Hurry up before they notice this place. Sumibao, my father's methods of getting into trouble are first class, and his methods of saving lives are also first rate. You all hide inside. My old man can run fast. I will block you outside. Before the ghost doctor could finish his words, Su Qi glanced at him. Can you beat someone's arrow speed? The ghost doctor rolled his eyes inwardly. The arrow only has one leg. How can it run past my two legs? Well, a little faster than their arrows. The ghost doctor's words made Su Qi almost laugh out loud. How could anyone brag like this? But seeing the serious look on the ghost doctor's face. Really? You can really run faster than an arrow? Then can you teach me? What method did you use to practice it? Su Qi was ecstatic. Oh my god. I must learn this skill, so that when I encounter danger, I can run away directly. But, well, let's forget about this exile. My mother, my wife, my daughter. I can't carry 3 of them by myself. The method is simple. Just practice every day and run more, and it will be okay. The ghost doctor complained in his heart. Try being chased by arrows, darts, and all kinds of hidden weapons every day. If you don't want to die, of course you have to run faster than those things. Everyone was speechless. If it weren't for the wrong timing, they would have laughed to death from this pair of live treasures. Sumibao also felt speechless. Her father was really stupid. Even when he was trying to escape, he had to struggle to hold her away. Well, her father definitely truly loves her. Sumibao could feel a resentful look on her back. It was from her third brother Su Sinan. Once again, Su Sinan's injured world was reached. Whoosh! An arrow shot over. The 2 living treasures were startled and fell silent. Su Qingyi quickly pushed everyone into the haystack. But it was too late. The bandits on horseback had already broken into the woods and killed the men and children with their swords. Ah! A scream frightened the mountain bird away. A tall, thin young man in coarse cloth and a soft sword killed 7 or 8 bandits in an instant. The men fell to the ground dead, and the horses without their owners were frightened, howled, and ran away. If there's hard rocks, surround this side and get up. Dozens of bandits were like flies at the sight of blood, instantly surrounding the young man. Sumibao, long air. Sumibao has known since then that as long as everyone is close to her, they can hear her voice without distinction. She pays great attention to her inner thoughts. Just like this time, she directly called out Long Air, and did not mention Long Air, who was protecting the emperor's grandson. Mrs. Su was relieved when she heard Sumibao's thoughts. Long Yi was sent out by the Wang family, and only Long Air stayed at the Wang family to protect the emperor's grandson, in order not to expose his identity. Taifu Wang told Zhou Fuan that Long Air was a slave of Taifu's house. He heard that Taifu's house was in trouble, and he chased him all the way. He just wanted to follow his master's family north, and escort him all the way. Zhou Fuan turned a blind eye or closed one eye, and didn't care about these things. Ah! No! A woman's cry came from the haystack at Wang's house. Long Hair was startled and jumped out of the crowd. Covered in blood, he rushed over, picked up the emperor's grandson, grabbed a horse, and galloped away. Sumi Bao, Long Hair's kung fu is so high. Yet he was injured. It seems that there are powerful people in this group of bandits. Take out all your belongings. The leader, a fat black-faced bandit, was riding on a horse and pointing a knife at everyone. A team of more than 100 people thought there was a lot of money. But unexpectedly, they were all rags. The bandits next to them began to dismount and plunder everyone's belongings. Carts, tattered clothes, bedding, pots and bowls were all thrown roughly to the ground. The grain and some fine grains were all taken away and tied to the horses. Those who survived and those who had no time to escape were herded around several haystacks. Bring him over here. And that one over there. Wang Chongling, Wang Chonglin and others were all arrested. The black-faced bandit leader pointed a bloody knife at Wang Chonglin. You are a high official, right? Come on. Take out the good things you have hidden. Sumi Bao, Helyen's eyes are quite vicious. He sees very accurately. And he specializes in picking out high-ranking officials. Bao, don't say anything. Let people find out. Dad can't protect you now. Their haystack was larger, with 3 haystacks stacked together. So the bandits didn't notice where the Su family was hiding. But they didn't dare to move. If they made any movement, they would be discovered. Sumi Bao turned his head and looked into the distance. In the distance, he could only vaguely see that the war at the village end and the bridge was still going on. People over there also discovered that something happened here. But it's hard to get out. I used to be an official. But now we are exiled prisoners. Bah! You dog officials. You are so greedy that the people are in dire straits and the world is in chaos. Take it out, grind it again, and chop it up directly. I am a criminal official. My home was confiscated and I was sent into exile. I was escorted by officials all the way. Where can I find any money? I'd like to see if it's you who is tough. Or I'm the sharp one. With a look from the black face, a bandit walked over and slashed at Wang Chonglin with a knife. I am the parent. Don't. Wang Chongling, who was next to him, saw that the bandits were trying to kill his brother. Just when he was about to open his mouth to protect his brother from the disaster, he said that he was the parent and that he wanted money. Puff. His words were not as sharp as the bandit's sword. With a flash of the sword, Wang Chongling's arm was cut off, and blood spurted directly into Wang Chongling's face. Ah! Wang Chonglin howled in pain and fainted. You are his brother. Okay. The love between brothers is so deep that if someone comes, give him an arm. Wang Chongling felt a chill in his heart. And Wang Yi rushed over. Don't touch my dad. I have some jewelry here. Wang Yi took a small package, opened it, and placed it on the ground. Inside were several pieces of jewelry. The gold, jade, and precious stones almost blinded the bandits. Although there are only a few pieces, anyone with a discerning eye can see that these pieces are all exquisite. Any piece of it can be sold for thousands of taels of silver. Here are the things for you. Please let my family and the children live. We are exiled criminals. Apart from this life, there is nothing else that you can value. Well, this little lady is quite sensible. For the sake of these good things of yours, I will spare the lives of you and your family. But you have to go with me. The black-faced bandit pointed at the Wang family team again. Take you and you away. Chapter 265. Stealing 18 Women. Don't touch me. Dad. Save me. When Sumi Bao heard this familiar cry, he, TSK. It's really a conspicuous bag everywhere. It makes me cry louder than others. Wang Yinyu was caught by a bandit and dragged over roughly. 2. This one is the most beautiful. And she is also young. The bandit raised Wang Yinyu's little face with a knife. In the dusk of the evening, the light of the torch reflected Wang Yinyu's little face, which looked extremely beautiful. Be brave and let me go. I am the emperor's concubine. If you dare to touch me, the emperor will punish you 9 tribes. Wang Yinyu's clothes were already thin, but being dragged and pulled like this made it even more. Sumi Bao didn't know whether to call Wang Yinyu stupid or really bold and ignorant. Just now, the bandit leader clearly scolded Wang Chonglin, saying that he was a bad official who harmed the country and made the people miserable. They are bandits. Or they are really bad people. And they like to do this business of robbing families and homes. Either they were originally good people, but were forced to live no longer, So they went into the mountains and became bandits. Sumi Bao felt that the bandit leader should be the latter. Sure enough, Wang Yinyu's voice just fell. The black-faced bandit leader's face became even darker. The Dog Emperor is a treacherous minister and loves villains. Corrupt officials have made it difficult for us brothers to survive and become kings. Since you are the Dog Emperor's woman, you should repay your brother's debts for the Dog Emperor. My sister-in-law is ignorant and talks nonsense. She is so young. How can she be the Emperor's concubine? It's just that she was not selected when the concubine was selected. And she has evil thoughts in her heart. Please let me go. Wang Yi's voice was cold. And he didn't look panic at all. He couldn't even see the bloody knife in front of him. Sumi Bao, TSK. TSK. She really deserves to be a crown princess. It can also hold up in such situations. Crown princess? The black-faced bandit leader was shocked. He seemed to have heard a little milky sound just now, and didn't pay attention to it. But at this time, he was sure that he clearly heard a little voice saying crown princess. Is the woman in front of me a princess? The black-faced bandit leader stretched out his knife, and opened the veil on Wang Yi's face. Ah! Everyone gasped. Including the bandits, who were also surprised and couldn't help but take a step back. Ugly. This woman is too ugly. There were black pimples all over his face. Black-faced bandit leader. A fire broke out in the East Palace. And the prince's family was all buried in the flames. The official announcement made it clear. Why is this princess alive again? It doesn't look fake looking at how burned it is. The emperor was unkind. But the prince was a wise king who loved the people. If this is really his family member, it would be inappropriate for me to touch her. The voice of the black-faced bandit leader was relayed by Mi Bao Bao. And almost everyone in the Wang family, who was standing nearest, heard it. Uncle, please stop arresting me. My name is Wang Yinyu. And I am her sister-in-law. When Wang Yinyu saw that the bandit leader was afraid of Wang Yi, he immediately opened his mouth to get close to him. I am her second sister-in-law. I am. The captured female members of the royal family wished they were the princess's biological mother and daughter. However, this sister-in-law, and niece should also be useful. A mocking look flashed across the black-faced bandit leader's face. Of those above you, only the prince and the Su family can be considered considerate of the people. The rest are not worth mentioning. Catch them all and take them away. The bandit leader signaled to the brother next to him to drag Wang Yi aside. The prince is dead. What's the use of a disfigured princess left? For the sake of the dead crown prince, let's spare this disfigured woman who calls herself the crown princess. Take away all the young women. Keep the old and children. And kill all the men. Listening to the bandit leader's words, the bandits responded and went to kill and arrest people. This is their usual approach. Robbing wealth and women. Don't want anything else. As for men, except for the elderly, all young and middle-aged people were killed. The main thing is to never leave any trouble for yourself. Su family. The Su family is over there. The women of the Su family are all beautiful. A voice howled. Sumi Bao really wanted to rush over and slap her in the face. Su Huifan, the third roommate of the Su family, saw that the bandits had taken away Xia Pinger and several other young women. Even Lu Xianlian didn't escape. He immediately yelled at the bandits, pointing to the haystack not far away where the Su family was hiding. Mom, Madam, my daughter, run quickly. I'm blocking you. When Suchi heard this, he reacted immediately and immediately stood in front of him, letting everyone get out of the haystack and run. Damn it. Can we outrun a horse? Why are we running? Su Sinan looked at his father. He was a fool. What should he do? You have to run if you can't run. You can't just stretch your neck and wait for someone to chop you. Right? There is always hope if you run. Puff. Sumi Bao couldn't help it and laughed out loud. Her father is really a conspicuous person and must stand out on every occasion. I'll hug Master and run away. The ghost doctor stretched out his hand to hug Sumi Bao and run away. Everyone follow me. I saw several bandits walking towards the haystack. Sumi Bao immediately credited the system and brought everyone directly into the space. Then used teleportation to appear directly 2 or 3 miles away. TSK. It's really tasteless. Sumi Bao looked at the small woods not far away, and could vaguely see the figures inside. A teleportation. Only such a short distance. This was also just now, when Sumi Bao didn't immediately use teleportation skills to chase misses Su and save her elder brother. This teleportation distance is really no faster than a carriage. In addition to the short distance, there is another more important reason. Over the past 2 months, she has discovered that as time goes by, All of her skills and cheat abilities continue to decline. Fortunately, teleportation is a lifelong skill that she unlocks and does not require points. However, it costs points to bring so many people into the space. There is no other choice but to pay on credit again. So Sumibao took credit 5 times in a row before taking everyone to a place more than 10 miles away. Find a ravine and let everyone hide. You are hiding here. I have to go back. Counting the time. And 7, and the others should have solved the trouble in northern Xinjiang. I will meet them and discuss how to save people. Sumibao explained everyone smoothly in one breath. Over the past 2 months, the Su family has known that Sumibao can talk. Just don't let her speak in front of outsiders. Master, I will take you there. The ghost doctor carried Sumibao on his back and quickly ran towards the way he came. The ghost doctor's Qigong was really powerful. In the time it took him to chew an apple, he took Sumibao back to the woods and hid behind a haystack. There was no sign of bandits in the woods. People were crying and sitting together in small groups. Sumibao saw Wang Xiaoxiao standing next to the Wang family at a glance. Next to Wang Xiaoxiao was her 7th aunt. Take me over to find Aunt 7. As soon as the ghost doctor turned around the haystack carrying Sumibao on his back, Yi Ranqing saw it and ran over. Where is the family? Are they all safe? The ghost doctor quickly said. Well, it's safe. It's hidden in a small ravine more than 10 miles away. If he can prevent the little master from talking, the ghost doctor will never let the little master talk to anyone. He was afraid of being heard. Some people will treat the little master as a monster and burn him. Then he will have no master. Are the rest of the Su family okay? We have to discuss quickly how to save Major General Su and the women who were snatched away by the horse bandits. Lu Zhan also followed closely. What woman to save? We have to save the master quickly. Su San has already chased her. Wu Hai was a little anxious. Chapter 266. The fat official is in trouble. It's not safe here. Everyone, pack your things quickly and follow us quickly. Let's go quickly. Walk a little further. Find a good place to hide. And then discuss how to save people. At this time, Zhou Fuan's leading role as an official was revealed. When he shouted, the exiles stopped crying and arguing. Half an hour later, the group walked about 20 miles and stopped at a dry river embankment. This great plain stretches as far as the eye can see, and there is no good hiding place at all. Lu Zhan frowned. In front of the Su family, who had just joined the team. Mrs. Su looked at the dry river embankment. There are so many of us setting up tents here. As long as there is fire, others can see it from a distance. It is not safe to live here. There is no place to hide in the plains, except in the villages. As soon as the village was mentioned, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The shadow just now was too great. If they hadn't looked at the sky late and wanted to find a village to stay, they wouldn't have gone into the village to ask. And they wouldn't have caused so many troubles. We don't dare to find another village to live in case we encounter bad people again. The bandits are so rampant. Can there be anyone in the nearby villages? Zhou Fuan interrupted everyone's discussion. Qin Guanshan winked at Zhou Fuan. And Zhou Fuan immediately looked at the Su and Wang families and said with a smile, Tai Fu Wang. Mrs. Su, what do you two do? I just had a fight with the people from northern Xinjiang. And the fat official died. Qin Guanshan could see clearly. The fat official was not killed by people from northern Xinjiang. Because the two of them followed Madame 7 to kill the enemy. The fat official didn't dare to fight the people from northern Xinjiang. He just entered the scene and found an opportunity to lie down and be dead. Then when the war was about to end, Qin Guanshan saw with his own eyes that the 7th lady killed a northern Xinjiang soldier with one blow. The northern Xinjiang soldier fell next to the fat official. And the 7th lady directly made up for it with a knife, killing the fat official. If outsiders don't care, they will think that the fat official has died long ago. The 7th lady wanted to kill the northern Xinjiang soldiers with a last-ditch attack. But Qin Guanshan could see clearly. When the northern Xinjiang soldier fell next to the fat official, the fat official shook his body and tried to get up. At this time, Madame 7 cut his neck with a knife. Before he died, the fat official opened his eyes suddenly, stared at the 7th madam in disbelief, and then reluctantly took his last breath. After returning, Qin Guanshan secretly told Zhou Fuan the matter as soon as possible. I was glad more than once in my heart that I didn't pretend to be dead like the fat official. But in the end, I really pretended to be dead. Without the fat official, only Zhou Fuan and Qin Guanshan were left. And they were even more shocked. Look at the expressions of the Su and Wang families everywhere. Are you kidding me? The 7th madam dared to kill a fat official like that, and she did it without any flaws. If they disobey, the seventh lady will also kill them. What an injustice. Rabbit, where is the nearest village? If you ask me, just climb over this river embankment and turn to the left, and there will be a small village. Rabbit, how many villages are there in a radius of 20 miles here? Is there anyone there? There are 2 villages in a radius of 10 miles, and 3 villages in a radius of 20 miles. Let alone people. There are not even dogs. There are only rats. After communicating the situation with Rabbit, Sumabeo lay in Grandma's ear and whispered the situation. Let's find out if there is a village nearby and live in the village. It's not far from the forest at night. If there are wild dogs, it will be troublesome for us to live in the open air, Wang Chonling said with a pale face. During this time, his father has not appeared in front of everyone. I have been sitting on the cart at home, afraid of being exposed to the sun by my father. Wang Chonling put a piece of cloth on the cart to block some sunlight and block people's sight. Grandmother, father, younger sister, and the emperor's grandson were sitting on the cart. Whatever he had to do, he always asked his father for instructions. Hearing Zhou Fuan's question, Wang Chonling turned around and glanced at his father out of habit, and saw that his father was standing next to the cart, looking at his younger brother, who was sleeping in the cart. His younger brother Wang Chonlin broke an arm, and was in a coma. Bai Suzy came over to check on his brother, and gave him some hemostatic medicine. The younger brother was injured, and the emperor's grandson was taken away by long air, and has not come back yet. Wang Chonling knew that his father was not in the mood to care about such chores at this time. There are 2 thatched huts on the other side of the river embankment. There should be a village nearby. So many of us came here, and we didn't hear much movement. If there is a village nearby, there must be no one in that village. Let's look for it first. Stay in the village. Only when we are safe can we send people out to rescue people with peace of mind. Mrs. Su is right. Zhou Fuan admired Mrs. Su very much. She was worthy of being an old lady who followed the late emperor to conquer the world. She was already so old. She had eaten and slept in the open air along the way, and was in good health without any illness or disaster. He could also make suggestions when encountering problems. No wonder people often say that having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. This Mrs. Su is a treasure in their Exile team. Zhou Fuan couldn't help but glance at Tai Fu Wang in front of the carriage. A powerful official in the court, and a generation of imperial masters. Since his exile, he has rarely spoken out, as if he doesn't exist. Everyone agrees with this opinion. Soon, we found a small village not far away on the other side of the river embankment. Everyone entered the village and settled in their respective places. Zhou Fuan then asked Bai Suzy to treat the wounded. He and Qin Guanshan checked the situation of the personnel. Finally, a group of them gathered in the hut of the school in this village to discuss countermeasures. All the soldiers in northern Xinjiang were wiped out. About 600 people. As soon as Lu Zhan finished his words, everyone was shocked. Even Sumi Bao was surprised. She only saw those soldiers from northern Xinjiang pouring out of the village, like locusts during the fighting at the bridge. She could not see clearly in the dusk, but she only felt that there were many of them. But I didn't expect that there would be more than 600 people. No wonder Wu Hai and the others were guarding so hard, and didn't have time to come over and help them kill the bandits. There were only a few of them, so it was like 1 against 100. 613. Qian Tong, who had always been quiet, suddenly said something. Sumi Bao couldn't help but look at him. The person the Queen Mother sent to protect her eldest brother was a eunuch. This man was awesome. There were so many people fighting, and he could actually count them. We were in such a hurry that we forgot something important. Yu Feng suddenly spoke. There are so many soldiers from northern Xinjiang, and they are all nesting together in that small village. There must be a lot of food and money saved in the village. Maybe they can also find their horses in the village? Even if they can't bring war horses, they should be able to. Are there carriages and ordinary horses? Sumi Bao gouged out Yu Feng's eyes. You are truly worthy of being my uncle. With a natural business acumen, the ghost doctor couldn't help but glance at Sumi Bao. Hee. My master is still great. Just now, my master asked me to take her to the village and collect all the things in the village. Hee. My master is amazing. The most powerful little fairy in the world. Don't talk about those useless things. If you can think of this, don't you think those bandits don't know? They can't be there suddenly because of us tonight. The bandits should be for the northern Xinjiang soldiers. They always send spies to find out news. At this time, seeing that the northern Xinjiang soldiers were dead, they should have sent people to remove the things from the village. Everyone has to admit that what the ghost doctor said is very reasonable. The issue of money and food for the northern Xinjiang soldiers in the village was immediately settled. And no one mentioned it again. We suffered a lot. Especially the men who died. Now there are only 66 people left. 8 people were injured. 18 women were robbed. We have no money or anything. Zhou Fuan summarized the situation in front of him in a few words. We still have to go into the mountains to find bandit dens to rescue people. We also have Su Jinbei, who was taken away by people from northern Xinjiang. We also have to find a way to save him. When Zhou Fuan talked about trying to save him, he was no longer confident. Chapter 267 Discussing Rescue. Yes. If you think of a way to save it, how can you save it with just these few of them? It's sooner rather than later. We'll go to the village to rescue people tonight. Madam Seven's proposal was immediately approved by Mrs. Su. Chinger's right. The gangsters won't expect us to go there tonight. But during the day, they will definitely send people out to look for us. With so many of us, we can't hide our whereabouts. If we are found by the bandits, we will still be dead. Upon hearing Mrs. Su's words, everyone fell silent. And for a moment, everyone felt extremely heavy in their hearts. They saw many corpses of bandits lying in the woods. 30 bandits. It was Qian Tong again, who opened his mouth and said a number. Everyone was silent for a moment. And the mood became even heavier. Everyone didn't expect that the inconspicuous young man in coarse cloth, who had been following the palace queen, he could be so powerful. But why did that young man kill so many bandits, but took away a 4-year-old bastard from the Wang family? This is something that everyone is puzzled by. But at this time, no one was in the mood to discuss youth matters. Everyone is thinking that since so many bandits have been killed, they will definitely not be let go. I won't participate. I want to save Major General Su. Qian Tong stood up and gave everyone a cold expression. I can't participate anymore. I want to go with Qian Tong to save Major General Su. Jinbei was taken away by the people from northern Xinjiang. It's 1,000 miles away from northern Xinjiang. The people from northern Xinjiang won't kill Jinbei for a while. What's more, there is Su San. Didn't he go with him? Before Mrs. Su finished speaking, she was interrupted by Wu Hai. The people of northern Xinjiang hate the Su family deeply. Especially that flower girl. According to our investigation, he has a grudge against your Su family. He will not kill General Su on the way, but he may kill Su. The Major General can no longer hold a gun. Mrs. Su's expression changed. Su Mibao, TSK. TSK. Wu Hai and Qian Tong are indeed the people sent by the Queen Mother to protect eldest brother. They are so dedicated. When everyone heard the familiar little milky voice, their scalps went numb. Here we go again. This little ancestor really dares to say anything. These two people were sent by the superiors to protect Su Jinbei. Everyone knew it for a long time. When they heard that they were sent by the Queen Mother again, they sighed in their hearts. The prince's case implicated the Jinghua government. The Su family will guard the border for the country. And each of the 100,000 soldiers of the Su family are brave. Unexpectedly, they will be jealous of the emperor in the end. And the soldiers will be scattered. And their homes will be confiscated and exiled. Even though he was exiled, the emperor was still worried about Su Jinbei's soul-crushing nails. They also sent Luzon and Mrs. Ji here, hoping to kill Su Jinbei on the way. It's just that the emperor never expected that the Earth Dragon would turn over and most of the capital city would collapse. Now that March has passed, they have taken a small path to avoid the killers sent by people from all walks of life in the capital. And they don't know what is going on in the capital. I heard that the Queen Mother had always been on good terms with the old lady of the Su family. And this time, she sent 2 experts to protect Su Jinbei. It seems that the rumors among the people about the prince's case, and the Su and Wang cases are not groundless. Let's just say goodbye. Qian Tong turned around and walked out. Wu Hai said goodbye to everyone and ran out to chase Qian Tong. Su Mibao, hey. I really wish I had a few of these subordinates. His face darkened. Is my eldest brother in danger? What is it written in the original book? Oh no. The original book clearly states that the eldest brother entered the Nanfeng Pavilion and suffered humiliation before turning evil. Now the plot has collapsed like this. The author actually forced the story back to its original plot. No matter what the process means. The final result is that the eldest brother will still enter the Nanfeng Pavilion. First deal with the bandits and save people. Then she thought about how to save her eldest brother. For some reason, Su Mibao felt very pessimistic. She felt that although the fact that she wore books was an accident, but the book still develops according to the original plot. Why is she wearing a book? What if the fate of everyone in the Su family cannot be changed? Sumi Bao suddenly felt a chill on his back. The eldest brother was forced to go through the plot and sent to the Nanfeng Pavilion. What about Dad? Will he still be cooked into porridge? And will Grandma still be eaten by wolves? And my mother and sister-in-law? When I think of the ending of the Su family in the original book, Sumi Bao's whole body felt cold. Rabbit, you say. Sumi Bao hasn't spoken about his problem yet. Rabbit stopped her immediately. Don't ask me. Ask me. I don't know. You have to be clear about one thing. Master, you are just the most powerful and variable existence in this book. However, the god of this book, the creator, that's the author. For a moment, Sumi Bao burst into tears. She had to admit that Rabbit was right. This is a book. The author is the big boss of this book. He is simply like God, the Lord of Hell. The author looks at who doesn't like it and writes it off directly. No matter how unpleasant it is, the writing will be as miserable as possible. What about her? She is an outsider who accidentally enters the world of the book. How will the author treat her? Sumi Bao's scalp was numb. Master, don't scare yourself. The author can definitely decide the life and death of the people in this book. But he cannot decide your life, death and experience. Pat your little heart. Sumi Bao let out a sigh of relief. I am so surprised. However, she had to think carefully about what she could do to completely change the tragic ending of everyone in the family. We have relatively few people available. And we don't know much about the bandits right now. I don't know where their camp is. Or how many people there are in their camp. Zhou Fuan cleared his throat. How about we send 2 people to explore the situation first, and then make a plan to save people? Wang Chongling had been sitting nearby as a backdrop just now. He just listened to what others said without commenting. Because he came to this meeting as a representative of the Wang family. But the men of the Wang family are all civil servants. And only his concubine Queen Xiao Xiao and Aunt Feng in his house know Kung Fu. As a civil servant, he still cannot accept women in his bones. They show themselves outside and fight and kill. So from the bottom of his heart, he was unwilling to let his daughter and his concubine follow him into the village to save people. But the second wife of the Wang family was also kidnapped by the bandits. The second brother broke his arm and is still unconscious. His wife and daughter were kidnapped. And as the eldest brother, he had to do his best to rescue them. What's more, his little sister Wang Yanyu was also kidnapped. That was his father's treasure. It won't work if he doesn't save her. So at this time, Wang Chongling became a little anxious when he heard that he had to wait for more time and discuss it separately. Those who were kidnapped were all women. If you wait a little longer, those women will be more in danger. What's more, a woman's family values reputation most. Most of these women belong to official wives. So what if? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. If you want to save people, you have to do it as soon as possible. If it's too late, something might happen. Everyone understood the meaning of Wang Chongling's words. But we don't have a better way. We can't just go over and kill the bandits with just these few people without knowing anything about the situation. Right? That's not saving people. That's automatically sending a few more heads. Okay, Chongling, you are right. But you have also seen our current situation. Zhou Dianzhou is right. We don't have many people who know Kung Fu. If we want to save people, we have to leave a few to protect everyone. Chapter 268. The third room comes to make trouble. Mrs. Su nodded, also feeling that this matter was difficult to handle. When Wang Chongling saw that Mrs. Su had made up her mind, he could only go back and discuss it with his father separately. Yu Feng and I will go and have a look. Once Wu Hai and Qian Tong left, the only people who could be used were Yu Feng and Lu Zan. Let me go with you. I'm more familiar with the situation in the cottage than you are. Yi Ranqing interrupted Lu Zan and suggested that she and Lu Zan go to explore together and let Yu Feng stay to protect the Su family. Yi Ranqing's proposal was unanimously approved by everyone. Okay, let's all disperse first. Each of you should go make arrangements for your family first. When Mr. Lu and the others come back after investigating the situation, we will make a rescue plan. Zhou Fuan also wanted to go back quickly, so he had to discuss it with Qing Guanshan. Now there are only 2 of them left as officials. If you go to the cottage to save people and then break back in, it will be really over. But if you don't save people, leave the team out of here quickly. In this case, as the leader of the team, it would be difficult for him to say it directly. Mrs. Su was holding Sumi Bao, followed by the ghost doctor and Yu Feng. They had just walked to the small courtyard where the Su family lived temporarily. Then I heard the sound of quarreling coming from the small courtyard. Who is actually coming to trouble our family at this time? Mrs. Sue's face darkened. We are a family after all. We can't write two characters in one sentence. If such a big thing happens, you second bedroom can't leave our third bedroom alone. Yu Feng pushed the door open and entered the courtyard. Call my second sister-in-law to come out quickly. I won't argue with you juniors. As soon as Mrs. Su walked into the courtyard, she saw Su Quanming and Lu Huifan arguing around Su Qingyi. Su Quanming was in contrast to the sluggishness he had felt on the road for more than 2 months. Very excited, he bumped his whole body directly against Su Qingyi. Our third bedroom is going to die. Su Qingyi, I am your third uncle. You can't just watch all of us in the third bedroom die. Right? Speaking of this, Su Quanming slapped Su Qingyi directly on the face. Snapped. A clear voice sounded. There was a sudden silence between the two parties quarreling. Why do you hit my man? You do it again. But don't blame me for being indifferent to young and old. When Song Jinha saw the man being slapped by Su Quanming, he immediately rushed forward with distress and stood in front of Su Qingyi. I call you uncle to give you face. If you dare to do anything again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Song Jinha, do you think you are still the grandma in charge of the Jinhua Palace? Why are you showing off your authority in front of us? What happened to my man being your man? My man is your man's biological uncle. His father is dead. And my man, what's wrong with educating his ignorant nephew on behalf of his elder brother? Lu Huifan was worthy of being a couple with Su Quanming. She also held her body and kept bumping into Song Jinha. Jumping and bumping. And scolding twice. Bang bang bang. Mrs. Su strode over and handed Su Mibao to Gu Yuyan, who was standing in the courtyard. She rushed over and slapped Su Quanming 3 times on his fat face. His father is dead. But his mother is still here. It's not your uncle's turn to educate my son. In the past, if one had to say who Su Quanming was most afraid of in this world, it would definitely be Mrs. Su, his second sister-in-law. But today, he was uncharacteristically slapped 3 times by Mrs. Su. He also turned around and slapped her in turn. Snap, snap, snap. 3 consecutive blows hit Su Qingyi harder on the face. Su Mibao, my dad is so stupid. He doesn't even know how to hide from this. Mrs. Su didn't expect that Su Quanming would do this. Su Laosan. You? Pointing at Su Quanming. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. The third eldest son of the Su family. She grew up watching her after she became a sister-in-law. Because her parents-in-law died early, Su Laosan got married and started a business. She helped take care of everything. She really managed to become a sister-in-law and a mother. She led their 3-bedroom life. And not only helped Su Laosan marry a daughter-in-law and start a family, he also helped him raise his son and grandson for so many years. It was during the exile that so many things happened, and we encountered so many difficulties. Su Quanming never treated Mrs. Su so ruthlessly as he does now. For a moment, Mrs. Su felt that her whole heart was extremely cold. Second sister-in-law. If you hit me, I am your brother-in-law. And your elder sister-in-law is like a mother. If you hit me, I admit it. However, I am also Qingyi's third uncle. So it is appropriate for me to hit him. Su Quanming had suffered a lot on the road these past 2 months. And he had become so thin that he looked a little out of shape. Now, on the thin and dry face, a pair of eyes stared hard at Su Qingyi. I learned this trick from my good nephew. Didn't I? Su Mibao, the third uncle of the Su family, is really stingy and has a character that will retaliate against anyone. Mrs. Su also remembered that in prison, Su Laosan beat Qingyi, and Qingyi in turn beat Su Chengliang. Of course, when Su Quanming said this, Lu Huifan's expression also changed. When she thought of her son Chengliang's death, her heart ached terribly. Both my sons are dead, and my Su family's 3-bedroom house has been wiped out. Second sister-in-law, what hope do I have? What else do I have to fear? Su Quanming's face was ashen. In-laws? Look! This is why Quanming and Huifan are confused. The sons have no chance of having a third wife. But nothing can happen to the grandchildren. Pinger is pregnant with Chang Liang's child. Now he has been kidnapped by bandits. You guys, no matter what, we have to find a way to rescue Xia Pinger. Grandma Lu had been sitting next to him silently. But now she stood up and started talking. However, the time to break up the fight was chosen too well. Su Mibao squinted her eyes. What did she hear Grandma Lu say just now? Grandma Lu, oh? Su Quanming. These two useless things. Let them do something. Why are they so lazy? Wanwan and Xianlian were both kidnapped by bandits. If we kept waiting, something would happen. And I didn't want to live anymore. Sumi Bao. No wonder Su Kuangming was so aggressive that he came to my house to cause trouble. It turned out that his beloved sister-in-law Lu Xianlian was robbed by bandits. What sweet sister-in-law? Lu Huifan suddenly heard a little voice saying something about sister-in-law. She suddenly looked at the baby in Gu Yuyan's arms. During the past 2 months on the road, everyone in the team knew that the Su family not only had a powerful Su Zhenbei, but also a Sumi Bao who knew everyone's secrets. At the beginning, the third room of the Su family was scared to death when they suddenly heard Sumi Bao's voice. Later, as time passed, they gradually figured out the situation. You know, the second roommate of the Su family is really capable. No matter what. As long as they follow the second roommate of the Su family, they won't go wrong. Moreover, there is a little baby who knows everyone's secrets and tells them from time to time for everyone to hear. The third room of the Su family is also quite scared. Especially Lu Huifan. She was always worried, fearing that Mi Bao Bao would find out about her exchange of children with her mother. Xia Pinger was also worried that Sumi Bao discovered the secret of her belly. In the past 2 months, few people from the third room of the Su family have not taken the initiative to look for trouble in front of the second room of the Su family. Now, I hear what a sweetheart sister-in-law is. Su Chueming's heart skipped a beat. I'm really afraid of what will happen. Before coming, he was afraid that Mi Bao Bao would tell his secret. Now, it is better to speak out and be heard by everyone. Chapter 269. Both women are pregnant with children. Eat melon. Hurry up. There's more than one melon. The rabbit's voice suddenly sounded in my head. Well, today she led people to hide from the bandits and owed money to the system again. If she fails to do so, all her abilities will continue to be limited. Especially her space. When I think about it, if the space is gone, she will die of illness and starvation on the way to exile. Sumi Bao doesn't care about anything now. He just concentrates on eating melons and earning points. However, she was also curious. She had already eaten Sanfang's melon. How could there be so many melons left uneaten? The third room of the Su family is not a melon farmer. So can he still be responsible for growing melons? It doesn't matter whether others save her or not. Second aunt, there are many capable people in your family. No matter what, you must help rescue Xia Pinger. She is pregnant with Cheng Liang's child. Lu Huifan really wanted to rush forward and scratch Hua Su Chueming's face. He is shameless. He actually got together with his sister Xiang Lian behind her back. Nonsense. Her mother was always in front of her, saying good things about her sister Xiang Lian. Filial, gentle, and pitiful. Over the years, she has taken better care of her sister and daughter than her own children. Fortunately for my sister, she stabbed her in the back and got together with her man. But she can't fight with Su Kuangming now. Her Lianger died, and Xia Pinger was carrying Lianger's child in her belly. He is her grandson. Lu Huifan felt that nothing could be more important than the child in Xia Pinger's belly right now. What did you say? Xia Pinger is pregnant with Cheng Liang's child? How is that possible? Song Jinhe blurted out, his face even brighter. Huifan, is what you said true? Is Xia Pinger really pregnant with our beloved's child? Su Kuangming had a suspicious expression on his face. He heard Lu Huifan say this just now. He thought it was Lu Huifan who was making trouble with the second roommate to help rescue people, and was just talking nonsense. Unexpectedly, Xia Pinger was really pregnant. If this matter is true, then he, Su Kuangming, is going to be the grandfather. This made Su Kuangming somewhat happy. Sumi Bao, this is not strange. Xia Pinger and Su Chengyang had already gotten together. Was discovered by Su Chenwen. He originally planned to deal with the matter of this bad couple after he came back from the border. As a result, others died on the frontier. We ransacked our homes and sent them into exile, which gave us an advantage over that couple. Lu Huifan heard that happy little voice talking about her dead son with such disdain. He immediately gave Sumi Bao a hard look. There is a little monster in the second room of the Su family who can reveal people's secrets. So what can I do? Anyway, her beloved son is dead. Even Su Chenwen died on the battlefield. She was afraid before. But now that her son is gone, she is not afraid of anything. So what if it was this little monster in the second room of the Su family who exposed her secret of changing children? Anyway, she has nothing to lose now. Sumi Bao, oh, it's just that the two of them are getting along well. When did this child come about? Sumi Bao felt that she remembered that Su Chengyang died in the original book and left no descendants. Xia Ping'er is still very different from that Lu Guan. How can you be sure that Xia Ping'er is pregnant with your grandson? Listening to his daughter's voice, Song Jinho was angry with Su Quanming and slapped his man in the face. All he wanted to do was cause trouble for Lu Huifan. We are both women, so I naturally know that the child in the bottle's belly is my grandson. Lu Huifan, the month of the child in Ping'er's belly happens to be the seed my son left before his death at night. TSK. Before death? Sumi Bao suddenly thought that there was such a thing. In order for Lu Huifan to give her son a daughter, the couple made a very crazy decision. Regardless of the fact that his son was seriously injured and about to die, he pushed his son's 2 concubines and Xia Ping'er into the shed to serve his son. All I was thinking about was, where are the 3 of them? As long as one person is pregnant, they will have a 3rd wife. Unexpectedly, none of Li's 2 bastards, 2 decent people in the house, got pregnant. Xia Ping'er, on the other hand, was secretly pregnant. However, this Xia Ping'er is really too thoughtful. She was pregnant with Liang'er's child, but she kept it secret from them. This time again, Xia Ping'er was snatched away by bandits. Her daughter Su Qiaoqiao told her that her mother had given her instructions. If something happens one day, let her tell grandma this secret. Lu Huifan privately believes that, no matter how well Xia Ping'er got along with her son, after all, she couldn't see anyone else sneak well. She is the widowed concubine of the 4th general of the Su family. Being pregnant all of a sudden was a shock to my spine. So, until this time, he was captured by bandits. Only then did Su Qiaoqiao tell her the secret. Lu Huifan also understood Xia Ping'er's mood very well. Besides, she was the one who pushed Xia Ping'er into her son's shed in the first place. Save Xia Ping'er, second sister-in-law. Please. As long as you can help us rescue Xia Ping'er, we can say anything. From now on, I, Lu Huifan, will change my mind to revolution. Listen to your words, and never cause trouble again. Sumi Bao, look. Don't look at Lu Huifan being unreasonable. She is really a mother who loves her son very much. Now she is willing to do anything for the grandson her son left behind. Well, he is worthy of being the darling devil Lu Huifan. That in-laws. When Grandma Lu heard this, her eldest daughter Lu Huifan opened her mouth and said she wanted the 2nd roommate of the Su family to help save Xia Ping'er. But she didn't mention anything about asking the 2nd roommate of the Su family to help save her little girl, Lu Xianglian. I was anxious. She knew that this was Qi Xianglian, the eldest daughter, poaching her. But Lu Xianglian was her most cherished treasure. No matter what she said, she had to ask the 2nd roommate of the Su family to help save Xianglian. Otherwise, pointing at her daughter and son-in-law would not be able to save Xianglian at all. You should go back first. We have just discussed it. Send someone to explore the situation first, and then see how to save him. Mrs. Su was angry that Su Quanming had beaten her son. At this time, she didn't want to pay attention to the people in the 3rd room at all, whether it was Xia Ping'er or Lu Xianglian. She didn't want to care. Second sister-in-law, you really can't leave Xianglian alone. Su Quanming hesitated. His old face turned red, and he suddenly approached Mrs. Su and lowered his voice and said, Second sister-in-law, Xianglian is pregnant with my child. Ah? Sumi Bao's pupils were shocked, and he couldn't believe what he heard. Sumi Bao's screaming heart, Lu Xianglian is pregnant with the 3rd uncle of the Su family's child. No way. In the original book, it was not mentioned that Lu Xianglian was pregnant with Su Qiuming's child. Wrong. In the original book, neither Su Quanming nor Su Chengyang left any descendants. The 3rd room of the Su family is really dead. In an instant, the harsh little milky sound directly penetrated the ears of everyone present. Lu Xianglian is pregnant with Su Qiuming's child. Everyone was shocked. This was even more shocking than just hearing that Xia Ping'er was pregnant with Su Qingliang's child. This person. It was indeed bad that was carried in the womb. Even when it comes to things like this, father and son are in sync. It is indeed the 3rd bedroom of the Su family. Just different. Wow. The system beep comes to mind. There was a sound of gold coins falling. Please accept 1,000 gold coins. Continue to eat melons. And continue to make money. Chapter 270 The Dead Scumbag Mr. Su Sanshu. What? Karen is really pregnant with your child? At this time, Lu Huifan could no longer maintain her composure. She can bear it when her own sister poaches her. But she is pregnant with her man's child. Especially when her own son is still dead. She really couldn't bear it anymore. Lu Huifan jumped over and beat Su Kuoming violently. I'll beat you to death for being shameless. How do you still have the nerve to live? You? Since the death of Su Chongyang, the third room of the Su family, Su Kuoming and his wife have been listless. For a while, the two people seem to have come to their senses, hugging each other and crying. Then they tell each other what happened when their sons were young. Lu Huifan felt that sometimes she would have a feeling that the two of them comforted each other because of the death of their son. And they seem to be back to the same years as when they first got married. There is a feeling that a young couple comes to accompany them all the time and relies on each other on the road of exile. Unexpectedly, all this was an illusion. When Lu Huifan thought about this piece of shit, Su Kuoming, while comforting each other with her about the pain of losing her son, he was also having a heated fight with his sister Xianglian behind her back. Now, I even have children. So who is she? Stop hitting me. This is what happened. What's the point of hitting me again? The third son of the Su family died, and his things were lost. For more than 2 months, I have been short of food and clothing. Su Kuoming became so thin that he became numb. He has never been as healthy and aggressive as Lu Huifan. Lu Huifan now beats him desperately, scratches him, and scratches him. After a while, there were injuries all over his body and face. Mrs. Su and her second roommates were standing nearby, becoming spectators at the moment. Grandma Lu had the heart to go up and give her a hand. But she also felt that her son-in-law, a piece of shit, really deserved a good beating from her eldest daughter. He married an eldest daughter, so it's okay if he doesn't treat her well. Now, she has seduced her little girl again. Pity her. The delicate, weak little caring girl. It was eaten by the old dog Su Kuoming. Grandma Lu also became more and more angry as she thought about it. If her old bones weren't alive, she would have rushed forward, together with the eldest daughter, to grab Su Kuoming and beat him half to death. Well, think again. Now he is on the road to exile. It's just a matter of losing their face and all that. Now the fact is that both girls are following this bitch man. As a mother, she had no choice but to hold her nose and accept this dog's son-in-law. What else? If the eldest daughter's attack is really not serious, she will beat this bitch son-in-law into a coward. It's so painful that it's still my 2 daughters. Sumi Bao listened to Grandma Lu's voice. For a while, the old woman actually acted out a big drama in her heart. Stop fighting. Huifan, you've broken him, which has hurt you and your sister. In the end, Grandma Lu endured her anger and persuaded her eldest daughter. After listening to her mother's advice, Lu Huifan stopped beating her hands until her hands were sore. No matter how bad Su Kuoming is, he is still the husband she married when she was young. Now that she has reached this point, if she keeps making trouble and fighting, what can she do? Huifan, if you really can't accept it, I will give you a divorce letter and give you your freedom. It's up to you to remarry. We are a young couple. What can't we discuss? Nonsense. Listening to Su Chueming's words, the eyes of everyone in the second room of the Su family widened. Third uncle, you are really as scumbag as you can get. Couldn't help it anymore. Su Chi still spoke. Suffocated him to death. Third aunt did nothing wrong. You did something wrong yourself. Why did you divorce third aunt? Su Chingy didn't understand how his third uncle could be so thick-skinned. Such ruthless words could be said in front of his third aunt and his mother-in-law. Su Kuoming disagreed. I'm doing this for the sake of Huifan and Xianglian. Huifan is getting older. Anyway, she will have grandchildren in the future, so she doesn't have to worry about no one to support her in her old age. Xianglian is different. She has my baby in her belly. How dangerous it is to be on the road of exile. It's so difficult for a pregnant woman. I would be heartless if I didn't look at her. Song Jinha couldn't help but laugh angrily. TSK. Listen to this tone of voice. This face. Alas! If the object of reconciliation was not Lu Huifan, Song Jinha felt that no matter what she said, he would have to rush forward and beat this scumbag to vent his anger on the woman's behalf. But this person was Lu Huifan, and Song Jinha felt that there was no need for her to talk more. Helly! Su Kuoming! You are so good! How dare you say Helly to me? Lu Huifan was really confused. Huifan, don't be excited. You see? This is reconciliation, not divorce. You are not ashamed. You are free. You can marry whoever you want and coax your grandson to spend his old age in peace if you don't want to. I will never steal my grandson from you. Su Kuoming felt that he had found the best plan, and immediately approached him with a fawning smile on his bruised face. Huifan, We are a young couple, so there is nothing we can't say. Besides, isn't this just for Xianglian and our mother? You see, I married Xianglian and came in, so I can still accept us. Mom, stay with me and take care of yourself. The money won't go to anyone else. Isn't it our own family? Su Kuoming continued to persuade Lu Huifan. Look, you see your grandson living a good life like yours. As for me, I will take good care of Lianer's child. This is the only instance in our third bedroom. The only instance in the third room? No. Huifan, don't pick words with me. The child Lianer gave birth to is really my only son. You and I have been married for many years, and you don't want to see me throwing down my filial piety bowl when I get old. Don't you have any sons? Sumi Bao can't listen anymore. It simply ruins the outlook on life. Who are the people in the third room of the Su family? Su Chidi and others are juniors, so it's hard to directly talk to Su Kuoming. But the more Mrs. Su listened, the more she couldn't bear it. I just wanted to scold Su Kuoming. Grandma Lu suddenly spoke. Huifan, the method Quan Ming mentioned is a better choice. Mother? Lu Huifan never expected that at this juncture. The first person to persuade her to let go would be her own mother. Mom, you have always favored my sister. I have tolerated everything. But now, you actually asked me to make peace with Su Kuoming and let Su Kuoming marry Xianglian? Mom, are you serious? Lu Huifan has always been careless and loves to take advantage. She has many shortcomings, but she is also the most filial and protective. Whether it's her son, her mother, or her sister, over the years, she has always been under his wing. But, is her sister poaching her? Her mother persuaded her to make peace? Tears. All of a sudden it flowed all over my face. It's true that people cannot understand what it means to be hopeless until they are sad. Mother is right. Mother is known as a person who knows how to do things. Huifan, you are just a fool. Heli is just for outsiders to see. No matter what, I have to marry Xianglian and give her in this way. My son can become my legitimate son. Why don't you leave if you don't want to? We can still live with us behind closed doors. Su Kuoming smiled flatteringly. Besides, look, your mother, your sister, and your grandson are all here. Where else can you go? It's just a formality. Why are you so stubborn? Chapter 271. Is there really a life of widowhood? Sumi Bao felt like vomiting after hearing this. It was really off the mark. Su Chueming's words sounded familiar to her. She used to watch TV and watch an emotional program, and one of the programs had the same situation as now. The younger sister stayed at her sister's house and hooked up with her brother-in-law. In the end, the brother-in-law actually divorced her sister and married her. What's even more chilling is that my sister's two biological children both say that my aunt is better than their mother. My aunt is gentler than my mother. She never beats or scolds them, and buys them delicious food. The scumbag of a scumbag travels through time and space, and is connected to all generations. Huifan, calm down. You are angry. What you say and do is beyond your imagination. When you calm down, think about it. It's not a big deal. In a wealthy family, there are many wives and concubines. Think about it. It's fragrant. Lian is your biological sister, so she won't really harm you, as long as you take a step back on the surface and give up your position as a wife. If Xianglian gives birth to a son, won't it be the hope of your future generations? Grandma Lu persuaded Lu Huifan earnestly. As for what's in Xia Pinger's belly, I really don't know who it belongs to. That woman has always been uneasy indoors. Don't forget, she followed Lu Guanchai out many times. And finally she wanted to run away with Lu Guanchai. Grandma Lu has always been shrewd. At the beginning, she was furious to death when she heard Su Chueming's fierce words. I wish I could scratch Su Kuoming to death. But things have happened. Grandma Lu felt that the method proposed by Su Kuoming was the best path they could choose at present. No matter what she said, the child in Karen's belly had to be born. She was sleeping in exile, and Xianglian girl had always been weak. If something happened to her, her life would be taken away. Thinking of this, Grandma Lu became more anxious. Huifan, let's take a step back. The child in Xianglian's belly is really Su Chueming's son. He is a blood relative of you. The elders say, aunt. This aunt is actually a close relative. Just like mother. When the child grows up, he will be as filial to you as he is to Xianglian. If you don't worry, this third wife of the Su family will still be you. So you can let Xianglian be your concubine after the child is born. Keep it in your room. Mother. Karen, Just when Su Kuanming was about to say something, Grandma Lu glared at him. Huifan, don't worry. When the child is born, Mother will tell Xianglian that if it is a son, and he is raised by your side, he will be his legitimate son. Xianglian is young. Let her have more children in the future. You sisters are of the same mind. And in the future life in this family is getting better and better. Seeing that Lu Huifan's face was a little loose, Grandma Lu quickly added a little more fire. Huifan, the child in that girl Xia Pinger's belly may not necessarily belong to someone else. Besides, she is not a stable person. Don't think about it. She has lied to you before, saying that she was pregnant with Chang Liang's child. She told you later that she was actually pregnant now. Even if the child she was pregnant with was Qing Liang's, she didn't lie to you this time. I think she is separated from your Su family. Sooner or later, she will have to leave. When the time comes, where will you go to find her? This? Grandma Lu's words directly touched Lu Huifan's heart. What is Lu Huifan most afraid of? She was afraid that the child in Xia Pinger's belly was not her son. Was afraid that Xia Pinger would give birth to a child. So he hid from her and ran away with the child in his arms. What's more, Lu Huifan didn't believe Xia Pinger from the bottom of her heart. After all, it's about having a baby. Xia Pinger had lied to her once. On the way to Exile, Xia Pinger secretly told her once that she was pregnant with Chang Liang's child. She was just afraid that people would find out and poke her spine. So she didn't dare to say anything. Lu Huifan has been devoted to Xia Pinger along the way, taking care of her daughter Su Qiao for her, and often letting her ride in the carriage. I was just afraid that she might have fetal motility. The result of it? She later confessed to herself that he had lied to her, mainly because they were afraid that their third wife would think mother and daughter were a burden and throw them away. Otherwise, she would not have asked her to go find her son with Mrs. Li when he was leaving, hoping to leave some incense for him. Her son died more than 2 months ago, and she was pregnant with the child. But she kept it secret. It wasn't until something happened to her today that Su Qiao came to her and told her that Xia Pinger was pregnant. Think about it this way. There really wasn't a single word of truth in Xia Pinger's words. Who can guarantee that what she asked her daughter to tell this time is the truth? Maybe she wasn't pregnant at all. Lu Huifan thought about it, and the expression on her face changed again and again. How could Grandma Lu not understand the thoughts of the eldest daughter? When she saw what she said, she touched her heart and immediately added, besides, there are no such coincidences in this world. Neither Lu nor Li got pregnant. She got pregnant right away. Besides, she is restless. As you know, she had hooked up with Chang Liang a long time ago. She didn't get pregnant for such a long time. Why did she happen to be pregnant now? It must be that Xia Pinger was too thoughtful to tell her daughter. When something happens, I will come to you and tell you those words. When Su Kuanming saw that things had turned around, he nodded immediately. Yes, Huifan, you must have been deceived by Xia Pinger. Don't even think about it. Our Cheng Yang has never been an honest person. Not to mention how many concubines there are in the house. Just the beautiful girls in our third room. There is no one who hasn't been touched by him. Not to mention, he often goes out to places like this. Think about it. So many women have never gotten pregnant this summer. Pinger, how can I get pregnant? Su Mibao, TSK. Su Kuanming really knows his son well. Look, how pertinent and appropriate this evaluation of his own son is. Rabbit, Su Chengyang really can't have children. The baby in Xia Pinger's belly is Lu Guansai's. It's a pity that Lu Guansai is dead. This Xia Pinger is really a widow. Anyone she messes with will die. Su Mibao was stunned. Is Xia Pinger really that powerful? She thought about it. Right. Xia Pinger's first man died in the battle, leaving Su Qiao behind. The second man, Su Chengyang, also died. The third man, Lu Guancha, died. Huh? The last time she was in prison, she and Lu Wanwan were pulled out together. Who was that official? Rabbit. While in the dungeon. That official. Ah? Su Mibao's little mouth opened so wide. Does Xia Pinger have so many melons on her body? Is Xia Pinger so awesome? It's simply a walking humanoid killer. From now on, as long as she wants someone to die, she can just be friendly with whoever she wants. Su Mibao finally realized what the ancients called a life-killing man. Wow! There was a sound of gold coins falling. 2,300 points have arrived. Please check with the host. Welcome to continue eating melons. Don't slander my son with red lips and white teeth. My son will not be able to live in peace even if he dies. Is there a father like you? At the mention of her dead son, Lu Huifan was extremely sad. Huifan, my dear son may not be born. Grandma Lu hesitated for a moment, then gave Lu Huifan a heads up. When I was in the mansion before, I saw Xia Pinger asking for prescriptions from the mansion doctor. Later, Xia Pinger secretly delivered medicine to Cheng Liang's house. I was afraid that the woman would be harmful to Cheng Liang. I quietly gave the money and asked the maid to the prescription was stolen. It was not a prescription for poison, but a prescription for treating that disease. Chapter 272 The legitimate son of the third room of the Su family. Impossible. Mom, please don't say such things about my beloved son for the sake of the child in Xiang Lian's belly. Lu Huifan was even more sad. Compared with her son's death, she could not accept others saying that her son could not have children, especially his own mother. Saying such words was like stabbing her heart out with a knife. Su Mibao, I really can't give birth. Hee. Not only Su Chengyang can't give birth, Xia Pinger is still a widow. At such a young age, she can defeat 3 men to death. Su Mibao's voice was heard by everyone present. Su Kuoming, second sister-in-law, did you hear this? Our Chengyang family really can't give birth. What Xia Pinger is carrying is not Chengyang's child. Only the child in Xiang Lian's belly is the blood of the third family of our Su family. Second sister-in-law, you can't. I'm watching our 3-bedroom apartment disappear. Please help me save Xiang Lian. Lu Huifan was dumbfounded for a moment. She would not believe it if others told her that she would not have a son. Even what Grandma Lu said. She was half convinced and worried that her mother was partial to her younger sister. Lu Huifan knew that for more than 2 months. No one in the Exile team did not know that Su Mibao's words were all true, and there had never been any mistakes. This made her even more despairing. Huifan, don't be sad. You heard it just now. Now the child in Xianglian's belly is the only flesh and blood of your 3 wives. You can't be so angry anymore and harm you and Quan Ming just for the sake of gambling. It also harmed your sister and the child in her belly. Grandma Lu was also anxious. At this time, she really couldn't care less about whether the second roommate of the Su family was in front of her. Whether her words were embarrassing or not. It didn't matter anymore. The important thing is that she wants her Karen to live. Second sister-in-law. Niece-in-law. Please save Xiang Lian and the child in her belly. Su Kuoming fell to his knees on the ground. Mrs. Su has a headache. Now this matter is really difficult to handle. No matter how unethical things Lu Xianglian and Su Kuoming did were. But it's just like what Su Kuoming said. The child in Lu Xianglian's belly is really the flesh and blood of her Su family. She can't just watch the child and leave without even taking a look at this world. At this time, there was a gentle knock on the courtyard door. Who? Su Kuoming raised his voice impatiently. Second sister-in-law hasn't promised him to save Xiang Lian yet? At this time, whoever is not smart came over to disturb his important matter. It's me. Susie Y. Grandpa. The childish voice outside the door was filled with fear. Go away. Who is your grandfather? You and your mother separated a long time ago. Lu Huifan was so angry that she had no place to vent her anger. As soon as I heard that the people outside the door were the original eldest daughter-in-law Fang Juexia and her son Suzy Y, I became very angry. Come in. See why? Mrs. Su glanced at Su Kuoming and his wife. Second sister-in-law. Chengwen is dead. And that unfilial Fang Juexia left with his son a long time ago. We have separated our families. They are no longer from our Su family. Why do you let them come in? Lu Huifan had suffered so many blows today and was extremely upset. She wanted to tear anyone she met. This is the house we are looking for the second bedroom. Third sister-in-law. I remember the house you are looking for the third bedroom is at the south end of the village. Right. Su Chingy would not spoil his third aunt. If his mother hadn't said anything, he would have really wanted to drive the family away so that they could have a good rest. He didn't want to care about the third bedroom's affairs, especially these messy things. Door was pushed away gently. The young Su Zihui stood timidly in front of the door, followed by an old woman wearing coarse blue linen clothes. Mrs. Su, excuse me. I am Aunt Wang, a relative of Mrs. Wang's hometown. Our mother and son got in love with Mrs. Fang and supported each other all the way. Now that something has happened to Mrs. Fang, Zihui is crying and looking for you. I had no choice but to bring him here. Aunt Wang is a neat person and can explain things clearly in just a few words. Was Mrs. Susie snatched away by bandits? Song Jinha's mood sank. This day was chaotic enough. So many women were taken away. They really didn't know that Fang Juexiao was also taken away. Well, when the bandits came, my mother took me and hid in a small hole in the earth. The bandits saw us when they were leaving and took away my mother's possessions. Su Zijuan couldn't stop crying. I killed my mother. Although he was only 6 years old. He also knew that his mother ran out to lure the bandits away to protect him, and was afraid that he would be discovered by the bandits. If it weren't for Grandma Wang and Uncle Wang Erling, he would have died long ago. Please, old lady. Please save my mother? Susie must kneel down. He was supported by Song Jinha. Silly children. They are all members of our own family. If your mother is captured, we will find a way to save her. General Susie followed the old duke. Yincheng was defeated and died on the battlefield. Mrs. Su will never leave General Su For's wife and children alone. Second sister-in-law. There are so many people being robbed right now. It's impossible to take care of everyone. You still have to save our Xiang Lian first. Su Quanming was a little anxious. Afraid of causing complications. Isn't that right? In-laws. When it comes to saving people, we have to save our own family first. When Su Quanming said this, he kept winking at Lu Huifan. They have been separated from our third room. They are no longer ours. We no longer need to care about their life and death. Third uncle. What are you talking about? Zihuai is the son of the fourth brother and belongs to our Su family. If you want to save someone from your own family, you have to save the fourth brother-in-law first. Right? Su Qingyi looked at Su Quanming contemptuously. Third uncle. You are the one who makes no distinction between the inner and outer. No matter what. Zihuai is your biological grandson. No matter what Lu Xianglian says. She hasn't entered the Su family yet. Right? Huifan. Can you really bear to see me embarrassed? Su Quanming was begging for help, and did not dare to confront Su Qingyi. He could only wink at Lu Huifan. Lu Huifan felt as sick as if she had eaten a fly. She is so cowardly. He was poached by someone. And now he has to plead for mercy for the person who poached him. But it is true that she is aggressive and unreasonable. But she can still distinguish the priorities of things. In any case, her feud with Su Quanming was an internal conflict within the family. Taking a deep breath, Lu Huifan put a smile on her face. Second sister-in-law. Su Quanming is right. Fang Juexiao and Su Zihuai have separated from our third bedroom and have no further relationship. Then how can it not matter? No matter how the family is separated, Zihuai is still the biological son of the fourth brother and the flesh and blood of our Su family. How can we talk about outsiders? Su Qingyi, hee. I know the reason. I just want to say this to make you uncomfortable. Second sister-in-law. Don't let the scandal of the family be publicized. There are already enough scandals today anyway. And I don't care about one more. Lu Huifan no longer cares about anything. Su Qingwen was not born by me. He is not the legitimate son of the third wife of our Su family. The child I gave birth to died long ago. My neighbor also happened to have a son who had no money to support him. So he gave it to me. What did you say? Su Qingwen is not my son. Su Quanming was furious. For so many years, Lu Huifan has not leaked any news. Chapter 273 except Su Zihuai. Yes. I lied to you back then. Su Qingwen was my adopted child. And we only had Cheng Liang as a biological child in our third room. Now he is also dead. And he didn't even leave any incense. Now, are you satisfied? At this time, Lu Huifan didn't want to talk about anything. The son is gone. And her sister and her husband are coaxing her. Her own mother also gave up on her. What hope does she have in living? You poisonous woman. You have violated the 7-out rule. I am going to divorce you. When I think about it, for so many years, Su Quanming, who thought he was very smart, had been raising children for others. Su Quanming's lungs were about to burst with anger. Kicked at Lu Huifan. This kick was filled with years of hatred and no affection at all. Boom! Lu Huifan was not wary of Su Quanming treating her like this. Kicked out all at once. Hit the wall. Puff. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Fun. My fern. Grandma Lu was heartbroken and immediately ran over on tiptoe and hugged Lu Huifan, who was vomiting blood. Daughter. Don't scare me. You don't know whether your sister is alive or dead. If you try to do anything wrong, my mother won't be able to survive. At this moment, Grandma Lu looked at Su Quanming again. Her eyes filled with anger. Su Quanming. You bastard. Do you want Fan's life? Su Quanming was really angry at that time. Unexpectedly, Lu Huifan did not dodge at all, and was kicked until she vomited blood. He felt a little panicked. But when he thought about the things she had done over the years, his panic and guilt disappeared. This vicious woman almost killed me. I have severed all ties with her. I will write a letter telling her to get out of here and never appear in front of me again. The more Su Kuoming talked, the angrier he became. They concealed the fact that my eldest son was adopted. And then he raised the second son to death with his own hands. As a result, the third room of my Su family was cut off. This vicious woman is too vicious. How could I tolerate her again? Sumi Bao really didn't want to see this wonderful family again. Sumi Bao, there is no good person in the third room. And the noise is really annoying. I heard Sumi Bao's impatient voice. Su Chi glanced at his mother and wife, and immediately shouted out to drive them away. This is your family matter. You can go home and talk about it yourself. Let's go back. When we go back, I will definitely divorce you. This poisonous woman. After Su Kuoming yelled at Lu Huifan, he turned around and walked to Mrs. Su. He smiled flatteringly and said, Second sister-in-law, I will leave Xianglian and the child in her belly to the second sister-in-law. Please rescue Xianglian. I will not disturb the second sister-in-law. I will take this evil woman away now. When Grandma Lu took a look, things developed completely beyond her imagination. He stood up immediately, walked to Mrs. Su and said, Second sister-in-law, you also have to take care of Su Kuoming. The young couple always come to keep company. Huifan has been with him for most of his life. He can't grow old. If he sees that Huifan is useless, he will kick her out. This divorce it must not be done. Grandma Lu added the last sentence. Su Kuoming is shameless. You, the second wife of the Su family, can't afford to be ashamed. After hearing this, Mrs. Su was also annoyed. If you want to divorce your wife, you still have to take a concubine. I don't think it's easy for me to deal with this kind of thing. You should discuss it with your son-in-law and your two daughters. After saying that, he stopped looking at Grandma Lu. Let's go! Let's go quickly. We have to rest for a while, and we have to go out to rescue people. Su Qingyi saw his mother's face, and quickly chased her away. Mother-in-law. Second sister-in-law promised to save Xiang Lian. Let's go back quickly. Su Kuoming quickly went to help Grandma Lu. Why are you helping me? Why don't you take Huifan back quickly? If Huifan dies today, I will never let you go. Grandma Lu muttered, and took Lu Huifan away with Su Kuoming. Grandfather. Seeing Su Kuoming and others leaving, Su Ziwei became a little anxious and immediately ran over and grabbed Su Qianming's clothes. Save my mother. Let's go. Didn't you hear me just now? Your father is not my son. You are not our Su family either. Don't call me grandpa again in the future. Su Kuoming carried Lu Huifan on his back. His legs were shaking, and he couldn't walk. Seeing Su Ziwei, I felt even more annoyed. By the way, don't call me Su Ziwei anymore. You are not a descendant of our Su family. You should follow your mother's surname and change your name to Fang Ziwei. In the yard, it finally became rare and quiet. Ancestor, can you save my mother? Just now my grandparents said that my father is not their child. Then we are not the Su family. Will you still save my mother? A soft and cowardly voice. Su Ziwei lowered his head and grasped the corners of his clothes with both hands. Aunt Wang standing behind him was also a little embarrassed. Aunt Wang, no wonder people say there are so many stories in this Highgate courtyard. Think about it. Mrs. Fang is such a good person, but her husband is actually an adopted son of unlucky parents. It has been said that bloodline is the most important thing in a big family. At this point, Madame Fang is afraid that she will not be saved. Sumi Bao, save! Of course. Why not save it? General Su Si had fought with his grandfather and elder brother for many years, and then died together. No matter what, he couldn't let his wife and children die miserably. Mrs. Su gently patted Sumi Bao in her arms. I feel very comforted. Hermie Bao Bao doesn't look small, but he has a big heart. Mom, when I go to rescue people this time, I will look for my fourth sister-in-law carefully. Yi Ranqing's words of fourth sister-in-law made the worry on Aunt Wang's face disappear. Sure enough, the rumors were true. The Su family of Jinhua Gongfu is truly a family of benevolence and righteousness. Aunt Wang, I really trouble you to take care of our ZY. Leave ZY to us now. If you have anything in the future and need help from our Su family, feel free to come to us. Song Jinhe and Aunt Wang said a few more words. Aunt Wang left with peace of mind. In fact, Aunt Wang also thought that if something happened to Mrs. Fong, mother and son would take care of Zihuai's child. There is no way. You can't watch your child die alone. But they also have real difficulties. After all, their son is not married yet. And they have a child of several years old at home. And they are still a refugee. I am afraid that no one will dare to enter her house again. Therefore, the Su family's acceptance of Zihuai really solved Aunt Wang's worries. The yard that the Su family chose has not many houses and a small yard. But compared to several houses nearby, it is relatively new. Apparently about 3 years old. When everyone went in, the room had already been cleaned by Hua Fan and Du Linyang. It's too late and everyone is tired. Let's cook dinner first. Qinger and the others will have to go out to rescue people later. It's easier to cook the meal faster. The main room is not small. But there are no tables or benches inside. When the family fled, they took away everything they could from home. Sumabeo didn't avoid people either. As soon as she was put down, her little feet touched the ground and she immediately ran around the room, waving her little hands. Tables and benches. Everything. Sumibao specially selected the tables and benches in the kitchen of Jinhua Gongfu. The table is a long strip of solid wood, large and somewhat rough. The bench is also a solid wood bench. A bench can seat 7 or 8 people even if it is crowded. This way, even if someone breaks in and sees it, they won't be too out of line. The meal should be simple and quick. Although Grandma explained this, Sumibao felt that this was the first time since they were exiled that they lived in a house together, as a family without official supervision. No matter what, I can't feel aggrieved anymore. Chapter 274 Meeting 8th Uncle again. With a wave of his hand, steaming food immediately appeared on the table. When the Su family saw it, they were all dumbfounded. The dishes looked so familiar. Even the bowls and plates used to serve them looked familiar. It turned out to be dishes from the large kitchen of the Jinguogong mansion. And they were all freshly prepared. Hee hee. It's all lunch that has just been prepared by the chef in the house. I received it. And it's all hot. Mom, take me to see Uncle 8th. Sumibao is now half a year old and has a few teeth. But it is still not convenient for him to eat. She didn't plan to eat with everyone. After a while, she ate a bowl of egg custard alone and drank bottled milk. At this moment, she was eager to see the injury of her 8th uncle Suchingi. Master, don't worry. As long as I'm here, General 8's health will be restored. The ghost doctor had been sitting on the bench, drooling as he looked at the table of food. This can't be blamed on him, since the Earth Dragon turned over, the mudslide, and then followed the Exile team. He hadn't had a proper meal in such a long time. There's nothing wrong with him. He's just greedy. Grandma will take you there. Mrs. Su quickly picked up Sumibao. At the mention of this child, the smile on Mrs. Su's face disappeared. Mom, let me hold baby me. She is heavy, so don't strain your arms. Su Qingyi quickly stepped forward and hugged Bao Bao Mi. Sumibao, I am heavy. Why am I heavy? I am a 6-month-old baby and only weigh 13 pounds. How am I overweight? Is my standard body shape good or not? Hey hey. Su Qingyi hugged his little girl and laughed. Dad is wrong. His mouth is useless. He made our baby me unhappy. Dad deserves a spanking. Our baby me is a cute little boy. Not heavy at all. Just right. Sumibao couldn't help but feel happy. She stretched out her little hand and tugged at her father's beard. Her father Su Qingyi is a living treasure. He doesn't have any skills, but he has a good mouth. He coaxes his mother, loves his wife, and loves his children. Whichever words sound good, just pick them up and say them. On the way to Exile, I made my mother and daughter-in-law happy. Along the way, Sumibao also understood one thing. What the old man said is so right. People like to talk. Dogs like to wash the pot. Grandma has given birth to so many children in her life. Most of them are promising. But the only one who is not promising is her father. But my grandparents doted on my father alone. It's because I think he has no future. I'm afraid he'll have a bad life. And I'm afraid he'll be bullied. This is true even for brothers and sisters. No matter who comes back from the outside, whether they are older or younger than him, I will bring him something back. Sumibao feels that her father Su Qingyi is a complete riceworm. A real group-loving baby that lies flat. Mom, don't worry. With baby me and the ghost doctor here, Batty's health will be fine. General Su Qingyi. Because his body is too special. When he left Mijibeo, Su Qingyi's physical condition made it impossible for him to follow the Exile team. But they can't stay. Su Jinbei asked Su San to stay and take care of Su Qingyi while contacting Su Jiu. The ghost doctor also stayed at that time and gave Su Qingyi a cup of worms. Then, he prescribed medicine to recuperate Su Qingyi's body. Later, after Su Jiu contacted Su San, Su San asked Su Jiu to send 2 secret guards to take care of Su Qingyi. And then he and the ghost doctor hurriedly chased the Exile team. Su Jiu also bought a carriage, specifically for Su Qingyi to lie in the carriage, recuperating while going on the road. Su San left a route to exile the team along the way. Just now, Su Qingyi's carriage caught up with the Exile team. After meeting, the Su family quickly asked 2 secret guards to carry Su Qingyi into the back room to rest. After leaving the main room and walking towards the west side room, there was a secret guard standing in front of the door. The other secret guard was hiding somewhere. Seeing Mrs. Su coming, the secret guard opened the door, watched people go in, then quickly closed the door, still standing guard in front of the door. The light in the room was a little dark, and Sumi Bao could see a fair and frail person lying on the bed at a glance. She has a white face and red lips, and her long, shiny black hair is draped on the bed. The bed was a wooden bed left by the farmer, and the mattress on it was taken from the carriage. Half of it was a bed, and the other half was used to cover the body. Sumi Bao, after 2 months of absence, my 8th uncle has become beautiful again. Gee, the longer it gets, the better it looks. I can't even tell which one is prettier, the 8th uncle or the eldest brother. Lao Ba, you are lying on this bed. The wooden board is scratching your body, isn't it? Look how thin you are. Only skin and bones are left. As soon as he saw Su Qingyi when he entered the door, Mrs. Su didn't say anything. Su Qingyi's eyes turned red, and he started crying. Sumi Bao, my dad's eye-catching bag really makes him stand out wherever he goes. He is as fat as a ball, and looks thin to everyone else. Uncle 8, is this called thin? This is called just right. Wow. Uncle 8's waist is so thin. Want to touch? Su Qingyi, who was lying on the bed, suddenly blushed. His second brother has always been like this. A grown man, but like a little crybaby, crying and shedding tears at every turn. No matter what he does, he is the first to cause trouble. Look, how his second brother has raised his little niece now. For a 6-month-old baby? What are you talking about? Here. What do you think? Mrs. Su looked at her youngest son worriedly. He looks pretty good, even if the things on her body have not completely disappeared. And with Year's appearance, if 10 people look at her, 10 of them will say that she is a girl. When she thought about this, Mrs. Su felt panicked. Who are you? You don't even know me. Let me in quickly. My master is inside. I have to follow my master and show General 8th again. General 8th took my medicine. Is that one much smaller? The familiar noise of the ghost doctor suddenly came from the door. Apparently, the ghost doctor followed her, and the secret guard guarded the door, preventing him from entering. Let him in. He is the doctor. Mrs. Su glanced at her son, then turned around and asked the secret guard to let the ghost doctor in. Let me take a look. I guarantee that no one's medicine in the world is more effective than mine. I've been using it for more than 2 months, and it has become smaller. I tell you, in 3 or 4 months, it will be smaller. It will change from mountains to plains. Sumi Bao, handbag? Plane? Seeing Uncle 8's white face turned red all of a sudden, and as soon as the ghost doctor came in, his eyes looked directly at Su Qingyi's. Sumi Bao immediately had an epiphany. Is this the mountain bag? The plane, is it? Ha ha. He is worthy of being her Sumi Bao's apprentice. This description is really amazing. I originally thought that when I got to the Exile and had a stable environment, I would perform plastic surgery on Uncle 8. Unexpectedly, the ghost doctor really surprised me. I took Uncle Ba's cupworm directly and adjusted it with medicine. It turns out that Uncle 8's feminine characteristics were caused by a poisonous insect. Without support, the characteristics of women disappear little by little, and his masculine characteristics are slowly recovering. Sumi Bao thought, just in time. I don't need to operate on Uncle 8 anymore. Looking at things like this now, with a little more conditioning, Uncle 8's endocrine problems should all be resolved. What surgery? What endocrine? Chapter 275. The 8th General tells the truth. The ghost doctor took Su Qingyi's pulse. Well, the recovery is not bad, but it is slower than I thought. It may be due to the fatigue on the road. Just take a night's rest, and it will be fine. Here. If you feel uncomfortable, don't hold it in. Mom and your second brother are both here. If you have any discomfort, just say it. Mrs. Sue knew that her son had always been weak in character, and as shy as a girl who had not left the court. I never expected that I would suffer such a big crime. Mom, I'm much better. Su Chingy struggled to sit up. When Su Chi saw her, he was very discerning and quickly handed his daughter to his mother. Then he helped Batty sit on the edge of the bed. Ghost doctor, go and prepare some medicine for Uncle 8. It's best to make up for it. Sumi Bao glanced at the ghost doctor. Although the ghost doctor really wanted to be with the little master. But in this situation, the little master's family obviously wanted to talk to the 8th general. And they felt that he was an outsider here and was an eyesore. When I think about my little master classifying him as an outsider. The ghost doctor's white beard stood straight up in a grieved manner. Dad, let's go with the ghost doctor and have dinner. Grandma can watch over here. When I heard about the young master, I not only drove him away alone, but also drove away my own father. The grievance in the ghost doctor's heart immediately disappeared. I'm not leaving. I'm not hungry. I'm here to stay with you. Before Su Chingy finished speaking, he was pulled away by the ghost doctor. Let's go eat. Today's meal is really good. After the two left, the room became quiet for a while. Mom, just ask whatever you want to ask. Su Chingy understood that her niece sent the ghost doctor and her second brother away just because she wanted her mother to talk to him about Yanqing. Here, when we were separated last time, you were still unconscious. We couldn't take you with us. So we left the ghost doctor and Su San to take care of you. Well, Mother, Su San told me everything that happened to our family since we were confiscated and exiled. Su Chingy's eyes fell on the little niece held in her mother's arms. Looking at the little niece's white face and big dark eyes, he heard Su San say so much. And the ghost doctor also testified that Su Miba was very powerful. And she was still his little master. Now that Su Chingy saw her real little niece, she couldn't help but connect the soft and cute fat baby in front of her with a little fairy that was more powerful than a god in Su San's ghost doctor's mouth. Here, Su San should have told you everything about Baby Me. Baby Me was calculated by Master Gi for our Su family. It is a God-given spirit that changed the destiny of our Su family. He is a person with great fortune and supernatural powers. You can be rescued and treated by the ghost doctor. All because of me Bao Bao. Mrs. Su was afraid that if Su San didn't explain clearly about me Bao Bao's abilities, Ear would be surprised if she met him unexpectedly in the future and lose me Bao Bao's heart. Ear, our Baby Me has many abilities. She can read people's thoughts and is also very good at Qigong. She can lead our family to avoid disasters. She has a fairy house with many things in it. We are all grateful to Baby Me along the way. Otherwise, cold and hungry, the whole family has to suffer a lot. Even though she is only 6 months old, she can already talk and walk. Only our family knows everything about Baby Me. Su Chingy was shocked inside. What Su San said turned out to be true. My little niece is really a little fairy. God bless our Su family. We are worthy of our Su family fighting bloody battles for the country and the people. TSK. Sumi Bao heard her 8th uncle's voice and could accept her as an alien so easily. Instead of being afraid like the ignorant ancients who wanted to burn her to death. This 8th uncle can be dealt with. Thank you, Baby Me. Su Chingy said this softly, her eyes red. He couldn't help but tremble subconsciously when he thought of the terrible days he had lived since the defeat of Yanqing, where people were not like humans or ghosts. Here. Don't worry. Me Bao Bao is here and Jinbei is here. Our Su family will be fine. We will definitely be able to reach the exile in northern Xinjiang safely. The whole family will settle down and live a good life. Mrs. Su is old, as far as she is concerned. Now, the happiest thing in the world is that the family is safe and living together happily. When it came to northern Xinjiang, Su Chingy's mood obviously became excited. Here. What's the truth about the battle in Yanqing? Only then did Mrs. Su ask the words that were deep in her heart. When he mentioned Yanqing, Su Chingy's pale face became even paler. Mother. She called her mother. But before she could tell the truth, 2 lines of tears fell down Su Chingy's face. The door was knocked 3 times. Mom, I'm going in. Sumi Bao, Aunt 7 is here. Aunt 7 must have come here after hearing from her father that Uncle 8 was awake. The door opened and Yi Ranqing walked in directly. Sumi Bao. My 7th aunt is still my 7th aunt. Doesn't this opening allow me to come in? But I'm going in. Look at this arrogance. 7th sister-in-law. When Su Chi saw Yi Ranqing, he called out, His voice choked up. Baby, please sit tight. There is something my sister-in-law wants to ask you. Mrs. Su and Su Qingyi naturally knew what Yi Ranqing wanted to ask. But when I thought about what Su San said, Lao Qi died so tragically. If Yi Ranqing asked for details again, wouldn't it be like opening the wound again? Baby, since ancient times, there have been no generals who have always been victorious on the battlefield. Victory and defeat are common matters for military strategists. Our Su family, regardless of men and women, fight for the country and the people without fear of death or injury. I just don't understand. The Su family has 9 generals and 100,000 troops. Our battle with northern Xinjiang has lasted for more than a day or two. It is impossible for their northern Xinjiang army to defeat us unless the Regent Wang personally led the troops into battle. Yi Ranqing is a female general and has also experienced many years of experience on the battlefield in northern Xinjiang. The Su family's army has been guarding northern Xinjiang for decades and has always been victorious. The only one who can tie with them is the regent in northern Xinjiang. But the old emperor of northern Xinjiang died, and the new emperor was just established. He was still young, and the court was unstable. During this period, the regent should be busy with government affairs, and would not be able to go on an expedition. This battle in Yanqing, how on earth was the Su family army defeated? Still failed so miserably. This starts with the battle between our Daki and northern Xinjiang. Sister Qi, you know, the prince personally led the expedition, leading 300,000 Donglin troops to join our 100,000 Su family troops. The battle made the soldiers in northern Xinjiang cry like ghosts and howl like wolves. The battle in northern Xinjiang 18 generals died. The prince demanded that the northern territory be ceded for peace, and that all the deserts and 10,000 evil cities should be returned to Daki. Su Qingyi said so many words in one breath that he was a little out of breath. Su Mibao immediately took out a bottle of milk at room temperature from the space. Uncle Eighth, drink. Looking at what appeared on his quilt out of thin air, Su Qingyi's eyes were stunned for a moment. And then the star shone brightly. God was so merciful that he sent down a little niece, a little blessing, to save the Su family. Yi Ranqing skillfully inserted the straw, handed it to Su Qingyi, and demonstrated how to drink it. In the past 2 months, due to drought and lack of water, Su Mibao secretly provided various drinks to the Su family. Naturally, the Su family also learned to use straws and open Wang Lo Cat. Chapter 276 The Emperor's Grand Chess Move. Su Qingyi drank a few sips of milk, and the dry and itchy feeling in her throat disappeared. What is this? When he was at the Duke's mansion, Su Qingyi ate goat's milk soup and felt that it should be milk. But it didn't look like goat's milk. Still liquid. Although it feels novel in my heart. This is not the time to discuss this thing. When he thought of the battle in Yanqing, Su Qingyi's heart felt as heavy as a big stone. Naturally, northern Xinjiang will not be willing. But the two sides have a temporary truce and are waiting for further results. Right here, I received the imperial decree and ordered Jinbei's nephew to return to Beijing for a wedding. Having said this, a wry smile appeared on Su Qingyi's face. At this critical moment, Jinbei is a military advisor, and the emperor urgently ordered him to return to the capital. The prince was afraid that something might happen, but no one can disobey the holy order. When Jinbei returned to the capital, he, his father, his eldest brother, and the prince decided what to do next. Action. That is obviously a poisonous plan, secretly planned by the emperor and Gu Tai. The emperor is afraid of our Su family army and the prince. Yi Ranqing is a straight person, and since the Su family has reached such a state now, it is natural for him to complain. Xinger, don't get excited. Mrs. Su patted her daughter-in-law on the back of her hand. If she hated her, she was the one who should be hated the most. But it was also the deep-rooted idea of loyalty to the emperor that made her unable to listen to her descendants speaking rudely to the emperor. Mom, the emperor is unkind and treats the lives of our Su family like this. We are still loyal. Is that what makes the deceased uneasy? Yi Ranqing was unwilling to hide his hatred for the current emperor. Since ancient times, there has been no kindness or righteousness in the heavenly family. No father or son. Su Qingyi sighed. If it is as Dad said, the emperor is still in his prime. But the prince is at the peak of his powers, which naturally makes the Holy Heart uneasy. In the Battle of Yanqing, the military achievements are so great. When the prince returns to the capital with 300,000 Donglin troops, won't it be unpopular with the people? Xiang, all officials are loyal. Mrs. Su heard her son say what her old father-in-law said. My heart is filled with sadness. So, your father also saw it. It is impossible for the emperor to let the prince return to the capital safely. That's why he used the marriage as an excuse to transfer him from Jinbei and return to the capital. The prince lost his military advisor and had to cease the war and wait. Mrs. Su is also a female general who has been fighting at her husband's side for many years. How could the emperor not understand this idea? So, the problems that all the generals of the Su family can see. How can the prince who has a think tank team not see the problem? But if you see it, so what? From this point of view, sending the prince to personally conquer northern Xinjiang was a trap. The prince is so powerful that if he is placed in the capital, it will definitely shock the court. That's why the emperor used such a good plan to transfer the prince, his 300,000 Donglin troops, and 100,000 dragon guards, all out of the capital in the name of conquering the northern border. Mrs. Su suddenly thought of the disaster relief grain embezzlement case that was caused by the prime minister's remarks in the court before the incident. That case shocked the government and the public. Not only officials were shocked, but the people also complained. They all cursed the officials for being unkind and treating the victims like nothing. Such a dirty official should be cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts. Zhuxiang took the lead, and Gu Tai's Xiaowei personally interrogated. This case involves many things. More than 30 criminals were imprisoned, and more than 20 people were confiscated and exiled. More than 300 officials and their families were beheaded in the street. Among them, Pei Wenzhong, the minister of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, was the first to bear the brunt. As the chief culprit, he and his eldest son and grandson were executed with 1,000 swords and 10,000 knives. Pei Wenzhong is the prince's man. Mrs. Su's face turned pale. From this point of view, the emperor made a big move. Through the disaster relief grain embezzlement case, the prince's party was completely wiped out from its foundation in the capital. Then he issued 12 imperial edicts urging the prince to return to the capital. When the prince left, he knew that the road ahead would be difficult. He left 300,000 Donglin troops behind on the grounds that the imperial edict was urgent, and only took 3,000 dragon guards to return to the capital day and night. Su Qingyi smiled bitterly. At that time, my father persuaded the prince. If the prince did not want to return to the capital, my father was willing to lead the Su family army to follow the prince and guard the northern border from now on and never return to the capital. When Sumi Bao heard this, her little eyes widened. As a modern person, she really couldn't understand the thinking of ancient people. The prince knew that his father wanted to kill him, but he still rushed to the capital day and night, just to die. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Mrs. Su, my old man has been with the emperor all his life. He and the emperor are sworn brothers. He knew clearly that the emperor's move was unjust to the prince. But the old man would rather accompany the prince to resist the decree and stay in northern Xinjiang than directly rebel against the emperor. Sumi Bao's heart dropped when he heard his grandmother's voice. The loyalty of the ancients was also terrible. This silly grandpa of mine. He didn't even think about it. If he and the prince really stayed in northern Xinjiang, the prince and the Su family army would be rebels who refused to obey the decree. Rebellious? Lung Buting heard the soft and cute little milky voice. Only then did Su Qingyi believe what Su San's mother told him. Their whole family could indeed hear what their little niece was thinking. Hearing these words from my little niece, they were completely beyond words that a 6-month-old child could say. No wonder everyone in the family said that my niece was a fairy. And she was indeed a fairy. The prince rejected Dad's proposal. The prince said that if he did not return to the capital, everyone in the prince's palace, as well as everyone in the Jinghua palace, would be sentenced to death by the emperor as rebels. He cannot take his own life because of it. The entire Zhongjuan family cannot survive alone and abandon the princess and the prince. In this way, even if he becomes a king one day, he will be a foolish king who is unjust to his ministers and ruthless to his wife and children. He does not want to be like the emperor. Wow! It turns out that the prince is such a good person. Sumi Bao couldn't help but marvel. No wonder my eldest brother is so loyal to the prince. No wonder an old fox as cunning as Tai Fu Wang bets all his treasure on the prince. As expected, he is the perfect choice for Ming Jun. It's a pity that good people don't live long. They are short-lived ghosts. TSK. Sumi Bao sighed at the prince's character. But such a person is indeed not suitable to be an emperor. You know, even Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, who was such an enlightened monarch, killed his brothers before he came to power. The fight for that position has been bloody since ancient times. With a character like the prince, He really couldn't compete with the cunning second prince. Nor could he compete with the domineering third prince. After all, the second prince is physically weak, and the third prince is less intelligent. It was precisely because of his shortcomings that the emperor felt that such a prince was the one he could control. As for the prince, it was obvious that it was far beyond his control. Well, Sumibao let out a long sigh. His little face wrinkled into a bitter melon. How can one allow others to sleep soundly beside the king's bed? To put it bluntly, 2 barking donkeys cannot be tied to a stone trough. I really don't understand why the prince, surrounded by masters like his eldest brother, Tai Fu Wang, and a think tank, doesn't understand the truth that the wind will destroy the trees that are as beautiful as the trees. Why not let the prince hide his clumsiness? Madame Su and Su Qingyi looked at each other. What she said with that soft and cute little voice was so shocking. Above the court, the Tian family's father and son. These intricate relationships. A little child can see so clearly. Su Qingyi, this is not a fairy. What is this? Mrs. Su, Master Yi is indeed a great supernatural power. Our baby me is truly a God-given little fairy boy. Chapter 277 Concubine Lu Gui. After the prince left, weren't you supposed to stay in camp and wait for the emperor's orders? Why did you go out to fight in the city again? Yi Ranqing has always been simple-minded and is not used to thinking about such complicated relationships. She didn't care what the emperor thought. Nor did she care about the prince's difficulties. She just wanted to know how her husband died and by whose hands. When the prince left, he asked Dad to take over the command seal. But he didn't. Dad felt that the Donglin army was the prince's own army, and it was not easy for us, the Su family, to get involved. So when the prince left, he temporarily gave the command seal to Luo Mingsheng, the general of the Donglin army. Luo Mingsheng? Donglin army? Sumibao's pupils trembled. Oh my god! This prince is so unlucky. She didn't remember others, but she still remembered Luo Mingsheng when she was reading. If nothing else, it's all because of Luo Mingsheng's setting in the original book, which is simply a replica of Wu Sandui. A proper flush of anger turns beauty into beauty. At that time, when she was reading a book, she saw this paragraph and praised him. General Luo, despite being a warrior, was actually such an affectionate person. But she didn't expect that something would happen to her own family. As Sumibao, a member of the Su family, she looked back at the plot in the original book. Luo Mingsheng immediately became a perfect love brain. For one woman, he killed so many people, and in the end, his entire family was beheaded. He was really harmful to others and himself. So stupid and stupid. Sure enough, in Su Qingyi's subsequent narration, things completely restored the plot in the book. Luo Mingsheng, as the top general of the Donglin army and the prince's confidant, logically should be an excellent husband that the ladies in the capital would love to marry. But this General Luo was dark and ugly, and he was even better than Lin Kuei. Moreover, he was also famous for his ability to restrain his wife's fate, marrying 8 wives in a row, all of whom died within a year of marrying. So much so that in the capital, General Luo became the god of plague that all young ladies of marriageable age avoided. Just like that, in the midsummer that year, in a large restaurant next to the overpass on Long Street, a father and his daughter, who played the piano and sang music, were bullied by the dandies from Beijing. The girl who was drinking music climbed out of the window and jumped into the river under the overpass. General Luo, who was getting drunk on the next floor, was standing in front of the window to blow away the drunkenness. Just like that, he had a close encounter with a woman who fell from the sky in front of the window, and her beautiful face passed and fell into the river below. Without hesitation, General Luo jumped into the river to save the singer. At that time, the lotus flowers were in full bloom. The delicate lotus flowers are entangled with the woman's soft hair. General Luo saved the little girl. The little girl had no intention of repaying him, so naturally she promised him her life. As for General Luo, he hugged someone else's little girl, so he naturally had to take her into his residence. There is no official wife in the general's mansion. Only a row of 8 tablets. There are no side wives or concubines. From then on, the general's mansion only had one concubine named Lu Hahua. After recalling this bloody passage in the original book, Sumibao pouted. The plot of a badass general with a scheming wife was written vividly by the author. In the end, there was no suspense. General Luo defied all opinions and made Lu Hahua his concubine. Why can't she be made the general's wife? The reason is simple. just because Lu Hua's status is too low. Her origin is a mystery. The old man who played the piano with her was just her adoptive father, and he had only kept her by his side for just 3 months. Before that, Lu Hua escaped from a flower building in Qingwan. What about before that? It is said that she was sold into the flower house by a gambler. Looking for the gambler again. He died in a ditch outside the casino 3 months ago. Where is Lu Hua? She said that when she escaped from the Qingwan, she broke her head and lost her previous memory. I don't know where my home is, and if I have any relatives. The old man playing the piano is a witness to this. When the old man picked her up, she did have a broken head and was covered in blood. She was unconscious in the alley where the old man came home. General, from now on I will only have you as my relative. My wife. If you follow me, you may die. Aren't you afraid? Without the general's rescue, He Hua would have died a long time ago. So why are you afraid of it? He Hua is grateful to the general, and her heart is happy with the general. The general must believe in He Hua. Don't believe those people's nonsense. What is wife killing? It's just that the wives are not lucky, and they are destined to the general. That's all. The rest of my life will be long and silent, and from now on I will let the lotus accompany the general. The words spoken by General Luo and Lu Hua on their wedding night in the original book came to Sumi Bao's mind one by one. Her memory is really bad, but this episode is too embarrassing. When she was reading the original book, through the screen of her mobile phone, she could see Lu Hua's inner complaints when she said these words. In this world, there is indeed no love or hate for no reason. All chance encounters are actually the result of some people's deliberate efforts. Suma Bao sighed. No one thought that Lu Hua was actually a member of the left prime minister. This is the situation laid out by the left prime minister for General Luo. It was also a big trap set by the left prime minister for the prince. Willow Lotus? Mrs. Sue's eyelids were twitching wildly, listening to her little sweetheart's thoughts. She suddenly mentioned Lu Hua, who was the concubine of General Luo Mingsheng of the Donglin army, and the only female dependent in General Luo's mansion. Mi Baobao didn't mention it. Mrs. Sue hadn't noticed this detail yet. When I heard this name, I immediately felt something strange. As a member of the prince's party, General Luo's mansion was naturally among those who had their homes confiscated and exiled. However, since General Luo's mansion is a group of slaves except for the concubine, there is no master. After all, General Luo is an orphan whose parents both died. After joining the army, he relied on military merit to gain the favor of the prince, and was finally promoted to general. That's a member of the crown prince's best friend. If you talk about it, it is more of a princeling than the Su family. The general's house was raided, and Lu Gui's concubine was not among the exiled troops. Suma Bao couldn't help but shake her little head as she listened to her grandma's thoughts. Lu Hua will naturally not be in the exile team. She is a great hero. Lu Hua. A great hero. Mrs. Su frowned. Mom, you forgot. Some time ago, the day before I came back from Jinbei, Lu Gui, the concubine of the general's mansion, met the left prime minister's nephew on the way to burn incense and was robbed. Ah? Is there such a thing? Seeing her mother-in-law's surprised expression, Yi Ranqing said, You dared to snatch General Luo's concubine. This matter has caused quite a big fuss. However, I heard that the deal is already done. The nephew of the left prime minister is a single seedling, and he has taken over Lu's concubine. The matter is over. For the sake of Prime Minister Lu's face, the emperor did not kill him, but punished him. As for Lu Gui's concubine, the emperor let her stay in the queen mother's palace. Sumi Bao, the play of a dandy kid snatching a beautiful woman is really a big thanks to the left prime minister for being willing to listen to the emperor and accompany him in this play. In fact, in essence, the emperor and the left prime minister wanted to get Lu Hua into the palace as a pawn to blackmail General Luo. Su Qingyi finally understood. General Luo said that he received a message from Prince Fei Guo, ordering the army to attack across the board and take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to directly capture the base of the northern Xinjiang army. Chapter 278 Internal and External Collusion Harms Zhongliang. Su Mibao. It turns out that the battle in Yanqing was indeed planned by the emperor, and Luo Mingsheng was just a fool who was taken advantage of. His concubine sent him a letter, saying that she was pregnant with his child, and was just waiting for his triumphant return. A family reunion. Su Qingyi heard her niece's voice, and finally understood why Luo Mingsheng ignored his loyalty to the prince and his comradeship with the Su family army. resolutely take action against Su Jiejun. Sumi Bao, hey, I remembered. The emperor did send a letter to Luo Mingsheng Fij, briefly explaining what happened to Lu Gui's concubine, and finally said that Lu Gui's concubine would be kept in the palace until General Lu returned to the capital to take her back. Alas, the woman and child I love most are in the hands of the emperor. Naturally, Luo Mingsheng would only choose to obey the emperor's will and get rid of the Su family army for the emperor. However, did he think that the emperor would really let the three of them reunite? Sima Bao finally remembered the most outrageous truth. Lu Hehua is not a woman of humble origins and unknown origins. After all, she was from a fairly high background. But she was a bit shameful. She was actually the illegitimate daughter born in the extramarital affairs of the Prime Minister's will. When the Prime Minister was away, a foreign official gave him a woman. After being favored by him, he no longer cared about her. Unexpectedly, the woman actually gave birth to a daughter for Zhuxiang. But the woman was unlucky and her daughter died when she was only 1 year old. There was only an old nanny who lived with Lu Hehua until she was 15 years old and went to the capital to find her relatives. Unexpectedly, Zhuxiang saw him, but his father did not recognize him. Zhuxiang was currently worrying about the task assigned to him by the emperor to win over General Luo. Lu Hehua's eyes lit up when he saw her, so she decided to set up a beauty trap. If you complete this task, I will recognize you as my daughter. After the task is completed, I will take you home and give you a new identity. Then you will marry a noble son-in-law and live a stable life. TSK reminds me of the scene in the original book about the father-daughter conspiracy in the study. Sumi Bao could only click his tongue. Luo Mingsheng said that after receiving the prince's order, let us attack on all fronts. Although my father and eldest brother had doubts, General Luo held the commander's seal and led the 300,000 Donglin troops. He personally went into battle. Our Su family army naturally had no reason to object. Su Qingyi's eyes were red. At that time, the troops were divided into 8 groups to attack the northern Xinjiang commander's camp. General Luo was the commander in person and went into battle in armor. My eldest brother was the vanguard of the first group, and my father was the right-wing guard of the second group. The other 6 groups were all led by the generals of the Donglin army. We several brothers stayed behind to guard the 4 main gates. Falling into that terrible memory, Su Qingyi's eyes turned blood red. At that time, the 3rd and 4th brothers guarded the east gate. The 5th and 6th brothers guarded the west gate. General Song Er and Vice General Lu of the Donglin army guarded the north gate. 7th brother and I guarded the south gate. Su Qingyi's heart beat like a drum. I only know that many northern Xinjiang troops came over at that time. And suddenly they arrived at the city gate. For some reason, the city gate was opened. So many northern Xinjiang troops poured into the city gate. And 7th brother and I could no longer hold on. 7th brother's archery skills were unparalleled in the world, killing countless northern Xinjiang troops along the way, and pushed northern Xinjiang back to the south gate again. Just as 7th brother's horse was stepping on the moat bridge, a total of 18 sharpshooters from the northern Xinjiang army appeared and shot wildly at 7th brother. Su Qingyi's face turned pale. 18 sharpshooters from northern Xinjiang suddenly surrounded Brother 7, who was on the suspension bridge with his men and horses. Brother 7 took out his sky-shattering bow, only to find that it had been tampered with and the bowstring was broken. When Su Qingyi said this, blood seemed to drip from his eyes. 7th brother swung a spear so tightly that he blocked the rain of arrows from the sky. He ran to the city gate on horseback, yelled, pulled up the drawbridge, and opened the city gate. When Su Qingyi thinks of that scene, he can't breathe until now. He regretted it very much. He shouldn't have listened to Vice General Yang's words and led troops on the city wall to fight against the enemy. He should have gone out of the city gate with 7th brother. Even if he died, he would have died with 7th brother. However, the city gate was closed and the suspension bridge was not pulled up. I stood on the city wall and yelled at Vice General Yang, but no one paid attention to me. More soldiers from northern Xinjiang swarmed up the city wall, and more rockets were fired on the city wall. The people around me fell one by one. The city walls were on fire, and the sky was filled with fire. It seems that Su Qingyi can still smell the vague smell of meat in his nose even now. The soldiers from northern Xinjiang surged across the suspension bridge. An unknown master cut off the rope of the suspension bridge, and the suspension bridge could no longer be lifted. I could only helplessly see through the firelight. Below the city, 7th brother's horse jumping over the suspension bridge. When he was about to rush to the city gate, his horse suddenly stumbled and fell into a trap. Although Brother Qi jumped out, the horse fell into it and died. Su Qingyi looked at Yi Ranqing's increasingly red eyes in front of her with regret and pain. 7 masters from northern Xinjiang besieged 7th brother. I ran as hard as I could to the bottom of the city wall. And I wanted to open the city gate for 7th brother. But when I ran to the bottom of the city and opened the city gate, Su Qingyi will never forget it. He opened the city gate and saw Brother Qi lying on the ground, turned into a hedgehog by random arrows. He hugged Brother Qi tightly, who was like a bloody man. Brother Qi had already expired. He picked off the arrows one by one. A total of 103 arrows. And 72 arrows pierced the chest. He was so angry that he carried the dead 7th brother on his back and fought at the other 3 city gates. He wanted to find his brother and his father. As a result, all I saw was blood. He led his 12 secret guard knights and fought to the west gate. He only saw 6th brother, who had been cut into several pieces after fighting until he was exhausted. And 5th brother's cronies with red eyes told him that 5th brother's horse was trapped in the moat. Drowned. He left 2 secret guards to collect the bodies of his 2 brothers. When they rode to the north gate, they only saw Lieutenant General Liu, who had fallen down. The last words that Lieutenant General Liu left him before dying was that General Song Er was captured. Rushing to the east gate, he rescued the 3rd brother, who was covered in blood and had a broken arm. Before the 3rd brother passed out and died, he told him that the 4th brother had been trampled into flesh by horses from northern Xinjiang and died without any bones. Finally, when he rushed to the inner city gate covered in blood and looking like a madman, he saw his father's head hanging on the city gate. There is also the secret guard of the Su family, the head of Su Yi and Su Er. He screamed, fell from his horse, and fell unconscious. When he woke up again, he was already in a car. He was transformed into a girl and sent to Mijiapu. Oh, that's too bad. After listening to Uncle Eight's thoughts, Sumi Bao felt numb all over. General Liu obeyed the orders of the emperor and the left prime minister and killed 9 generals of the Su family. But he actually made such tragic arrangements for each one of them. This Luo Mingsheng is too different. Even if he was willing to be beaten by the emperor and Zhuxiang for the sake of a woman, he should not have used such insidious methods against his comrades, who lived with him day and night. Hey. In fact, Sumi Bao really thought wrong about General Luo this time. General Luo arranged all the tasks according to what Exile wrote, as far as his brain was concerned. Even if he thought about it, he didn't have the brain to come up with such a thorough poisonous plan. The tragic ending of the 9 generals of the Su family was indeed the result of the combined efforts of the emperor, Gu Tai, Zhuxiang, and the region of northern Xinjiang, who all sent spies. Chapter 279, Let the Enemy Suffer Alive. Can the Su family army be eliminated so completely? This is great news for the emperor, Gu Tai, and Zhuxiang. But for northern Xinjiang and the region, that is definitely better news. You know, at this time in the northern Xinjiang dynasty, the region was really in a dire situation. The internal struggle for imperial power has reached a fever pitch. And if one is not careful, the northern Xinjiang dynasty will be in chaos. The Su family army has been guarding the border of northern Xinjiang for decades. And they are determined to fulfill the prince's wish. Completely defeat northern Xinjiang, seize thousands of miles of desert, and regain the city of Wanxia. At this critical moment of internal and external troubles, the northern Qi dynasty made this move. And the regent's spies in the army passed the news all the way to the royal court. How could the regent let go of this great opportunity? He immediately took the young emperor to the expedition in person. On the way, he already received the good news that the Su family's army was defeated in the Battle of Yanqing. Luo Mingsheng. I will never let him go. Yi Ranqing gritted his teeth and thought back to when she was still in the army. General Luo had not yet been promoted, so he stayed in the army with them. As a deputy general, she often went to battle with the 7th general and accompanied him in battles. At that time, they fought side by side, facing life and death together. Unexpectedly, the one who stabbed him in the end turned out to be brothers who had been together through life and death together. Just for one woman. She is still a woman with ulterior motives. Sister-in-law 7. I will work with you to kill him with my own hands. I will kill him with my own hands and chop him alive. Yi Ranqing's eyes turned red, thinking of her husband, the most powerful general in the world, who could decapitate a general among millions of troops with a thundering bow. If there is no conspiracy from his own people, and if there are more enemies, with a silver spear and a sky-shattering bow and arrow, my husband can break out of the siege. Luo Mingsheng. Killing him would be too cheap for him. As a military doctor of the Special Operations Team, Sumabeo understands the pain best. When performing tasks, what they fear most is not the strength of their enemies, but the betrayal of their teammates. Yes, even if you chop him alive, it won't be enough to offset the evil he did to our Su family. Yi Ranqing was extremely angry. I only hate myself for why I saved his life during the chaos. If he had died early, he wouldn't be here today. Yi Ranqing thought that back then, when Luo Mingsheng was deputy general, she and her husband belonged to the same vanguard camp. That time, she and her husband rescued the seriously injured Luo Mingsheng from the chaos. She hated herself for why she saved him then. Sumibao felt sad. So Aunt Seven and Uncle Seven are still Luo Mingsheng's saviors? Sumibao really didn't expect that Luo Mingsheng, who had suffered so much harm to the Su family in the battle at Yanqing, would still have this connection with the Su family. This kind of person cannot be allowed to die easily. Let him live. Doesn't he love Lu Hahua the most? Then start with Lu Hahua. Why didn't I think of that? Yi Ranqing's eyes lit up when he heard Sumibao's voice. Yes, people like Luo Mingsheng have been lonely since childhood and have no relatives. Just his military prowess and his flesh. If you want to kill him or cut him into pieces, he won't care at all. Even if he dies, no one will grieve for him. You have to let him live and suffer. Baby Sumi. Hey, if Luo Mingsheng finds out that his favorite Lu Hahua cuckolded him and gave birth to a baby for someone else, what will happen to him? Sumabeo remembered that there seemed to be such a detail in the original book. Lu Hahua made great achievements, and both the emperor and the left prime minister were very happy. Zhuxiang promised to give her an identity, and the emperor wanted to reward her. But how could a woman like Lu Hahua be coaxed so easily? She doesn't believe in anyone's verbal promises, whether it's the emperor's or the left prime minister's. With her background and experience, she would not believe in the affection of any man, including Luo Mingsheng and Lu Hahua. From her relationship with Luo Mingsheng, she knew this man very well. He was the same person as her, extremely lacking in love and insecure. If she keeps following him, she will become a general's wife. Then one day, if Luo Mingsheng knew her origins and what role she played in the battle with Yanqing, this man who had come all the way from the battlefield would never let him go. The more you love now, the more you will hate later. Therefore, the smart Lu Hahua found a very good place for herself. That is to ask the emperor for a sum of money and ask the left prime minister to give her a new identity. The niece of the left prime minister's maternal family who died. Then she married the legitimate son of a fifth-rank official. And after 3 months, she would be sent to another place to serve as a county guard. She had been living with that man in a foreign country for 10 years, and used her methods to control that man to death, and gave birth to a son and 3 daughters. 10 queens later, the old emperor died long ago, and it has been a few years since the new emperor came to power. His man was promoted to a capital official, and she followed him back to the capital. At that time, Zhuxiangfu had long ceased to exist. A few years ago, after the second prince failed to seize the throne, the Zhuxiangfu ransacked his house and beheaded him. From then on, no one in the room knew about her past. Lu Hahua is pregnant with a child. Isn't it Luo Mingsheng's? Sumibao was delighted. No, Luo Mingsheng never had children of his own in his life. He was born without a child, because he has been on the battlefield all year round. And Lu Hahua was his first woman. Luo Mingsheng still doesn't know that he can't have a baby until now. Whose child is Lu Hahua's? Sumibao. No one would have thought that the child in Lu Hahua's belly turned out to be the second son of the prime minister's wife. Ah? For a while, several people in the room were silent. Mrs. Su, baby me is just a child. This kind of thing. Hey. Yi Ranqing, no wonder the family tradition of Zhuxiangfu is not good. The whole family is not human. Su Qingyi, the second son of Zhuxiangfu, is a shameless villain. Unkind, unjust, and vicious. This is too shattering. The second son of Zhuxiangfu is a direct descendant. Is he Lu Hahua's brother? Sumibao, alas. Alas. So this woman Lu Hahua is sick. She hated Zhuxiang, her father, for being chaotic and finally abandoning her mother, which not only made her mother depressed all her life, but also made her lonely and suffered so much. She hated even more that even though her family had found the capital, her father still refused to recognize her as a member of the clan. Sumibao couldn't tell her family anymore, so she could only curse in her heart. Her father disowned her, and her mother for the sake of face. Lu Hahua wanted to seduce the second young master of Zhuxiangfu, and make Zhuxiang lose face. This kind of revenge can only be achieved by a crazy criticizing woman like Lu Hahua. Mom, do you think we should just let Luo Mingsheng know that Lu Hahua is pregnant with the child? Then let the doctor find a chance to examine Luo Mingsheng and let him know that he can't give birth. Then it will be done. Yi Ranqing looked at Mrs. Su. This? Mrs. Su was silent. Although she also agreed that Luo Mingsheng should not be allowed to die too easily, but use this method to retaliate against him. As an old lady of the Jinghua Palace, she still couldn't speak out. Okay. Mother and seventh sister-in-law don't have to worry about these things. Leave Luo Mingsheng's affairs to me in the future. Mother, you should take care of yourself and get some rest. Seventh sister-in-law, take good care of the child. On the way to northern Xinjiang, there are still many difficulties. The children are too young and must be protected. Chapter 280. Su Jiao came with a team. Su Qingyi's face turned pale. As a vanguard, the eldest brother is alone in the enemy camp in northern Xinjiang. The two lieutenants beside him are all. Mrs. Su's heart was trembling. Are those two lieutenants from Luo Mingsheng? Yes. I don't know whether my eldest brother is alive or dead. But maybe. Su Qingyi's pupils dilated, and he didn't say any more. Silence. The room fell into silence for a while, until Yi Ranqing's voice broke the silence. Our Su family will never let others bully us. We must take revenge. We must take revenge on Luo Mingsheng. And we must also take revenge on the emperor. This time, which was rare. Mrs. Su had no objection. Not to mention that what Yi Ranqing said was too offensive. As if he had aged 10 years in an instant. But this old woman is as if she has been tempered with poison, which inexplicably makes people feel that the old lady has a coldness and murderous intention all over her body. Sumi Bao, oh my god! My grandma won't turn black. Right. What is blackening? Mrs. Su and Yi Ranqing looked at Sumi Bao at the same time. Nai. Uncle 8th. And 7th. If this person reaches northern Xinjiang, I will definitely help you avenge him. Sumi Bao quickly expressed his position. In the original book, the whole family died. But she and her eldest brother survived. And the eldest brother became completely dark. Only then did he become the biggest dark villain in the book. Now, don't let the whole family go dark together. It's still more than 1,000 miles away from northern Xinjiang. Morning. Qing, didn't you and Lu Zan go to explore the village together? How is the situation? Can you rescue those abducted women? Mrs. Su is indeed a person who has experienced many storms. After calming down, he immediately looked at Yi Ranqing. Yes. And Qi, didn't you and Lu Zan go to explore the situation in the village? Why did you come back so soon? Sumi Bao wondered. Yi Ranqing, who went to explore the village, came back too soon. Right. You didn't go at all. Did you? Don't go. Lu Zan and I caught someone before we left the village. Who is this? Isn't this a deserted village? Isn't it empty? Mrs. Su frowned, feeling an unknown premonition in her heart. They live in this village. Don't the bandits already know about it? A paralyzed man with his legs and hands broken, living alone in an abandoned pigsty. That's why the searchers didn't find him at first. Sumi Bao, there is no such plot in the original book. Original book? Su Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. He had heard the word book more than once from his niece. What did it mean? Lu Zan has already tried it. He turned out to be a cook in the village. Because he committed a crime? His hands and feet were broken, and he was expelled from the village. He was originally a villager in this village. After the severe drought, everyone in the village, he went to flee from famine. He was a paralytic, and could not follow him to flee from famine. He was abandoned by his family. Su Qingyi heard Yi Ranqing say this, and raised the most critical question. How many people are there in the cottage, and how far is it from here? Yi Ranqing looked at his 8th brother, knowing that his physical condition was not good now. But his mind was good. Together with Jinbei, they are known as the two talents of Zhengguo Gongfu. Jinbei is not here, and Batty can help plan a rescue plan. The name of the village is very gentle. It's called Peach Blossom Village. There are more than 3,000 bandits in the village, and there are 11 bandit leaders. The leader is called Spades. Yi Ranqing briefly introduced the situation in Taohua village. Hearing this, Su Qingyi's brows furrowed more and more tightly. From this point of view, it turns out that most of the 11 people in the village are desperados. Only a little over 1,000 mountain bandits are ruthless bandits. The other 2,000 or so are all refugees gathered in the past few months. Well, that's what the paralytic said. The paralytic said that the village is only about 30 miles away from the village by taking a shortcut to the mountain behind the village. When he used to be a chef in the village, he often took a shortcut there. A small road leads to the cottage. Sumibao listened to the discussion between the two and blew bubbles with his small mouth. But I was thinking in my heart, there were 3,000 bandits, and there was only one way up to the stronghold. This is really a stronghold that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. However, that is in the eyes of others. There is no place where she wants to go, but can't go. It's a pity. Sumibao felt sad. I can't go back. I can't become a copycat. Otherwise, I will carry Riwu and get it done in minutes. Huh? Think of this. Sumibao's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. How could she forget such an important thing? Riwu. If she uses the Riwu in her space to arm a small team, climb up the mountain directly from the back mountain, kill those 10 people, and capture the bandit leader. At that time, no matter whether he has 3,000 bandits or how many, he will not be afraid if he has no head. Only, the eldest brother is not here. The 8th uncle is seriously injured. And Susan also runs away. Even if she takes out a hot weapon, she can't trust it to others. Apart from Aunt Chi, the only people from the Su family who could go to the village to fight were Butler Su and the ghost doctor. There aren't many people here. No matter what, it would take about 10 people to form a hot martial arts team. There was a sudden knock on the door. Little master, I brought someone here, and he said he was looking for you. The ghost doctor's voice sounded outside the door. There are also Lu Zan and Zhou Fuan. Several people asked Madame Seven to come over and discuss it. Aunt Chi, please go quickly. We are probably discussing how to attack the copycat. Yi Ranqing nodded, strode over, and opened the door. The ghost doctor walked in, with a thin young man wearing a bamboo hat and a strange look on his face. Who is this? Sumibao opened his small eyes and looked at the young man in confusion. She was very sure that this was the first time she saw this face. However, this figure and this feeling felt inexplicably familiar to her. Before Sumibao came back to her senses, the person came and gave her a humble salute with clasped fists. My subordinate Sujio has met the master. Sujio? The beautiful Lord Governor in the palace. He can even disguise himself? Beautiful, loyal, capable, and able to disguise herself. This subordinate is so awesome. Huh? Hey, when did Sujio become my subordinate? Hearing Sumibao's heartfelt voice, Sujio's expression remained unchanged, and her heart beat wildly. Sure enough, his new master's ability was far beyond his knowledge every time he saw it. It was Major General Su who asked his subordinates to follow you from now on. Sumibao felt happy in his heart. Well, as she said last time, she also wanted to have a subordinate like Sujio. Unexpectedly, the dream came true. Sujio, where are your people? Since Sujio is hers, there is no need for Sumibao to pretend in front of Sujio. There were originally 10 of my men, but 4 were left to guard the 4 warehouses. The remaining 6 followed the subordinates, and were assigned to the master by Major General Su. They chased all the way, and finally caught up with the master today. They obeyed the master's orders and everything. Yes, Sumibao once again confirmed that Sujio was very good at what he did. 7th Aunt, you go find Butler Su, and ask him to take care of the safety of our Su family. You hold me, and we go to the mountain stronghold together. Master, it's too dangerous. Why don't you let your subordinates carry you? Chapter 281 Like Sujio's back. Back? Sujio wants to carry her. The beautiful Lord Governor wants to carry me up the mountain. Hee hee. I'm so excited. Sujio was about to reach out to pick up Sumibao. But when he heard these words, his expression froze. This little master of his is actually like this. Have everyone gathered to go to the cottage? Yi Ranqing looked at the ghost doctor. The Su family all wanted to rescue those women from the village as soon as possible. I hope I can get on the road as soon as possible. Then think of a way to save Sujinbei. Well, team leader Lu Zan, we are all gathered. We are just waiting for you. Mrs. 7th. The ghost doctor looked at Sumibao with a smile on his face. Master, I'll carry you on my back. I'm good at Qigong. Okay. Ghost doctor, I want to be with my little master. There must be a lot of good things hidden in the cottage. I want to take my little master to collect them. The corner of Sumibao's mouth twitched quietly. As an old apprentice, she really knew her very well. She wanted to go to the cottage. Firstly, to save people. And secondly, because she wanted to earn some interest. Who told this group of bandits not to have eyesight? If they offended the Su family, they would be sorry for themselves if they didn't deal with them. The apprentice is one of our own. And 7 is one of my own. Sujio is her own person. Like her. She won't be able to change into her original form for a while. A 6-month-old baby has a lot of erratic movements. She needs someone to be her legs, so that she can do things easily later. Who to choose? Forget it about Aunt 7. She is an elder, and is not easy to control. The old apprentice is good at Qigong. If he sees a bitch, he must beat him. And if he sees a good thing, he must take it. These are all like-minded to her. However, the old apprentice is still an apprentice after all. And he is his own master. You can give things to your apprentices, but always leading your apprentices to do bad things is a bit detrimental to your family's face. Sujio is the most suitable. The beauty is pleasing to the eye. Diehards are absolutely obedient. Sujio, come and carry me. Sujio was startled for a moment. She didn't expect that the young master would directly choose him. There was something moving in his heart, but it didn't show on his face. He leaned down and put Sumibao on his back. The back is broad and stable, and it also exudes the smell of aged sandalwood. It smells good. It smells good. Sujio smells really good. I like it. I like it so much. Sumibao leaned on Sujio's back, surrounded by sandalwood, and his whole heart suddenly became calm. Oh my! Our Sujio's back is so comfortable. Although the expression on Sujio's face remained unchanged, the tips of her ears turned red. Sumibao saw it with sharp eyes. Hey! Our Sujio is still an innocent young man. Look at those red-tipped ears. Sujio's skin is so white, and her earlobes look so soft. I really want to touch them. If I really reach out and touch him, he won't be angry. Right? At this moment, Sujio could no longer collapse. Not only the tips of the ears were red, but the roots of the ears were also red. 7th Aunt. Ghost Doctor. You add some ingredients to Aunt 7's arrows and Wang Shishia's flying needles, so that they will pour as soon as they touch them. The master refused to let him carry it, and chose this handsome new guy. The ghost doctor was feeling uncomfortable. After a while, Sujio rolled his eyes countless times. Especially when I heard the little master's voice just now. I felt even more sad. My master actually likes pretty boys. Should I move my face? I just don't know which style master likes best. I can't be groomed like this pretty boy. Right? 2 identical faces are disgusting to look at. Hearing the ghost doctor's voice, Sumibao almost lost his eyebrows in fright. This precious old apprentice of hers has really avant-garde ideas. Ah, my good disciple. Don't scare master. I like young fresh meat. But your old bacon face is also quite tasty. We don't want to learn from others. We must have our own characteristics. Little fresh meat? Master likes little fresh meat? What is little fresh meat? The ghost doctor frowned. He traveled all over the world and had never heard of any fresh meat. Could it be fresh meat from smaller pigs? What about old bacon? This is easy to understand. It is bacon that has been left for a long time and has been dried very hard. No matter. It seems that the time in exile has been too long, and the little master wants to eat meat. Whether it is small fresh meat or old bacon, I have to think of a way to get it for my little master. There is so much meat in master's immortal mansion. But it seems that these 2 things are lacking. Listening to the ghost doctor's inner drama, Sumibao would have died laughing if it wasn't for the wrong timing. Also, ghost doctor, I have a big job for you. Master, whatever job you say, apprentice will do it right now. I will do it well for you. As soon as he heard that his little master was going to assign him a job, the ghost doctor smiled so brightly that his eyebrows were beaming. Don't you know how to disguise yourself? You can change your appearance, sneak into the village, and then add some poison to the bandits' water. It's best to make those more than 1,000 bandits fall asleep. Okay, apprentice, I'll do it now. Sumibao was not worried that the ghost doctor would be harmed, because even if the bandit recognizes him, it will be easy to escape with his unparalleled Qigong. 7th Madam, let me help you temper the poison on your arrows to ensure that those bad things will faint as soon as they touch your arrows. Get it done. The ghost doctor will leave first. And Chi, go meet Luzon and lead the team directly into the stronghold. Sujio and I will lead the people, and we will meet up at the back door of the stronghold. The ghost doctor and Yi Ranqing were busy. Sumibao asked Sujio to carry her away, and first went to find the 6-person team led by Sujio. This, one for each of you. How to use? Sumibao lay on Sujio's back and got into the thick cloak, with only a small head exposed. Sujio was also good at Qigong and soon took her to a private house. Sujio led her in. There were 6 young people in the room. When they saw Sujio come in, they stood up, stood at attention, bowed and saluted, looked at each other, and saw shock in each other's eyes. Who is the little doll on our Lord's back? Whose family does this little doll belong to? How dare you sit on the governor's back? Ah? Could it be that the governor is hiding it from everyone? Secretly already having a wife. And even the baby is as big as this? Listening to the chaos of voices, Sumibao didn't know what to say. How could she change from her master to Sujio's daughter in the blink of an eye? Sumibao Dingqin took a look, and saw that he was dressed in black, with dark embroidery patterns, cold white skin, single eyelids, wide shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. A gorgeous handsome boy. If you want to wear a eunuch suit, or a flying fish suit, how handsome these people must be. When she thought about it, these people were all hers. Sumibao's eyes lit up. If she could take these people back, wow, that would be very exciting. I take this group of handsome boys, and go out to blow up the streets. How eye-catching it will be. Ah, it's so enjoyable just thinking about it. Flower boy? Blow up the street? I can't understand any of this. The only one who can understand is the eunuch uniform. Sujio looked at the 6 handsome faces that suddenly twisted in front of her. You know that these brothers have also heard what the young master is saying. Where are your weapons? Take them out, and let me see them. Since these people are all Sujio's subordinates, they are already hers. Moreover, I have long known from my elder brother that these people are all secret guards of the Death Pact, and they will not betray their master until death. Sumibao had no intention of hiding his secret in front of these people. To be someone's master, you must have enough strength. Only then can people be convinced and follow you with peace of mind. Chapter 282 Reappearance of Lung Phone Team. Ah? This little baby looks like 6 or 7 months old. Why speak fluently like an adult? Could it be? The 6 young eunuchs immediately thought of a legend. Could it be that this is the legendary Tom Lao, who looks like a child but is actually dozens of years old? When the governor went out, didn't he go to see the new master? Could it be? This doll is our new master? Our new master is actually a child grandmother? I heard that Major General Su has many capable people. Could it be that this young lady is the capable person under Major General Su? Sumibao was speechless. Regardless of each one of these people, they all have the same big poker face as Sujio. But there is still a lot of drama in my heart. Brush. 6 knives in unison, shining brightly. Sumibao curled his lips. It really looks like the genie way in the movie. All embroidered spring knives. Hee hee. This author is so cute. It seems that he wrote the book and searched for information, and specially equipped the eunuch team with embroidered spring knives. This is the world of a novel. And anything that is unreasonable is reasonable. Sumibao waved his little hand. With a crash, 6 electric prods fell to the ground. A handful for each of you. No one dared to get up or look up at Sumibao and Sujio, looking at the dark stick-like thing in front of him. The new master has given them new weapons. They are all used to using Zai Chundo. Will the new master ask them to use this black stick instead? I don't know what material this stick is made of. He didn't want to change weapons, but he didn't dare to disobey his new master's orders. As secret guards, the first rule they have been trained since childhood is to obey their master's orders unconditionally. The master has given it to you, so keep it all. Everyone stood up, reluctantly put the Shiochuan knife in their hands on the ground, and then picked up the electric baton on the ground, holding it with both hands, expressionless, but wailing in their hearts. I don't know what material this stick is made of. It is too short and cannot hit anyone from a distance. In close combat, I am afraid of breaking. How can a knife be useful here? Our new master is indeed a little baby. However, with this kind of weapon, are we sure that we will have to fight the enemy with bare hands in the future? Listening to these wailings, Sumibao looked at the 6 expressionless faces in front of him, like Sujio, and really wanted to give each of them a big eye roll. Look at these men given to her by her eldest brother. I don't know what his martial arts skills are, but his brain is obviously not good enough. The electric prod I gave you is for backup. You can also use your own weapons. As soon as this sentence was finished, the embroidered spring knife on the ground was immediately picked up and inserted into the back again. Sumibao was stunned. With the same expression and the same movements, even the position where the embroidered spring knife is inserted into the back is the same. It was as if there was no such episode. Ouch. It's alive again. As long as you have a knife in your hand, you are not afraid of any enemy. Ouch. My precious knife. I almost lost sight of you. The new master of our family is much scarier than the old master. Sumibao almost laughed when he heard these words. Bang! She took out another electric prod. You do this first. She said something in Sujio's ear. And Sujio followed her words and demonstrated the movements. Secret guards can learn any weapon faster than ordinary people. Sumibao only said it once. And Sujio was able to demonstrate it completely correctly. And the others followed suit. 7 people. All in one go. Wow! A kid can be taught. Marvelous. I don't need to worry anymore. Smoke bombs, guns, etc. can all be used by these people. Sumibao was really happy this time. Unable to hold back. He giggled. She had been worried just now. What should she do if she couldn't change back to her original shape? Now, it's like she has an ancient version of Lung Feng's squad. What are your names? Anichi. Dark 2. Listening to the name reporting. It's like reporting the numbers in military training. Sumibao shook his head. She really wanted to name these 6 pretty boys a certain station. A certain blog. Use all her male gods. So that if you scream every day, your mood will improve. But, hey, think about it. This is a bit too. Hee hee. Think about it. This will be her 7 fairies from now on. We need to give our team a name. And you also need to change your name. Listen. This is called in 1 and in 2. What are these? Sumibao disliked these names. Just like Sujio. Think of Su-san again. Sumibao felt that these names were chosen too casually. The west wind calls Shuichang'an. Light smoke and sparse rain on Lishan Mountain. And Zhaoyang Yuan is nowhere to be seen. The sunset is upstairs. Silent and leaning against the balcony. Sumibao suddenly remembered this poem written by an anonymous person from the Yuan dynasty that she had read before. From now on, you will be called West Wind. And you will be called Wei Shui. Chang'an. Light Smoke. Shuyu. And Lishan. Sumibao changed all the names from in 1 to in 6 in one breath. This sounds so good. Especially the little eunuch named Dan Yin, who has light eyebrows and a kind of coldness. A kind of Song dynasty beauty. If Tian Yin were to be dressed in women's clothing, Sumibao felt that he would be a complete cross-dressing man. And he would be so charming. Light Smoke. Sumibao tried to call these people by their names. And everyone responded. Although the expression on his face remained unchanged. The joy in his eyes could not be concealed. After all, having such a decent name, no longer just a code name, will make people feel like they have become a different person and have a new life. No. I really love these beautiful guys. I will definitely recruit more subordinates in the future and collect all the handsome boys in this book. Hey. Sumibao didn't think there was anything wrong with her idea at all. But the voice of the new master was heard. The eyes of Shifeng and others changed. They must work harder in the future. Otherwise, when the new master has more secret guards, they will lose his respect. Sumibao didn't know that just by speaking out her heart, she made her subordinates scream. Let's go. Our Lungfeng team. Let's go. After a while, we will have many new weapons. Make good use of them. Grenades. Smoke bombs. Use them all. There is also transportation. Motorcycles. Preferably motorcycles. Use all the equipment of their Lungfeng team. Especially mountain bikes. Off-road vehicles. Etc. Thinking of these, Sumibao felt the blood all over his body surge up. Especially when calling the Lingfeng team. That long-lost feeling finally came. Sujio. Let's go! Originally, Sumibao also wanted to change Sujio's name. For example, Su-Zhan. Hey, don't think about it. Just forget it. When Sui arrived at Sujio, he was a secret guard named Su. It was a symbol of status, as well as a kind of intimacy and belief. Especially with Su-san here. Sui and Su-er sacrificed their lives for the Su family. She couldn't just change Sujio's name. However, it sounds pretty good. So let's scream first. We'll ride? Sumibao thought for a while, and decided to forget about the motorcycle first. After all, you can't just take it out and ride it. Gotta learn. Now, there is no time for Shifeng and the others to learn to drive a motorcycle. With a wave of her hand, she selected 7 horses from the stables of the Jinghua Palace. Looking at the horse appearing out of thin air. Think about the electric prod that just appeared out of thin air. Everyone was immediately numb. I don't dare to think about it. And I can't think deeply about it. This new master of theirs is really a little fairy. Right? Chapter 283 The Ghost Doctor succeeded. Most of the horses in the Jinghua Palace are war horses. As soon as the Ling Feng team led by Su Jiao mounted their horses, they felt the same feeling they had in the Su family's army. It seems that the Jinghua Palace is still there, and the Su family's army is still the same as before. Su Jiao was very careful and asked the deputy captain, Shifeng, to tear off a piece of his clothes and wrap the horse's hooves so that the horse would run with a quiet voice, making it easier for him to approach the village without being discovered. The group of people rode horses and arrived at the foot of the mountain in less than half an hour. A bird call came. They are in the woods ahead. Let's get there quickly. Everyone rode their horses and arrived at the grove, where they were immediately welcomed in. Sumi Bao lay on Su Jiao's back, nestled in the cloak, with only a small head exposed, taking advantage of the moonlight. He looked at the people in the woods. Lu Zan, Zhou Fuan, Yu Feng, and Qin Guanshan were all there. There are dozens of young adults. Everyone froze when they saw Su Jiao carrying Sumi Bao. Are they blind? What did they see? Isn't this the red eunuch Su Jiao beside the emperor? The majestic Lord Governor. Why is he carrying Sumi Bao on his back? Isn't the Lord Governor a close confidant of the emperor? Could it be that he is from the Su family? Everyone felt a chill down their backs. See Lord Overlord. Lu Zan was the first to react. He quickly lifted up his robe and knelt down. See Lord Overlord. The remaining people quickly knelt down. Others were fine, but Qin Guanshan's whole body was weak. The Su family is so powerful. Fortunately, he didn't offend the Su family. Think again. What will happen to the fat official? Mother, if you offend the Su family and end up like that, it is considered a light thing. If the fat official was still alive now, he would fall into the hands of this governor. When I thought about the rumored ruthless tactics of this jade-faced governor, Qin Guanshan's two sides were fighting, and he felt that from today on, he would never dare to look at the Su family head-on again, especially this young ancestor of the Su family. How dare you lie on the governor's back? There are 33 people in total. We just discussed it. Yi Ranqing said to Sumi Bao. The target is too large for too many people. It's best to divide it into several groups. Group them into groups. Designate a team leader for each group, and act as planned. In the end, there were 33 people led by Yi Ranqing and Lu Zan, plus 8 people from Sumi Bao. There were 41 people in total, divided into 4 groups. According to the chef, there are 3 villages in Taohua village. The leader of one group, Zhou Fuan, leads 10 people and is responsible for one group. There are 1,000 refugees there, led by 3 bandit leaders. They are a ragtag group of people who serve as cannon fodder for the bandits in the village. Listening to Lu Zan's analysis and arrangements, Sumi Bao narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the commander of Jiao Wei. He is still very good at doing this kind of thing. A cottage has only a large number of people, but the people are scattered. With Zhou Fuan's ability and the right method, he can solve it. If the ghost doctor is good, maybe Zhou Fuan and others can just go in and pick up the ready-made ones. However, just in case, Sumi Bao thought it would be best to prepare some weapons for Zhou Fuan. Rabbit, bring me smoke bombs and tear gas. Sumi Bao asked Rabbit to take out these things and give them to Zhou Fuan. Then he lay next to Su Jiao's ear and explained to him how to use them. Su Jiao walked over and taught Zhou Fuan how to use it. Sumi Bao asked Rabbit to bring out 10 more gas masks and gave them to Zhou Fuan and the others. As soon as this thing is used, the opponent's eyes will shed tears and he can't see clearly. You go up directly and chop down the 3 bandit leaders. Control the situation and you can figure out the rest of the problem yourself. Zhou Fuan looked at these things and felt very happy. He knew that it was right to follow the Su family. He was just a small warden and had never entered the palace. But he's not stupid. Just now, Lu Zan took the lead and called the Lord Governor. His heart was excited and he immediately understood who the person in front of him was. Their Dechi dynasty only has one governor. That was the popular eunuch beside the emperor, named Su Jiao. It can be said that Su Jiao and Qian Yingge are the emperor's confidants. The Lord Governor is all from the Su family. I understand. I will complete the task. At this time, Zhou Fuan even used the small ones. What else? He is a small warden. If he is not called a small person in front of the Lord Governor, how dare he be called an adult? Lu Zan then arranged the work. Yu Feng, the leader of the second group, leads 10 people and is responsible for the second village. It is also composed of 1,000 refugees. As usual, Sumi Bao also gave Yu Feng some smoke bombs and tear gas. At this time, there is no need for Su Jiaoju. The people in Zhou Fuan's team had already learned it, and immediately came over to teach the people in the second group. I am the leader of the third group. I will lead 10 people to take charge of the third mountain stronghold. It is guarded by 1,000 gangsters. As long as these people are captured, the matter can be solved smoothly. Sumi Bao frowned. These 1,000 bandits were real bandits. The same as the bandits they met in the woods earlier. The fighting ability is very strong. And there is no humanity at all. It would be difficult to handle this group of people with just 10 Luzon people. Team 4 leader. Yi Ranqing. You are responsible for rescuing people. When the time comes, we will be responsible for holding back these 1,000 bandits. This will give everyone time. After everyone rescues the people, evacuate as soon as possible. When you return to the village, don't wait for us. Just lead the team and leave. Luzon is a pretty good person. If something happens, he will really take care of it. When Sumi Bao heard what Luzon said, there was nothing he didn't understand. This was Luzon's plan. He led 10 men to hold back 1,000 bandits. Buy everyone time. Let everyone escape from here. Although everyone has good kung fu. Sujio, Yi Ranqing and others are all masters. But a good man cannot beat 4 punches. And there are so many tough bandits. It is said that among the tough bandits, there are 11 bandit leaders, all of whom have good kung fu. Where is Luzon? But he didn't have the guts to arrange for the governor and his men to fight the gangsters to the death. Luzon, you are responsible for rescuing people. Leave these 1,000 bandits to us. Yi Ranqing certainly agreed with Sumi Bao's words. Sujio, facing his new master, he would not object. He would do whatever his master told him to do. This is Sujio's consistent style. Sujio, 1,000 bandits. Well, my men should be able to handle them. If it doesn't work out, the 6 of them will stick around and I will leave with my master. If we can't leave, if they die in battle, I will be the last one to die in battle. And I will have to send my little master away safely. Listen to Sujio's thoughts. Sumi Bao felt warm in his heart. Sure enough, the eldest brother has a very good vision. The person who gives it to me is the best in the world. Our 9 children are the oldest. The governor is indeed from the Su family. Ah! Our Jior? The governor is now a member of the Su family's young ancestor? Everyone's pupils were shocked. They really wanted to see what the governor's expression would be like when the young ancestor of the Su family called him Jior. Unfortunately, none of them had the courage to look up. I'm so suffocated. The ghost doctor succeeded. Yi Ranqing suddenly glanced at the top of the mountain stronghold. There are 3 gates in the cottage. And there are 2 lights hanging on the left and right of each gate. Now, one of the lights on one gate is off. Let's go. Let's leave the horses here. Quickly take a small road and go up the mountain from the back door. Sujio carried Sumi Bao on her back and followed Yi Ranqing. Chapter 284 Kill Taohua Village. Sujio carried Sumi Bao on her back and walked quickly on the cliff as if walking on flat ground. Looking at Shifeng and Dan Yen, they each had an iron-clawed flying rope in their hands. Stretched it out, grabbed the cliff, and pulled it again. And the whole person flew up very far. And Ant 7. This was the first time for Sumi Bao to see Ant Chi use Qing Kung. Like a flexible ape, it can pull vines eastward and step on protruding rocks westward. And it rises very quickly. Looking at the last person in their group, Qin Guanshan. He was still at the foot of the mountain. But in the blink of an eye, he was left behind by them. Dian Zhou? Qin Guanshan, who was left behind, called out to Zhou Fuan in frustration. He was only familiar with Zhou Fuan's group. You can't follow us. We only have 10 masks. Zhou Fuan quickly led the team away. What a joke. Qin Guanshan is useless. When Luzon was divided into groups just now, he was worried. He was worried that if Luzon did something bad and assigned him to the governor's group, he would be scared to death. God willing, he leads the team himself. Qin Guanshan is now in the governor's group, and he does not dare to take away the governor's people. That. Qin Guanshan turned around and saw that several groups of people had left. Luzon turned around and glanced at him. If you really can't do it, just stay and look after the horses. Horse watching? Seeing everyone quickly disappearing into the night, Qin Guanshan shrank his neck and looked at the horse. He was mainly afraid because the mountain was so big and there were so many bandits. He stayed here alone in case he encountered. He didn't dare to think about it anymore and quickly looked around. He had to find a place to hide. If the horses were discovered by bandits, all he had to do was stay undetected. The horse belongs to everyone, but his life is his own. Qin Guanshan understands this very clearly. The lights in Urdeo village also went out. The ghost doctor also succeeded in the second village. Sumibao clicked his tongue. My good disciple is so powerful. He can take care of a copycat by himself. Sujio, Shifeng and others were shocked when they heard this. Ghost doctor? Which ghost doctor? Is he really the legendary ghost doctor? The ghost doctor is so powerful that he actually becomes his master? As a result, Shifeng and others felt even more insecure. Their little master is so awesome. They have to work hard and not let him down. Yeah. The lights in the 3 villages have also gone out. Yi Ranqing was surprised. Sumibao looked up and saw that the lights in the 3 cottages were also out. From this point of view, the ghost doctor was completely victorious, and he directly killed all the bandits in Sandao village by himself. He killed more than 3,000 bandits. What was used to kill it? Sumibao became excited, and I was very curious and wanted to know. Arrive. Sujio stopped and everyone looked up. They saw a flat mountainous area, covered by jungle, and a tall cottage door. The lights hanging on the left were out, but the ones on the right were still on. Not far away, there was a huge cave, brightly lit, but strangely silent. Did the ghost doctor leave again? Wasn't he still here just now? Yi Ranqing looked around puzzledly. I'll go in and take a look first. And Chi, don't go. Be careful. The ghost doctor may have used poison. He just left, and the poison in the cave should not be gone. Upon hearing this, Yi Ranqing immediately stopped. Is not that right? She couldn't send herself in there by herself. Since this is the 3rd stronghold, and they are all ruthless bandits, there is no need to keep them. In order to avoid extraneous branches, Sumibao felt that she should do something more reliable. She took out a grenade from space. Shifeng, come here. As he spoke, he taught Shifeng how to use it. Shifeng did as she said, pulled the ring and threw it into the cave. There was a loud bang, and the cave was exploded into flames. Screams came from inside, but no one ran out. It can be seen that the medicine given by the ghost doctor is quite heavy. Throw a few more and take advantage of his illness to kill him. Sumibao asked Rabbit to take out a box of grenades. Shifeng just threw one and just felt it. Quickly grab another one and continue. Then he taught Dan Yin and several others, and the 6 of them threw grenades into the cave together, one after another. The earthquake shook the mountain to the point of collapse. 13 were thrown in a row. There were no more screams in the cave, and no one ran out from the beginning to the end. Thousands of tough bandits disappeared like this, and they didn't even get a chance to hit them face to face. It turned into a handful of ashes. Master, this thing is so majestic. What's its name? The little eunuch named Chang'an is rich and beautiful. A smile with 2 dimples, and a mouth full of glutinous rice and silver teeth. Every time Sumibao saw him smile, he felt more and more like a girl. Really? These 6 young eunuchs, plus Sujio. The 7 eunuchs all look like girls. Much more handsome than the average boy. Especially against the backdrop of the firelight in the cave. The beauty becomes more and more beautiful as you look at it under the lamp. Sumibao's heart skipped a beat. She remembered. Emperor Mingda was in the palace, rolling around with the disciples of Qianin Pavilion. Mother, is it really what I thought? Sujio and these little eunuchs are really the 7 fairies chosen by the emperor, specializing in. Sumibao's eyes were shining with a gleaming light. Sujio's face turned dark after listening to the young master's thoughts. The people in Shifeng looked at each other. Their little master's brain is too. But there was one thing they had to admit. They could be chosen to accompany the emperor. Appearance is indeed the main reason for being selected. Each of them had been stared at by the emperor with that look. Even their governor had his hands rubbed and touched by the emperor. Ah? Sumibao didn't expect that after all her speculations, she could actually hear the 7 fairies' thoughts from their complaints. Snort. The dead emperor. How dare you take advantage of her people? If there is a chance, next time we see him, it will not be as simple as shaving his head. Shaved head? Shifeng and others were happy. Last time something happened in the palace. The emperor, the little Qian eunuch, and a concubine all had their heads shaved. None of the guards in the inner courtyard were alerted. They say who can be so capable. It turned out to be their little master. Shifeng, you guys go search and help save people. Sumibao arranged the tasks for Shifeng and others, and immediately patted Su Jio on the shoulder. Come on, Jio. Let's go collect the things. Sumibao immediately called Rabbit. Rabbit, look quickly. There are good things there. Food, gold and silver. Everything is needed. You can't leave them even a stick of firewood. They are a bunch of harmful things. Master, Ahead. Turn left 30 meters away. There is food. And Rabbit introduced, acting as a free navigator to guide them in the direction. Sumibao patted Sujio, who carried him on her back, and soon turned into a cave. The two of them walked carefully into the cave. Judging from the traces on the ground, people walk here often. After walking forward for a while, a huge cave suddenly appeared in front of us. Why is there no one guarding you? Along the way, Sumibao saw no one guarding him. But there is indeed food in the cave. A cave full of food. Chapter 285. 3,000 bandits are all dead. Collect. Collect. If you don't accept it, you'll be sorry for yourself. Sumibao turns on the collection mode. Looking at the food piled up to the top of the cave, it disappeared visibly to the naked eye. Although Sujio had seen her master's generosity, her eyes widened. In front, it's all glittering gold. Rabbit's voice sounded with excitement. This is just a hole. You can see the bottom at a glance. Where is the gold? Could it be buried underground? Sumibao didn't understand. Master, there is something wrong with the stone wall in front of you. Sujio has always been cautious and meticulous in doing things. After a brief observation, he seemed to find a stone wall in front of him that was different from the one next to it. He walked over, stretched out his hand and groped for a while, and then took a few directions. After a few clicks, the stone wall moved, and a hole suddenly appeared in front of him. It's very dark in front of me. I don't know how deep it is. Let's go and have a look. Sumibao took out the flashlight and turned it on. A beam of bright light shined straight into the cave. The cave passage was cut very neatly, and the ground was polished very smooth. It seemed that a lot of things were dragged from here, and they were heavy things. We walked for more than a mile, then turned a corner. Wow! It's such a big hole within a hole, with many boxes stacked together. Sujio opened one. Gold ingot. Open another one. Silver ingot. So many boxes full of gold and silver. There are not even any other treasures or gold and silver jewelry. This is too strange. It doesn't fit the characteristics of bandits at all. Don't ordinary bandits rob whatever they see? Shouldn't their stuff be of all types? A strange feeling came over Sumibao, but I couldn't tell what it was. Rabbit, is there any danger around here? No more. Except for our people and those who were robbed. There is no atmosphere of outsiders anymore. More than 3,000 bandits were all killed by the ghost doctor? So easy? That uncomfortable feeling resurfaced again. Sumibao always felt something was strange. Are we in danger for 5 days? She was worried and asked one more question. After all, rabbits can predict good or bad luck within 5 days. Yes, but not bandits. What is that? I heard that they will encounter danger in the next few days. Sumibao immediately became alert. I don't know. It's not bandits anyway. I feel the smell of danger is different. But what the specific danger is, I don't know yet. Well, she has long been used to the fact that Rabbit always loses control at critical moments. Come out of the cave. Su Jiogong was about to carry Sumibao on his back to join everyone. Sumibao heard the rabbit chirping. Go over there quickly. It's dangerous. Who is in danger? Sumibao stretched out his little hand and pulled Sujio's ears. Stop and listen to what the rabbit has to say. Sujio, master. I'm not a horse. I'll stop if you tell me to. Why are you still pulling my ears? He was just complaining. But his mouth was closed, and he couldn't say a word. Male protagonist. Your official consort Yanqingji is in danger, and is going to die. Ah? Sumibao was surprised. No way. She wouldn't be so unlucky. Would she? Why do I always run into that annoying guy Yanqingji no matter where I go? Master, Yanqingji is your official spouse. Of course you have to meet him. The rabbit muttered. If you can't touch each other, how will you two get married and fulfill the fate that the author has set for you two? But it didn't dare to say this, for fear that Sumibao would rush into the space regardless and give it a beating. Wasn't he rescued by Long Air? How could he be captured by the bandits? Where is Long Air? With such high kung fu, how could he not be able to protect his little master? What's more, the bandits don't know Yanqingji's true identity. I won't deliberately embarrass him. In the eyes of outsiders, he is just a concubine of the Wang family. Sumibao really didn't understand that the bandits obviously only wanted women. But at worst they only wanted girls. What's the use of having him be a boy? Or a bastard? I really don't want to save him. And I don't want to see him again. Who does the master want to save? Su Jio heard Sumibao's inner voice, and didn't understand who the master wanted to save. Why was he so angry? Yanqingji. I must get rid of you. Sumi Bao gritted his teeth. Yanqingji? His Royal Highness the Emperor's grandson? Su Jio's expression changed drastically. He was originally from Suzhenbei, and he had always been in the palace. So he naturally knew about the feelings and relationship between Suzhenbei and the man from the East Palace. It is normal for the young master to know the Emperor's grandson. After all, the two families have close contacts. But looking at the young master's appearance, it is clear that he is very annoyed by the Emperor's grandson. And what about the Emperor's grandson? Did he actually entangle the young master unilaterally? In the palace, Su Jio often saw the prince with his grandson. How could such a young and mature person like the grandson displease his young master? Master, don't get excited. Have you forgotten? We have to follow the plot. We have to save the male protagonist quickly. Otherwise, he will really die. And the book will collapse. You have to calm down. Think about it. The book needs to if it collapses. You and your family will be gone. Oh fine. Sumi Bao had to admit that this stinky rabbit was getting to know her better and better. And he was getting better and better at handling her. She is not afraid of death herself. But she is afraid of the death of her family members. Well, she had to quickly think of a way to bring the male protagonist and her Bai Yueguang together and tie them tightly. Save yourself the trouble of harming others. Su Jio was highly skilled in lightness skills and approached the cave silently. This was a very hidden cave. And Su Jio carried her into it. Strangely, this passage is quite long. But there is no one guarding it. From the looks of it, I feel that I am in a cottage. So I am very relieved. There was a fork in front of the long passage. As soon as he reached it, Sumi Bao heard a burst of laughter and shouts coming from the hole on the left. These three are so beautiful. If the big boss hadn't sent you three to the top, we brothers wouldn't have any need. We can only look at these crooked melons and jujubes to satisfy our greed. You damn ones are here to save my daughter's life. A familiar voice came into my ears. Sumi Bao frowned at Lu Xiaolian's voice. Are these women who were captured with Yanqing Jiguan? Let Lu Zan be responsible for rescuing people. It seems that Lu Zan hasn't found this place yet. Just as Su Jio was about to go in to rescue people, Sumi Bao grabbed his ears. Have a look before you go in. Su Jio thought that the master was being cautious and was afraid that if he went in suddenly, he would disturb the bandits inside and make it difficult to rescue them. He never thought that Sumi Bao was just there to see who was inside. It doesn't matter whether she wants to be saved or not. She is the person who loves to hold grudges the most. She has been looking for her second wife to have sex. And she doesn't want to save her. What's wrong? Your daughter died. She asked for it. She was obviously a loser. But she lied to our boss and said she was from a girl's family. If we hadn't been a step too late, what if your daughter was given away to the big boss? Here we are. At that time, it will be our heads who die. The black-faced bandit became angry when he mentioned the dead Lu Wanwan. He was the one who captured Lu Wanwan, and it was he who gave Lu Wanwan to his head. If something happened, he wouldn't be able to run away. When he thought of the big leader's fierce eyes, the black-faced bandit became furious. He stretched out his hand towards Lu Xiaolian's fair face and slapped her 3 times hard. Chapter 286 Lu Wanwan died. She is also broken. Why do you keep her? In what way is my daughter not better than her? Why do you treat my daughter so cruelly? Lu Xiaolian's cries were filled with grief and anger. This was the first time that Sumi Bao saw Lu Xiaolian lose her composure and collapse. She has always pretended to be weak and weak. Lu Xiaolian. Shut up. Wang Yinyu's voice sounded sharply. I am the emperor's woman. And your shabby daughter dares to compete with me. How noble do you think you are? Do you think you are still the daughter of the Taifu? You are just an unwanted thing that the emperor played with. Lu Xiaolian's body was tied to an iron pillar. If she could rush over, she would definitely scratch Wang Yinyu's face. At such a young age, he speaks and acts so viciously. If you hadn't told him that my family Wanwan was broken, how could we have ended up like this? Wang Yinyu, you have to die a good death. Do you think you can be better than my family Wanwan? When you are given away, you know it. You will definitely end up worse than our family. Lu Xiaolian almost used all her strength to curse Wang Yinyu. I'm afraid it won't be good if we go in to rescue people. Right? Hearing this, Su Jio suddenly understood why the young master didn't let him rush in just now. Because inside, no matter how he is a eunuch, he is also a man. After seeing these official ladies and wives like this, then, Su Jio didn't dare to think about it anymore. After all, officials and ladies have always valued innocence more than their lives. Let's go find Mrs. 7 or Miss Wang. Sujio felt that he had to quickly take his young master to find the seventh madam. This cave was full of women. Among the people that came, only the seventh madam and Wang Xiaoxiao were women. Go find it, and put me down. I'll wait here. Master. No. There are bandits inside. Just in case. Sujio stopped talking. He knew how powerful his little master was. Not to mention a few bandits inside. Even if they were masters, they might not be able to hurt their little master. After all, their little master is a little fairy. But, look again. The little master is too young. Only 6 or 7 months old. He wouldn't be able to leave without leaving her alone. Don't worry about me. Just go find Aunt 7. I'll be fine. It's a big deal. If the bandits come out and see me, I'll run away and hide with you in my fairy mansion. Sumibao almost blurted out space. But after thinking about it, he changed it to Immortal Mansion. This saves you any further explanation. Yes. The master had arranged everything. Sujio closed her eyes and felt the breathing in the cave. Listening to the breathing, there were only 2 middle-aged men inside. And his kung fu is not very high. He seems to be just an ordinary bandit guarding this cave. These 2 bandits just come out. The little master has so many hidden weapons that can kill people with one move. Those 2 bandits could never hurt the little master. Thinking of this, he turned around and left. You can take that little unlucky guy in the hole on the right with you. In the hole on the right? Little unfortunate guy. Sujio was startled for a moment, then realized that the young master might be talking about the young emperor's grandson. Sumibao was too lazy to care about the little emperor's grandson. He was clearly protected by Long Hair, who was highly skilled in martial arts. How could he be captured by bandits? Rabbit said that the little emperor's grandson was about to die. Was he injured by bandits? She has no interest in knowing any of these things. Anyway, she is the cannon fodder sister of the main villain in the original book. The male protagonist's love brain is the ugly queen. She absolutely does not accept this setting. Everything about the male protagonist. She didn't want to know anything. Not a bit. Not curious at all. Sujio put her down, and she sat down on the ground. Watching Sujio leave quickly. Rabbit, please stay calm. If there is any danger, call me immediately. Otherwise, I will die and you will die too. The rabbit rolled his eyes in space speechlessly. Master, since you know that you are only a 6 or 7-month-old baby now, any bandit may hurt you. You are so brave to sit here by yourself. Doesn't this give you a chance to show off? What else? What do I want you to do? Do you want to eat for free? These next words were not spoken, but Rabbit heard them all. Eat the melon. Hurry up and continue eating the melon. Don't forget, I still owe the system a lot of points. If I don't eat the melon and earn more points, we will all be doomed. Rabbit. Whispering sound. How can you be so kind? Under the guise of returning points. In the final analysis, don't you just want to take advantage of me and hear what happened to these people? Sumibao hee. You stinky rabbit has seen through it again. I'm just curious. What happened to these women when they were arrested? Especially those bad women. I'm so curious. TSK. This little beauty is really beautiful and tight despite her young age. When Sumibao heard this, he could tell that there were only 2 bandits in the cave. And one had a drake voice, which made his voice quack when he spoke. The other one had a high-pitched voice, and he didn't sound too old. Don't touch me. I am the emperor's woman. When I go out, I will let the emperor chop off all your heads. Your majesty. Haha. I'm so scared. Listening to Wang Yenyu's stupid words, Sumibao was speechless. They have been in exile for nearly 3 months. But Wang Yenyu still can't forget that she is the emperor's woman. This ancient woman was really scary. She was obviously a victim at the beginning. The emperor is not a good man. But now, it has become Wang Yenyu's glory. The emperor's women are beautiful. But, brother, look! A high-pitched voice laughed. These 3 people cannot move. Their heads have been dedicated to the chief. I heard that one of them is the daughter of Taifu Wang. One is the granddaughter of Taifu Wang. And the other is the cousin of the Duke of Jinghua. Oh! This is really true. They are all ladies. Shaho. It's our turn to guard today. Let's just touch. If you don't tell, and I don't tell, no one will know. Touch. Touch, it's not bad. My life is worth it. The drake's voice trembled with excitement. Sumibao murmured in his heart. The 2 members of Taifu Wang's family were immediately identified as Wang Yenyu and Queen Minglu, the eldest daughter of Wang Changlin, the second wife of Wang, because Wang Xiaoxiao and her daughter were protecting the main room of the Wang family. The female family members were not robbed. The female relatives who were robbed were all from the second wife. There is also their cousin from the Duke's mansion. Since Lu Wanwan is dead. So who is this cousin? Sumi Bao's heart suddenly jumped, and she thought of someone. Lu Qingqi, Grandma Lu's dead eldest son. The only flesh and blood left behind. She is also the daughter of eldest brother Lu Xianglian. This girl was very settled in the palace, and she was always quiet on her way to exile. It's as if this person doesn't exist. Now that I think about it, bandits were robbing people. Lu Qingqi was in his prime and had no one to protect him. So he was naturally easily robbed. You are just ordinary little guys. You know that we have been sacrificed by your heads. If you dare to touch us, I will let my new master chop off your heads. Because I will tell him. You? A cold voice spoke calmly. Chapter 287 Rescue. You said a few words. And the male duck-voiced bandit was obviously calmed down by Lu Qingqi's words. Brother Zhang. We just don't touch her. Shiho. You are right. This girl is untouchable. The duck-voiced bandit, who was called Brother Zhang, nodded repeatedly. I have been captured for so long and stayed in this cave. Being locked up with so many women. There have been several waves of people entering this cave. In the afternoon, so many brothers entered the cave. All the good things he did were done in front of these three girls. This cousin of the Jingwa Duke's mansion is obviously a girl who has not left the government. Look, the granddaughter of Mrs. Wang was so frightened that she fainted several times. This cousin still had a calm look on her face and was able to say such a thing to them. As expected of a girl who came from the Duke's mansion. She is courageous. This one is a bit old. Xiaoho, don't you like old ones? This one is for you. Brother Zhang pointed at Aunt Sun, who was sitting on the side with tattered clothes, dull eyes, and a dead look on her face. Aunt Sun is the concubine of the second wife Wang Chonglin. She is 28 years old and is Wang Mingjing's biological mother. Since her son was taken away, she has become more and more silent day by day. Although the old man said that his son was taken away, but his surname was no longer Wang. But he spent the rest of his life outside and lived as a farmer. All in all, it was better than being exiled with them, where life and death were unknown. Although she said this, Aunt Sun was still panicking in her heart. It is a kind of panic that connects mother and child. After all, her son Wang Mingjing is a sick child. When she thought about her son being outside, if he got sick, who would be by his side, and whether he could protect his son and prevent him from hurting her. Tormented by these thoughts, she lost her original beauty in just 2 months. All in all, if she could become Wang Chonglin's concubine, she would still be a favored concubine, just because she was born beautiful. Otherwise, if she were an ordinary peasant woman, she would have been ruined long ago. The bandits won't snatch her away. I don't like this. Although she is beautiful, she is old. Mainly because she has no energy and feels like she is sick. Brother Zhang, tell me, should we talk to our boss and throw this woman out? Just in case. She is really sick. What if she infects others? You're a bandit. Why are you so careful? Brother Zhang laughed. We work in this business with our heads tucked into our belts every day. Who cares about this? However, Brother Zhang, I still like her. She has fair looks, can curse, and has a spicy and energetic personality. Seeing the thin monkey pointing at Lu Xianglian, Brother Zhang laughed even more. Are you looking for a wife? Or a mother? Listening to the conversation of these bandits, Lu Xianglian felt angry and resentful. You thieves! You killed my daughter. You want to take advantage of me, and let your rotten heart and lungs die absolutely. All of you in the village will be dead until no one is left. Lu Xianglian could do nothing. For half a day, they suffered so much inhuman torture. My daughter will die every night. What else is she afraid of? She scolded. She wished that all the bandits in this village were dead. Vomit, vomit. She cursed for a while, and suddenly vomited. Xiaoho, who had already walked up to her, was not careful, and was sprayed all of a sudden. Lu Xianglian vomited until she was in a daze. Shiho cursed. His eyes were sprayed, and he couldn't see the road clearly. Busily calling Brother Zhang in a straight voice, he brought him water, and washed his face and eyes. There was a rush of activity in the cave. At this time, Sumi Bao suddenly felt a cold feeling on his back, and a shadow flashed in. She turned around and saw Wang Xiaoxiao running over, followed by Yi Ranqing. 2 people. Sumi Bao didn't say much, just raised 2 fingers and waved them at Wang Xiaoxiao and Aunt Qi. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded to her, and rushed straight into the cave. Yi Ranqing walked over calmly, reached out, and picked up Sumi Bao from the ground. Among those arrested inside, there were many women from the Wang family. Wang Xiaoxiao got instructions from her grandfather and father. When she entered the village, she must rescue her sister-in-law and eldest sister. As for Aunt Sun, she was selectively ignored by the Wang family. Taifu Wang, only when Aunt Sun died that Wang Mengjing was replaced could the secret be completely kept. After all, Aunt Sun is an exiled prisoner registered with the government. Handling it casually may arouse people's suspicion. Xian Qingxiang, my husband is in a coma, and I will be in charge of the second house. Aunt Sun had better die outside and never come back. Let her give birth to a son and make her particularly favored by her husband. Aunt Zhao, it's better for Aunt Sun to die outside. I must let Xiaoxiao rescue my daughter Meng Lu. I only have this one daughter, and if she is gone, I will have no hope when I grow old. Aunt Sun doesn't know these calculations of the Wang family. But Sumi Bao listened completely. Forget about others. I have to help save this Aunt Sun. After all, her biological son, Wang Mengjing, was the one who buried my bones in my previous life. Besides, Big Brother sent someone to rescue Wang Mengjing. And where did he send him? People should be safe. Right? Otherwise, take this opportunity to rescue Aunt Sun. Not sent back to exile. Let Su Jiao send her away secretly to reunite with her son. In this way, I have completely settled the debt I owed to Wang Mengjing in my previous life. From now on, if the two do not owe each other, they will not meet each other. Whether this is a bad fate or a good fate, it can be achieved one by one. She didn't want anything in her life. I just want to take my whole family to the place of exile safely, then settle down and become a naturalized citizen, make good use of the things in her space, and live a good life. Right. It's the kind of person who is pampered by the whole family, backed by mountains of gold and silver in the space, and a huge amount of supplies, and lives a peaceful life from then on. Whoever loves to be number one in the world should be the one. Whoever wants to be a queen or empress can become one. She did nothing but eat, drink, have fun, lie down, and just eat. As for getting married, save it. In the 21st century, she sees people being forced to get married every day. If she went to ancient times, she would not marry an ancient person. She is not crazy. In this life, she has been single. When you get older, and you really like children, you can adopt a few, or let her brothers work hard to give birth. And then she would raise a few more children for them. Hey, think about it. The sun sets in the desert. The grass grows in the water. And in the yard, she lies under the tree, eats melons, gnaws meat, and sleeps in happiness. Who are you? A cry of surprise came from the cave. Then there was the heavy sound of two plops, and two people falling to the ground. Finally, there was Wang Yenyu's indulgent and angry voice. Sister-in-law, let me untie it for you. Don't move. Slow down. The rope is thick and has thorns on it. Don't hurt you. Yi Ranqing walked into the cave holding Sumi Bao, and what he saw at first glance was three women tied to several wooden shelves. Wang Xiaoxiao was untying one of them. It was Wang Yenyu. The two people next to him were Lu Qingqi and Wang Mingle, who had fainted. As for the other women who were snatched, plus the one snatched before, there were 20 or 30 women. Some were in tattered clothes. Some were tied up. Some were lying on the ground. It was a miserable scene in the world. Chapter 288, I want to carry Wan down the mountain. Xiao, why did you come here? Wang Yenyu saw Wang Xiao with an aggrieved look on her face, and shouted angrily. You want to kill me? Sister-in-law me. Wang Yenyu, as the legitimate daughter of Taifu Wang, has always been very delicate and noble in the palace. The whole government doted on this little ancestor. As for Wang Xiao, she was just a concubine daughter born to the concubine of Wang Chongling, the eldest family member. What's more, not only does her mother have a low status in the Taifu's house, because her father, Wang Chongling, was not born to the current queen mother. The eldest family in the Taifu mansion was naturally not as good as the second family. If it weren't for Taifu Wang and the ancestors, the rules would be strict. In other houses, where the head mother is the stepmother, the life of the person in the eldest house would be even worse. Even in such a well-regulated Taifu mansion, there are differences between concubines and concubines. The status of Wang Xixi mother and daughter is quite low. In the past, when they met Wang Yenyu, they had no choice but to bow their heads and give way. Now, when Wang Yenyu was yelled at, Wang Xiaoxiao laughed habitually. What are you doing? My whole body hurts. My legs and feet are weak. I can't walk back. Sister-in-law, I will carry you down the mountain, Wang Xiaoxiao said with a smile. I'll untie Sister Menglu first. Wang Xiaoxiao untied Wang Mingle, and Wang Mingle slowly woke up. As soon as he saw Wang Xiaoxiao, he hugged her and cried. Wang Yinyu frowned because she cried. Stop crying, and don't look where this is. We have to get down the mountain quickly. Not to mention the commotion among the Wang family. Just that Yi Ranqing walked over here holding Sumi Bao. Sumi Bao asked Yi Ranqing to put her down. Yi Ranqing untied the ropes of those women. Then let him be in good spirits, and help other women untie the ropes. Lu Qingqi has always been calm. She even saluted to Yi Ranqing when Yi Ranqing untied the rope for her. Thank you, Aunt Seven. Yi Ranqing paused and twitched the corner of his mouth, trying to smile. But he didn't. He turned around and went to help others. Sister-in-law, wake up. Lu Qingqi ran to the corner of the cave and untied a woman. The woman's hair was disheveled and her clothes were in tatters. She was tied to a wooden frame and was unconscious. After untying her, Lu Qingqi held her in his arms and called her multiple times without waking up. Sumi Bao was shocked when he heard this. Sister-in-law? Apart from Fang Juexia, the only person in the third room who could be called sister-in-law by Lu Qingqi was Xia Ping'er. Sumi Bao glanced at Xia Ping'er, who was sitting on the ground on the other side of the cave and was not tied up. Apart from her tired look, her clothes and hair were clean and tidy, which is rare among women in this cave. The only person who was called sister-in-law and fell unconscious was Fang Juexia. Sumi Bao walked toward the cave with his short legs. Give her a drink. Although everyone along the way, they all know the magical powers of the daughter-in-law of the Jinhua Palace. But Sumi Bao still didn't want to be exposed too much in front of these women. After all, where there are more women, there is more right and wrong. She didn't want to be a talking point in these women's mouths. She turned her hand over, and a bottle of potion appeared in her hand. He turned his hand and stuffed it into Yi Ranqing's palm. Yi Ranqing understood that this was a good thing given by Mi Bao Bao. Mi Bao Bao once said that this thing is called glucose water. It can replenish energy. Yi Ranqing opened the bottle cap, covered it with his clothes, helped Fang Juexia up and drank it. Then he tapped a few more acupuncture points on her. Fang Juexia immediately woke up. As soon as I opened my eyes and saw a few familiar faces in front of me, my eyes turned red. I wanted to say something, but my voice was so hoarse that I could only say one word. Thanks, sister-in-law. Stop talking. Aunt Seven and Sister Bao are here to save us. Sister Bao? Sumi Bao was startled for a moment before he realized that the Sister Bao in Lu Qingqi's mouth was calling her, because her name is Sumi Bao. Her family calls her Mi Bao Bao, but the people in the third room would not call her Mi Bao Bao. Naturally, I called her Sumi Bao. According to seniority, Lu Qingqi is the elder sister, and she is the younger sister, so it is not wrong to call her Sister Bao. However, it always sounded weird to her. It's like calling Sister Bao in the dream of red mansions. Wire. Fang Juexia finally said his son's name in a hoarse voice, and then stared at Yi Ranqing and Sumi Bao with longing eyes, afraid of hearing bad news. When she was captured by the bandits? Although she lured the bandits away and protected her son. But who knows if those damn bandits have found his son? If his son was really discovered by bandits? Fang Juexia didn't dare to think about it anymore. Since she was caught, every minute and every second has been like being on fire. Not because he was afraid of his own misery, but because he was afraid that his son might be dead. She didn't even dare to close her eyes. Once she closed her eyes, all she could think about was that her son was being pulled out by bandits. And then, the bandits' horses drove over her son's little body. If she hadn't been worried about her son, she would have committed suicide by hitting a pillar. Why live and be humiliated? He is fine. It was Zihuai who begged us to save you. He is a good boy. A filial boy. For him, you have to live well. Yi Ranqing has always disdained to care about such things. Sumi Bao turned to look at Aunt Seven in surprise. This is the first time that Aunt Chi has said so many words to others at once. And it is still such persuasive words. Once you become a mother, women are completely different. I won't. Aunt Chi. No matter how hard it is, I won't be able to think about it. My husband is gone. I will take good care of Zihuai. Fang Juexia's eyes gradually changed from dull to clear and firm. So what if she's not clean? She never married again for the rest of her life. She also doesn't care what others think of her. There were many difficulties on the way to exile. Without her father, She lost her biological mother. There was no way his son would make it to the exile alive. I was lucky enough to go to the place of exile. How could a 6-year-old child survive in such a bitter and cold northern land? Sister-in-law? A timid voice sounded. A woman with disheveled hair moved over and hugged Fang Juexia closely. It was as if Fang Juexia was her backbone. Sister Lu. Where is Sister Li? When Sumi Bao heard Fang Juexia's question, he recognized that this frightened woman turned out to be Mrs. Lu, the concubine of Su Chongyang, the third wife of the Su family. She remembered that Su Chongyang also had a concubine named Li. Both of them were actually arrested. Dead? She is dead. And Lu Wanwan is also dead. Mrs. Lu's body couldn't stop shaking. After hearing this, Sumi Bao followed Lu's gaze and looked at Lu Wanwan, who had been unhooked from the wooden frame and lying on the ground on the other side of the cave. Lu Xianglian was arranging her hair and clothes. Lu Xianglian was unusually quiet, as if everyone in the cave no longer existed. It was just her and her daughter together. Lu Xianglian, you're not going to carry Lu Wanwan down the mountain, are you? Xia Pinger, who had been sitting silently, spoke. Of course, I have to carry her down the mountain. This mountain is so scary. Wanwan is timid and leaves her here alone. She will be scared at night. Lu Xianglian was in so much pain that she felt a little crazy. Who can? After saying only 2 words, Xia Pinger suddenly stopped talking. She was about to say who can carry a dead man down the mountain. We can't even walk down the mountain ourselves. Is it possible that you still want the man who came to rescue you to carry your daughter down the mountain? When she said this, she felt sad in her heart. Lu Xianglian, you can't carry her alone. I'll help you carry her down the mountain. Sumi Bao looked up at Xia Pinger in surprise. This was the first time she saw Xia Pinger showing kindness to others. It's so rare. Chapter 289 Xia Pinger's End of the Road. Xia Pinger. You? Lu Xianglian had a gut feeling that what Xia Pinger said was sarcastic. He raised his head and glared at Xia Pinger. Just as he was about to turn back, his gaze went straight into Xia Pinger's sincere eyes. Xia Pinger. Is what she said true? Does she really want to help her carry Wanwan down the mountain? Lu Xianglian felt mixed emotions for a moment. Whether they were in the palace or on the road to exile, the two of them couldn't stand each other. And they were rivals who stumbling upon each other no matter what. With so many people present, Xia Pinger was the only one willing to help her? Sorry. Lu Xianglian suddenly said sorry to Xia Pinger sincerely. Xia Pinger looked at her, and both of them saw each other's sincerity in each other's eyes. Yes, the two of them had been scolding each other for years, calling each other a bad woman. In fact, are they not the same person? All the men died and became widows. They all live under someone else's roof. They all hook up with men who are useful to them. But they don't have any sincerity towards the men. Vomit. While arranging Wanwan's clothes, Lu Xianglian was so overcome by the smell of blood that she couldn't help but vomit again. Xia Pinger stared at her. You have it. Xia Pinger didn't use questions, but an affirmative tone. Lu Xianglian is not hiding anything from Xia Pinger now. Yes. Yes. Is it from Su Kuoming? I heard that Xia Pinger called Su Kuoming by both her first and last name. Lu Xianglian smiled bitterly. Xia Pinger really didn't regard Su Qingwen as her husband, let alone Su Kuoming as her father-in-law. Well, it belongs to Su Kuoming. The matter between this aunt and brother-in-law would be a huge scandal no matter what time it was. But Xia Pinger didn't laugh at Lu Xianglian at all, but smiled and said, I have it too. It was sent by Lu Guan. Thinking about it, I laughed at myself again. He died. Then he let out a long sigh. My life is not as good as yours. You lost your man and your daughter. But now you have a man who loves you. Although I know you don't like him. But this man was not meant to be it's for love, but for use. As long as it's easy for others to use, it can make money. And it can support us women. What's the point of talking about love? We women can wear gold and silver, but we can't eat and drink. Like TSK. Sumi Bao listened to the conversation between the two. He couldn't help but glance at Xia Pinger again. This woman lives a really transparent life. In the eyes of others, she is a bad woman. But listening to these words, my thinking is very advanced. Now you have a baby in your belly. And the baby's father still likes you. This is your blessing. Unlike me, I hold one in my hand and carry another in my belly. Both of them are babies without a father. How can I, a woman, support these two children? Xia Pinger smiled bitterly. She didn't care at all that these words were heard. Anyway, after she went back, Lu Huifan would have to know sooner or later that the baby she was carrying was not Su Chenliang's. She has lied to Lu Huifan twice in a row. Lu Huifan will never tolerate her again. Lu Guancha died again. She was a woman, raising and carrying a child. How were the three of them, mother and child, going to survive on this exile? Xia Pinger felt that the way forward was really slim. Originally, she had made up her mind as soon as she came in. When these women cried and shouted, she took the initiative to show her kindness to the bandits. She said that her husband was dead, and she had 2 children. If the bandits were willing to accept her, she would take her 2 children and follow the bandits in the mountains. Because she saw that there were some women and children in this mountain. It seemed that they were refugees who had fallen into bandits and brought their families with them. She no longer wanted to follow the exile team. Although, her little daughter Su Qiaoqiao said that she would become a noble concubine soon. She believed it before. But now, whether she believed it or not, she was tired and she didn't want to go on anymore. Lu Guancha was dead. And she was pregnant with a child. So she could no longer seduce people. If this continues, the 3 of them, mother and son, will definitely die on the road to exile. Xia Pinger is pragmatic. She cannot risk her life for an unknown wealth. Now, the bandits are finished. She couldn't stay on the mountain anymore. After going down the mountain, what's the way forward? Xia Pinger didn't even dare to think about it. This was also the reason why she went out of her way and showed her kindness to Lu Xianglian. After all, Lu Xianglian was different from her. Lu Xianglian had a mother, a sister, and a man who loved her, all waiting for her at the foot of the mountain. As long as Lu Xianglian could say something to her, she believed that Su Kuaning would leave her a way out for Lu Xianglian's sake. Standing not far away, Sumi Bao listened thoroughly to Xia Pinger's heartfelt voice. He couldn't help but squint his eyes and look at Xia Pinger carefully. She had really made a mistake before. Xia Pinger is really not an ordinary woman. This was the first time she had seen such a sober and realistic woman who could stretch and bend in this world of paper figures. Sure enough, suffering makes people grow, and reality makes people bow their heads. After 3 men died, Xia Ping grew up quickly and became more powerful. The women were rescued from the cave, and soon everyone was reunited. Little master, did you blow up that cave? After everyone gathered together, they packed up the things left by the bandits. This time, no one dislikes it, and everyone's hands are not empty. Whatever you see, as long as it is useful, bring it with you, because the Taohua village bandits joined behind them. About 2,000 of them were refugees. Some of them also brought their families with them. The bandits were killed, but everyone did not embarrass the family members and allowed them to disperse and run away. Food, chickens, dogs, cattle and sheep, whatever those people left behind. Everyone takes what they can get. Anyway, they are lacking everything now. All those who came were young people, pulling carts and carrying baskets, carrying everything they could take away. Be at the front. Behind them are the rescued women. Finally, they followed a group of people who were kidnapped by bandits elsewhere. They had been imprisoned here for who knows how long. They were all skinny and bruised. There are men and women, old and young. Those people also learned from the people in front and took as much as they could with what they could. There were even some people who followed behind, even if they were just holding some dishes or bowls, looking like they were surviving the disaster. Because it was dark and the road was dangerous, everyone walked slowly with torches, and the queue was very long. Well, I blew it up. Those 1,000 gangsters have done so many bad things. We can't leave them alive. Sumi Bao was carried by Su Jiao, and the ghost doctor walked beside her, and the 2 of them whispered, "Apprentice, you did a good job today. You took care of 3,000 bandits by yourself." Sumi Bao glanced at Lu Zhan and others who were walking at the front of the team. When she thought about the expression she saw on the faces of Lu Zhan and others when they met in the village just now, she was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. There were dozens of them, facing 3,000 bandits. Everyone is very skilled in martial arts. But 2 fists are hard to beat with 4 hands. And an evil tiger is also afraid of a pack of wolves. After all, there are too many people on the other side. And they are on someone else's 1/3 of an acre of land. And they still occupy familiar terrain. So when we went up the mountain, everyone was mentally prepared to make huge sacrifices. Unexpectedly, without moving a single soldier, the bandits were all killed by the ghost doctor using medicine alone. So many of them go up the mountain just to pick up things. Little master, there are not 1,000 bandits in that cave. What did you say? Chapter 290. The village was looted. Sumibao couldn't help but raise his voice. And Luzon and others in front all looked back. Sumibao couldn't care about this. A chill ran down her back. The biggest hidden danger in Taohua village is these 1,000 bandits. They are the only ones with real blood on their hands. The remaining 2,000 new bandits were, at best, forced to go up the mountain to serve as cannon fodder and coolies. The bandits from the first 2 villages were indeed there. And it happened to be bedtime. I used medicine and killed them all. It didn't take much effort. The ghost doctor smiled. But in the 3rd mountain stronghold, there were only 400 to 500 bandits sleeping in the camp. Half of them were not in the mountains. After I stunned them, I thought that the other half might be sleeping in other caves. So I wandered around a few times. The ghost doctor touched his head. I didn't find it. Those bandits were not in the village at all. Sumibao was speechless. If the 400 or 500 bandits from Taohua village are not in the village, what can they do? Still at night like this? Sudden, her expression changed. The smile on the ghost doctor's face also disappeared. Both master and disciple saw the same guess in each other's eyes. Broken. They could have imagined that bandits had just robbed the Exile team tonight. But they would never have imagined that the Exile team would have the guts to go directly to trouble them at night. What about bandits? There might be someone among the bandits who thinks the same as them. Take advantage of the mentality that the Exile team has just been robbed tonight and may not expect to be robbed again. The bandits also use this method to rob the Exile team for the 2nd time at night. The thought of this, Sumibao's head buzzed and exploded. It's over. This time he went to the village to rescue people, and almost all the people in the Exile team who could fight were brought. So the Exile team. Sumibao didn't dare to think about it anymore. 7th Ant. Sumibao shouted to Yi Ranqing at the top of his lungs. Yi Ranqing walked over quickly. You, a little ancestor, are walking on a mountain road in the middle of the night. What are you shouting for? How scary. It's broken. Aunt Chi. There are hundreds of bandits, and they may go to the village again to rob our Exile team. Hurry. We will leave first, and let Zhou Fuan lead everyone behind. What? Bandits rob the village? Didn't the bandits just be beaten to death by them? Yi Ranqing turned to look at the ghost doctor in confusion. Hey, I only dealt with 400 to 500 gangsters, and half of them are not in the village. Listening to the ghost doctor's words, Yi Ranqing's hair almost stood up. A serious fear came over me. Mother. Child. Her vision went dark, and she almost fell down. Yi Ranqing couldn't imagine that they had brought everyone who could fight, leaving only a group of women, children, old and weak people in the village. If you really fight against 400 to 500 tough bandits face to face. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. Ghost Doctor, you are good at Qigong. Let's go first. Quickly. Sujio, let's go too. Aunt Chi, you told Zhou Fuan to take Luzon and the others to follow. Sumibao patted Sujio on the shoulder. The ghost doctor immediately disappeared into the night. Zifeng, you follow behind. After leaving the crowd and walking a few hundred meters, Sumibao saw 6 people from Shifeng following behind him silently. Sujio and I will take the first step. After saying that, he directly used teleportation, pulled Sujio, and dodged a mile away. Now, all her abilities are limited. The ability to teleport is still there, but the distance is getting shorter and shorter, only about a mile at a time. In times of crisis, this can also save lives. Sumibao pulled Sujio and used teleportation continuously. Teleportation ability is still faster than Qigong. Sumibao took Sujio and was the first to return to the small village. In the small village at night, there are no chickens or dogs, only the screams of people, which is heartbreaking. There was only one place, which was the hut at the village head school, where they discussed rescuing people. But there were countless fire lights, which were fire dragons surrounded by torches. That's where the screams came from. Sumibao's heart sank. Sure enough, good things don't work. Bad things work. She figured it out. Those damn 400 to 500 bandits had indeed found the small village where they lived. Come to think of it, it's not hard to find here. First, the bandits are familiar with this area. There are only 2 villages closest to Taohua village. Secondly, there were no people in either village originally. But now this village is inhabited by the exiled team, and there are children. No matter what happens at night, there must be some movement. If the bandits come out to look for them, they will definitely find them. Blame me. Why didn't I think of how many people should be left to protect the village? Sumibao regretted extremely. Although when he left, Zhou Fuan arranged a team of more than a dozen people to be responsible for the night watch. That would be useful for ordinary refugees, or for refugees who accidentally break into the village, facing 400 to 500 well-organized gangsters. This 10-man night watch team was obviously not enough. 400 to 500 bandits were able to attack the Exile team again overnight. It seems that Long Air killed dozens of them during the day, which completely angered the bandits. There may be someone dead inside who is very important to the bandits. So the bandits are so eager to seek revenge on them overnight. Revenge? When he thought of this word, Sumibao's eyes darkened, and he almost fainted. How could I make such a stupid mistake? She couldn't forgive herself at all. How to get in without being discovered by bandits? She was alone and couldn't save everyone if she went in rashly. If the bandits are angered and take their family members as hostages, it will be troublesome. Sumibao was so anxious that his head was smoking. Let's go up to the roof and take a look first. Behind the hut of the village schoolhouse is the village threshing floor. Look at it from their perspective. All that can be seen is that there are many bandits standing in the thatched hut, and the threshing floor seems to be full of people from their Exile team. The torches lit up the surrounding area, illuminating the threshing floor. Sumibao took a look and saw that only the roof of the thatched hut on the right side of the school hut was protected from the light of the torch. There was a big locust tree just blocking it. Although the leaves were yellow and fallen due to drought, there were still some hanging on the tree, blocking people's view. Master, sit still. Su Jiu carried Sumibao across the night sky and climbed onto the roof. Their figures were blocked by leaves. Dad? My dad? As soon as his feet landed on the roof, Sumibao looked at the threshing floor and almost screamed. He quickly stretched out his little hand and covered his mouth. Her father, Su Qingyi, was hanging upside down from a high railing. Feet up, head down. Under the head is a large iron pot filled with water. At this time, it may have just been boiling for a short time. The water in the large iron pot has not yet boiled and is just steaming. If no one tells me where the others have gone, just cut off a piece of fat from this fat pig and cook it. Under the thatched hut, a bearded man sat on a chair. His face could not be seen clearly. Only his beard was visible. Pour some rice and cook it into meat porridge. The bearded man smiled cruelly. After a while, we will pull out all his family members. Cook meat porridge, and let each family member drink a bowl. Those who don't drink will suffer the same fate as this man. And cut off the meat to make porridge. At that time, everyone has a bowl of meat porridge. Meat porridge. These two words strongly stimulated Sumibao. She has done so many things, and the plot has collapsed like this. The author is so persistent and stubborn that he even hung her father on an iron pot. He really cut off the original plot and boiled her father into meat porridge. Chapter 291 Betrayal. Sumibao's heart was quite broken at this time. The eldest brother was forcibly taken away from the plot by the author and was kidnapped to the Nanfeng Pavilion. Now, the father has been forced out of the plot again, hung up, and will soon be made into meat porridge. When I think about the fate of the eldest brother and father in the original book, Sumibao's eyesight turned black. My little cheeks felt sore from biting down. There was a big fight. She was going to have a big fight with this ungrateful author. Save her father immediately. As long as she is here, she will never let her father be turned into meat porridge. I'm going to save people. After Su Jiu finished speaking, he was about to fly over to save people. Don't panic. Being grabbed by Sumibao. Don't worry. Let me see how to save the talent. With 400 to 500 bandits surrounding the village, she couldn't act rashly. If the rescue was delayed or the bandits were angered, he would just cut the rope tied to her father. Her father jumped into the cauldron and cooked it whole. And that would be the end of it. Rabbit, look at the situation of the bandits around you. Rabbits have strong sensory abilities. And Sumibao is now eager to know the distribution of bandits in the village. There are about 130 or 40 bandits in this threshing floor. After taking this village, 250 or 60 bandits split into two groups. One going to attack the other village, and the other going to the farther village. Sumibao narrowed his eyes. Rabbit, I remember what you said last time. There are only 2 villages in a radius of 10 miles. There are 3 villages in a radius of 30 miles. No one is even a mouse. Do the bandits know that there is no one in the village? They go to those 2 villages in the middle of the night. What to do? There are refugees. Refugees from the northwest are fleeing south due to drought. We are hitting the first wave. Hearing what Rabbit said, Sumi Bao frowned. Rabbit, you said there are refugees living in the other two villages tonight? Well, the refugees from the northwest fled south and fled here, thousands of miles away from home. When they saw the village, they probably wanted to go there to ask for some food. But they didn't expect that the village here was already deserted. Listening to Rabbit's words, Sumi Bao felt desolate. The incompetent Emperor Mingda, who had been in power for 10 years, had left the beautiful rivers and mountains that the previous emperor had defeated so dilapidated and besieged on all sides. The drought started in the northwest and spread southward. Until here, there are still thousands of miles of barren grass and drought. Sumi Bao thought about it as they walked north from the capital. First, there was an earthquake in the capital, and then there were constant aftershocks and mudslides in nearby counties. Then came heavy rain and waterlogging everywhere. Further north, there is drought. Officials are inactive. Bandits are rampant. And people's lives are in dire straits. But the route they took along the way always deviated from the official road. And they saw sporadic refugees, but not a large group of refugees. Now I heard from Rabbit that refugees are living in several nearby villages. Sumi Bao recalled the original book in his mind. And this paragraph was indeed written in the original book. The Su family was exiled and headed north. They encountered a refugee riot in northern Hunan County. The third brother was kidnapped by Beijiang Shizhua, who had mixed in with the refugees and was cut into human sticks. When thinking of the plot of the original book, Sumi Bao's little heart beat uncontrollably. An unknown premonition came over me. Save people. She had to find a way to protect the whole family. Now! She must save her father first. I know where the others are. You let him go, and I will take you to find someone else. A man moved from behind the crowd. Butler Su? Sumi Bao looked at Butler Su, who looked like a bloody man, and the anger in his heart suddenly rushed to the top of his head. Butler Su was covered in blood, and his left hand was hanging down, obviously broken. His right hand was on his waist, where blood was still bleeding. He was covered in blood, and no one knew where he was injured. I can no longer walk. It was obvious that he had been blocked by the Su family just now. At this time, he pushed aside the Su family's blockage and moved step by step in front of the cauldron with difficulty. You can't even walk. You want to take us to find someone? The pockmarked bandit standing next to the bearded bandit leader kicked Butler Su, who immediately fell to the ground. You take us to find someone. The pockmarked bandit looked in the direction where Butler Su was standing and saw Su Quanming huddled behind the Su family's women and children. The bandits surrounded them and drove them to the threshing floor. Su Quanming cowardly hid behind the women and children in the second room of the Su family. But unexpectedly, when Butler Su stood up, he, a grown man, stood out among a group of women and children. I don't know. Master, don't arrest me. I don't know where those people went. Su Quanming turned pale with fright. He was pointed at by the pockmarked bandit with a knife. But he didn't dare to disobey. He moved forward step by step, his legs shaking like soft noodles, as if he might fall down in the next second. You stand together and are a family. He knows it. Can you not know it? The pockmarked bandit looked back. Only the women and children are left in this family, and all the men are gone. The bandit leader glanced at the Su family coldly. Among this group of refugees, the Su family, even though they were only women and children, still had a different aura than the others. The bandit leader always has a poisonous eye when looking at people. He had already inquired about this group of people who were exiled from the capital to northern Xinjiang. A man like this in the crowd, one look at his slender pretty face, and you can tell that he is a civil servant and cannot make any waves. But at first glance, this family's aura is different from others. Regardless of old women or young children, everyone has the air of a military commander's family. The man who could kill so many of his brothers in the woods. It must be these people. Master, I don't know anything. Let me go. Master. Su Quanming turned pale with fright and begged for mercy. The bandit leader frowned in disgust. It's too noisy. If he screams again, I'll pull out his tongue. Upon hearing this, Su Quanming almost fainted, seeing the pockmarked bandit striding towards him and lifting him up like a chicken. Su Quanming couldn't care about anything else and howled at the top of his lungs. Master, don't poke my tongue. I'm telling you, you are right to arrest him. The one you hanged up. He is the head of the second room of the Su family. He is the second master of the Jinghui general's mansion. You look for him. You just look for him. All the capable people in the Exile team will listen to his family. Even the officials will listen to his family. Hearing this, Mrs. Su spit on Su Chueming's face. Shut up. You boneless thing. Su Kwaming didn't even wipe it. Sir, that's her. She is my second sister-in-law. The old lady of the Jinghua Palace. She has been on the battlefield. She is very powerful. If you need anything, just look for her. Her son. Yes. And her grandson. Su Jinbei. A young general from the Deqi dynasty. Do you know? Su Kwaming looked at the pockmarked bandit's knife tip dripping with blood, almost touching the middle of his pants, and was so frightened that he couldn't care less. His daughter-in-law is Yi Ranqing, the pioneer female general of our Su family army. They killed your people. I didn't. I am just a distant relative of the Jinghua Palace. We are living in the Jinghua Palace. Okay. If you follow Xiangshang, your house will be confiscated, and you will be exiled. Master, you can't kill me because of this. Su Chueming's words made Mrs. Su's face turned pale with anger. Unable to bear it any longer, the old lady strode forward, raised her hand, and slapped Su Kwaming several times. Su Kwaming couldn't hold back his strength and leaned forward. The bloody knife of the pockmarked bandit stabbed his pants. Su Kwaming was so frightened that he screamed and his pants immediately became wet. Chapter 292. Throw it all into the pot and cook it. There was blood oozing out. Su Kwaming howled at the top of his lungs. He only felt pain and saw blood. I felt that my life must be gone. Grandma's. It's so noisy. Pockmark kicked Su Kwaming away. Su Chueming's vision went dark and he fainted. Su Jiajun. It was you who killed my brother. The bearded bandit leader glanced coldly at the hanging Su Chingy, the standing Mrs. Su, and the bunch of women and children with fearless faces, killing people for extravagance, occupying mountains and becoming kings, harming the people. Death is not a pity. Mrs. Su's eyes met the fierce look in the bandit leader's eyes. Mrs. Su, whether our Su family admits it or not, the bandit leader has determined that it was our Su family who killed those bandits. Okay. You old lady is interesting. Someone come and hang her up too. Following the bandit leader's order, Pockmarked Face immediately winked, and the two bandits walked over to La Su. When Su Chingy saw the hanging Su Chingy, he immediately shouted to the bandit leader, "Don't touch my mother. Come at me if you dare. My mother is an old lady. She can kill anyone. I will kill them all. Sumi Bao, my father is indeed my father. He deserves to be the person who loves his wife the most, and is the most filial to his mother. Such a coward would dare to commit murder for the sake of grandma. Okay. I really admit that you killed my brother." A flash of pain flashed in the bandit leader's cold eyes. "My two brothers have been kings of the mountain for 10 years, and have never met an opponent. My brother is not only good at martial arts, he is also a master at using poison. Unexpectedly, he would die in the hands of such a pustule." Sumi Bao suddenly heard the bandit leader's voice. Oh! It turns out that one of the bandits killed by Long Air in the grove was actually the brother of the bandit leader. No wonder the bandit leader led people down the mountain overnight, and was bound to seek revenge on the exiled team. Sujio, is the little unfortunate guy seriously injured? Where is Long Air? Have you seen Long Air? Sumi Bao asked Sujio in a low voice. When she was in the cottage, she asked Sujio to rescue the little unfortunate guy. After leaving the cave, she didn't ask anything about the little unfortunate guy. He was seriously injured. He jumped off a cliff and was hung in a tree. He was caught by bandits. He had multiple fractures all over his body, and he was still breathing. The ghost doctor treated him. So lucky that you can jump off a cliff and hang on a tree? Sumi Bao tut tut. He deserves to be the male lead. He just has the halo of the protagonist. As expected, the author has been relentlessly following the plot. In the early stage, the male protagonist can be tortured vigorously, so that the male protagonist can grow up in difficult situations, temper himself, and then his psychology will continue to be distorted. And finally, he can grow into a generation of emperors. Of course, she wasn't worried even if the ghost doctor was around. So, Long Air jumped off a cliff and fell to his death? Long Air took the little unlucky guy with him. The little unlucky guy was already injured like that, and Long Air could only get worse. Well, the emperor's grandson said that Long Air was not only injured, but also poisoned, lost his skills, and was chased by bandits. In order to save him, he jumped off the cliff in his arms. In the middle, he was thrown to the cliff and stretched out. He had to survive by hanging on a big tree. Long Air is worthy of being a secret guard. and he really protects his little master with his life. However, this Long Air is obviously not as good as Long E. He is a guy with good skills but no brains. If you leave Long E, you will kill yourself so quickly. Sumi Bao thought to himself that it seemed that the poison Long Air was poison might have been given by the bandit leader's brother in the woods. I can't tell you are still filial. The bandit leader sneered. I have heard that your Su family's army is a great contributor to guarding the northern border. If you don't kill my brother, I will let you go for the sake of the Su family's army. Snort. Sumi Bao complained in his heart. What a pretense. Bandits are bandits. But you killed my biological brother. Your whole family must be buried with my brother. Master, I'm going to control the bandit leader. After Sujio observed the situation, he put forward his ideas. Sujio, I just need to control the bandit leader and let him release him. Then I'll wait for the Exile team to leave. And then I'll kill him. Listening to Sujio's thoughts, Sumibao was happy. Her Sujio is really thoughtful. But unfortunately her ideas are not comprehensive enough. There are more than 100 bandits. If Sujio controls the bandit leader, he can indeed let the bandits go. But there are so many people in the Exile team. And most of them are old, weak, women and children. We want them to go far and reach a safe distance. How long will it take? After such a long time, the other 200 bandits had already returned. And, she believed, it wouldn't take long. There will be bandits running over and telling the bandit leader that their Taohua village has been taken away. Even if they don't wait for the bandits to come and tell the bandit leader that they rescue people from the village. It won't take long for them to return here and bump into these bandits soon. If only the leader of the other 200 or so bandits had a brain. Directly surround the Exile team again. And then replace them with hostages. They are also very aggressive. The best way is to eliminate these bandits directly. This will solve the problem once and for all. Not only for the safety of their Exile team, but also to clear the way for the upcoming refugee team. Machine gun. Bomb. Well, the problem can be solved quickly by going to Riwu directly. Sumibao couldn't help but glance at Sujio next to him. She now has a new Ling Feng team composed of 7 fairies. She had to find time to quickly teach her 7 fairies how to use thermal weapons. Otherwise, it would be too frustrating for her to have a full space of Riwu and be pressed down and beaten by a group of paper figures. If we say that in the past, Sumibao's biggest concern was that she would teach people to use thermal weapons. If these people were disloyal to her, they would endanger herself. So just now when she was attacking Peach Blossom Village to rescue people, the one she took out for these people didn't contain tear gas. Even for grenades. I only gave them one and watched them use them immediately. As for conventional weapons like guns, she didn't dare to take out one. Now, she no longer has such worries. During this time since traveling through the book, she has continued to learn more about the world in the book. Whether it's Butler Su or Nanny Su, still Su-san and Sujio, including the brainless Long Air. Sumibao discovered the laws of class in this world. That's what secret guards are like. Loyalty is the first priority. Secret guards like Sujio and others who have been specially trained since childhood and are loyal to their masters have been engraved in their bones and blood. And the ghost doctor, as her apprentice, regardless of age, once a teacher, always a father. In the eyes of the ghost doctor, no matter how young she is still just like the ghost doctor's father. Therefore, there is no need to doubt the loyalty of the ghost doctor. Sujio and others, all can be further trained. Sumibao has decided that next, she will teach the Su family, Sujio, and the ghost doctor, how to use modern heat weapons, and the tactics of modern warfare. In this way, in the near future, she will have a walking weapon that can dominate the world in this world of paper people. And they, whether they are women or children, as long as they are members of the Su family, arrest and hang them all. The bandit leader frowned and looked at Su Chingyi. All the Su family members just threw it into the pot and cooked it. Only he gave me a slice. Sujio, take action and control the bandit leader. Sumibao has already thought of the next action plan. Following her soft and cute voice, Sujio obeyed the order, hugged Sumibao, and shot out like an arrow. The bandit's eyes were blurred. Sujio was already standing behind the bandit leader, and the embroidered spring knife was directly across the bandit leader's neck. The blood was immediately soaked in red. The blade. If you don't want to die, let him go as soon as possible. Chapter 293 Two people versus more than 100 bandits. Xiao Chun Dao. One of the bandits stared at the knife on the bandit's neck and screamed. Embroidered spring knife? That was the sword of the dragon guard beside the emperor in the palace. The exiled team were all prisoners of crime. How could the emperor send dragon guards to protect these people? The bandits looked at the man who suddenly appeared. Dumbfounded. This man is too weird. She was too good-looking to say the least. And she was holding a little girl in her other hand. This shape is very strange no matter how you look at it. The bandit leader's heart sank. And he regretted provoking the exile team. Let him go. The knife in Sujio's hand tightened. And the bandit leader felt as if his neck was about to be cut. Didn't you hear your elder brother telling you to let him go? If you wait any longer, you will have no choice but to collect the body for your elder brother. Sumibao climbed off Sujio's body and swept past the bandits with a small face. It was obviously a very soft and cute voice. But when the little milk baby glared at him, all the bandits felt a chill down their backs. The look in this little baby's eyes is too scary. Isn't it? It was obviously a small one. But its whole body was filled with a cold and bloodthirsty aura. For a moment, he seemed like a Shura kid from the depths of H.L. The bandit leader is closer, and feels it more directly. The older one and the younger one. Both of them had a strong murderous aura. Especially this little one. The murderous aura in his eyes seemed to have solidified. The bandit leader waved his hand with difficulty. His face gloomy. Let him go. Didn't you see that he said let him go? Let him go quickly. The pockmarked bandit was obviously the bandit leader's confidant. When he saw his eldest brother being arrested, he immediately waved to the bandits to let him go. The Su family had just been half-tied and were immediately untied. Song Jinha rushed over and picked up Sumibao. Why are you running here? It's so dangerous. Don't you know how to hide first? Due to maternal nature, Song Jinha's first reaction was to hug his little girl tightly. Protect her tightly. But he automatically ignored that it was his little girl who led Sujio to save his family. Mom, take the team out of here quickly. Sumibao wanted the exiled team to separate from the bandits quickly so that she could take the next step. Otherwise, we will be in trouble when the other 200 bandits gather together. When Song Jinha heard this, he immediately turned around, held Sumibao in his arms, and walked towards Mrs. Su. He told Mrs. Su a few words about Sumibao's explanation. Mrs. Su said to the exile team, everyone gather together. Grab our things and let's go. The exiled team did not have many things. The bandits had just surrounded everyone. And when they arrived at the threshing floor, they had already handed over all the belongings of the exiled team. At this time, they were piled in a corner of the threshing floor. Bring everything. In the other corner of the threshing floor, there were many horses, which were ridden by bandits. There were some things left immediately. Sumibao made a visual inspection and found that the bandits might have robbed other refugees when they encountered them on the way to the village. However, there are quite a few horses. It is estimated that there are about 30 horses. Sumibao thought, plus some horses she gave to Shifeng and others. In total, there are more than 40 horses. There are more than 110 people in their exile team, plus a few people from Sujio. Almost 3 people and 1 horse. Men can ride and take their children with them. Women could not ride with men. And few could ride a horse. Women were more troublesome than children. Really unable to ride a horse. Sumibao thought, it would be great if there was a carriage. When he thought of the carriage, Sumibao immediately thought of his 8th uncle. Her 8th uncle is not here. And neither is the carriage. Where's my 8th uncle? Sumibao asked her mother in a low voice. Song Jinha also lowered his voice and said to her, as soon as the bandits entered the village, the first thing they noticed was your 8th uncle's secret guard. Of the 2 secret guards, one immediately carried your 8th uncle into the carriage and hurried away. The other then woke us up. I wanted to take let's leave. But the bandits have already entered our courtyard. It's too late. Your grandma asked the secret guards to leave by themselves and rushed to protect your 8th uncle. Sumibao nodded. Her grandma did the right thing. Her 8th uncle was in poor health. If he was really trapped by bandits and suffered a little torture, the consequences would be disastrous. When encountering danger, it is natural to save the 8th uncle's life first. How could these women leave without a carriage? Sumibao's eyes fell on the cart. Use these carts to make simple carriages. Even a crowded car can carry 6 or 7 people. Based on this calculation, as long as these more than 100 bandits are killed first and left quickly on horseback, the exile team can distance themselves from the remaining 200 or so bandits. When the time comes, it will be easier to deal with the 200 bandits. Horse. Mother. We all ride. Su Chingy rubbed his legs. He was tied up and hung upside down. His legs were numb, and he couldn't stand. He couldn't walk at all. Looking at the dozens of horses on the threshing floor, my eyes gleamed. Daddy is right. Ma. Sumabeo waved his little hand and smiled. For such a thing as laziness and enjoyment, it has to be her father. Pull over all the carts found in the village. Women who can't ride can ride on the carts. Those who can ride, whether they are adults or children, will ride on one horse. After 3 or 4 months of training on the road of exile, Su Chingy was no longer the famous loser in the capital in the past. Especially when his eldest son left. Su Chingy intuitively felt that he had to protect the whole family, including the old, weak, women and children. In the past 2 days, he thought a lot, slept little, couldn't eat, and felt haggard. Daddy is awesome. Sumibao immediately gave her father a thumbs up. People in the exile team, regardless of age or sex, after these few months of exile, she no longer behaves like the lady in Beijing. Act in unison and follow orders. Immediately form a team in 2s and 3s and find people you know well. In addition to the 2 carts originally in the exile team, 2 more carts were found in the village. Time is tight, so the wheelbarrow is no longer needed. 4 carts, pulled by 4 horses. Women who couldn't ride a horse were crowded into 3 carts. In addition to carrying everything on the back and putting it on the horse, the rest, which was really inconvenient to take, were piled on the 4th cart. They quickly packed up, and Su Chingy rode at the front to lead the team. The Su family was in front. The Wang family followed closely, and the rest followed behind. The team sets off. Horses are fast. Under the gaze of the bandits, the exile team disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the darkness, only the torches on the threshing floor shone dimly. On the threshing floor, there were more than 100 bandits on one side, and on the other side was a wide threshing floor, with a little milk baby standing alone. Bandits, look at me and I'll look at you. They all looked shocked and couldn't believe what they were seeing. Everyone on the other side left, leaving only Long Wei holding the Xiaochuan knife against the boss's neck. Why is there still a little milk baby left? Wait a little longer. Wait for the exile team to go further, and I can kill these bandits directly. Sumibao blinked his big dark eyes. He took out his machine gun and attacked these people directly. It was convenient, but she was too small to hold it. You can't kill them all at once. Using a grenade was convenient, but it required distance. She and Su Jio were too close to the bandits, so it would be easy to blow them up. But they could not leave in time in case they were injured. It's troublesome, but this won't last long. Sure enough, Sumibao just thought of this. The pockmarked bandit reacted and ran towards her. Pockmarked face. The dragon guard just came here holding this little milk baby. He must have a very close relationship with this little baby. You control my boss. As long as I hold your little baby, you have to let go of my boss. Chapter 294. The group is destroyed. Sumibao, am I easy to bully? Ha ha. Now that she is only 6 or 7 months old, it is not feasible to shoot with a weapon. But it's okay to sprinkle some poison. What's more, her old apprentice prepared a lot of medicinal powder for her in order to be filial to her. What kind of itching powder? Fart powder. Of course there are more powerful ones. Such as? Anyway, she didn't know what kind of medicinal powder her filial disciple was given. Little girl, come on. The pockmarked man walked up to Sumibao and reached out to hug her. Sumibao smiled, raised his little hand, and a burst of aroma drifted by in the wind. His pockmarked face didn't pay attention, and he inhaled it. Smelly girl, what did you use on me? The pockmarked man was furious and reached out to grab Sumibao. Sumibao, how dare you call me a stinky girl? You are really not afraid of death. Raise your little hand. I spread. I spread. I spread again. The faces of the pockmarked bandits and the bandits who were closer to Sumibao changed. What did they hear? The voice of a little milk baby. Looking at the whole place, there was only a little girl standing there with her little hands raised and spreading something. Monster? The bandits were stunned. After all, he has done too many bad things, and he is most afraid of these strange forces that may cause chaos. Ha ha ha, what did you do to me? Ha ha. The pockmarked bandit suddenly jumped and laughed. What did you say I could use for you? Of course, it was the itching powder I gave you. You should feel honored to be sprayed on by my master. A ghostly figure fell from the roof. It was the ghost doctor. He walked so fast that he almost ran out of the afterimage. After passing through several circles of bandits, the bandits fell to the ground one after another. Finally, He ran directly to the bandit leader and fed him a poison. As soon as Sujio was freed, he strode over immediately and carried Sumibao on his back. Have everyone on the mountain come down? I came quickly. They are behind. Based on the distance, we can reach the village in half an hour. The ghost doctor's eyes instantly became cold and stern when he looked at Sumibao. Kill them all. He turned to Sujio and said, Get on the roof. Sujio was good at this. She never asked anything and just listened to whatever the master ordered. He immediately carried Sumibao up to the roof, with the ghost doctor following closely behind him, a little aggrieved on his face. The master left immediately without calling him. Blow them up. Sumibao took out many grenades from the space in one breath. Sujio had already learned how to use it at the village, so there was no need for Sumibao to give any more instructions. Pull the ring and throw it out. Lianjiazi is Lianjiazi. Not to mention the accuracy of the head and the strength of the hands. The grenades were thrown far and accurately, exploding one after another on the threshing floor. More than 100 bandits were first poisoned by the ghost doctor. They were unable to move and had no time to dodge. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people were killed on the threshing floor. Let's go and meet the 200 bandits again. Sumibao's mood now is completely different from before. Ever since she saw her father hanging on top of the big iron pot, her heart had gone cold. No matter what she does, everything is still developing towards the original plot. Anyway, we are far away from the capital of Qi now, so there is no need to hide it anymore. Whoever blocks the way of the Su family, she will cut off first. She will kill whoever wants the life of the Su family first. Master, I want to follow you. I also want to use this powerful hidden weapon. The ghost doctor touched the electric rod on his back. When the master gave him this weapon, he was so happy and thought it was so useful. When he touched someone with it, the person trembled as if he had been struck by lightning, and then fainted. So fun. Now it's even more fun to see what master taught Sujio. I'll give this to you. Let Sujio teach you how to use it. Sumibao had originally planned to give him some hot weapons, so I immediately got him a few grenades from space and let him hang them on his waist. He reached out and took out a pistol from the space, passed it to the ghost doctor. This is for you. Use it this way. Sujio carried Sumibao on her back, and the ghost doctor followed beside her. The ghost doctor's qigong is better than Sujio's, so the three of them can move forward in sync. Men are naturally passionate about weapons. She only gave a brief introduction, and both of them knew how to use them. Boom! The ghost doctor raised his hand and knocked down a bird on the tree. He was as happy as a child. This is for you, Sujio. Sumibao simply gave Sujio a machine gun. Sujio is a walking killer. Whether it's a knife, a spear, a bow, or a hidden weapon, he's good at them all. Machine guns are very fast to learn. The three of them walked together, and within one meal, Sumibao taught these two guys a lesson. Master, 3 miles ahead, there are 1,780 people walking towards here, with cars and horses. There are also women. Rabbit suddenly reminded. Sumibao pursed his lips and sneered. It seemed that he was one of the bandits who went to rob the refugees. It's not difficult to kill these people. What's rare is that they also rob the women among the refugees. What a hassle. Ghost Doctor, go check it out quickly and find a way to separate the refugees from the bandits. If I had medicine, this would be a trivial matter. But, Master, the ghost doctor scratched his head. He went to Peach Blossom Village and used up most of the medicinal powder. The little remaining powder was used in the threshing floor just now. This night, he used more medicinal powder than he had used in the past 3 or 4 years combined. Go and see first. How many people have they robbed? The ghost doctor responded and disappeared into the night. Master, Shifeng and the others are chasing us. Sujio glanced at the signal in the night. We were short of people. They came just in time. When I was drinking a cup of water, Shifeng and others came on horseback. The ghost doctor also came back to check the situation. You are here. Where are Luzon and the others? Luzon and the others took the rescue people and went to chase the Exile team according to the marks left by the Exile team. A few of us returned and met up with the master. Master, the bandits didn't snatch many women. I counted a dozen or so. Sumibao nodded. The refugees had come all the way from the northwest and had been walking for a month or 2. After all, not many women and children could make it here. To be favored by bandits, you must have some color. Shifeng, you 6 are responsible for rescuing the hostages and taking them away. Find a safe place to settle. Sujio, Ghost Doctor, I will break up and kill these bandits. Then we will meet up again to find the last group of bandits. Sumibao's little face collapsed. Tonight, no matter what, we must completely eliminate the bandits in Taohua village. During the meal, they met the bandits. Before the bandits could react, Shifeng and others had already rushed in and taken the woman away. Sumibao, Su Jiao, and the Ghost Doctor are separated. Sumibao thought of the poisons she had collected in Mujiabao, and she gave them to the Ghost Doctor in batches. The Ghost Doctor didn't care what kind of poison he was using. He used it all on these bandits. Because among the few people, only the Ghost Doctor is immune to all poisons. So it was natural for him to do the poisoning. As the Ghost Doctor quickly ran around among the bandits seemed to have been tricked. When they regained consciousness, the Ghost Doctor had already run away. Beat. The bandit looked in the direction of the Ghost Doctor and the three men, and rushed over on horseback, intending to chop them down. Sumibao gave an order. Su Jiao's machine gun sounded, and the Ghost Doctor threw a grenade. The two of them had a tacit understanding, and were able to steal more than 100 gui in a matter of minutes. The last wave of bandits, numbering more than 100, was much easier to deal with. After all, although this wave of bandits robbed refugees, they only robbed supplies, not women. So as soon as the three of them met the bandit team, there was a wave of machine gun fire and grenades thrown around. The remaining 400 to 500 gangsters in Taohua village had no idea that they would end up in this way. More than an hour later, when it was almost dawn, their group finally caught up with a large group of exiles. Chapter 295. The Wang family girl is dead. The sun rose higher and higher, and the exiled team only chose a small forest to rest for 2 hours. Someone got up, started to pack things, and made breakfast. On the official road not far away, small groups of refugees passed by from time to time. The refugees were in ragged clothes and looked sallow and thin. Watching the fireworks set off by this group of people, smelling the fragrance of rice in the air, his eyes sparkled with hunger. But no one dared to come up and grab it. After all, there are more than 100 people in their exile team, and a small group of refugees dare not. What's more, there are people like Shifeng in the exile team. The refugees can tell at a glance that they are not ordinary people. They didn't even dare to come over with that shiny sword. Dead people. As soon as Sumibao woke up from his sleep, he heard someone crying. Who died? She heard her sister-in-law Gu Yuyan ask. A member of the Wang family. I wonder who he is. Song Jinha held Sumibao, who had just woken up. Let's go take a look. While Aunt Su and others were making breakfast, Song Jinha held Sumibao in his arms, and went to Wang's house with Gu Yuyan. The place where the Wang family sleeps is very close to them. My son, why are you so stubborn? We are all exiled prisoners, so we don't care about innocence. Once you leave, who can I count on in the future? As soon as he walked over, Sumibao saw Aunt Zhao holding someone in the second room of the Wang family and crying. What's going on? Didn't you just save it last night? Let Yin'er take a look. The accident happened to the second concubine, Queen Menglo, because she was a girl who had not left the palace. She was not allowed to be seen by the Ghost Doctor. Song Jinha brought Gu Yu in here not to watch the excitement, but to help save people with this in mind. Don't look at it. You are dead. I threw the dagger on the ground and I picked it up. The person sitting on the side, with a cold face, and saying these words was Aunt Sun. Sumibao, we just rescued Wang Mingle and Aunt Sun last night, and now one of them died. Listening to Sumibao's voice, Aunt Sun sneered. If you enter a bandit's den and come out again, you won't have the dignity to live in this Qingyu Wang family. The second wife, Xian Qingxiang, looked at Aunt Sun with an unhappy expression. If you are kidnapped by bandits and come back, you will naturally be criticized. No matter how powerful our Wang family is, we cannot cover other people's mouths and prevent others from talking. Since we come back alive, we must be mentally prepared. We can't even listen to such words. The road ahead will be difficult. Aunt Sun changed her usual respect for Mrs. Xian Qingxiang. He didn't die in the hands of bandits, but died in the hands of his own family. This man's mouth is really more powerful than the bandits' knives. This man's heart is also darker than the bandits' hearts. Having said this, Aunt Sun stood up and walked to Qian Qingxiang. Madam, I am the second concubine. I have been kidnapped by bandits, which has tainted the reputation of the Wang family. I ask to leave. Please give me a piece of paper to write the concubine letter on behalf of the second master. From now on, my life and death, honor and disgrace, it has nothing to do with the Wang family. Sumi Bao couldn't help but take another look at Aunt Sun. Well, she was indeed Wang Mingjing's biological mother. After her son was replaced by the Wang family, and after being kidnapped by bandits, Aunt Sun finally woke up. Who gave you the courage to say such things to me? Xian Qingxiang was angry. If her own man is so carefree, if it weren't for the fact that her own sister is the queen of money, I'm afraid all the women hiding outside will be brought into the family. In this way, Aunt Zhao and Aunt Sun were brought in by their mother-in-law. Although she hated it, she couldn't say anything. I have followed my sister's son, and I have asked to be divorced. Please ask my wife to take the place of the second master and give me a piece of paper to write as a concubine. Let me follow my daughter, so as not to taint the good reputation of the Wang family. Xian Qingxiang didn't expect that her husband was still unconscious. The two concubines learned how to press on her nose and face, and blackmail her. It was in line with the rules to release a concubine for her husband. But she was afraid of being ridiculed, and said she was jealous, and could not tolerate concubines around her husband. Ahem. Xian Qingxiang was about to get angry. Wang Xiaoxiao came over, walked to her side, and said softly, Grandma said that people's hearts have been dispersed, so there is no need to force them to stay. Let second aunt make the decision and let them go. Xian Qingxiang glanced in the direction of her parents-in-law. She knew in her heart that these words were not spoken by her mother-in-law. It must be what my father-in-law said. They rescued people yesterday. The women of their Wang family, who were kidnapped, were not only their second wife Wang Mingle and Aunt Sun. There is also Wang Yinyu, my sister-in-law. While resting, she heard someone in the Exile team ridiculing the Wang family, saying that they would no longer have the dignity to be called the model of civil servants in Deqi and the family of pure reputation. The woman kidnapped by the bandits is a girl from an ordinary family. After being rescued, she has no shame in returning to her parents' home. What's more, what about a noble family like their Wang family? Xian Qingxiang felt uncomfortable when she heard that. She had a son and a daughter, especially the little Queen Jiaoxi, who was raised in the direction of a noble daughter. If the emperor's grandson ascends to the throne in the future, her little daughter will be the queen. If there is no chance, she will have to find a noble family for her daughter in northern Xinjiang. If people knew that a woman in their Wang family had lost her reputation and was still alive, it would definitely affect her youngest daughter's marriage. So Xian Qingxiang felt angry, and naturally looked down on Wang Mingle and Aunt Sun behind their backs, said ugly words. She could only stay in her own house, but she didn't dare to talk to her husband's sister-in-law, Wang Yinyu. Result? Unexpectedly, Wang Mingle was stubborn. He couldn't think about it, and committed suicide with a dagger. At this time, her father-in-law and mother-in-law asked her to give concubine letters to Aunt Zhao and Aunt Sun. That was blaming her in disguise. And even the people in her husband's house couldn't control it. Such a big incident brought disgrace to the Wang family. What's more, this matter also involves my sister-in-law Wang Yinyu. Xian Qingxiang knew that this was also a disguised form of beating her by her parents-in-law. If she dared to use this matter behind his back to say something bad about Wang Yinyu in the future, her parents-in-law would definitely not let her go. I will write you a letter of release. You can go. From now on, you will have nothing to do with our Wang family. As for Wang Mingle, she is a young lady of our Wang family. She will also be a member of the Wang family even if she dies. Aunt Zhao raised her tear-stained face and smiled contemptuously at Xian Qingxiang. Is it possible that Madame wants to bury my daughter in the Wang family's ancestral grave? You? Xian Qingxiang was so overwhelmed that she couldn't answer anything. She snorted coldly, turned around and wrote "Let me go" for her husband, pressed his fingerprints, and threw it to the two of them. You can take them away if you like. All of you. Stay away from our Wang family. Don't let me see you again. Song Jin had glanced at Gu Yuan, winked, hugged Sumi Bao, and the three of them quickly turned around and left. Going home, they came to help. But unexpectedly, they saw a lot of excitement. Grandma Su has already prepared the rice. She made a pot of rice porridge with a lot of wild vegetables, meat, and some grains in it. All in all, a hodgepodge. Because they just brought things from Tahua village. Every family in the Exile team shared a lot of things. At this time, there was enough food. I've been through so many things. Everyone wants to eat something hot and full to go on the road. The Su family has the largest population now. In addition to his own family, there are also people from Su Jio's family. The whole family gathers together and eats warmly. While eating, we discussed, we will continue to follow the large army northward. Your elder brother will have to send someone to rescue him. Song Jinhe is most worried about his eldest son Su Jinbei now. Su San, Wu Hai, and Qian Tong are all very powerful. They should have caught up with eldest brother by now. The northern Xinjiang people penetrated deep into the central plains and were surrounded and annihilated by us. There are not many people left. Your eldest brother mainly only when you are poisoned will you be controlled by them. Su Qingyi drank porridge and said, Wu Hai and Qian Tong will definitely rescue your eldest brother. They are not just two people. On the way north, they can also rely on the strength of the Queen Mother. I'm mainly worried about the poison in my eldest brother. Chapter 296 The God of War System Collapsed. Sumi Bao looked at the ghost doctor. There's nothing going on here. You go with Shifeng and the others to save my eldest brother. I can't bear to leave you. Master. The ghost doctor looks like an old man and acts coquettishly, making people get goosebumps all over his body. More than 200 miles ahead is Yudong County. Another 200 miles further is Beishan County. Su Qingyi calculated the map. You rescue Jinbei and return to Beishan County to wait for us. In this way, the distance between the two sides is almost the same. In the end, everyone agreed that Su Qingyi had the most reasonable idea. After eating, we packed our things. Sumi Bao originally wanted to secretly get something more for the ghost doctor and the others. As a result, she unexpectedly discovered there is something wrong with her God of War system. The God of War system collapsed. Her teleportation ability is gone. The Chiwa applet is gone. Only space remains. Rabbit, where are my things? The things I collected in my supermarket are still there in Red Star Town? Yes, Master. But I am no longer here. Ah? Sumabeo was devastated to discover that the rabbit had indeed lost its form and could only make sounds in space, turning into a real space spirit. Can't get out anymore. However, Master, although your space is still there, it cannot be upgraded at all. It is completely banned. The things in it, whether they are collected by you, or in the supermarket, or in Red Star Town, are no longer. It is inexhaustible. It is a one-time thing. Once you take it, you will never have it again. Fortunately, the things in the space are still there. Just a one-time thing. Sumi Bao patted his little heart. She has saved so many good things, and she will definitely ensure that their Exile team reaches northern Xinjiang safely. The Su family can live a good life in northern Xinjiang without any worries. Why did my God of War system crash? Sumi Bao felt a little strange. Because the male protagonist Yin Qingji in this book has lost his memory. The direction of the original book has completely changed. Ah? Sumi Bao had been thinking about it for a long time, but he never expected that such an accident would happen. This section does not exist in the original book. How did Yin Qingji lose his memory? I fell off a cliff and hit my head. Fortunately, I was not stupid, but I lost all my memories. I don't even know who I am. So the original book collapsed, and the direction completely changed. Because the original book collapsed, it took your the God of War system is broken. Will Yin Qingji regain his memory? No. The God of War system has collapsed. He will never recover his memory. Mom? Sumi Bao was dumbfounded. Then, suddenly I became happy. Rabbit, let's put it this way. Our Su family will no longer follow the plot of the original book, and everyone will not die so miserably. Haha. That's great. We are finally free. Sumi Bao was really happy this time. Where's my mind-reading power? Is it still there? Well, now, it's just an ordinary mind-reading skill. You can hear people's thoughts, but the distance is close enough. If you are far away, you can't hear them. People can also hear your thoughts. The same principle applies if you are farther away. I can't hear it anymore. This has become useless. Since the things in her dimension are non-renewable, she has to use one less item. When Sumi Bao brought weapons to Shifeng and others, he was not so generous. But in order to ensure that her eldest brother was rescued, she still brought guns, bows, arrows, grenades, etc. to Shifeng and others. When the Exile team set off again, the Ghost Doctor led Shifeng and his 7 people to leave the Exile team and rode on horseback to meet Wu Hai and the others. 10 days later, the Exile team finally arrived at Yudong County and looked at the towering city gate. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. This journey has been so difficult. Thousands of miles of bare land are covered with weeds. Not even a single green strand can be seen. If it weren't for Sumi Bao secretly using space to cheat along the way, there was no water. So she asked Su Jiao to carry her on his back and follow the water search team into the forest. Then she avoided people and directly found a hole to release water from the space. Pretend to be a found water source. When there was no more food, she asked Sujio to carry her into the village and put her in someone's cellar. Or go into the mountains and put them in caves, pretending to be food that someone secretly buried. In short, she is responsible for providing water and food. Her father, Suchungi, acted as a mouthpiece and explained to everyone the origin of the water and food. Anyway, as long as everyone has something to eat, no one cares where the food and water come from. Therefore, 10 days later, when their exile team walked to Hunan East County and looked at the refugees sitting outside the tall city gate, although their team was also dressed in tatters, their spirits were much better than those of other refugees. No matter what, we have to find a way to get into the city and buy some food and water. We also have clothes. It's already late autumn, and it's getting colder as we go further north. There are so many of us, so we need to buy some quilts and coats. Suchuni and Wang Chongling sat together to discuss. Along the way, in just 10 days, the Wang family suffered heavy losses. Wang Mingle died, and Aunt Zhao and Aunt Sun left the second room of the Wang family. Wang Chonglin broke his arm, but ultimately failed to save his life and died on the road 3 days ago. From then on, only the second wife Qian Qingxiang and her pair of queens Meng Qi and Wang Xiaoxi were left in the Wang family. There is also an amnesiac grandson in the name of Wang Mengjing. Of course, the emperor's grandson was always with Wang Taifu. The little emperor's grandson was injured all over his body and had lost his memory. He was well taken care of along the way, and Bai Suzi also tried his best to treat him. The injuries on the body were healed, but the lost memories could never be recovered. The biggest change in the Wang family is Wang Yanyu, who has experienced such a period of life and death. In addition to Wang Mingle and Aunt Sun, who were kidnapped with her. One died, and the other left. Wang Mingle's death made Wang Yanyu a conspicuous member of the Wang family. Wherever she went, the ladies and aunts in the exile team often talked about her behind her back and looked at her with various complicated eyes. Wang Yanyu was depressed for a few days, and then suffered from depression. She huddles next to Mrs. Wang every day, like a frightened bird. There is no longer the agility and domineering spirit of the past. I went to inquire just now. It's okay to enter the city, but each person has to pay 2 taels of silver to enter the city. Why doesn't he grab 2 taels of silver? Su Chingy heard Butler Su coming over and told him the news he had just gone to the city gate to inquire about. He was so angry that he jumped to his feet. We have to go in and buy things no matter how much money we have. Let's go and ask. And one representative will go to each family. If there are those who don't want to go, the people we send will help bring them back. Su Chingy glanced at Mrs. Su and nodded. Wang Chongling went to contact representatives of various companies. The Su family sat together to discuss. We have horses, so it's best to buy 2 cars. This way we can go faster by car. It's cold in northern Xinjiang, and it will snow heavily in another month. By then, the road will be even worse. Well, it's so cold, so we have to prepare everything we need. I heard that the place where our exile camp is located is still 200 miles away from our Yanqing border. It is the junction of Daqi, Beijiang, and Xi'an. The people are strong and there are many bandits in exile. When mentioning the place of exile, everyone felt a little heavy. Anyway, we need to settle down in the exile place first before we can find your eldest brother and save your third brother, and me Bao Bao's second uncle. When the second son of the Song family was mentioned, Song Jinha frowned. My eldest brother followed the third prince to negotiate in northern Xinjiang. Although they brought food and luggage, they rode horses and traveled faster than us. Counting the time, we should have arrived at Yanqing. Right. When it comes to the third prince coming to Yanqing, the third prince is a member of Gu Tai, and it will definitely be detrimental to the 3 generals of the Su family who are in prison. Everyone felt a little heavy. Mom, don't be sad. The third prince will not deal with the third brother in Yanqing. He will take the third brother back to the capital according to the order. We are only 700 or 800 miles away from Yanqing. We can save the third brother in time. Su Qingyi's body went through this period of time and was treated by the ghost doctor. And with Sumabeo's treatment, I'm basically cured. Apart from being physically weak and unable to walk far, there was nothing else serious. He sat there and comforted Mrs. Su. Well, here is right. Mom is not in a hurry. Mom believes that we will be able to find your eldest brother and rescue your third brother. We will also help the Song family to redeem General Song too. Chapter 297 Entering the City. As soon as they heard that Chapter 297 said that a person was charged 2 taels of silver to enter the city, the people in the Exile team went crazy. Isn't this an obvious robbery? Don't make any noise. Those who want to go can go. Those who don't want to go need something and want someone to take it with them. Just find someone by yourself and discuss with them. Or work together to pay for the money to enter the city. We will enter the city in half an hour. Don't wait for anyone. There are still 2 hours until noon. Everyone was sitting on the ground. They had been on their way in the dark before dawn. They had been walking for more than 3 hours until they got here. Everyone was so exhausted that they sat on the ground and didn't want to get up. Su Chingy had long noticed that the refugees' eyes uncontrollably fell on the women in their team, as well as the horses. Those were the horses of the bandits that they had confiscated in Peach Blossom Village. Fortunately, these horses were there. They can carry all the heavy luggage in the team. Even the old, weak, women and children in their team can't walk. And they can go up and sit for a while the men lead the horses. Lower your voice and say to your family, I'm afraid it's not safe outside the city at night. After hearing what Uncle 8 said, Sumi Bao also turned his head to look at the refugees. This look really made her see the problem. There is a problem in this Yudong County. Gu Yuan has always been bold and careful. After her 8th uncle reminded her, she also discovered this strange phenomenon. No wonder. Just now she had always felt that there were malicious eyes secretly looking at the women in their exile group. It turned out that she thought she was too sensitive. Now it seems that there is indeed a problem in this East Hunan County. Then shall we go in? As an old escort, Butler Su has traveled extensively and experienced a lot. As soon as I heard the second master ask this question, he immediately said, we have to Chapter 297 enter the city. If we don't Chapter 297 enter the city at this time, something could easily happen. Fortunately, it is daytime. So we Chapter 297 quickly enter the city, buy things and then come out. Then lead the team to leave. But if we leave so blatantly, won't they come out of the city to catch us? Sumi Bao listened to her father asking what was in her heart and nodded quickly. Butler Su said, when I was inquiring about entering the city in Chapter 297, I also found out that every day at noon, the wealthy businessmen in the city would send people out of the city to get porridge. Once a day. Oh, Sumi Bao nodded. No wonder there are so many refugees outside the city. From the looks of it, it should be to eat this free bowl of porridge every day. Everyone has discussed it. 18 people Chapter 297 will enter the city. After entering, we will be divided into 3 teams. 1 to buy food, 1 to buy daily necessities, and 1 to buy cars. Wang Chonling has been a Beijing official for so many years, and it is not for nothing. What he is best at is observing words and expressions. At this time, Wang Chonling also discovered something was wrong with the refugees outside the city gate. Look at this drought. We are going all the way north, but we still don't know what the drought will be like. Chapter 297. Let's go to the city and see if we can buy some water. Wang Chonling gets a headache whenever he mentions water. There is water in the city, but it is expensive. I just asked about it. Water is sold in the city, and a bucket costs 2 taels of silver. 2 taels of silver? After listening to Butler Su's words, the 18 men who followed Wang Chonling to Chapter 297 enter the city all gasped. This Hunan East County is really at odds with 2 taels of silver. Chapter 297, entering the city costs 2 taels of silver. And a bucket of water also costs 2 taels of silver. It's really hard to live. I asked the refugees, and they said that you don't have to buy water. Every day at noon, when the rich people in the city send people out to give out porridge, they will also give out water. It is divided according to the head. Half a bowl for adults and half a bowl for 2 children. This really doesn't want people to die, nor does it want people to live. Just take a breath. Sumi Bao was puzzled. Why did the governor of East Hunan County do this? There are some evil things here. Let's quickly Chapter 297 enter the city, buy things, and leave the city as soon as possible. Everyone in the Exile team has experienced life and death many times and is very sensitive to danger. Some people even want to leave here directly and leave quickly. But I also feel that if I don't enter the city now and go further north, I don't know how long it will take before I encounter another city. With such a drought, they didn't need to think about the villages they encountered as they moved forward. They knew that 9 out of 10 villages would be empty, and the villagers had all fled. There was no water to be found anywhere. Therefore, no matter how expensive water is, you still have to go to the city to buy it. Suchi nodded. The situation may be even worse in the future. We can't gamble. If we go hundreds of miles north, we won't be able to find water. We won't die of thirst. Everyone nodded and became more determined to Chapter 297 enter the city as soon as possible. Our housekeeper Sue. I'll go. Sumi Bao, there are Su Jio and I. Dad? Why don't I go? Sumi Bao didn't say the following words, but Su Chingy understood them instantly. What his daughter meant was that she would take the opportunity to take out something from her fairy palace. Only by borrowing Chapter 297 to enter the city can things be considered a clear path. There are also Su Jio and my daughter. There are 4 of us from the Su family. Wang Chonling was not surprised. Why did the Su family have to spend money to let a little baby Chapter 297 enter the city? Everyone in the Exile team knows that this young ancestor of the Su family is a powerful person. The Exile team, plus the Su family, made up to 22 people entering the city in Chapter 297. With a large number of people, we are not afraid that if we buy something, it will be robbed and we will not be able to take it out. Everyone followed the crowd of Chapter 297 entering the city, paid money, and lined up to enter the city. When he came to the Su family, Su Chingy smiled and said to the gatekeeper at the city gate, "My lord, do you think this kid can be a little lighter? We are talking about heads, no matter how big or small. If you can't pay 2 taels of silver per person, you won't come in." The guard cursed, pushed Su Chingy away, and told the people behind him to hurry up. "If you don't come in, get out of here, and don't stop me from doing my job." The soldier stretched out his hand and was about to push Su Jio away. Unexpectedly, he pushed but did not push. Su Jio stood there with little Sumi Bao on her back, not even looking at the soldier. "Soldier, sure enough, what Zhao Xuqi said just now is true. These people are powerful." "Zhao Xuqi?" Sumi Bao's eyes suddenly lit up. 2 of Lu Lao's 3 gangs died, and only Zhao Xuqi remained. It was originally heard that Zhao Xuqi was assigned by Lu Lao to take Widow Lu to join Wang Laobao's sisters. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xuqi actually brought Widow Lu to this Hunan East County. If you think about it, it's easy to understand. The natural disaster is so serious. Wang Laobao's sister's family may have fled the famine long ago. Zhao Xiaoqi couldn't find anyone to entrust her to, so he could only take Widow Lu to follow the refugee flow and come here. I just didn't expect it. It's such a coincidence. Zhao Xuqi actually met their exile team and recognized them. According to the gatekeeper, Zhao Xuqi had already reported their exile team to the government. "Oh, sir, don't be angry. Let's go in and we'll just pay." Su Chingy quickly took out 8 taels of silver and stuffed it into the hands of the gatekeeper. "There are still 8 taels left." The gatekeeper raised a disgusting face. "Isn't it true that the official has 2 taels per person? There are 4 of us. 8 taels is just right." "Right. That was just now. But now it's increased. 1 person has 4 taels. If you want to come in, go in. If you don't, go away." Su Chingy's face fell. This was too dark. If he didn't agree with him, he would get paid more. "If you talk too much, you'll get 5 taels per person." Before Bing Zhu finished his words, Su Chingy quickly took out 8 taels and stuffed them into Bing Zhu's hands with a smile on his face. "If you pay 8 taels more, it will be 8 taels. It's all up to you. The official. Let's go in now, so we won't stand in the way of the official." After stuffing the money, he quickly pushed Su Jio and left. "Humph! Dog!" When Sumi Bao passed by the gatekeeper, he waved his chubby hands and babbling, as if intentionally or unintentionally, he easily put all the things on the soldier into the space. "Soldier, this little baby is really white and tender. If you report it later, you will definitely be able to sell it at a good price if you capture it. And this cold-faced boy is so handsome. Too bad it's not a woman. Otherwise, if you offer it to the county governor, you will definitely get a lot of reward." Sima Bao listened to the voices of the gatekeepers. Really? There is something fishy in the city of East Hunan province. Could it be that the sheriff actually collaborated with others to abduct women and children among the refugees? Chapter 298. Someone actually wants to trick me. After everyone entered the city together, Wang Chonling looked at Zhou Fuan. "Dian Zhou, you see everyone is moving separately. How do you separate them? There are only a few of us. I'm just going to buy a carriage, some food, clothes and bedding." Zhou Fuan smiled on his face, but felt bitter in his heart. "Qing Guanshan and I are the only escort officers left. The others all became members of the Su family. I can't control anything. I just control the 2 of us and that's it." It got colder as the days went by. And both of us lost our quilts, thick clothes, and everything else in the mudslide. If we don't buy some, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the place of exile, and will freeze to death on the way. Yanzhou is right. We have to buy these things too. Wang Chonling looked at Su Qingyi. Second master, where are you? The words were spoken to Su Qingyi, but his eyes were looking at Butler Su for a while, and then at Sumi Bao, thinking, although Su Eri is a failure, I really want to ask Butler Su and the young ancestor of the Su family directly. Sumi Bao glanced at Butler Su, opened his mouth, and said nothing. Butler Su is an extremely shrewd person. One look at his little ancestor shape, and it's clearly the character for Car. Immediately he met, and said to Su Qingyi with a smile, Second master, you go shopping with Zhou Dianyu to buy a car. I'll go see the food and clothes, and take the young master around to buy her some delicious food. Su Qingyi, I am Mi Baobao's father. Shouldn't I be the one taking my daughter shopping for delicious food? But after taking a look at the little girl, all the objections came to her lips, and she changed to, good. Then he turned around, holding Zhou Fuan's shoulders with one hand, and Wang Chonling with the other. Let's go then. We are men. Buying a carriage is a big deal. We men have to go and see it. The other people, because everyone wanted to buy different things, got together in small groups, agreed to meet at this place in an hour, and then left in a hurry. After all, you only have 1 hour of work, and you still need 4 taels of silver in exchange for it. So you can't waste it. Sumi Bao was carried by Su Jiao and left with Butler Su. The clothes and food they want to buy are all available in the Simabao space. After a while, they just need to find a hidden place and take them out. Therefore, the 3 of them are the easiest. After walking a block, I looked at the tall restaurant not far ahead. Cars and horses were passing by in front of the door, and the waiters who welcomed guests were cleanly dressed. Let's go have a meal first. Have a good meal. Then we'll go to the sheriff's mansion to take a look. Young master, let's go eat. I want to go somewhere and visit. Steward Su's face suddenly became solemn, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Sumi Bao did not miss Butler Su's flash of strange emotions. The old slave will be back soon, and will not delay the young master's affairs. Butler Su couldn't suppress his emotions. Sumi Bao suddenly remembered Hunan East County. No wonder she felt that the place name seemed familiar. It is written in the original book that this is the ancestral home of Steward Su. Is Guanjiasu's escort agency located in this Yudong County city? Sumi Bao nodded and looked at Butler Su's back as he walked away. She tried hard to recall the content of the original book. Who was the enemy who wiped out Butler Su's entire family? It seems that he was the governor of East Hunan. Back then, the governor colluded with people in the capital and planned a big thing. But Butler Su's escort agency was just cannon fodder that was involved. Who is Butler Su going to see? The entire escort agency was destroyed back then. Is it possible that there are still people alive? If someone is alive, why hasn't Butler Su come to see that person for so many years? Sumi Bao couldn't figure it out, or recall what other details there were in the original book. After all, the Su family in the original book are all cannon fodder. Not to mention Butler Su, the butler of the cannon fodder family. Come on, Gio, let's go eat. For more than 2 months, she had been walking on the road, eating and sleeping in the open, with so many people together, so she could only secretly feed her family members, and could not even eat a decent meal. She went into town today, and no one was following her, so she had to have a good meal. Next, Sumi Bao was carried into the restaurant by Su Jiao, and the 2 of them, one large and one small, started the mukbang mode. The restaurant's signature dishes are served with vigor and flow. After the 2 of them finished eating, they paid the bill. 98 taels of silver. Even in a disaster year, there is no such price. It was obvious that they were from outside the country, and they were 2 people, one older and one younger. This is a disaster year. Everything is expensive. Su Jiao's face turned cold, and she pulled out the knife with a swipe. Too full. Let's go. Sumi Bao flicked Su Jiao's knife with his little hand and smiled. Su Jiao immediately put back the knife, stood up, and left carrying Sumi Bao on her back. Come on. Let's go see the grain and cloth. Su Jiao carried Sumi Bao downstairs, and happened to meet the shopkeeper coming towards her. The shopkeeper was all smiles. Sir, you've finished your meal. Welcome to come again next time. But the shopkeeper thought to himself, these 2 foreigners are quite rich despite their shabby clothes. When I have a meal, I take out 100 taels. There must be some money on him. After leaving my building, I sent someone to follow them to a secluded place and arrested these two people. All the money on my body belongs to me. The older one is handsome, and the younger one is fair and cute. Send it to the sheriff's mansion, and you'll have to make another fortune. Sumibao listened to the shopkeeper's thoughts and snorted coldly. When she passed by the shopkeeper, her little hand touched the shopkeeper's clothes. In an instant, all the jade pendants and money bags hanging on the shopkeeper's body were in her space. Come out now. Let's go. They're going to catch us. Sumibao thought to herself that if they hadn't made an appointment to leave the city, her father would be anxious to death if she didn't go back. She really wanted to comply with the shopkeeper's idea. Pretend to be captured by him, and then send her to the county magistrate's house. After entering, do a quick sweep and find out the problem at the same time. Think about it. Time doesn't allow it. I can only think directly and enter the sheriff's mansion now. After all, if she thought correctly, Butler Sue should have met the person he wanted to see by now, and may have entered the county governor's mansion. She had to find a way to deal with it. Otherwise Butler Sue would be in trouble if he was stuck in the sheriff's mansion and couldn't get out. Hey, where is the person? 4 tall and strong guys came out of the restaurant and followed the two of them forward. As soon as they turned the corner, the two of them disappeared. It's impossible for these two people to run so fast. The 4 guys looked at the long empty alley in front of them and looked at each other. Is something going to happen? The owner of their restaurant is the county governor. Hurry back and tell the shopkeeper. The 4 waiters turned around and ran back into the building. After hearing what the waiter said, the shopkeeper frowned. The 4 of you followed closely and watched them enter the alley and disappear. Well, if it weren't for ghosts, how could a person have such high martial arts skills? Martial arts? It turned out that the waiter serving Sumibao suddenly remembered something. Shopkeeper, when I went to collect the money just now, the man drew a knife. The knife was so powerful. I seem to have seen it somewhere. What kind of knife? The shopkeeper then remembered that when he passed by him just now, he saw that the young man had a knife on his shoulder. It's just that the blade has. Listening to the waiter's introduction, the more he listened, the more shocked the shopkeeper became. Finally, cold sweat ran down his back. Xiao Chun Dao. No matter how it sounds like Zaya Chundo. A sword that can only be worn by the dragon guards around the emperor. I'm going to see the sheriff right now. You guys guard the restaurant, and don't let anyone out of the ordinary. The shopkeeper turned around and said to the cashier, bring me 1,000 taels of silver notes. The clerk took 1,000 taels of silver notes. The shopkeeper took it, and was about to put it into his purse. When he touched it, his face immediately froze. His money bag was gone. He remembered clearly that it was hanging on his waist when he came down from upstairs. The waiter noticed the shopkeeper's movements and expression, and looked at his hands. Shopkeeper, are you out of your jade pendant? Only then did the shopkeeper touch his whole body in panic. Money bag, jade pendant, everything else except his clothes was gone. His expression immediately changed. Everyone looked at each other, and their expressions changed greatly. Don't say it. It must be the two people. One big and one small. Chapter 299 Accidentally bumping into Chioshu. In the sheriff's mansion, the sun was shining in front of the window. Su Jio was hiding on the roof with Sumibao on her back, and a big tree covered them. It was not easy for the two of them to sneak into the county governor's mansion in broad daylight. The county guard's mansion is well kept, with soldiers guarding the gate, maids and maids coming and going in the courtyard, and groups of soldiers with weapons coming and going. Even the officials in the capital rarely have such a formation. The sky is high and the emperor is far away. There are 8 courtyards in the sheriff's mansion. Where should we start? Su Jio walked all the way, dodging the soldiers in the mansion, and finally came to the main courtyard. But if you check carefully, it may not be possible in broad daylight. Just as Sumibao was about to say something, his eyes suddenly lit up. Someone helped us. Outside the courtyard gate, I saw a boy leading a person into the courtyard. That person was the owner of the restaurant. As expected, the restaurant has something to do with the county guard. If she guessed correctly, the restaurant might be a base for human trafficking by the county governor. Sir, shopkeeper Zhang has something to ask for. There was no sound in the room. Shopkeeper Zhang quickly stepped forward. Sir, this servant saw the Zaya Chundo. Someone in the room coughed suddenly. Come in. The door opened and shopkeeper Zhang walked in. The boy left wisely. Su Jio glanced at Sumibao, immediately carried her down and leaned against the window. This window faces the inner room. Separated by a screen is the large outer bedroom. Through the window, Sumibao saw a middle-aged man with a big belly sitting in front of a couch outside. It should be the governor of East Hunan province. Kneeling in front of the couch was a young boy. The little boy was wearing a green dress like water. Wait in the back room. The county guard waved the young boy into the back room. The little boy turned around and walked towards this side. Sumibao's pupils shook. Oh! He's actually an acquaintance. Autumn Book? The younger brother of Chiu Lung. The sister-in-law's personal maid. Several of them were sent to Yancheng by her. It was originally agreed to meet in Yancheng. I didn't expect so many things to happen later. Yancheng is also a disaster area. They had never been to Yancheng, so they missed it. Sumibao remembered that his eldest brother had sent someone to notify Chiu Lung. It seems that after receiving the notice, Chiu Lung should lead everyone to the north, hoping to join their exile team. Didn't expect to meet you here? Xiaoshu walked into the inner room, raised his eyes, and saw Su Jiao and Sumibao standing in front of the window. We are Gu Yueyan's people, here to save you and Gu Yefeng. The last time Sumibao went to save Xiaoshu and the others, he became his original self. Xiaoshu didn't recognize her as a little baby. Sumibao didn't want to speak directly to Xiaoshu. It's so scary that a 7-month-old baby can speak so smoothly. She directly told Su Jiao using her mind-reading skills. And Su Jiao came online immediately as a mouth substitute. The eldest lady sent you to rescue the young master? Xiaoshu came over excitedly and quickly closed the window. Let Su Jiao in. The three of them turned to the cabinet inside, which was blocked by a cabinet and a screen. The county guard and shopkeeper Zhang can't see the side. You are here. I knew the eldest lady would definitely come to save the young master. The young master is here. Xiaoshu briefly talked about their situation. Things turned out to be pretty much what Sumibao had guessed. The governor of East Hunan province colluded with officials and bandits. He only engaged in corruption and bribery. He also secretly harvested grain and recruited private soldiers. He even colluded with local gangsters and trafficked people for money. It was in Yangcheng that Xiaoshu and the others received a letter from someone sent by Su Zhenbei. The group of people hurried all the way north. Because they had a car. They walked very fast. They just wanted to meet up with the eldest lady and her uncle as soon as possible. Who knows? They encountered several waves of refugees and lost everything. Along the way to this Hunan County, Grandma Lu said that she had a friend from her early years in this city. A few people spent the last money they had and went into the city, hoping to seek refuge with an acquaintance of Grandma Lu, borrow some travel expenses, and then continue their journey. After entering the city, I discovered that Grandma Lu's acquaintance was no longer here. Several people had no money and could not continue their journey. Chiu Bo and other adults were looking for work everywhere in the city to earn some food. And Lu washed people, and the owner allowed them to live in a shed in the vegetable garden. Everyone just thought that as long as they could endure it until the exile team arrived and reunited with the young lady and uncle. 3 days ago, everyone went to work. Xiaoshu took Gu Yefeng out. They were young and couldn't do the work, and they wanted to lighten the burden on the adults. The two of them went to beg for food at the back door of the restaurant. When I asked for leftovers, shopkeeper Zhang kidnapped them and gave them to the county guard. This sheriff is not a human being. There were 5 children who entered this hospital with me yesterday. 4 boys and 1 girl. Now, I am the only one left. I was thinking, I guess there is no way to escape death. I didn't expect that my uncle and the eldest lady would actually send you to rescue me and the young master. Really not human. After walking for so long, I saw so many evil people. This county guard who doesn't even spare children, and he doesn't distinguish between men and women, is the most disgusting person Sumibao has ever seen in his life. Isn't Gu Yefeng with you? He is still in the courtyard next door. The caretaker taught us 5 rules first. When we came, the caretaker was teaching them. It will be their turn when the 5 of us are gone. Are there any other children? Besides children, are there women? Have you heard about them? Su Jiao acted as a mouthpiece and asked these questions for Sumibao. I feel like I talk too much and don't look like myself anymore. Yes, they are all next door. From the outside, the next door is the yard of the 17th concubine of the sheriff. In fact, it is just a cover to the outside world. There is a basement in the yard, where many adults and children are locked up. Xiaoshu was talking to Su Jiao in a low voice. The door of the cabinet was suddenly opened from the inside, and a man got out. Sumibao was startled and was about to say something. Su Jiao had already rushed over like lightning, reaching out and grabbing the person's neck. It's you? Su Jiao's hand stopped in midair, and everyone looked at each other. No one expected that the person walking out of the closet would be Butler Sue. Butler Sue didn't expect to see the two of them here. There is a tunnel below, which was designed by my uncle. In order to seal his mouth, the county guard killed his entire family and threw them into mass graves. My uncle was not dead and was rescued. I am going to find him today. Over the years, I have sent many people to find out the news. 5 months ago, I just found out that my uncle was still alive. And something happened in the Jinhua Palace before I could ask for my resignation. Are you here to kill the governor? Well, the case of our bodyguard bureau's murder was caused by the collusion between the county guard and the officials in the capital. The county guard asked us to send a bodyguard to the capital. And that was the reason why we were killed. Oh! A clue suddenly flashed in Sumi Bao's mind. She remembered that it seemed to be written in the original book that the left prime minister wanted to support the second prince in his rise to power. Privately open iron mines and train private soldiers. The prime minister's was business and contacts are all over Daki. And the governor of East Hunan is one of the prime minister's people. The county governor belongs to the left prime minister. Sumi Bao's words made Butler Sue's expression change. My uncle, who has become disabled, lives in this city incognito. He wants revenge. It's just that I don't have a chance. My uncle has been investigating for so many years. And the last clue he gave was to the sheriff's mansion. Moreover, my uncle also said that over the years, he noticed that the county governor's mansion seemed to have close contacts with Xiang's mansion in Beijing. Both the sheriff and the left prime minister are my enemies. I will kill the sheriff now. When I have the opportunity to return to Beijing in the future, I will kill the left prime minister. Sumi Bao said nothing more. Listening outside, shopkeeper Zhang reported the matter to the county guard and then withdrew. My little darling, I'm here to catch you. The curtain between the screens was opened. And before anyone arrived, Fat Belly arrived first. Puff. Butler Sue had already raised his knife and dropped it. And the sheriff's head rolled down. Chapter 300, Killing the Sheriff for 0 yuan. The sheriff is dead. The next most important thing is to rescue the trafficked women and children. Unexpectedly, most of the abducted people were from the city. The rabbit still won't eat the grass on the edge of the nest. This county guard is really shameless. I have a map of the entire sheriff's mansion that was built back then. There is a tunnel next door leading to the outside. Those abducted women and children are in the basement of the next door yard. Butler Sue looked at Sumi Bao. In such a short time, Butler Sue was able to figure out so many things. It seems that his disabled son-in-law has really worked hard and done a lot of work over the years. Steward Sue. Xiaoshu will take you to find those children first. We will arrive soon. Butler Sue nodded. Xiaoling is also here. I met her outside the county governor's mansion. Since Master Feng and Xiaoshu disappeared, Xiaoling has been searching for her. After asking around, she learned that it might be related to the county governor's mansion. She has been at the county governor's house for the past 2 days. It's hard to go outside the house. But I can't get in. Butler Sue looked at Xiaoshu. I took Xiaoling into the county governor's house through the tunnel. She went to the next door courtyard to see if you were here. I came to this courtyard to kill the county governor. I didn't expect to meet you here. Sumi Bao was very happy when he heard that Xiaoling had also come in. Xiaoling and Butler Sue were both good at martial arts. And they were familiar with the tunnels. So she didn't have to worry for the time being. Butler Sue left with Xiaoshu and went next door. Sumi Bao patted Su Jio with his little hand. Come on, Jio. Let's go shopping for 0 yuan. The county governor is a member of the left prime minister. So there must be good things in this mansion. What's more, the things in her space are now disposable. So use them less and less. To bring so many people to live in northern Xinjiang, Suma Bao will not miss any 0 yuan shopping opportunity. Half an hour later, after Sumi Bao and Su Jio took over the entire county governor's mansion, they followed Butler Sue out of the tunnel. Several people watched the rescued women and children leave, and they had to leave the yard quickly. After all, the county guard was killed, and the matter could not be concealed for just one meal, and it would have to spread, and then the whole city would be under martial law. The right thing to do is to get out of the city quickly. Sumi Bao didn't expect that Butler Sue's son-in-law was the owner of this small courtyard. His face was ruined. He was blind in one eye, and his legs were lame. Dad, you go with the master's family. In my state, no one would have thought that the death of the county governor would be related to a disabled person like me. Besides, Xiang and the child, as well as my father and mother have been dead for so many years. These years have been a lot of life. Steward Su's son-in-law is called Lu Dashan, and he refuses to leave with Steward Su. Lu Dashan. No matter how much my father-in-law is valued by his master, he is still just a slave after all. Or exile prisoners. As a disabled person like me, following this old man will not only fail me to fulfill my filial piety, but will also only be a drag on him. Dashan, you must follow Dad. Dad can't let you die here alone. Butler Su was so worried that an old man who never showed his emotions actually shed tears. Dad, my legs and feet are not good. The road to northern Xinjiang is far, so I won't go there. As he said this, Lu Dashan felt uncomfortable. There is a big disaster in the world, and every family is fleeing. I'm a useless person. How can I take food from my father-in-law's mouth again? Sumi Bao felt sad. She has long regarded Butler Su as a relative. Follow. Go. Suma Bao's baby tone. Well, Dashan, if the lady asks you to follow, you should follow. If you don't leave, why don't you let Dad go alone? Dad is the only relative left in this world. Father-in-law's tears. Especially the last words of my father-in-law. Lu Dashan shed tears and nodded. Yes. Follow the Su family to northern Xinjiang. As long as he still has hands, he can do carpentry work. He could earn rations. I can support my father-in-law until he retires. The group of people left the small courtyard, and Xiaoling went to find her father and Grandma Lu. Butler Su asked Lu Dashan to take Xiao Shu and others out of the city quickly. Su Jiao carried Sumi Bao and Butler Su directly to the place where Su Chi and the others agreed to meet. When you get nearby, find a secluded place. Sumi Bao took out food, clothes, bedding, etc. from the space. The two of them guarded the things, and Butler Su went to find Su Chingy. After a while, Butler Su and Su Chingy came over pulling the carriage. Su Chingy bought a large carriage and everyone packed their things in it. Su Chingy held Sumi Bao in his arms, while Su Jiao and Butler Su pulled the carriage out of the city. We all have horses, and when we go to the city this time, we agreed to buy carriages and assemble them into carriages. But everyone still didn't dare to lead the horse directly into the city. Those horses are so fat and strong, so eye-catching, afraid of being robbed by someone with intentions. Everyone went to the city to buy a carriage, bought some things, put them in, and the two of them pulled them back. After all, those who came were young and energetic. In addition, people don't buy much. For example, the carriage bought by Sumi Bao's family is large, and it contains the most and heaviest things. But when Su Jiao pulled her, it was as easy as pulling a small toy car. The group of people met together and bought what they wanted as agreed. There are also no purchases. Although everyone had thought of natural disasters in advance, prices would rise. But I didn't expect prices in Hunan East County to be so high. The money we collected couldn't buy the things we originally thought about. I can only buy 2/3 of it. Come on. Let's get out of the city quickly. Wang Chongling was a little worried. There are many women in his family, and the farther north you go, the colder it gets. They didn't bring any thick clothes, after being robbed by bandits in Peach Blossom Village. Although under the protection of Wang Shishia's mother and daughter, no one in their family died except for the woman whose second room was robbed. But all the money was robbed. Especially Wangi, the jewelry she brought from the palace. At that time, she took it out to save people. Wang Yinyu's car, not to mention the contents, was even taken away. The female members of the Wang family have all been in jail and searched. After all, there aren't many things you can hide on your body. This time when they entered the city, the whole family took out all the jewelry and money they had hidden on their bodies and gave them to Wang Chongling. Wang Chongling first went to the pawn shop to sell the jewelry. He had never done this before, so he was tricked by the pawn shop owner. He only realized a total of 120 taels of silver. Alas, you can't say that the shopkeeper doesn't know the goods. It is also a year of disaster, when many people use things for profit, and the things are worthless. With this money to buy food, we can no longer buy thick clothes for each woman in the family. Not to mention the carriage. He was hesitating whether to buy the broken truck pulled by the firewood vendor next to him. For a broken cart, the firewood vendor charges 10 taels, which is a lot. Suddenly there was the sound of drums in the distance. Why are you playing drums in broad daylight? What happened? People ran towards the yamen one after another, wanting to see the excitement. Butler Su and Su Jiao looked at each other. Let's get out of the city quickly. Butler Su waved his hand and told everyone to leave quickly. Although everyone didn't understand what happened, they all knew their identities. They were exiled prisoners. If something happened in the city at this time, they would not be friendly to them. So it was best to leave quickly. Chapter 301 Escape from Hunan East County. 10 taels is enough. Wang Chongling didn't care about that much at this time. He bought quite a lot of things. And the people who came with him from the store helped him carry them. As a civil servant, he couldn't carry so many things. Think about it again. The second brother is dead, and he is the only man in the family. There are so many women and children in the house. Old and young. How to go down if you expect him to be alone? Such things. Especially bedding. You can't expect his elderly father and the female family members of the family to carry him. He couldn't carry it. You know, there are many people at home. And the further north you go, the colder it gets. He gritted his teeth and bought 4. Now he only has 80 taels of silver left in his hand. He held it tight, really not daring to spend any more money. After all, it is still 700 to 800 miles away from northern Xinjiang. The whole family still needs to eat and drink. My parents are old. And if they get sick again, they need to see a doctor. In northern Xinjiang, resettlement will cost money. Thinking of this, Wang Chongling was so worried that he almost went bald. He never thought that his majestic Taifu's legitimate son would have to worry about food and clothing. The price has increased now. It's 12 taels. And I won't sell it for a penny less. The man who sold firewood was yellow and thin, pushing a cart of firewood. But he didn't sell much. When he saw this, his eyes immediately flashed with greed. Seeing everyone packing their things and loading them into the car. The Su family had already taken the lead and left. Wang Chongling was also anxious. I can only take out the money. It is not the behavior of a gentleman to take advantage of a crisis to make money from others. Sir, I think you are really poor and confused. It's a disaster year now. And you sold your own daughter just for a mouthful of rice. How can you be a gentleman to me? The man selling firewood took the money, and without further delay, he pushed it and unloaded the firewood on the ground. Then he quickly loaded Wang Chongling's things onto the truck. He took out 2 more smooth boards and put them on the car. For the sake of money, I will give you 2 more boards. Don't look at my cart as old. But it is real. I cut all the materials from the mountain with my own hands. The carts I make are no better than those I sell. Those are so solid that no matter how much weight you push on them, they won't break even after 10 or 8 years. Wang Chongling didn't have time to talk to the firewood seller anymore. He bowed his waist and pulled up the cart and left. The county guard has ordered to close the door. All 4 doors. Wang Chongling was walking at the back of their team pulling a cart. At this moment, soldiers on horseback came rushing towards them waving flags. Close the door and disperse. When the gatekeepers heard this, they immediately dispersed the crowds queuing in and out of the city to close the door. The crowd immediately became chaotic. People entering the city and people leaving the city mixed together. And everyone was noisy. Wang Chongling was anxious. The people who came with me have gone out. We are the only 2 left. Officer, please do it for your convenience. After all, he was a bachelor of the cabinet. Wang Chongling immediately pulled up the guard and stuffed a piece of silver into his hand. In desperation, he could not break open the silver and found out 5 taels of silver. When the soldiers saw such a large piece of silver, they could catch up with his monthly silver. He immediately pushed Wang Chongling forward. Get out of here quickly. If you say you can't enter the city, you can't enter the city. Wang Chongling quickly gave a wink to another companion. The man didn't have a cart and was carrying something on his back. Quickly put one hand on the side of Wang Chongling's car. Master, let's get out of here and not enter the city. The 2 took advantage of the chaos and squeezed out of the city. As soon as they left the city, the 2 hurriedly took a few steps to catch up with the team in front. As soon as he left the city, Sumi Bao saw Qiuleng, Lu Dashan, and the others standing not far away. As soon as the 2 people met, they rushed to the Exile team station. The people in the Exile team are also anxious. They were waiting outside the city for the team entering the city to come back. Everyone was resting and eating. At noon, several cars came out of the city, carrying hot porridge and black-faced steamed buns. It was said that the rich people in the city came out to give porridge. The victims who had been waiting outside the city gate all ran to receive porridge. The people in the Exile team had different opinions and started to quarrel. Some people have to line up with the victims to receive porridge. After all, this is a disaster year. And who doesn't want to have a bowl of hot porridge? But Lu Zan and Yufeng disagreed. In addition to Sima Bao's explanation when leaving, and due to professional habits, they also felt something unusual. I don't agree with the Exile team, and queue up to get porridge. The queue of victims was chaotic, with a group of people in front of them squeezing past in groups and surrounding the gate and the porridge shed. The refugees at the back lined up quietly. Take your time. Lu Zhan looked carefully and noticed that the refugees lining up behind him looked numb, as if they were reluctant to receive the porridge but had to do so. Most of these people had stayed outside the city gate for many days. The people at the front formed a group and rushed to receive the porridge. They were all here with him today. It is obvious that these two groups of people are not only different in spirit. There were women and children in the group of victims who had just arrived. Looking at the refugees queuing up behind them, there were very few young women and very few children between the ages of 3 and 10, especially girls. Lu Zhan and Yu Feng saw this situation. The Su and Wang families also saw it. After everyone discussed it, we realized that there was indeed danger here. We can't wait here any longer, for fear that if something happens, there are more than 100 of them, and there are so many old people and children. It would be strange not to be rounded up by others. Leave quickly. Zhou Fuan, Su Mibao, and Wang Chongling were not here. Lu Zhan took charge and asked everyone to gather and let Yu Feng lead everyone away first. He took more than 20 young men and stayed here to wait for Zhou Fu to pacify them. For fear of arousing others' suspicion, Yu Feng led everyone away, leaving everything where they were and only carrying a small package. Others didn't know, so they thought this group of exiles had gone to the nearby area to dig wild vegetables and look for firewood. There were only 20 or 30 young men left in the camp to look after the house. Certainly, there are also people who came together today, some of whom are smarter, still discovered something unusual about the exiled team. Most of them are small groups of refugees. Someone took a look at the queue to receive porridge in front of the city gate. The order was chaotic. Some people started fighting, and no one was paying attention to the people receiving porridge. In 2s and 3s, they also left with the exile team. When Zhou Fuan and Su Mibao left the city, the porridge soup had been given for half an hour. Many people had finished their bowls of porridge and laid down to sleep. Some people were reluctant to finish the porridge and put the porridge in the pot. They planned to dig wild vegetables nearby and cook them together with the porridge. They added more water so that the whole family could have another meal together in the evening. Su Mibao couldn't care about this. The group of them met with Lu Zhan and exchanged information about the situation in and outside the city. Immediately aware of the danger, their horses were still here. They quickly hitched up the carriages, and everyone left quickly. More than a dozen carriages and 40 or 50 men were still very noticeable. All the refugees turned their heads to look at the movement here. But the refugees are just watching. They don't even have food to eat, and they don't know when they will starve to death. Not that concerned about other people's affairs. After a few glances, they saw the carriage quickly disappearing on the official road, and they were still lying lazily. It wasn't until half an hour later that the city gate opened wide, and a group of heavily armed soldiers flew out of it, flying towards this side, completely ignoring the refugees lying on the ground. Some refugees were unable to dodge and were trampled to death by horses. The refugees were surprised at first, and then panicked. Everyone shouted and ran around. Chapter 302. There are still people alive in the Su family. For 2 days in a row, the exile team was rushing on their way day and night, for fear of being caught up by the officers and soldiers behind. Because of the carriage, the team speeded up, and on the evening of the next day, they finally left the territory of East Hunan County, stopped in a small town. Exhausted from traveling for days, everyone decided to listen to Zhou Fuan's suggestion and stay in the largest inn in the town. Rest for a night, get some information, and then decide on the next itinerary. The hot water guy is here. The Su family asked for 2 rooms, one for men and one for women. Song Jinha asked the waiter to boil water and bring it up. I want everyone to wash it, then put on thick clothes, because the weather has suddenly turned cold in the past 2 days. It has not rained, and it has been dry and cold. Gu Yuan stepped forward and opened the door. The waiter came in with a load of hot water, followed by the shopkeeper, carrying a large wooden basin in his hand. After putting down the big wooden basin and filling the water, the waiter left. But the shopkeeper did not leave. Instead, he closed the door. Song Dashan is here to see my aunt. There were so many people just now that I couldn't pay my respects to my aunt. Please forgive me. The shopkeeper knelt down towards Song Jinha and said, Okay. A great gift from a domestic slave. The head of the family thinks this is too old, and the explanation is too small. When he sees my aunt, he will explain the matter clearly to my aunt. Song Jinha was holding Sumibao in his arms, and was startled when the shopkeeper suddenly knelt down. Hearing this, he didn't expect that this in turn out to be the property of their Song family. How long has my brother been away from here? Has he heard about my second brother? Shopkeeper Song Dashin. My aunt is still the same as when she was a child. Her temper has not changed at all. She is still as impatient. Sumibao. Hey. Look at the age of this shopkeeper. He is about 60 years old. From what I hear, it turns out that he watched my mother grow up when he was an errand in the Song Mansion. Song Dashin. It has been almost 30 years since I left the Song Mansion. I never expected that I would not only see my master's family, but also my aunt in my lifetime. Sumibao. Oh! No wonder my mother doesn't know shopkeeper Song. It turns out that it has been 30 years since he left the Song Mansion and opened an inn here. My mother was less than 10 years old at that time. Song Dashin. The master of the family followed the third prince to northern Xinjiang for business. The third prince is noble, and naturally will not live in our small town. The master of the family only brought 2 guards, and came to my place. Tell me to give thee something for my aunt. Song Dashin opened the closet in this room, took out a wooden box, and opened it. It was full of various gemstones and gold bars, as well as a large stack of silver notes. There is also this letter. The head of the family said that this must be signed by my aunt. Song Dashin smiled. The little one was afraid that he wouldn't be able to pick up my aunt, so he sent out 10 guys every day and asked them to guard the area. Finally, my aunt came. Sumibao suddenly realized that no wonder. As soon as the Exile team entered the town, they were greeted by a waiter. He insisted on bringing the Exile team to his inn, no matter how hard it was. It turns out that this was all arranged by shopkeeper Song. After Song Dashin asked for instructions, he went down to arrange food. After a while, a table full of delicious food was served. To be able to have such sumptuous food and wine during a natural disaster shows that shopkeeper Song has deep intentions. After eating, the children all went to bed. The heads of the Su family sat together and listened to Song Jinha's explanation of the situation. My eldest brother said that since we Daki sent Princess Chaoyuan to make peace with Bei Xinjiang, we also agreed to send New Year coins to Bei Xinjiang every year. And the 2 sides opened a border for mutual trade. The 2 countries will not fight for the time being. So we went to Bei Xinjiang. Xinjiang is a penal colony. If there is no war there, we can settle down. That's really good news. Mrs. Su nodded. As long as there is no war, the people on both sides will be able to live and work in peace and contentment. We will settle down in the penal colony, and after a few years, when these children grow up, life will be easier. As for the situation of the prisoners, what did the elder brother find out? Mrs. Su and Du Lingyang, who have never been involved in family affairs, took the unprecedented step of not taking the children to rest today. It was also the first time I asked such a question, so I looked a little nervous. Sumibao glanced at his aunt. My aunt is worried about my uncle. A couple's love lasts 100 days. My aunt and uncle's relationship is quite good. My eldest brother mentioned this specifically in his letter. My eldest brother said that since he followed the third prince northward, he has sent many people to northern Xinjiang to search for my second brother and the whereabouts of our Su family general. When Sumibao saw his aunt and grandma, their expressions became nervous, especially the 8th uncle Su Qingyi. His hands were shaking nervously. Madam, are my eldest brother and third brother still alive? Su Qi spoke as soon as he spoke. Bang! Song Jinha slapped him on the head. No one will think you are mute if you don't speak. If you have a bad mouth, don't speak. This time, no one in the Su family thought that Su Qingyi was beaten badly by his wife. Instead, they all stared at Su Qingyi, saying that the beating was good, but the beating was still too light. I'm not afraid of my big brother. Snapped. Su Qingyi was beaten again, this time not by Song Jinha, but by Mrs. Su, who always favored the second child the most. Su Qingyi shut up completely and stopped talking. Sumibao, haha. I was laughing so hard, being beaten twice by my own mother and my wife. There was no one but my father. My second brother was in the prisoner camp. People said by my eldest brother found my second brother. They paid for his ransom. There were personal guards of General Su in the same prisoner camp with my second brother. My eldest brother also tried his best. Rescue the guards. The Su family became nervous. Su Chungren went deep into the enemy's territory alone, and his personal bodyguards were with him. Right? The guard said that General Su was not captured. It was just that they went deep alone and most of them were captured. Only a few people followed General Su to break out. On the way back to Yanjing, they learned about the Yanjing incident and could only take people to hide in the mountains of North Vietnam. Great! God bless! My son is still alive! Mrs. Su cried with joy. Du Lingyong burst into tears. After experiencing a major family event, as long as a person is alive at this time, it is the greatest blessing. The guard said that General Su took the remaining 3,000 troops and hid in the mountains of North Vietnam and built a base. He was caught during an attack and became a prisoner. Sumi Bao. That's great. My second uncle came to redeem me. Not only is the uncle alive, he also has 3,000 soldiers. Yes. This way we can build a new city after we arrive at the Exile. Hey, if we get all those 100,000 Su family troops over again, isn't it just a new Yanjing? Everyone was happy that their relatives were still alive, and no one paid much attention to the thoughts of their little ancestor. Mom, please stop crying. My eldest brother also said in the letter that he sent someone to pass the news of the third prince's journey north to General Su. General Su had already attacked Yanjing at night and rescued the third brother from prison. Hearing this, Su Chenyi could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face, and she hugged Mrs. Su tightly. Mother, my eldest brother and 3 brothers are still here. Mother, mother. In the Battle of Yanjing, it was said that all 9 generals of the Su family were killed. His father died, his brother died, and he was the only one left alive. How can he have the dignity to live? How can he have the dignity to see his mother? This big stone pressed heavily on Su Chenyi's heart. Now, it has finally been moved. Okay, don't cry. We are still 500 miles away from the Exile in northern Xinjiang, and we will arrive at the Exile soon. By then, our family will be reunited. The eldest, second, third and 8th children are all still alive. Mrs. Su feels that the dark clouds of the day have dispersed. God blessed the Su family and left her 4 sons. She also had a daughter-in-law and grandchildren. The Su family is loyal to the emperor and patriotic, and God will not let the Su family be destroyed. Chapter 303 Goodbye Big Brother. Now only the eldest brother is left. I want to take Su Jiu away tonight to save the eldest brother, Sumi Bao thought. He was about to arrive in northern Xinjiang. My family is safe too. She had to quickly lead people to rescue her eldest brother. If her teleportation ability hadn't been lost, she would have taken Su Jiu to save her elder brother. Don't go. Your eldest brother has been rescued. Song Jinha's eyebrows relaxed. Only then did Sumi Bao notice that her sister-in-law's expression was not right either. There is a sense of relaxation and happiness throughout the whole body. She originally thought that after hearing what her mother said, several members of the Su family were still alive. Did her mother and sister-in-law, like everyone else, do it to make the generals of the Su family happy? Your uncle was the first one to write to me, and he told me about your eldest brother being rescued. Song Jinha, my mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and brother-in-law are all very concerned about the eldest and third son of the Su family. Naturally, I can't talk about my son first. Song Jinha looked at Gu Yuyan and smiled. I know that my Yenner has been so worried about Jinbei these days that she can't eat or sleep. So as soon as I saw the news in the letter, I secretly told Yenner to reassure her. Gu Yuyan looked at her mother-in-law, then at her father-in-law and sister-in-law, feeling an indescribable happiness. My sister-in-law brought my younger brother and Chioling back from Hunan East County. Now my husband is also saved. Even when I arrived at the Exile, they were all by my side, and I really felt that I was much happier than in the Taiwei mansion. Listen to what my mother and sister-in-law are saying. Only then did Sumi Bao realize that her biggest worry, Big Brother, had been solved. I couldn't help but glance at my sister-in-law again, and saw full of tenderness and happiness in my sister-in-law's eyes. My sister-in-law is much happier now than before. Her little brother Gu Yefeng, who she couldn't trust the most, was by her side, and her most loyal servants, Grandma Lu, Chioling's family, and Huafan were all by her side. Plus Big Brother. My sister-in-law is truly the happiest person now. The letter said that the ghost doctor and Su San are all with Jinbei, waiting for us in the Beishan County city in front. They are also staying at the inn of our Song family. Sumabeo. Ouch. My grandma's family is so rich. This royal merchant's name is not for nothing. From the capital to northern Xinjiang, stretching for 3,000 miles, there are Song family properties. Well, the capital city was shaken like that. There was plague in the east, floods in the south, and drought in the west. In the world of Daki, it seems that only northern Xinjiang is good now. Hey, after all, northern Xinjiang used to be full of wars. But now that the two countries have made peace, not only are they no longer at war, but they can also trade with each other. From this point of view, when the Su family is in exile, it is best to build a new city in the area where northern Xinjiang, Daki, and Xi'an Kingdom have no control. Then the Su family can occupy the city and become kings, becoming city lords. The more he thought about it, the better Sumi Bao felt. As for the Wang family and the male protagonist Yan Qingji in the original book, she didn't care. Anyway, everyone in Yanqing Chronicle has lost his memory, and the book has collapsed. She will no longer be the queen of Yanqingji. She just wants to be the city lord who occupies the land as king. When she thought about it, in that exile without care, there was no one inhabited for hundreds of miles. All she had to do was release all the mansions that she had moved to the capital. Hee hee. Don't you have everything? You know, she has taken over 40 or 50 mansions. Right. Not only does she have a mansion, she also has a granary and a weapons manufacturing plant. Once these are released, the newly built city will become a small capital city. And she can also move the Red Star town she brought with her. Hey, the more I think about it, the happier I am. She didn't come back to her senses until she felt that the air around her was terribly quiet. Look up. I saw countless pairs of horrified eyes. The entire Su family was dumbfounded by their little ancestor's voice. What? In the immortal mansion of my little ancestor, there are not only many mansions in Beijing, but also granaries. Is there also a weapons manufacturing plant? Right. And that magical place called supermarket that they all went in and saw. The little ancestor wants to move all those things out? They are not in exile. They are simply. The Su family was so shocked that they didn't dare to ask or think about it. A night of silence. At noon the next day, the exile team entered Beishan County. Shopkeeper Song sent someone to contact the Song Family Trading Company in Beishan County last night. As soon as the exile team entered Beishan County, they were welcomed into the Song family and by people from the Song Family Trading Company, and met Su Jinbei and his party. Jenner, are you injured somewhere? As soon as he entered the room and saw Su Jinbei sitting in the room, Song Jin had changed from his usual calmness. Rushed over, hugged his son and cried. Sumi Bao was pushed into her father's arms by her mother. Hey, my mother loves me, but she loves my eldest brother even more. I'm jealous. Mom, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. Su Jinbei helped his mother, stood up, and saluted Mrs. Su, grandmother. Okay. As long as you're alive. That's fine. You can slowly recover your body. Mrs. Su smiled energetically, reached out, and took Sumi Bao from Su Qingyi's arms. Your mother loves your eldest brother, and grandma loves you the most. Sumi Bao. Hey. Her grandma became very energetic immediately after knowing the news that her eldest uncle was alive. Now that I see my eldest brother again, I feel more energetic and energetic. After everyone sat down, Su Jinbei said to everyone, the situation now is favorable to our Su family. Let's not talk about things for now. Yenner, you can check Jinbei's health first. Then we will eat. After a good meal, the children will go to rest. We will sit down with the people to discuss the matter. Sumi Bao. Hee. My mother is very kind to my sister-in-law. This is because the sister-in-law is embarrassed and deliberately leaves time for the young couple to have a private meeting. Gu Yuyan blushed and was about to say something when Su Jinbei spoke. Okay. Yenner, come in with me. After saying that, without waiting for Gu Yuyan to say anything, Su Jinbei reached out and pulled Gu Yuyan into the back room. Ha ha. Sumi Bao couldn't help laughing. My eldest brother is indeed a genius general. Take a look. If you like it, just do it without any hesitation. Well, I like this character. There was a knock on the door. Mrs. Su. I am Wang Chongling. My father has something to ask the old lady to come and talk to. Listening to the sounds outside the door, everyone in the Su family fell silent. Sumi Bao. Oh, why does Mr. Wang want to see my grandma at this time? The emperor's grandson has lost his memory. The book was completely destroyed. Is it possible that Taifu Wang will take the emperor's grandson back to the capital and seize the throne? Sumi Bao's face fell, and the book completely collapsed. Now that King Yin has not returned from pacifying the Japanese in the east, what does Mr. Wang want to do? At this time, Do you want to encourage my elder brother to join him in raising troops to help Yan Qingji ascend to the throne? It is the original book. It was the eldest brother, and Taifu Wang who took Yan Qingji to live in northern Xinjiang for many years. It was not until Yan Qingji grew up that he returned to the capital and took the throne again. Sumi Bao really couldn't imagine what big things Mrs. Wang could do if she asked her grandma at this time. I'll take baby me to have a look. Mrs. Su told everyone and went out with Sumi Bao in her arms. Wang Chongling stood outside the door, glanced at the child in Mrs. Su's arms, opened his mouth, but still didn't speak. The three of them went up to the third floor, where the Wang family lived, occupying 3 rooms. It was all done by the innkeeper according to Su Jinbei's request. Sister, you're here. Sit down quickly. As soon as he entered, Taifu Wang was sitting in the room, with a child sitting next to him. Yan Qingji? Sumi Bao's heart beat wildly. What are you really afraid of? Taifu Wang called grandma here today, and it turned out to be related to the grandson of the emperor. Wang Chongling closed the door and stood guard outside. There were only 2 old men and 2 young men left in the house. The more Sumi Bao looked at Yan Qingji sitting next to Taifu Wang, the more annoyed he became. I couldn't help but give him a small roll of my eyes. Chapter 304 The eldest princess is actually related to the Su family. Old sister. Now our Su and Wang families are connected and dependent on each other. I have an unkind request, and I hope that old sister will grant it. As soon as he heard Taifu Wang's words and looked at his old face with a harmless smile, Sumi Bao's inner alarm rang loudly. It's over. This old boy won't come to see his grandma, but he wants to propose marriage. Right? Set a date for a baby? No way. Ah! In the original book, she and Yan Qingji had a baby engagement. Then, the eldest brother and Wang Taifu jointly assisted Yan Qingji to ascend to the throne. I disagree. Sumi Bao was about to blurt out these words, but unexpectedly, she found that her little mouth opened and she didn't make any sound at all. She was horrified. What was she doing? I like this little sister. When I grow up, I will marry her. However, Yan Qingji ran over with short legs and hugged Sumi Bao in Mrs. Su's arms. Resistance is written all over Sumi Bao's body. Our baby me will not marry far away. We want to find a son-in-law. Now that things have happened, how could Mrs. Su not understand what Mrs. Wang had in mind? If this matter had been done in the past, Madame Su would definitely have considered it. After all, the Duke of Laotian and his sons died tragically. She didn't want to let them die and be known as traitors. No matter whether it is the second prince or the third prince who takes the throne, the Jingui Duke's charges will not be cleared. Only when the little emperor's grandson comes to power can the Jingui Palace and the Wang family hope to clear away their charges. But now the 4 sons are still alive, as well as Jinbei, and this large family. Mrs. Su couldn't bear to drag down the living for the sake of the dead's false reputation. I want to be my little sister's son-in-law. Grandma, will my son-in-law take care of the food? When I become my little sister's son-in-law, I will have a grandma, a father, a mother, and brothers and sisters. Does it hurt? Oh! Looking at the little doubting with dark eyes in front of him, Sumi Bao was so surprised that he forgot to roll his eyes. This brain circuit is really different. Hasn't this brat lost his memory? Rabbit? She couldn't help but call Rabbit. Master, it's useless if you call me again. I can't hear his voice. You can't hear it either. Like you, I don't know whether this guy has real amnesia or fake amnesia. Oh, you are really good at shirking responsibility. Didn't you tell me last time that he lost his memory? So the book collapsed and my God of War system also collapsed? Sumi Bao was speechless at the rabbit's disrespectful and irresponsible behavior. He really wanted to slap it in the mouth. Before the system collapsed, there was only one line left. The original owner lost his life, and the book collapsed and the system ended. Think about it. The original owner lost his original destiny and the ending. Didn't he lose everything? Of course, including memory. If he didn't lose his memory, he would still be alive, remembering everything. Why don't you want to take revenge? If Shuyuan's root doesn't collapse, your God of War system won't collapse either. When it comes to this matter, Rabbit feels extremely aggrieved. In the past few days, I have also been worried. If the system collapses, the spirit of the system, may not exist in the future. I am afraid. I think that until now, I still exist, and I think it should be something in your space. Still there. If your space is gone, I will be completely gone. You're so arrogant. You crow's mouth. Sumibao panicked when Rabbit said that. Oh, you can't say such scary things. With so many members of the Su family, they will soon go to the Exile and settle down. Will rebuilding her home depend entirely on her space supplies? At this juncture, if there was no space, it would be a trap for her. I really don't play like this. Just talk like a kid. Tai Fu Wang looked solemnly at Mrs. Su. Old sister. People in the Ming dynasty do not speak secretly. Our Su and Wang family have always been loyal to the Qi, the late emperor, and the prince. Now, of the prince's lineage, only the emperor's grandson is left. All members of our royal family are civil servants. In this wilderness, of course, Beatty can't protect the emperor's grandson. If something goes wrong, what will you say to the prince and the Duke of Jin in 100 years? Having said this, seeing Mrs. Su's face darken, Mrs. Wang changed her subject and softened her tone. The prince and Jinbei are so close. They are both monarchs and ministers. And they are brothers. With the prince gone, our Wang family cannot protect the emperor's grandson. It is impossible for Jinbei to watch the emperor's grandson die. Right? Seeing that Mrs. Su's expression had softened, Tai Fu Wang further said, there is also King Yin. I have been convinced that King Yin has put down the Japanese pirates, but his execution was ineffective, which caused the plague to spread and bring disaster to the people. Emperor Mingda has removed him from the position of prince and demoted him to a commoner. His subordinates, Long Wei, and the army has been brought back to the emperor. 1,000 soldiers have been sent to send him north, and they are on their way to northern Xinjiang. Mrs. Su's expression suddenly changed. Emperor Mingda really killed them all, including King Yin. There are 3 remaining children of the late emperor. In addition to the emperor and King Yin, there is also the eldest princess. That eldest princess? Mrs. Su blurted out her words, and immediately shut up in the middle of her words. Oh, yes. Sumibao just remembered that she had forgotten something important. When she was in the palace, she heard her grandmother's voice, saying that the eldest princess beside Queen Mother Xian was not of royal blood. That is? Old sister, don't worry about the Queen Mother and the eldest princess. Emperor Mingda is afraid of King Yin and the prince, but he is still very good to the Queen Mother and the eldest princess. Tai Fu Wang saw Mrs. Su anxious and she thought Emperor Mingda could destroy the crown prince and King Yin. Now the only bloodline left by the late emperor is the late emperor and his eldest princess. Emperor Mingda will not let the princess go. After all, the eldest princess is the biological sister of Emperor Mingda. Both of them are the children of Empress Dowager Xian. The eldest princess married a consort who was a civil servant with a low official position. She has no children and only 2 daughters. Emperor Mingda will only treat the eldest daughter. The princess is good. It shows how much he values his brothers and sisters, so as to stop the world from talking about his evil behavior of killing his brothers and killing his son. Mrs. Su. Ahem. What the master said is absolutely true. But I thought in my heart, if Emperor Mingda one day finds out that the eldest princess is the daughter of my Su family, he will not let her go even if she is a sibling from the same mother. Sumibao's pupils trembled as she listened to her grandmother's thoughts. Oh my god! The eldest princess is actually... Sumibao immediately controlled her thoughts. Oh my god! She couldn't talk nonsense. She was so close. What if Mrs. Wang listened to her and learned the secret? That would be okay. You have to control yourself and not think about it. This way your voice will not be heard. We, the Su family, are still the children of Empress Dowager Xian. Then, Queen Mother Xian and... Listening to Sumibao's heartfelt words, Mrs. Su's face turned red, and she almost collapsed. How could she forget that she was still holding her baby Rice in her arms? My heart was actually read by me Bao Bao. The Queen Mother Xian is a good person. That was just an accident. At that time, your grandfather and the late emperor were drinking together, and both of them were drunk. Your grandpa went to the wrong room. Afterwards, Queen Mother Xian found me, and we discussed that the 2 men should not know about this matter. I'll take your drunk grandfather home as soon as possible. Together we got the late emperor, who was sleeping drunk in the stable, into the house. This settled the matter. I just didn't expect that on that one occasion. Queen Mother Xian would be pregnant with the eldest princess. After listening to her grandma's thoughts, Sumibao couldn't believe his ears. Things in this world were too incredible, weren't they? Empress Dowager Xian and Grandma. These 2 people are simply better friends than the modern version of best friends. Right? The 2 of them actually kept this secret their entire lives. The late emperor didn't know. And neither did his grandfather. Chapter 305. The hexagram left by Master Yi. No wonder Grandma and the Queen Mother are so close friends. It turned out that there was such a fateful friendship. Su Mibao looked at Tai Fu Wang's thoughtful eyes, and immediately became very energetic. Mrs. Wang is an old man, and has too many eyes. She cannot just confide her feelings and be listened to. Let's forget about the baby kiss. For so many years, our Su family has only given birth to boys, not girls. We have this little girl, and the whole family is pampering her. And in this barbaric land, I'm afraid she will be a messy little girl when she grows up. A witch, unworthy of being a royal wife. Mrs. Su declined. Tai Fu Wang, the military commander, is vulgar. If it weren't for this extraordinary period, this little girl from the Su family would certainly not be worthy of the emperor's grandson. But now the situation is stronger than the people. Only the Su family can protect the emperor's grandson and let him grow up safely in this place of exile. After the emperor's grandson takes advantage of the Su family's influence, the position of queen will naturally belong to our Wang family's Xiaoxi girl. When the time comes, this little girl from the Su family will just find an excuse to stay in the cold palace. Well, there is also Su Jinbei. After success, he must be eliminated first. Otherwise the emperor's grandson will be in power, and this position will not be stable. Su Mibao's little eyes widened suddenly. Oh my god! This. She immediately controlled her voice, and could not be listened to. Go! Go! She quickly waved her little hands, uttered one word, and walked away. But she couldn't speak clearly. She didn't want to look strange in front of Mrs. Wang. This old man is so shrewd. Don't mention it again after the baby kiss. The emperor's grandson is the prince's bloodline. Naturally, our Su family will not see anything happen to him. We will protect him and grow up safely. No matter how difficult it is here, our Su family will do our best. But don't Tai Tu. There is no need to mention it again. I will go back first and discuss with Jinbei. We will enter the exile soon to see what method can be used to protect the emperor's grandson from growing up safely. After saying that, Mrs. Su no longer waited for Mrs. Wang to say anything. Immediately stood up and left with Su Mibao in her arms. I want to follow my little sister. I want to marry her, and I will be where she is. Yin Qingji stepped forward and grabbed Mrs. Su's clothes. Like a little follower, she followed Mrs. Su out. Roll. Su Mibao turned his back on Tai Fu Wang and glared at Yin Qingji fiercely, with murderous intent in his eyes, as if he could kill Yin Qingji immediately in the next second. Yin Qingji was startled for a moment. Then Mrs. Su walked out of the house. After being startled for a moment, Yin Qingji immediately chased his legs outside the house, tripped over the threshold, and his nosebleed immediately came out. The natal beads on his neck felt like they were on fire, burning people. Then Yin Qingji saw Ling. He was surprised. The natal pearl around his neck was gone. At the same time, Su Mibao, who was held by Mrs. Su and had just walked 50 meters away, felt a sudden pain in his head. His eyes went dark for a while. Master, it's not good. The space is going to collapse. Rabbit screamed. Su Mibao looked inside her consciousness and saw that her space was beginning to collapse as if an earthquake was coming. It's all over now. Her space. Her stuff. Her head hurts so much. And her vision is getting darker. Will not only her space collapse, but also her life? Who am I provoking? Just when Su Mibao felt that her gorgeous book crossing was going to end in the next second, and she was about to be ejected from this time and space. The natal pearl? The origin of space energy. The two pearls are in one body. The rabbit looked at the sun and the sky and murmured to himself. Rabbit, what's your name? Tell me what's going on. Su Mibao was also anxious. The hero's natal pearl has entered your space. What? Su Mibao's back suddenly felt cold, and he had an unknown premonition. Tell me quickly. What will be the result? The rabbit's sad voice came. Master, the reason why you can pass through this book is not by chance, but by the call of the male protagonist. What? How could there be such a bizarre and bloody thing in this world? Speak to the important point. Make it clear. And hurry up. Otherwise, I will kill you directly. Su Mibao is now very irritable, and on the verge of going berserk every minute. What's going on? Is this to force her to be tied to the male protagonist? The male protagonist has been plagued with the calamity of death since he was born. There must be an expert who gave him guidance and used his umbilical cord blood as a guide to create 2 beads of the same fate. One to wear on the male protagonist. And the other. You mean? The other one is the one that Master Gi gave to my grandma and put it around my neck. Sumibao finally figured out that she was wearing a book instead of dying. The male protagonist was born with a calamity, and the master created 2 life beads for him to protect the male protagonist. And the reason why she is alive and comes into this world is because the male protagonist summoned her with another birth bead. Come into this world. Protect the male protagonist and help him overcome the disaster. No wonder in the original book, she, a little cannon fodder, was executed by the male protagonist Ling Qi after helping him rise to power. Mission accomplished. What if I refuse to accept the mission? When the space collapses, you and I will die. The books will also collapse. And everyone will die. Well, although she has died once, she is still a little afraid of death. What's more, she still has so many family members who love her. And she can't let them all die because of her own reasons. Isn't it just to complete the mission? Protect him from growing up and help him rise to power. But how can I not die? Sumibao thought for a while. Oh, I thought of it. Otherwise, just ask the eldest brother and sister-in-law to accept the male protagonist as their son. In this way, she will become the male protagonist's aunt. When she is older, there will be no such thing as the emperor and the empress turning against each other. If that doesn't work, then she will just accept the male protagonist as her son. However, as a young mother, she just didn't know if the male protagonist would agree. Master, stop thinking nonsense. You have to take the hero with you from now on. Until he comes to power, and the ordeal is over. You and I can be free. How many years is that? Grandma. Little sister. Take me with you. Yan Qingji stepped forward with his short legs and chased after him. Sumibao sighed deeply. He had to bow his head when he was under the eaves. Milk. Take him away. Ah? Mrs. Su has not yet reacted. Yan Qingji had already ran over. You really want to follow me? This time, Sumibao no longer pretends to be with Yan Qingji. What are you pretending to be? This book just ends and revolves around Yan Qingji. She could hear everyone's thoughts. Except Yan Qingji's. On the contrary, Yan Qingji can hear her voice. Isn't this a golden finger given to the male protagonist by the author? Yes. But I have a condition. If you don't agree, I will never let you follow me until I die. Good. Then listen. You have to follow me. You have 3 choices. One is to recognize my eldest brother as your adopted father. The other is to recognize my father as your adopted father. And the third is to recognize me as your master. I accept you as my master. Without any hesitation. Yan Qingji's words about recognizing you as his master caught Sumibao off guard. The male protagonist is worthy of being a male protagonist, and never follows normal people's thinking. Okay. Once you are a teacher, you will always be a father. The ghost doctor is my big apprentice. And you are the little one. You will stay with me from now on. No matter what you hear or see around me. You can't give it to anyone. Say, especially the Wang family. Including your mother. Can you comply? Able. Having said this, Yan Qingji suddenly laid down on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Sumibao, who was held in Mrs. Su's arms. Master is here. Please bow to me. Sumibao smiled. Hee. She has become this guy's master, and will never be a queen again. In this way, when this guy grows up, he won't execute her Ling Qi. You must know that killing her is tantamount to patricide. The dignified king of a country is still the wise king in the future. Yan Qingji will never let himself have such a stain. Little did she know that Yan Qingji, who was kneeling on the ground at this moment, couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips. Yan Qingji, master. You don't know? The natal pearl left my body just now, and I regained my memory. I received the message that Master Gi left for me. Only by following you can I get through the difficulties and grow up safely. In 3 years, I will use your power to return to the capital and seize the throne. Sumibao will never know what Yan Qingji is thinking. In the chaos in the capital, the 2nd and 3rd emperor uncles will all die in the end. The 5th uncle will be established as the new prince. 3 years later, the emperor's grandfather passed away, and the 5th emperor's uncle died of illness. I will be taken back to Beijing and made emperor. Because in this world, she can read everyone's heart. Except Yan Qingji's. As for Yan Qingji, there are so many sentient beings in the world. But he can only read one person's heart. Chapter 306, Who is King Yan's father? Everyone gathered in Su Zhen's north room to discuss their future plans. What do you think of Taifu Wang's proposal? The family talks behind closed doors. Mrs. Su first told Su Jinbei about Taifu Wang's proposal. Finally, when it came to the fact that the emperor's grandson recognized Su Mibao as his master, everyone in the Su family was surprised. But whatever the little ancestor of their family decided, no matter how outrageous, it was normal. Everyone was just surprised and didn't think much about it. It's good that the emperor's grandson accepts Mi Bao Bao as his master. Anyway, that old fox, Taifu Wang, is too scheming. I'm not optimistic about his proposal. Let our Mi Bao Bao be the daughter-in-law of the royal family. It's still Yenqing Ji. I will never disagree. Agreed? Su Qingyi was completely opposed to his daughter marrying into the Wang family. I am not a wise and virtuous emperor who pushed his daughter into a pit of fire for personal gain. I just heard from Jinbei that Princess Chaoyun went to northern Xinjiang to get married, and she actually wanted to marry the regent as a concubine. The three princes all agreed. What? Su Mibao was surprised. The king of northern Xinjiang is young, only 10 years old. So of course, he cannot marry Princess Chaoyun. The regent is 40 years old, has a bad temper, and has never been close to women. There are so many princesses and beauties from various countries in his house that I don't even go to the backyard. But I stay in the palace for 9 out of 10 days, ruling for the little emperor. It's really miserable to marry Chaoyun for the rest of his life. When Song Jin had talked about this, he couldn't help but sigh and glanced at Su Jinbei again. Chen Dong, are what you said true? Seeing her mother holding the hand of a young man, Su Mibao listened to the name and realized that the strange young man of 17 or 18 years old in front of her was actually her second brother Su Chendong, whom she had never met. Her second brother Su Chendong has been interested in medicine since he was a child. He was taken away by Qin Avian, a famous medical doctor at the age of 10, and traveled abroad for many years. He still heard that Yan Jing was defeated and his family was confiscated and exiled by the Xinhua government. So he and his master came to the exile place to join his family. Speaking of which, it is true that one family does not enter the same house. The ghost doctor is Qin Avian's eldest disciple, and Su Chenong is his junior disciple. This time, the ghost doctor came to rescue Su Jinbei and happened to meet Qin Avian. The three masters and apprentices met and rescued Su Jinbei together, and then reunited with the Su family. Qin Avian was a famous doctor in various countries, so naturally he often went to the palace in northern Xinjiang to see people. He is a guest of the Prince Regent's palace. Su Chendong often followed his master in and out of the northern Xinjiang palace and ministerial offices, so he had heard about these things. Princess Chaoyun is the princess of Daqi Kingdom, so Su Chendong will naturally be more interested in her. The news is of course accurate. It's true. I've met Princess Chaoyun. This is the only way she can go. Only by becoming the regent's concubine can the mother and daughter be saved throughout their lives. Mother and daughter? Su Mibao was puzzled, and neither did the Su family. So they all looked at Su Chendong. Princess Chaoyun's mother, Queen Qian, was thrown into the cold palace because of the East Palace case. Later, Princess Chaoyun was willing to get married and fought for her mother to guard the imperial mausoleum. So she had to leave the cold palace and save the rest of her life. She spent the rest of her life in the imperial mausoleum with a green lantern and an ancient Buddha. Princess Chaoyun is a smart person. After she and her relatives left the capital, she secretly sent people to the imperial mausoleum and took away Queen Qian. Taking advantage of the earthquake, many parts of the imperial mausoleum collapsed. Everyone thought that Queen Qian died in the earthquake. In fact, she was taken away by Princess Chaoyun. Now she is transformed into Princess Chaoyun's personal nanny. In 3 days, there will be a wedding in Beijing, and Princess Chaoyun will marry into the regent's palace. TSK. Su Mibao couldn't help but glance at his eldest brother, and then at his sister-in-law beside him. Sigh. Princess Chaoyun is so awesome. This woman, especially a royal woman, will really cheat in life if she doesn't fall in love. It's not that the young emperor of northern Xinjiang doesn't want to marry Princess Chaoyun. It's that Princess Chaoyun took the initiative to propose to the regent. Su Chenbei said with emotion. Princess Chaoyun dedicated the craftsman, seeds, and book skills she brought from Ardaki to the regent. She asked not to marry the young emperor and passed it on to the regent. She asked not to enter the prince's palace and live in a separate prince's palace outside. The regent doesn't care about women. He only cares about the benefits that women can bring to him. So he completely agrees to Princess Chaoyun's conditions. The regent of northern Xinjiang is devoted to state affairs and doesn't like red makeup. There are very few men like him. It's a pity that Princess Chaoyun is so beautiful. Gu Yuyan interrupted for a long time. Su Jinbei glanced at his wife and couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips. Just now in the room, he was alone with his wife and talked about his experiences in northern Xinjiang. After learning that Chaoyun also participated in his rescue work, his wife was a little jealous of him and Chaoyun. However, now that she learned that Chaoyun was going to marry the regent, she felt a little sorry for her. It's not that the regent doesn't love Hongzhuang. On the contrary, the regent is the most infatuated man in the world. Everyone in northern Xinjiang knows that the regent only loves one person in his life, and that is the princess of northern Xinjiang. Ah? Hearing his second brother say this, Sumi Bao suddenly became energetic. She got it. She remembered. The princess of northern Xinjiang married the late emperor at the age of 16. And the king of Yan was born in July. He disrupted the royal bloodline of Deqi and was sentenced to death by the late emperor, only to save King Yan's life. Why? It was because the old emperor knew that the lover of the northern Xinjiang princess was the regent. Of course, at that time, the prince regent was not yet the prince regent. He is the young master of the Mona family. Wow! Sumi Bao really remembered this detail in the original book. This matter is related to the secret history of the two royal families. Back then, the king of northern Xinjiang sent his princess to Daqi for marriage. Then the old emperor of Deqi executed the princess but left King Yan alone. That was a conspiracy agreed upon by the two emperors. Because the Munner family is the largest century-old family in the northern Xinjiang dynasty, and is the only force that can threaten the northern Xinjiang royal family. Moreover, in the past 10 years, there has been a trend of annexing the royal family and changing dynasties. Although the Munner family is powerful, it seems to be cursed. It is passed down from generation to generation. The regent is the only bloodline of the Munner family. The old emperor of northern Xinjiang used his own daughter to play a dead game. He asked Master Meng not to go to school and practice martial arts with his daughter since they were young. And they were childhood sweethearts. And more than once, he said in front of young Master Meng Na that he would be recruited as the Golden Sword Prince consort. After the two young people fell in love deeply, they deliberately sidelined the young Master Meng Na and married the princess of northern Xinjiang to Daqi for a marriage. Just one sentence. Deqi is too strong and cannot be defeated in northern Xinjiang. For the sake of the people of Li, we can only make peace. This made young Master Meng Na hate the Daqi royal family. Then after the princess got married, he sent someone to reveal to the old emperor of Deqi that the princess was pregnant with her lover's child. The old emperor of northern Xinjiang and the old emperor of Daqi were worthy of being lifelong rivals. They understood each other's temperament very well. The old emperor of Deqi was particularly able to keep his composure. When the princess gave birth to the child's eyes completely revealed his origin. Only the Mona family in northern Xinjiang has golden eyes. And the Mona family has passed it down from generation to generation. So the old emperor of Deqi executed the princess and left King Yan alone, just to control the Mona family. Until the old emperor died and Emperor Mingda came to power. Young Master Meng Na fought with the Su family army of Deqi for decades, and finally became the regent. The secret of King Yan's life experience has never been made public. The late emperor was very good at calculating. He told Emperor Mingda about King Yan's life experience and asked him to use this secret to contain northern Xinjiang at the critical moment. TSK. Sumi Bao couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Taifu Wang is so powerful. Look! The late emperor and the old emperor of northern Xinjiang. These old guys are all powerful. It seems that in the whole book, only her grandfather Lao Jingguagong is a straight-minded person with a clear mind. After being taken advantage of, he ended up dead, and his whole family was ransacked and exiled. Chapter 307 Family Reunion. King Yan was demoted by Emperor Mingda and is being escorted to northern Xinjiang. When Mrs. Su said this, everyone fell silent for a moment. Su Jinbei frowned. Being demoted to a false position is one of the secret conditions of the peace talks between Deqi and northern Xinjiang. King Yan will not be taken to northern Xinjiang, but should be sent back to his fiefdom in the west. How to say? The Su family looked at Su Jinbei together. This is what I deduce based on the news brought by Qindong. Su Jinbei glanced at his younger brother Su Qindong. And Sumi Bao also looked at the second brother. Well, the second brother is handsome and has good medical skills. Now that they have 3 famous doctors by their side, it will be easier for them to live in the penal colony from now on. The two countries have reached a truce and peace talks. We, Lu, have made so many concessions. We have agreed to send new coins to northern Xinjiang every year. Do you think this can extinguish the regent's anger at losing his lover? Naturally. The third prince. In accordance with Emperor Mingda's will, I told the regent the secret of King Yin. The regent is already 40 years old and has no surviving son. The regent has no choice but to make peace with the two countries for the sake of his beloved son's life. Sumi Bao nodded repeatedly. They are all talented people, and all of them are terrifyingly shrewd, calculating every step. Every move has been planned for 20 years, which is amazing. So according to this, King Yin was demoted in name, but actually sent to his fief, so that the regent and King Yin can recognize each other in the future? Su Qingyi touched his head and couldn't understand. Everyone knows that King Yin has a dog-like temper. He is the famous mad dog in the imperial city. Can he recognize the regent? Impossible. Whether you admit it or not depends on the regent's ability. Emperor Mingda is only responsible for sending King Yin to his fief. At this moment, someone knocked on the door from outside. Who? Everyone was surprised. I saw him today. As soon as the voice of the person outside the door came in, Song Jinha's eyes immediately turned red, and he stepped forward to open the door. Second brother is here. The door opened, and the people pouring in made everyone, Mrs. Su and Du Lingyang, burst into tears. General Su Chengren, third General Su Qingli, as well as the eldest uncle of the Song family, Song Nanan, and the second uncle of the Song family, Song Jin, and others. Look at so many people filing in. Sumi Bao was dumbfounded. What kind of day is today? They are only 400 to 500 miles away from the Exile in northern Xinjiang. It can be reached in 2 or 3 days by horseback or carriage. Originally, the Su family thought that they would try to contact each other and reunite after settling down in the Exile place. Unexpectedly, before they arrived, all these people came to pick them up. Mother, an unfilial son has seen your mother. The two brothers from the Su family knelt down in front of Mrs. Su, wept on the ground and kowtowed. The two brothers from the Song family surrounded Song Jinha, talking endlessly. They came over again and scrambled to hold Sumi Bao. Baby me, Uncle found some more pieces of imperial green for you. Song Yin held Sumi Bao in his arms and quietly told her how he had collected several imperial green ornaments for her along the way, and he even bought her a Tai mine in northern Xinjiang. The master said that the imperial green was produced in it. I just don't know how much can be produced if the quality is very good. Uncle is so considerate. Sumi Bao kissed his uncle on the face. This made my second uncle say that he wanted it too. This is the first time for Sumi Bao to meet his second uncle Song Jin. He is indeed a warrior with a straightforward personality. Talking about hurting people is careless. Without saying anything, he took out a small dagger studded with gems from his arms and gave it to baby me. Here, this is my favorite northern Xinjiang dagger. It is made of black iron and cuts iron like clay. Song was laughing so hard today that he didn't think there was anything wrong with giving a dagger to a 7-month-old baby. Seeing Song Jinta felt a headache. Her second brother has never made people worry. Unlike her elder brother, Song Jinha watched as her elder brother took out a stack of banknotes from his arms and stuffed them into Mi Bao Bao's arms. To give money, it has to be her eldest brother. Sumi Bao also smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits. There was nothing he could do about it. Who doesn't love money? Especially when her eldest uncle made a move. He gave her 100,000 taels of silver. Sumi Bao happily kissed her uncle twice in succession. This provoked the second uncle to dig into his arms without taking out anything valuable. Finally, he took out something and stuffed it into Mi Bao's pocket. Here, this is the big gold tooth of Marshal of northern Xinjiang. I broke it off during the battle. I give it to you. Faint. It turned out to be her second uncle. The family met and cried before sitting down to talk. When we came back, Uncle of the Song family sent someone to notify us. So we came together to pick up my mother. General Su Chengren is in his 40s and has a serious expression. A handsome style. Things have changed. Song Yin handed Sumi Bao to his sister, sat down and said seriously to Mrs. Su and Su Jinbei. Su Jiao and Qian Tong came to my place and said that they were on your order to pick up something from the third prince. When they come back, ask me to quickly send someone to notify General Su to join you. Su Jinbei nodded. I asked Su Jiao and Qian Tong to find you to get the tiger talisman from the third prince. General Su looked grave after hearing this. Qian Tong is the secret guard of our Su family and has been lurking beside the Queen Mother. Su Qingyi couldn't help but look at his eldest brother. and then at his own son. And his heart was filled with excitement. Ah! No wonder I already knew that our Su family has 10 super secret guards. But Su Shi never showed up. It turns out that Qian Tong is Su Shi. My father is so awesome that he actually arranged Su Shi to be with the Queen Mother. Qian Tong is Su Shi? This truth also shocked Sumi Bao. When she read the book, she only knew that the Su family had 9 super secret guards. Unexpectedly, there was another Su Shi. Qian Tong got the tiger talisman. Plus the tiger talisman you asked Wu Hai to bring. The 2 tiger talismans are one, and can directly take away our 100,000 Su family troops and the 300,000 Donglin troops. Wow! Sumi Bao was so happy that she almost jumped high. There are 400,000 troops. After they arrive in the exile, she will build a city. With such an army, the Su family is sure to be the city lord. Better days are coming. Ha ha ha! Su Jiao and Qian Tong will lead their troops to the exile place and join my army of 3,000. We just rushed there. General Su sat there steadily, looking like a commander. The place of exile belongs to the 3 control zones of Daqi, Xi'an, and northern Xinjiang. There are thousands of miles of desert and grassland. We have 400,000 troops stationed there. So naturally no one dares to touch us. However, how to feed this army is a problem. I have a way. Since they are all members of the family, Sumi Bao naturally does not have to hide his clumsiness anymore. Hear the adorable sound of the 7-month-old baby. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on Sumi Bao. General Su-san, and others had heard Uncle Song talk a lot about the magical powers of the little girl from the Su family along the way. Seeing it now, I was still surprised. Since our baby niece said there is a way to raise him, then there is a way. Uncle Song looked at Sumi Bao lovingly and said, now there is an earthquake in the capital of Daqi, and there are many droughts, floods, plagues, and man-made disasters. Our Song family business is spread all over the world. Now, we have to slowly withdraw from the south of Daqi and distribute it to the north. Daqi and northern Xinjiang open mutual trade. We just have to carry our business to northern Xinjiang, and then to Xi'an. We are afraid that we will not be able to support this army. Brother, what do you mean? Song is good at fighting today, but his brains are not enough. We, the Song family, will no longer be the imperial merchants of the Qi. We will be our own imperial merchants. Huh. My eldest uncle still understands me. Sumi Bao immediately kissed his uncle again. Chapter 308 Changes in the Capital Palace. We won't go back to Daqi. But what will happen to our parents and family? Uncle Song's second uncle touched his head. I have already sent someone to pick up my family. Presumably by this time, Dad has already taken care of our property in the south, and is on his way north. Oh! My uncle is still very powerful. He has already laid out the plan. He is worthy of being the #1 imperial merchant in Qi. Then what if Emperor Mingda discovers that we are dealing with property? Don't worry. Emperor Mingda can't control us now. Song Yan smiled a little. Emperor Mingda was tricked by his beloved concubine Shi Fei and Zhuxiang. Huh? Something happened to Daqi Palace? Sumi Bao quickly recalled the original text from his memory. Oh! Emperor Mingda's final fate was actually quite tragic in the original book. He has plotted against others all his life. In the end, he also ended up being plotted by others. That is, Prime Minister Zhua and concubine, she launched a palace coup in order to help the second prince ascend to the throne. Finally, with the help of Gu Tai, the second prince failed to attack the imperial city and died from random arrows. Emperor Mingda ordered concubine Shi to die, and more than 300 members of Zhuxiang's family were beheaded at Kaishika. However, after this disaster, although Emperor Mingda did not die, he was seriously injured. Since then, the root of the disease has fallen into his bed. This will happen in a few years. Why is it so early? The second prince died, and the left prime minister also fell? Emperor Mingda was seriously injured. Is this true? Su Qingyi couldn't believe it. Seeing his son nodding, he jumped up immediately. You really deserve it. Bad guys have to end up like this. It's a pity. That bitch Gu Tai deserves to die even more. Su Zhenbei smiled at his father's childishness. His grandmother, uncle, third uncle, eighth uncle and 2 uncles are here. His father is back to his old self, who doesn't care about anything. This is what Gu Tai asked people to hurry up and deliver a message to the third prince. He asked the third prince to rush back to the capital. So the third prince handed over all the matters of peace talks with Beijiang and hosting the wedding of Princess Chaoyun in 3 days. He gave it to me and his lieutenant, and returned to the capital with his cronies. Listening to Uncle Song's words, Mrs. Su hummed. There is going to be another bloody storm in the capital. Now the prince and the second prince are dead. The only remaining princes are the adult third prince and the young fifth prince. Having said this, the Su family all looked at each other in unison. They all saw what they were thinking in each other's eyes. The third prince has grown up and is supported by Gu Tai and Zhao Wei. The young fifth prince has only the queen mother to rely on. This battle for the throne is actually a power struggle between Gu Tai and the queen mother. The third prince will not ascend to the throne. The queen mother will not allow non-royal blood to ascend to the throne. Mrs. Su's words surprised everyone. The third prince is not the emperor's son? Hee. Sumi Bao looked at her grandma. The third prince was born to Gu Tai and concubinely. She had told her mother and grandma this secret. Grandma and the queen mother have such a good relationship. Especially the eldest princess is from the Su family. For the sake of the eldest princess and the queen mother, grandma would not want anything to happen to the queen mother. Naturally, someone had been sent to convey the news to the queen mother a long time ago. The queen mother should already know about the third prince's life experience. As long as the queen mother tells the secret of the third prince to the emperor. Emperor Mingda was such a ruthless and unjust person. How could he spare concubinely and Gu Tai? How did Emperor Mingda and Gu Tai end up falling in love and killing each other? Oh! Sumi Bao paused and remembered. Gu Tai's end in the original book was tragic. After Emperor Mingda killed the third prince and concubinely, he sentenced Gu Tai to castration. After turning Gu Tai into a eunuch, he stayed by his side and continued to serve him. Ouch. Oh my god. This Emperor Mingda is really perverted. However, he really has feelings for Gu Tai. Let's see. He didn't know whether he was the crown prince, the second prince, or the third prince, but he was unambiguous about killing his son with a knife in his hand. He had no pity for his women, whether it was White Moonlight concubine Shiji, the beautiful concubine Li, or the Empress Qian, who accompanied him through his darkest moments. Those who deserve to be killed are killed, and those who deserve to be thrown into the cold palace are thrown into the cold palace. But she was so reluctant to let go of Gu Tai. Gu Tai cuckolded him, and wanted to kill his head and seize his throne. But he only killed the entire Gu family, leaving Gu Tai alone. Even if you become a eunuch, you must stay by your side. TSK. Sumi Bao felt that Emperor Mingda had absolute true love for Gu Tai. However, this change in the imperial city took place several years later in the original book. At that time, the fifth prince was already in his teens. After a few more years, when the fifth prince, as the crown prince, should take charge personally, another palace coup occurred, and eventually both Emperor Mingda and Gu Tai died. However, the destruction of the second prince and Zhui Xiangfu has already happened. The third prince and Gu Tai's seizure of power is about to happen. Why is it ahead of schedule? Could it be that it was all because of the chain reaction caused by her wearing a book? All because the Su family did not die on the road to exile, and Su Jinbei did not go dark. She is not engaged to the emperor's grandson, and will not become the future queen. The original book rewrote the plot, so all this was brought forward. Let's not wait here any longer. Taking advantage of the current turmoil. No one is paying attention to us. Let's quickly go to the place of exile. I will lead an army of 400,000 to directly capture the city of Wanwei. We have a place to take root, and we will not care about Daki in the future. It will be difficult for anyone in the dynasty to touch us again if he is the emperor. General Su was worthy of being a handsome man and immediately asked the question. Well, I agree with Uncle. Su Jinbei glanced at Mrs. Su. I also think General Su is right. Uncle Song also looked at Mrs. Su. The third prince has left, and I have to attend the wedding of the regent of northern Xinjiang and Princess Chaoyun in 3 days. It takes 2 days to get there by horseback from here. Why don't you all come with us? Mrs. Su glanced at Sumi Bao and Song Jina's arms and nodded. That's good. It will save you a long night and many dreams. Strike first. Let's leave now. Since everyone agrees with this proposal, Su Jinbei sent Su San to inform Zhou Fuan and asked him to take the exile team and set off northward tomorrow morning. They go first. Reunite at the penal colony. How dare Zhou Fuan say no to the Su family's opinions? He nodded repeatedly and promised that he would arrive with the exile team later. As for the Wang family, Su Jinbei sent someone to notify Taifu Wang. Most of the Wang family are women and children, and it is inconvenient to go with them. Just stay and follow the exile team slowly, according to the journey of the exile team. It would take about 10 days to get there. Sumibao asked Mrs. Su to tell the Wang family that she had taken Yanqingji away. There is no way. Who told her not to stay too far away from Yanqingji now? The group traveled all night. In total, there were about 40 people. Sumibao didn't let everyone ride horses at all. Just take out a military truck. The last time they were in space. Su Jinbei and Yi Ranqing were both people who played with cars in front of the supermarket. This time, Sumibao directly took a large military truck out of the space. Last time, Su Jinbei and Yi Ranqing learned to drive a delivery four-wheeler in front of the supermarket. It's smaller than this big truck, but the opening is the same. If he hadn't been worried that Su Jinbei wouldn't be able to drive, Sumibao would have taken out a tour bus directly. Time is tight now, and there is no time for them to learn it again. This military truck has a canvas hood. She took it out from the training base north of Hongqing town in her own space. The things in her dimension are now collected from this world or from her original world, Hongqing town. They can all be taken out and used, but they are all disposable. Fortunately, there are many things in her space, and they are enough. Sumibao took out a thick mattress and put it on it, and put many thick mattresses on it. At the same time, he put some pillows inside, and put a few quilts for the women and children at home to cover. At this time, there is no distinction between men and women. Su Jinbei and Yi Ranqing, the two who knew how to drive, sat in the front cab. When Su Jinbei opened, Yi Ranqing was holding Sumibao and giving instructions. Everyone got in the car, no matter how surprised and excited everyone is. As soon as the car starts driving, it feels bumpy and motion sick. I immediately forgot all about the strangeness. Chapter 309. The Lord of the City of All Evils has been replaced. What did you say? The border between northern Xinjiang and Daqi. On the Daqi side is Yanjing. 30 miles away from Yanjing is Nanyang City, the southernmost capital of northern Xinjiang. In the Nanyang City Sheriff's Mansion, Regent Montagu sat in front of the case, looking out the window with deep eyes. Two trusted guards knelt down, and next to them stood an old nun wearing a hooded robe. She was excitedly saying to the regent, "The old slave went to see King Yen of Great Qi. His stature and golden eyes are very similar to your master. Those facial features." Adlon shed tears. The facial features look very much like the princess's. Adlon is the nanny of the princess of northern Xinjiang. She followed the princess of northern Xinjiang to Daqi for marriage many years ago. 6 months later, the princess sent her back to northern Xinjiang and asked her to bring a letter to young Master Ming Na, from the capital of Daqi to the royal city of northern Xinjiang. It is as far as 4,000 miles. After going through hardships on the road, Nanny Lan returned to the northern Xinjiang royal city. But after returning to the royal city in northern Xinjiang, I learned that the princess died in childbirth after giving birth to a little prince. As for what the princess of northern Xinjiang wrote in the letter to young Master Ming Na, Nanny Lan didn't know. Since then, she has been following young Master Ming Na, watching him grow stronger day by day. After the death of the late emperor, she became the regent and assisted the young emperor in ascending the throne. This time, the regent asked his cronies to take her to meet someone. Nanny Lan didn't expect that she would be her little master. The 18th prince, King Yen of Qi, was born to a princess from northern Xinjiang. Now he was demoted to a commoner by the emperor of Qi and sent to the western fiefdom. She met the little master. She was the princess's wet nurse, so the little master would naturally recognize her, especially when she saw that the young master had golden eyes, like the regent, and facial features that resembled a princess. Nanny Lan was really heartbroken and filled with emotions. Nanny Lan went to see the young master in the name of being the nanny of the northern Xinjiang princess. After they recognized each other, they gave the young master a secret letter from the regent. What was written in the letter? Just like Nanny Lan didn't know what the princess wrote in the letter to the regent, now she doesn't know what the regent wrote in the letter to the young master. Montagu stared at Nanny Lan closely. You gave him the wooden box. What did he say? His face didn't show it, but his voice couldn't hide his excitement. The young master accepted the princess's jade pendant, but the young master confiscated the prince's piece. The young master said his name is Yan Shixing. If a man doesn't change his name, he will never change his surname. He will always be called Yan Shixing. Brat. He has a bad temper. Just like me. Montagu smiled, and the haze disappeared from his eyes. But, Your Majesty, if the young master doesn't come to northern Xinjiang, then, Grandma Lan was a little anxious. He will come, because he can't bear to be alone. There was a proud smile on Montagu's lips. The brat wanted to fight with me, but he was a little too young. Sigh. Think about it. In the past, this brat represented Daki in the frontier and fought many battles with them in the northern frontier. In the past, he did it for the sake of the princess, and could not let the northern Xinjiang soldiers hurt him. Now, not even more. The smile on Monteagu's lips faded, thinking of the letter he received from Nani Lan many years ago. Every word of what was said in the letter weeps with blood. I have filled up the mountains and seas with my body, and I hope that my swords and guns will be stored in the warehouse, and my horses will be released in the Nanshan Mountains. The world will be peaceful, and the people will be healthy. I will not let the world down. I will let you alone. Now that you are pregnant with Qilong's heir, I hope you will find another lover. Mountains high and rivers far away. We will never see each other. Aji, princess nickname. You still lied to me. Monteagu felt sad. Many years ago, the princess told him in a letter that she was pregnant with the Deqi Emperor's child. Let him find another lover, and no longer have to worry about her. But in fact, the child the princess was carrying was his son. His Aji, until his death, always cared about his happiness. Why did he ask Nani Lan to send him a letter? I'm just afraid that he is young and doesn't know how difficult the world is. If he knew that the child was his, he would do everything possible to bring the child back from Daki. This child was born into the Daki royal family, and he was nominally the prince of Daki. It was impossible for the old emperor of Daki to give him the child. Wouldn't that be a slap in Daki's face? That's why he sent her such a letter to forever put an end to his thoughts about Aji's mother and son. For so many years, he has always hated the old emperor of northern Xinjiang for asking Aji to marry him. I hate the old emperor of Daki, who is over 60 years old and still marries 16-year-old Aji. But he hated himself even more. Hated that he was unable to protect northern Xinjiang from the pressure of Deqi, and hated that he was unable to protect Aji. So for so many years, he concentrated on political affairs. The country that governs northern Xinjiang is becoming increasingly powerful, and since the death of the old northern Xinjiang emperor, he has been leading troops to fight against Daki. Did not expect. Aji gave birth to a son for himself, but he kept it secret from himself for so many years. Young master, is there a girl you like? Grandma Lan had a look of surprise on her face. When I went to see the young master this time, I even asked the people around him privately. I just want to see how many wives and concubines the young master has. But there isn't one? When talking about this matter, Grandma Lan became a little frustrated. Deqi is a dynasty in the Central Plains. A prince like King Yin has 3 wives and 4 concubines. Her little master is lucky. He doesn't have any wives or concubines. The person I'm talking about is a man. Su Jinbei. He is the young master of Jinghua Gongfu. He is also a famous young general in Deqi. He and my son are sworn brothers. Ah? Nani Lan sighed in her heart. How come her young master was such a handsome person? But the person he cared about most was some kind of sworn brother of his own. It would be nice to be a girl. My lord. No matter what the reason is, as long as the young master can come to our Nanyang city, the old slave will take him to northern Xinjiang to see where the princess lives. By then, as time goes by, the young master will not leave again. Well, I have to think carefully. I want to arrange more beautiful girls to serve the young master. By then, no matter which girl can tie the young master, as long as he has a family, the young master will feel at ease. When Grandma Lan thought about how her little master would give birth to a lot of children in the future, her face burst into laughter. Your Majesty, it's not good. There are Chinese troops outside the door who will report. Come in. Monteagu asked Nani Lan to go down, and the Chinese army would come in. The city of all evils has been captured. What? Monteagu stood up suddenly. The city of Wani is famous in the 3 kingdoms, and everyone in Xi'an, Beijiang, and Daki wants to take it as their own. However, the city of all evils is located at the junction of the 3 kingdoms, amidst thousands of miles of desert, where the exiles from the 3 kingdoms live together. But it does not belong to any one country. Independent from the 3 kingdoms, the city of all evils has been captured by the Su family army. 100,000 Su family army and 300,000 Donlin army have moved into the city of all evils. Who is the general who defeated Deqi? Luo Mingwan. This piece of shit. Why didn't you see him reporting the news? Monteagu was furious. There was civil strife in the royal family of Deqi. The prince took over the throne, and the 3 princes rushed back to fight for the throne. Who else in Deqi would attack the city of all evils? Monteagu knew that after the death of the Su family, The Su family army was no longer in the hands of the Su family general. The Su family's great general Su Changren, the second general Song Jinjin, the third general Su Qingli, and the eighth general Su Qingyi led the Su family army and the Dongnan army to invade the city of all evils. Now they have proclaimed themselves the lord of the city. The city lord is General Su? Mona Taigu has been thinking about it all this time. The Su family general has been fighting with them in northern Xinjiang for so many years. Regardless of whether it is for public or private reasons, he is not willing to let the Su family army still exist. Therefore, in the Battle of Yinqing, he used the Emperor of Qi to eradicate dissidents and attack both internal and external forces to completely defeat the Su family's army. The 9 generals of the Su family were killed and injured. I thought there would be no Su family army in the world from now on. Did not expect. It's not General Su, but Sumi Bao, the direct daughter of the Su family, who is the city lord. The Chinese general hesitated for a moment and then said, Luo Mingxing, the guard of Yinqing, has been killed by the Su family. The only person in power in Yinqing now is Princess Chaoyun, who is waiting for her marriage in the palace. According to reports from spies, King Yin, the youngest son of the late Emperor of Daqi, is heading towards Yinqing. According to the itinerary, it can be reached in 2 days. At that time, the guard of Yinqing will be replaced by King Yin, who will also represent the Daqi royal family to send Princess Chaoyun for marriage and preside over the peace talks between Daqi and our country. Ha ha ha. Mona Taiga looked up to the sky and smiled. Things in this world are really impermanent. Yinqing, an important county in Daqi's northern border, fell into the hands of his own son. His biological son wants to discuss peace negotiations and mutual trade between the 2 countries with him. His father. What kind of person is this Miss Su's daughter? Mona Taiga's heart moved. He had been at war with the Su family for many years. It is said that if you know the enemy, you will never be in danger in 100 battles. He still knows the Su family very well. The style of a general comes after Zhongliang. This young lady from the Su family will definitely be outstanding as the city lord. If he talks to the Su family, let his son marry the Su family's legitimate son. Well, that's good. Voiceover, Sumi Bao. Hey, someone has an idea for you. I want to marry you to King Yin. How about it? Although he is old, he is good looking. He is both the king of Yin of Daqi and the young master of northern Xinjiang. Do you want such a precious man? Chapter 310 Finale, Flower Planting City. At this time, Sumi Bao, who was being cared about by the regent, was looking at a room full of family members helplessly. I don't want to be the city lord. I'm just a little kid. What kind of city lord should I be? If you return to the city of evil, I'm going to faint. Su Zhenbei drove a military truck, taking turns driving with Yi Ranqing along the way. After driving fast all night, we arrived at the outskirts of Yinqing at dawn. The 2 pieces of tiger matched 2 into 1, and the 300,000 Donglin troops were immediately pocketed without any effort. As for the 100,000 Su family troops, the 4 generals of the Su family and Mrs. Su showed up. Naturally, they didn't want any talismans and just ran away with the old master. The 3rd prince left behind his trusted aides to guard him, and was immediately beheaded as a sacrifice to the flag. After all, these people all started their careers with the prince, but betrayed the prince. Some turned to Gu Tai, and some turned to the left prime minister. Quan became the capital spy in Yinqing. They gathered an army of 400,000 people and marched straight to Yinqing. The defenders did not resist at all, and simply enlarged their troops into the city. The Su family generals captured Yinqing without spending a single soldier. Luo Mingxing and his cronies were all beheaded. Among these people, they were all those who betrayed the Su family generals. A few lieutenants even cut off the heads of the Duke of Laojian with their own hands and hung them on the city wall. The soldiers entered Yinqing and did not rest. They passed through Yinqing and directly attacked Wani City, the core of the Exile area, dozens of miles away. There are capable people in the city of all evils, and it is the center where the exiles from the 3 kingdoms live. The capable people among the exiled prisoners of the 3 kingdoms gradually formed a force and guarded the city of Wansei, preying on the exiled prisoners of the 3 kingdoms. The exiles did not dare to rebel, and the 3 kingdoms did not dare to intervene. Although there are many capable people in the city of all evils, in front of an army of 400,000, it is still the generals of the Su family who lead the troops, which is definitely enough for them to drink from. Speaking of which, this city of all evils is really easy to defend and difficult to attack. There is a primitive jungle on one side, a river on the other side, and a cliff on the other side. Only one side connects to the desert for thousands of miles. The three kingdoms have all attacked the city of Wansei before, and Dichi has also attacked it, but all failed. But now it is the Su family's army that is attacking the city. And there is also a small team led by Sujio, using weapons that have never been seen before. Cannons, grenades, etc., that can directly blow open the city gate. In front of such modern weapons, the city of all evils simply cannot defend itself. The battle ended in an hour. Take the city of evil. It was your people who captured the city of all evils, and they used your weapons. You must be the master of this city. The Su family laughed, and the Song family also laughed. In the end, Mrs. Su placed Sumi Bao on the throne of the city lord. A phoenix is born in 3 generations. The best family in the world. What Master Gui said is true. God's will is that the Su family will have their roots in this city, and their descendants will be blessed. Mrs. Su took the lead, and all the Su family members and generals knelt down and bowed to Sumi Bao, shouting, "Long live the lord of the city. Sumi Bao, I am the city lord. Oh, no one in the 3 kingdoms can control me from now on. I am free. Ha ha ha. It's not bad to be the city lord." Sumi Bao glanced at the little guy, Yen Chengji, who was standing not far away. Without this guy, her space would collapse. Then she is now the lord of the city, with her eldest brother as a military advisor and an army of 400,000 as her backing, plus the exiles from the 3 countries in this place of exile. How much land is there? How many people are there? If Sumi Bao was ruined, she didn't have to refuse. Just be the city lord. Anyway, with his eldest brother as the military advisor here, all the general affairs in the city can be left to him. As for the army, it is just left to the uncle, a ready-made general. As for the money to support the army, since the things in her space are disposable, they must be taken out sooner or later. We might as well take this opportunity to use it all and directly expand this city of evil and build a new capital. Now that the 3 countries are at peace, mutual trade will begin again. Just in time. Let the uncle, an imperial businessman, show off his skills and make money. And then, there will be enough money to support the city. When the time comes, it would be best for my eldest uncle to expand Song's trading company to other countries, and make all the money in the world. The place of exile has 8 mountains, and hundreds of miles of forest. The desert is thousands of miles deep. But there is only one river. It is difficult to grow crops due to drought. During the hundreds of years of the people, all the exiles from the 3 kingdoms lived here. Hu and Han Prime Minister, there are 30,000 to 40,000 people. Well, that's right. In this small world, with these places and people, it's just right to establish a small country directly. Sumi Bao frowned, saying that there were too many soldiers but few people. There are 30,000 to 40,000 people, but there are 400,000 troops. Well, let's learn from Cao Cao and build a military horde. Let the army grow crops. Then follow the example of the 8 banner soldiers of the Qin dynasty. When they go out, they become soldiers. And when they enter, they serve the people. Come and see. This is the city planning map. This is the town map. This is the military hoarding map. Sumi Bao quickly drew a picture for everyone to see based on the modern social plan. The eldest brother was the military advisor and made suggestions. Add something more that she hadn't thought of. The eldest uncle is a businessman and has made demands on the commercial streets in the city. The 8th uncle is also a man who has a city in mind and has put forward many ideas about people's livelihood. Soon, Sumi Bao took Su Jio's team and asked her eldest brother to drive the car and set off immediately. As she walked, she took things out of the space. First, according to the Chang'an city map, she drew the locations. And then she took out 40 or 50 palaces in the capital one after another. In the center of the city was the Su family's palace. There are also the Imperial Palace Internal Affairs Office, Construction Department, Imperial Tea Dining Room, etc. The inner city was quickly built. Sumi Bao moved out of her space. Beishan Nursing Home in Hongqing Town. There are mountains, water, houses and equipment. It became her city lord's territory. Build a few more commercial streets. She moved all the shops in Hongqing Town. The supermarkets, wholesale markets, hospitals, gas stations, and stations in Hongqing Town are all available. A modern commercial street was quickly formed. Then the commercial street connects to the original buildings of the city of all evils. This is the construction of the main city. After leaving the city of all evils and heading towards the desert thousands of miles north, Sumi Bao directly established a military camp. 400,000 troops were divided into 40 villages and military towns. A town of 100,000 people. Sumi Bao took out the weapons manufacturing factory and added a large group of houses in the residential area of Hongqing town. Form a military town and live there first. Later, the army was allowed to build houses around the center of the military town, where they could live in and form a complete town. The land next to it is a military town grain field with a radius of 10 miles. The food left by the Prime Minister in her dimension can be used as military rations. In addition, there are 2 national food depots in Hongqing town, so it will not be a problem to feed the 400,000 troops for a year. Then he took out the military academy, building office, and book repair office in the space. Military towns were formed one after another. As for the secret underground arsenal in her space, Sumi Bao did not expect that the biggest surprise would be this. She didn't even think about what to do. So she appeared directly below the Jinghua Palace where she lived in the main city. It is still in the form of a dungeon. And the rabbit continues to exist, becoming the rabbit butler of the dungeon. He can speak and continue to communicate with her. But in everyone's eyes, he looks like a rabbit. 3 days later, Princess Chaoyun got married. King Yen came to Wani City. Oh! The City of All Evils is no longer called the City of All Evils. Flower City. City Lord Sumi Bao. Why is it called Flower City? Everyone doesn't understand. But the little city lord took it himself. A few years later, the Flower City became the most prestigious metropolis in the world. The country was rich, and the people were strong. Countries came to visit, and merchants gathered. It is said that all the countries are in the clouds, and the flower gardener has a city, where the country is peaceful, and the people are safe, and the age is prosperous.